Chun-Yi never imagined that he would awaken an S-class talent at such a critical moment. To his delight, a mysterious entity calling itself the ultimate summoning system appeared in his mind. However, when he excitedly shared the news with his family, their reaction was far from what he expected. His father and older brother, who had been lamenting his broken engagement with his fiancée Morong Shui, suddenly changed their expressions upon learning that his talent was Master of Secret Realms. Although Master of Secret Realms is an S-class talent, it's not very practical, his father, Chen Zhenghua, cautiously explained, worried about dampening his son's spirits. Exactly, chimed in his brother, Changjian. This talent is also known as the turtle shell. It's basically just a large storage space, and you still have to defeat the bosses yourself. But don't worry, next time a G-class secret realm appears, I'll help you use it as storage. Channy was torn between laughter and tears. He couldn't believe that the talent he had worked so hard to awaken had become a joke. But then he remembered the system, and suddenly, everything seemed possible. Eagerly, he opened the system interface and saw a flashing icon labeled Newbie Gift Pack. Upon clicking it, he was stunned to find a divine dragon egg and a chance to draw for a new talent. With trembling fingers, he touched the button marked Talent Draw. A gigantic wheel appeared out of thin air, with colorful talent names spinning rapidly, dazzling his eyes. Holding his breath, Chun-Yi stared intently at the flashing words, muttering to himself, S-Class. It has to be S-Class. Suddenly, with a crisp ding, the wheel came to an abrupt halt. To his amazement, it landed on an S-Class talent named Master of Secret Realms. According to the description, anyone with this talent could claim a secret realm as their own private domain after defeating its boss. As Channy was celebrating, the system timely popped up with a mission prompt. Successfully acquire a secret realm within a month to receive a random talent reward. This meant he had the chance to awaken a second, or even more talents. Overjoyed, Chunny felt he had truly come to the right place in this new world. And as for beast taming, with the divine dragon egg gifted by the system, his future prospect seemed limitless. After all, this was a genuine divine dragon. The Chen family, once a prominent household in Jiangnan province, had recently suffered the public humiliation of a broken engagement with the esteemed Murong family, causing them to lose face. Fortunately, Chun-Yi awakened his S-class talent just in time, somewhat restoring their honor. Chun Zhenghua dismissed his two sons to contemplate their next move alone, while Channy hurried back to his room to retrieve a dragon egg from his system space. According to the description, the egg, about the size of a chicken's, required a drop of blood to hatch. After much hesitation, Chanyi finally steeled himself, pricked his finger with an embroidery needle, and let a drop of blood fall onto the eggshell. Miraculously, the once lifeless egg began to tremble slightly. Moments later, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and a tiny green snake, as thin as a pencil, emerged. It looked around and then swallowed the eggshell in one gulp, leaving Chun-Yi utterly astonished. The system prompt congratulated him on the successful hatching and asked him to name the little snake. Skeptical, Chun-Yi observed the creature. Was this tiny thing really the legendary dragon? He decided to name it Xiaoqing. After naming it, an identity card materialized out of thin air, catching Chun-Yi's attention. The card read, Name, Xiaoqing, Species, Unknown, Potential, Unknown, Strength, F-Class, Attributes, Wind, Water, Skills, Basic Wind Magic, Basic Water Magic. Unknown species and potential? This was too outrageous. Chun-Yi muttered to himself, but then realized that being born with F-class strength and 2 attributes and skills meant Xiaoqing had immense potential. As he played with Xiaoqing, his older brother Chenjian knocked on the door and entered. Upon learning that Chun-Yi had contracted a beast without permission, Chenjian was furious. They had already selected a B-class potential moon wolf cub for Chan-Yi, and he couldn't tolerate this reckless behavior. He rushed to inform their father, who soon stormed in, dragging Chen Zhenghua with him. You brat, who allowed you to contract a beast on your own? This is irreversible. Chen Zhenghua yelled, enraged. The moon wolf cub had cost him a fortune. However, Chun-Yi was confident, boasting that Xiaoqing was 100 times better than any moon wolf. Skeptical, Chen Zhenghua demanded to see the identity card. When he saw the words unknown potential, dual attributes, and self-taught skills, both father and son were dumbfounded. Had Chun-Yi really struck gold? To find out, Chen Zhenghua took his 2 sons to the backyard and summoned his earthquake bear with a ring. He challenged Chen-Yi to have Xiaoqing attack it. The black bear stood 3 meters tall, already at B-class strength. Chen Zhenghua was so confident that he vowed to acknowledge Chun-Yi as his father if Xiaoqing could even scratch the bear. Without hesitation, Chen-Yi instructed Xiaoqing to use a wind blade on the earthquake bear. A half-meter-long green light flashed, but it didn't harm the bear. Unyielding, Xiaoqing turned into a machine gun, continuously firing sharp wind blades at the same spot. In just a few seconds, a fine scratch appeared on the earthquake bear's body. Father and son were stunned. Was this really an F-class beast? And such relentless attacks? Next, they had it perform water magic. Water bullets rained down on the earthquake bear like a barrage, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Enough, stop. Chun Zhenghua finally snapped out of his shock, his voice trembling. Ear, where on earth did you find this monster? Xiaoqing was picked up from the street. Hearing this, Chun Zhenghua's veins throbbed on his forehead, but he eventually let out a resigned sigh. All right, looks like we underestimated you. Who knew you had another trick up your sleeve? Chun Yi, grinning cheekily, said to his father, Dad, your earthquake bear seems to be injured. So what? Qin Zhenghua asked, puzzled. Didn't you say that if Xiaoqing could injure earthquake bear, I'd be the boss?
Chang Yi replied smugly.
Chun Zhenghua glared at his son and huffed. If you dare make me call you boss, I'll do it. Enough of this. With Xiaoqing, you're set for the entrance exam the day after tomorrow. Saying this, Chun Zhenghua pulled the fuming Chun Jin away. Chunny thought to himself, right, the entrance exam is coming up soon. He knew that the university education in this world was similar to the past, but students with beast taming talents could apply to specialized beast taming universities. He had already enrolled in the Beast Taming Academy of Jiangnan Province. Just then, his phone rang. It was his childhood friend, Mu Qinghe. Hey, Yi, wanna hang out? Mu Qinghe asked excitedly. For what? Something up?
Chang Yi invited.
I heard from my dad that your dad got you at Songyue Wolf with B-grade potential. You gotta look out for me from now on, Mu Qinghe said enviously. I didn't take it. I found my own beast, Chun Yi replied offhandedly. There was a brief silence on the other end. What the hell, Yi? Are you out of your mind? A B-grade potential beast is hard to come by, even if you have the money. If you don't have anything else, I'm hanging up, Chun Yi said impatiently. No, let's meet up. By the way, I heard some rumors that the Morong family is out to get you. Mu Qinghe suddenly lowered his voice. The Morong family? Morong Shui? Chun Yi's interest was piqued. Didn't we already break off the engagement? Why are they still causing trouble? Fine, where are you? Let's talk in person. Chun Yi gritted his teeth. He wouldn't forget this grudge. He would make the Morong family regret it someday. Not long after, Chen Yi met Mu Qinghe at the Beast Taming Pavilion in Jiangnan Province. Mu Qinghe was pacing back and forth in the lobby and rushed over as soon as he saw Chun Yi arrive. Yi, you're finally here. This is the only place we can gather freely since other places don't allow beast summoning, Mu Qinghe said, rubbing his hands excitedly. Quick, summon your beast and let me see it. With that, Mu Qinghe touched the ring on his finger, and a six-legged spider, about the size of a small dog, appeared out of thin air, glowing a bright green. How's this? My dad got it for me. A C-grade toxic spider, Mu Qinghe boasted proudly. Cheoni extended his hand, and a small green snake, about the thickness of a pencil, slithered out from his sleeve and coiled around his wrist. This is my beast, Xiaoqing. Mu Qinghe was dumbfounded. What the hell, Li? Why would you give up a B-grade Songyue wolf for a worm? A worm? Chunyi shot Mu Qinghe a disdainful look. You have no idea. This worm could easily take down your green spider. Yeah, right, Mu Qinghe said worriedly. It looks like you're really in trouble this time. What exactly is going on?
Chang Yi pressed.
Mu Qinghe looked around to make sure no one was nearby before speaking. Morong Shui's brother, Morong Lei, has always disliked you. The Morong family used to rely on your Qin family, but things are different now. Your ex-fiancé has awakened an S-rank ability, and now the Morong family is walking around with their noses in the air.
Chang Yi sneered.
An S-rank ability is nothing compared to what I, as the system host, can do. It seems it's time to teach the arrogant Morong family a lesson and show them the consequences of crossing me. Get to the point, Chunyi urged impatiently. Oh, right, Mu Qinghe snapped back to attention. You might not know this, but Morong Shui has been noticed by the Huaxia Imperial Beast Academy in the capital. I heard an A-rank professor wants to take her as a student. However, this professor is apparently quite displeased about her past engagement with you. So he has instructed Morong Lei to target you during the entrance exams. Target me?
Chang Yi scoffed.
Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Task triggered. Successfully enroll in the academy. Task reward. Unlock the store function. So, tasks can be triggered? Chunyi thought to himself. Although Morong Lei was a year ahead of him, he was at best an E-rank beast tamer, with even lower-ranked beasts under his command. If it came down to a real fight, it was anyone's guess who would come out on top. Does he really think he can mess with me?
Chang Yi sneered.
If he dares, I'll make him regret it. You're such a braggart. Mu Qinghe rolled his eyes. With that little worm of yours? What? You don't believe me? Chunyi raised an eyebrow. I'm telling you, Morong Shui's S-rank ability is nothing. If you think I have one too, then from now on, consider me your big brother. I'll go wherever you tell me to. Yeah, right. Even if you had an S-rank ability, I'd never believe it, Mu Qinghe said, full of disdain. Without another word, Chunyi threw his ID card over. Mu Qinghe caught it and, upon seeing the details, his mouth fell open in shock. Holy crap! It really is an S-rank ability? Master of the Secret Realm? Isn't that the legendary turtle shell? Mu Qinghe muttered to himself. Chan Yi, irritated, replied, whatever you call it, is it an S-rank ability or not? Brother Yi, from now on, you're my big brother. Mu Qinghe exclaimed, hugging Chen Yi's leg. If I ever move, I'll call you first. Chen Yi was speechless. An S-rank ability, and he was being reduced to a moving buddy? Meanwhile, in the Morong family residence, Morong Lei, with a roguish look on his face, was staring thoughtfully at an A4 sheet of paper. Interesting. That kid didn't contract the Zhongyue wolf? Are you sure about this? Don't worry, Brother Lei. The Zhongyue wolf cub was indeed returned, Su Feng, standing nearby, assured with a sycophantic smile. Morong Lei rubbed his chin. That's odd. Has the Qin family given up on that waste? Or does he have a beast better than the Zhongyue wolf?
Impossible. Su Feng est que lim.
The Zhongyue wolf has B rank potential. Anything better would be A rank at most. No offense, but the Qin family couldn't possibly get something better. True, Morong Lei nodded. But to be safe, you should take action personally the day after tomorrow. He pulled a ring from his pocket and tossed it to Su Feng. This was given by our benefactor. It contains a sealed D-rank demon wolf. Morong Lei said with a sinister tone. When the new student assessment takes place the day after tomorrow, release it. Make sure Chan Yi is dead. Su Feng looked troubled. Lei, are you sure about killing him? After all, he's the second son of the Qin family. Won't this cause trouble? Morong Lei waved his hand dismissively. What are you afraid of? Our Morong family is under the protection of that great figure now. The Qin family is nothing, not even a speck of dust. Qian Yi had just parted ways with Mu Qinghe and returned to the gate of the Chen family residence, only to find a crowd of people standing there. The atmosphere was eerie and tense. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was all the elders of the Chen family, even those uncles who rarely showed up. Look, Ear is back, someone shouted. Before Qian Yi could react, he was surrounded by a group of uncles and pushed into the living room, hands all over him. Xiao Yi, a very important person has come to visit our family today and specifically asked to see you, one uncle said mysteriously. When you meet him, make sure to uphold the honor of the Qin family. Understand? Be smart about it. Chen Yi was completely baffled, having no idea what was going on. What kind of play was this? Before he could think further, he was shoved into the living room, standing face to face with an unexpected distinguished guest. The atmosphere in the living room was tense and solemn. Chen Zhonghua stared intently at the middle-aged man in military uniform beside him, as if waiting for some monumental news. The moment his son, Qian Yi, walked through the door, he immediately signaled for him to come over. Commander Yin, let me introduce you to my son. Chen Yi, Chen Zhonghua said respectfully. Commander? Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined he would be dealing with such a significant figure. The officer, however, was very approachable, stepping forward with a friendly handshake. I've heard a lot about you, Chen Yi. My name is Yin Jun, Deputy Commander of the Jiangnan Military District's Secret Realm Forces. The middle-aged man's voice was loud and powerful, carrying the authority unique to military personnel. Before Chen Yi could gather his thoughts, he heard his father urging him, quick, greet Commander Yin. Oh, hello, Commander Yin. Chen Yi quickly responded, returning the handshake and saluting respectfully. Yin Jun smiled slightly and said to Chen Zhonghua, no need for such formalities. Chen Yi, may I see your ID?
Yen Yun asked.
Chen Yi had no objections and handed over his ID obediently. Yin Jun examined it carefully, a look of excitement suddenly appearing on his face. Indeed, you have the extraordinary talent of a secret realm master. Jiangnan province has finally produced such a talent, he praised. Chen Yi was even more confused. This was completely contrary to what his brother and father had previously told him. Could his talent be something remarkable after all? From Commander Yan's reaction, it certainly seemed so. Returning the ID, Yin Jun's expression turned serious again. Chen Yi, would you be willing to join the Huagua military and serve the country? My son is absolutely willing. Chen Zhonghua answered hastily, fearing they might miss this golden opportunity. Chen Yi, however, was puzzled. Commander Yin, didn't you say before that my talent was like a turtle shell? Why would you personally invite me? A turtle shell?
Yen Yun chuckled.
That's how ordinary people see it. But to us in the military, your talent is extraordinarily powerful. He then began to explain the true nature of the world. It turned out that humans had been constantly entering secret realms, seeking opportunities within, while the creatures in these realms tried to come out and seize human resources. The Huaxia secret realm forces were established to suppress high-level secret realms, negotiate with or capture their leaders, and prevent creatures from wreaking havoc outside. Destroying the secret realms entirely was not an option because 90% of the beasts came from these realms. They were both a threat and a vital resource. By firmly controlling the leaders within the realms, these realms could become strategic assets for any country. Whenever a high-level secret realm appeared, the secret realm forces would be the first to suppress it. However, the entrances to these new realms were often very narrow, making it impossible to bring in large equipment. Therefore, individuals like Qian Yi, who possessed the talent of a secret realm master, were invaluable to every military district. Chen Yi pondered for a moment before making up his mind. Commander Yin, what would I need to do if I joined the military? And what would the military offer me? Son, watch your words. Chun Zhenghua interjected anxiously, fearing he might offend Yin Jun. But Yin Jun didn't mind. Smiling, he said, with your S-level talent, we would grant you the rank of Major General. Although it wouldn't come with real power, you would be required to assist us in transporting strategic materials whenever a high-level secret realm appears. Major? Chun was left speechless. Even though the title came without real power, it still meant he could walk with newfound authority. Yin Jun noticed his thoughts and added, of course, the military will also help you secure your own secret realm as soon as possible. This was exactly what Chen Yi wanted. He was worried about where to find a secret realm within a month. I am willing to join the military, Chen Yi said firmly, but you must help me obtain a secret realm within a month. And unless there's an unavoidable situation, my freedom cannot be restricted. Of course, Yin Jun nodded in agreement. In a world where strength commands respect, someone with an S-rank talent deserved special treatment. He took out a pre-prepared document from his briefcase and placed it in front of Qian Yi. Go through the contract carefully, and if everything looks good, sign it. From now on, you will be an honorary major in the Jiangnan Province Secret Realm Military. Qian Yi took the document, feeling his temples throb. Apart from the clause about obtaining a secret realm within a month, everything else was already meticulously listed, as if the military was certain he would agree. After signing his name with due seriousness, Chun Yi's destiny took a decisive turn. Yin Jun carefully put away the precious document and said solemnly, Major Chun, once your military ID is ready, I will have it delivered to you. As for your secret realm, I'll start working on it immediately. Chun Zhenghua wanted to invite Yin Jun for a meal, but he politely declined. As soon as the commander's figure disappeared, the family members who had been waiting outside flooded into the room. Patriarch, what did Commander Yin want with Xiao Yi? Chun Zhenghua himself was a bit dazed. You may not believe it, but Xiao Yi is now a major in the secret realm military. What? Patriarch, you must be joking. This is like a pie falling from the sky. It seems our Chen family is finally going to rise. Yes, just a while ago, we were being cornered by the Morong family, and now we've completely turned the tables. Everyone buzzed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with hope. Suddenly, Chen Zhenghua stood up and solemnly announced, Xiao Yi, from now on, you are the new head of the Chen family. I am retiring. I agree. Me too. Count me in. The elders echoed. Chun Yi shook his head helplessly. Dad, elders, please stop. I still have school to attend. How can I have time to be the family head? All right then, focus on your studies first. You can take over as the head after graduation, Chun Zhenghua conceded. With that, Chun Yi just barely managed to escape the clutches of his eager relatives. The idea of being the family head right now was simply absurd. 2 days later, Chun Yi and Mu Qinghe arrived at the registration area of Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. The plaza was packed with people, as students from all over Jiangnan province gathered there. Wow, Iji, look at all the beauties. Mu Qinghe's eyes sparkled, almost drooling. Chun Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Don't embarrass yourself. We're here to study, remember? Oh, right, right, Mu Qinghe replied sheepishly. E.g., Qinghe, over here, gather at channel 3. A clear and melodious female voice called out. Chun Yi looked towards the source of the voice and saw a petite and cute girl waving at them. The young girl had long, shiny black hair and a pair of captivating, crystal-clear eyes. It was Su Tower. Let's go over, Mu Qinghe said eagerly, rushing ahead. Chun Yi shook his head helplessly. I really can't handle this, he muttered. Before they could get closer, Su Tower came bounding over, grabbing Chun Yi's arm and pouting, Gidge, I heard that you got dumped by that wretch Morong Shui? Chun Yi was speechless. How could a girl talk so crudely? Tower, watch your words, he said, looking exasperatedly at the innocent and lively girl.
SU Tower forråd her brevs, mottering sumling under her brevet.
She looked Chun Yi up and down and suddenly blurted out, seriously, you're so handsome. What right does Morong Shui have to look down on you? She clearly doesn't know what she's missing. Chun Yi felt a swirl of emotions upon hearing this. He knew that Su Tower had always had feelings for him, but due to their different social standings, he never dared to express his own. The young masters of the Su family had given him enough trouble over this matter already. Forget about her, Chun Yi sighed. One day, she'll regret it. Wait, did you just call her a bitch? Su Tower exclaimed with a look of delight. It seems like you've finally seen the light and decided to get over her. Chun Yi coughed awkwardly and gently freed his arm from Su Tower's grip. Stop clinging to me. If your brothers see us, they'll come after me again. Don't worry, I didn't let them follow me this time, Su Tower reassured him, grabbing his arm again. Chun Yi could only resign himself to her persistence, though her bony chest pressing against his arm was quite uncomfortable. Led by Su Tower, the three of them arrived at the Academy's registration office. A long line of people were eagerly waiting their turn. The entire registration area was orderly, with several senior students maintaining the queue and a few teachers handling the paperwork at the registration counters. After a lengthy wait, it was finally their turn. The registration teacher in front of Chen Yi was a disheveled middle-aged man whose unkempt appearance made Chen Yi feel a bit disdainful. Can someone like this even be a teacher? He wondered. The teacher glanced at Mu Qinghe, who was ahead of them, and extended his hand. ID card. After carefully checking Mu Qinghe's ID, he commented, B-level talent of sticky web. Not bad. Next. Su Tower obediently handed over her ID card. The teacher's eyes lit up. Oh, A-level talent of spirit fox bloodline? Excellent potential. When it was Chen Yi's turn, the teacher took his ID and froze. After a long moment, he stammered, This is an S-level talent? And a realm master? My God. His exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention. An S-level talent? Shouldn't he be going straight to the main academy? Didn't you hear the teacher? He's a realm master, which is known as a trash talent. Oh, that explains it. Isn't he the Chunny who got dumped? Yeah, that's him. The one who was so desperate for the girl's attention. The crowd buzzed with curiosity, eager to see what the infamous turtle shell looked like. Meanwhile, not far away, two sinister pairs of eyes locked onto Chan Yi. Lei Ji, it's incredible. That guy also has an S-level talent, one of them said with a mocking tone. The youth referred to as Lei Ji sneered. So what if he's a realm master? Compared to my sister's talent, he's trash. He should know his place and not try to climb above his station.
Absolutely, Lei Ji.
Your sister's extreme affinity with fire elements is recognized as a top-tier talent, the other quickly flattered. Murong Lei raised his chin proudly. Of course. Su Feng, make sure he suffers during the trial in the secret realm. Will do, Lei Ji. I'll make sure he regrets ever stepping foot here. Su Feng reached into his pocket and felt the ring hidden inside, then laughed sinisterly. Don't worry, Lei Gu. I'll make sure that guy dies without a trace. At this moment, Chani had become the center of attention. He glared at the chatty registration teacher with displeasure. Teacher, can't you keep your mouth shut? The registration teacher, realizing his mistake, smiled apologetically. Sorry about that, I was just too shocked. With your talent, I'm sure the military has already approached you, right? None of your business, Chani snapped. Are you done with the registration or not? If not, I'm leaving. The teacher awkwardly handed Chani his ID back, saying meaningfully, so the military did contact you. All right, off you go. With that, Chani and his two companions finally entered the academy. The outside plaza was already quite large, but the actual academy was even more grand and magnificent. Despite the dense crowd, it didn't feel crowded at all. Gidge, let's grab a bite at the cafeteria first, Su Tower said, pulling Chani along. It might take until the afternoon. Chani asked curiously, Tower, you seem so familiar with this place. Have you been here before? Su Tower puffed out her almost non-existent chest with pride. Of course, I often come here to visit my brother. Hey, wait for me. Mu Qinghe hurriedly caught up. They hadn't walked far when a blonde youth blocked their path. Tower, I've been looking for you. The young man greeted Su Tower with a smile. But his expression darkened immediately when he saw her holding Chen Yi's hand. Pointing at Chen Yi, he demanded, Tower, who is this guy? Let go of him. Su Tower rolled her eyes in disdain. What's it to you, Lu Hong? Get lost if you don't want to be an eyesore. Instead of getting angry, Lu Hong said eagerly, Tower, your third brother asked me to look after you. Then, as if remembering something, his tone changed abruptly. Oh, isn't this the bootlicker Chini who got dumped by Morong Shui? I didn't know you had such a fetish. Su Tower stomped her foot in anger. Lu Hong, if you say one more bad word about Gidge, I won't let you off. Tower, why don't you listen to reason? Lu Hong said helplessly, this loser, after being dumped, is now going after other girls. You should stay away from him. Chan Yi, also enraged, retorted, who do you think you are to lecture me? Know your place and watch your mouth. Lu Hong sneered, don't think you're something just because your family has some money. My brother is an officer in the secret realm army, with a high rank. Chunyi looked at him with disdain. That's your brother. What's that got to do with you? Do you think no one else has family in the military? Let me tell you, I'm a major general in the secret realm army, your brother's superior. Major general? Lu Hong was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. You, a major general? Are you dreaming? Don't believe me? Go ask your brother, Chunyi said with a cold smile. A tag-along like you dares to act tough with me? Furious, Lu Hong challenged. Just because it's your first day, you think you can act all high and mighty? Fine. Do you dare to face me in the arena? I want to see what you're made of. Ding, mission triggered. Gain some fame. Mission objective. As the system host, being underestimated by a mere underling is unacceptable. Quickly make a name for yourself within the academy. Mission reward. Unlock basic permissions in the skill interface. Chunyi's eyes lit up with excitement. To establish oneself in a world where strength reigns supreme, one must naturally rely on power. Since Lu Hong has presented himself as a stepping stone, he might as well take advantage of it. Let's go. Who's afraid of whom?
Chen Yi sinir et koldu.
Lead the way. I'll show you what it means to always have someone stronger. With that, he walked confidently toward the arena, following Lu Hong. Mu Qinghe looked at Chen Yi's back in astonishment, muttering to himself, is this guy crazy? Challenging a senior on the first day of school? That's intense. Meanwhile, Su Taer was starry-eyed, whispering excitedly, Brother E is so cool. Cutting ties with the past, that's what makes a real man. Before long, under Lu Hong's lead, Chunyi arrived at the arena. Since the semester hadn't officially started, the usually bustling arena was rather quiet. Lu Hong shot Chunyi a disdainful glance, leaped onto the stage first, and arrogantly shouted, Come on up if you dare. Just as Chunyi was about to follow, Mu Qinghe grabbed his arm. E.g., be careful. Don't let Lu Hong pull any tricks. If your little worm dies, the cost of recontracting a beast is no joke.
Chen Yi nodded tov.
Good point. Maybe I should kill his beast and see if he can make a comeback. Mu Qinghe looked baffled. E.g., I think you misunderstood. Chunyi's bold declaration caught the attention of some students who had gathered around, sparking a wave of laughter. Are all this year's freshmen as thick-headed as you? You think you can kill a senior's beast? Lu Hong, you better teach this arrogant newbie a lesson.
Liu Hong nodded smugly.
Don't worry, I'll show him his place. As he finished speaking, a giant scorpion made of bones materialized on the stage, its eyes glowing red menacingly. Those familiar with Lu Hong began to jeer. Lu Hong, your bone scorpion looks even stronger. Has it already advanced to E rank? That's right, Lu Hong boasted. And it has learned its first skill, which is incredibly powerful. Wow, it even knows a skill now. You must have been training hard in secret. This freshman is in for it. Su Tower frowned and warned, Lu Hong, if you go too far, I won't let you off. Xian Yi, equally unimpressed, retorted coldly, who do you think you're looking down on? It's just one skill. Do you think you're the only one with skills? With that, he pulled Xiao Qing from his sleeve and tossed it opposite the bone scorpion. The crowd gasped. The tiny snake, no thicker than a pencil, floated in midair, starkly contrasting with the over-meter-long bone scorpion. What the heck is that? That tiny thing dares to challenge? Lu Hong burst into laughter. You act all high and mighty, and this is what you bring out? Just a worm? Ignoring the mockery, Chunyi snapped back. Enough talk. Let's fight. Hmph, you're asking for it, Lu Hong sneered and commanded his bone scorpion. Show him the power of a skill. The bone scorpion slowly sank into the solid arena floor and disappeared, causing the onlookers to exclaim in surprise. That's Earth Dive. Who would have thought a mere bone scorpion could master such an advanced skill? Chunyi remained unimpressed. Earth Dive? I can fly. Even if you hide underground, you won't lay a finger on Xiao Qing. As he spoke, Xiao Qing emitted a green glow, and a gentle breeze lifted it into the air. No way. That worm can fly with wind energy? It must have mastered some skill too. Looks like Lu Hong has met his match this time. Even Lu Hong's face showed a slight change. However, he quickly regained his composure and sneered, so what if your beast has some tricks? My bone scorpion has already reached E-level. There's no way you can compete with that. Suddenly, the bone scorpion's tail emerged from the ground, its menacing stinger pointing directly at Xiao Qing, who was floating in midair. With a piercing sound of bones grinding, the stinger shot out like a cannonball. Chunyi thought to himself, if I want to make a name for myself, I need to showcase my strength. So he stood his ground, allowing the stinger to fly towards Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing opened its mouth, and a sharp wind blade shot out, slicing through the air and heading straight for the bone stinger. Lu Hong scoffed disdainfully, how naive. In front of everyone, the wind blade collided with the bone stinger. To everyone's surprise, the wind blade cleanly cut the stinger in half, narrowly missing Xiao Qing. The wind blade then continued on, slicing through the scorpion's tail, cutting it in half with a crackling sound of breaking bones. The bone scorpion writhed in agony on the stage, its severed tail twitching on the ground. Seeing that the bone scorpion could no longer fight back, Xiao Qing unleashed two more wind blades, one aimed at the scorpion's head, the other at its midsection. In an instant, the bone scorpion was cut into 3 pieces, lifeless. with even the red glow in its eye sockets extinguished. The entire crowd fell silent, stunned. Moments later, the silence was shattered by a thunderous cheer. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. What kind of creature is that little snake? It just instantly defeated an E-level bone scorpion with superior defense. It looks like Lu Hong is truly done for this time. If he can't find a decent beast before school starts, he might get expelled. But soon, the crowd's attention shifted to Chan Yi. Hey, I remember now. Isn't this the guy who's always following that genius Morong Shui around? Yeah, that's right. I heard Morong Shui aspires to be a legend in the beast-taming world and wants to keep a pack of ferocious beasts as her entourage. This guy must be here for that. Chun Yi's face darkened, speechless. Morong Shui's sidekick? What kind of twisted logic is that? In reality, as a fellow holder of S-level talent, the gap between Chen Yi and Morong Shui wasn't as vast as the rumors suggested. It was just that Morong Shui's fame overshadowed all the other geniuses of their grade. Lu Hong, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. He stared in disbelief at the remains of his bone scorpion on the stage. Xiao Qing slithered over to the scorpion's carcass and, opening its tiny mouth, swallowed the massive body whole, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. The crowd's jaws dropped. Despite the size difference of nearly 100-fold, the little snake effortlessly devoured the entire bone scorpion, completely overturning their understanding of reality. What kind of monster is this? Who knows which secret realm it crawled out of? When I become a D-level beast tamer, I have to catch one of these. I bet it's a foreign species, so ferocious. This thing even cleans up after itself, not leaving a trace. Best to avoid provoking it in the future. Chun-Yi strode over to the stunned Lu Hong and coldly said, "Remember my name. It's Chun-Yi. If you dare call me a lackey again, I'll kill one of your beasts." Although the words were directed at Lu Hong, everyone present heard them loud and clear. Chun-Yi was asserting his dominance in front of everyone, demonstrating his strength. After speaking, he left the arena with the equally stunned Su Tower and Mu Qinghe. "Damn, E.G., what's the deal with your pet snake? How high is its rank?" Mu Qinghe asked, still in shock. Su Tower's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Yeah, E.G., your snake is incredible. Even my brother might not stand a chance against it." Before Chan-Yi could respond, Xiao Qing poked its head out from his sleeve, baring its teeth and hissing menacingly at the two. Chun-Yi quickly patted Xiao Qing's head to calm it down. "Stop it," he said. "It doesn't like being called a worm, let alone a snake. Xiao Qing is a noble dragon, so show some respect. If anyone makes that mistake again, I won't be responsible for the consequences." On the arena stage, Lu Hong stood frozen, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, humiliation, unwillingness, but above all, deep fear. With the new school term approaching, his only contracted beast lay dead, dooming him to likely expulsion. His family's resources were far too limited to secure another beast contract in such a short time. As Lu Hong stood there, lost in despair, two individuals quietly approached him. "Lu Hong, your brother Lu Tao is a member of the secret realm military guarding the Chuiying Gorge, right?" the lead youth asked. Lu Hong snapped back to reality and scrutinized the speaker. The person in front of him had once been unremarkable at the academy but was now widely recognized as Morong Shui's elder brother, Morong Lei, the rising star of the year. "That's right, Morong Lei. What do you want?" Lu Hong asked warily. Su Feng, standing beside Morong Lei, immediately gave Lu Hong a disapproving glare. "What kind of tone is that? Lei Ji is here out of respect for your brother, offering you an opportunity." "An opportunity? What kind of opportunity?" Lu Hong asked with a skeptical smile. Morong Lei spoke with a meaningful tone. "Do you want to contract a new beast? With a beast, you won't face expulsion."
Liu Hong's spirit lifted instantly.
"Of course I do. Can you really help me?"
Morong Lei nodded.
"No problem. But you know the resources needed to contract a new beast. Why should we help you? There's no such thing as a free lunch. What do you want me to do?" Lu Hong asked bluntly.
Morong Lei smiled mysteriously.
"It's simple. This year's freshman assessment will take place in the secret realm your brother guards. All you need to do is have your brother make things difficult for Chan-Yi during the assessment, and we'll handle the beast contract for you. How about it? Not too much to ask, right?" Lu Hong had already made up his mind, but pretended to be conflicted. "That might be tough. The assessments are always fair and just. If my brother were caught tampering..."
"Relax," Morong Lei interrupted confidently.
"Although Chenny has some talent, he can't compare to the Morong family in terms of background and influence. If this works out, our family will ensure your brother gets a promotion and wealth. This might be his only chance to turn his life around." Lu Hong was tempted. He desperately needed a beast. As for Chan-Yi, despite his strength, if the Morong family was involved, Lu Hong felt he had nothing to worry about. With that in mind, Lu Hong cupped his hands in agreement. "All right, I'll contact my brother right away and make sure Chunny has a hard time in the assessment." Meanwhile, Chun-Yi was enjoying a meal with Mu Qinghe and Su Tower in the academy cafeteria, completely unaware that his recent feat of defeating an E-rank bone scorpion beast had already become the talk of the school. Just then, a pleasant system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Task, gaining some fame completed. Reward, skill, basic transfer. Skill interface unlocked. Chun-Yi was overjoyed and quickly summoned the system panel. Sure enough, a new skills tab had appeared alongside the original character, inventory, and tasks tabs. He eagerly opened the skills tab, finding a solitary skill, basic transfer. Skill effect allows the transfer of creatures from the host's secret realm to their own secret realm territory. Limitation can only transfer creatures of D rank or lower. Chun-Yi immediately felt deflated and muttered to himself, seriously? I don't even have a secret realm territory. This skill is practically useless. Does the system expect me to create my own secret realm? After thinking it over, Chun-Yi suddenly realized that the talents and skills the system had given him seemed to be closely related to secret realms. Could it be that he was destined to become a master of a secret realm and achieve something extraordinary? Shaking his head, he set aside his speculations for the time being and took out his ID card to examine it. Strangely, there were no changes to the ID card. It seemed that the skills granted by the system wouldn't be reflected on the ID card, which was only meant to display a Beastmaster's talent level. Chun-Yi and his friends stayed in the cafeteria until the afternoon when the academy's broadcast system suddenly announced, "Ding! All students participating in the freshman assessment, please gather at the Academy Plaza immediately. It's finally starting. I'm so excited." Mu Qinghe rubbed his hands in anticipation. E.g., your Shaoqing is so powerful. You have to look out for me. Su Tower also looked at Chun-Yi with hopeful eyes. Yeah, E.g., you have to help me too. Chun-Yi was puzzled. Help? Isn't the assessment a solo challenge? Mu Qinghe looked at Chun-Yi in surprise.
Seriously? 이게?
Don't tell me you don't even know what the assessment involves. The Chen family is a prominent clan in Jiangnan. You should be well informed. Chun-Yi forced a smile and tried to appear confident. I have nothing to fear. An assessment is just an assessment. How hard can it be? I'll handle whatever comes my way. Mu Qinghe thought to himself, sure, keep pretending. Outwardly, he flattered Chun-Yi, e.g., is truly a role model for us all. When the three of them arrived at the Academy Plaza, it was already teeming with people, easily numbering in the thousands. As Chun-Yi marveled at the grand scene, a gigantic creature suddenly appeared in the sky. Holy crap, that's an A-rank Beastmaster's Batwing Dragon. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement. I can't believe we're seeing a live A-rank Beastmaster's creature today. It's unbelievable. When will I ever have such a powerful beast? Dream on. If we can get our hands on a C-rank beast in this lifetime, we should count ourselves lucky. Look, there's someone on the dragon's back. Chun-Yi also noticed the figure on the dragon's back. To his surprise, it was the disheveled old man who had registered him for school. The old man now looked down at the bustling crowd below with an air of superiority. E.g., it's an A-rank Beastmaster's creature. We usually only see these things on TV. Seeing it in person is incredible. Mu Qinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chun-Yi scoffed, it's just a flying dragon. Let me tell you, my Shaoqing is a genuine divine dragon. This low-level creature is nothing. Mu Qinghe was speechless, thinking, here we go again. This is an A-rank beast, far superior to your little worm. But he didn't dare say it out loud and instead placated Chun-Yi, yes, EGE's Shaoqing is the best. I know. Su Tower was quite cooperative, looking at Chun-Yi with admiration. Wow, EGE is so handsome. Having a master's beast really makes a difference. Mu Qinghe rolled his eyes nearby. Geez, it seems that women in love really have zero IQ. Such obvious bragging, and she believes it. An A-grade Batwing Dragon, one of the elite dragons, there's no way some random little snake can compare. As the crowd murmured, the old man on the dragon's back cleared his throat and raised his hand to signal for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself first. I am Luo Rong, the Vice Dean of the Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. This year's entrance exam for new students will be fully managed by me. Please gather at the Academy Gate early tomorrow morning. The assessment will take place in an off-campus secret realm and will last for 7 days. During this period, you will lose contact with the outside world. So tonight, make sure to inform your families. After saying this, Luo Rong rode the Batwing Dragon and swiftly flew away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Chun-Yi was stunned. Seriously? All that pomp for a few words? This old guy really knows how to put on a show. Mu Qinghe turned pale. E.g., don't say such things. Vice Dean Luo is the second in command at our academy. If he hears you, he might make things difficult for you.
Chun-Yi shook nonchalantly.
Come on, the exam is tomorrow. No point in overthinking it. Let's go. Drinks are on me. Yay, EG is the best.
Su Tower cheered excitedly.
Unbeknownst to them, Vice Dean Luo Rong was hiding nearby, glaring at them with a dark expression. Beside him stood a cold and beautiful girl in black, her presence exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. This brat dared to mock me in public? Luo Rong muttered through gritted teeth. Fine, I'll show him. During the assessment, I'll make sure he regrets it. The girl in black scoffed disdainfully. This is the guy you said could rival me this year? He doesn't look like much. Luo Rong shook his head helplessly. Schwanger, don't underestimate him. He has awakened an S-grade talent. As far as I know, he already holds a position in the military. Being the master of a secret realm is just a high-level job. Luo Hanshuang snorted. With his skills, he's nothing. Grandpa, you spoil him too much. Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought me all the way here to observe him. Ah, you've always been so confident in yourself, Luo Rong sighed. I have a good eye for people. This kid is no ordinary person. Be careful during the assessment and avoid any conflicts. Luo Hanshuang replied nonchalantly, I'm not arrogant, just confident in my abilities. Fine, Grandpa. I'll see for myself what makes this Chunyi so special. Before dawn the next day, Chunyi was woken up by his father, Qin Zhanghua, and was practically shoved all the way to the academy. When Chunyi arrived at the academy gates, he found it already crowded with people. Ego, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you forever, Mu Qinghe eagerly greeted him. Chunyi rolled his eyes and said, Seriously? You guys are nuts, lining up so early in the morning. Mu Qinghe rubbed his hands excitedly. We were just too excited. Some people even stayed here overnight. Chunyi sighed and joined the waiting crowd. Soon, it was time to gather. A fleet of over 1,000 buses rolled into the academy, ready to transport students to the assessment site. By the time they arrived, it was almost noon. They were greeted by a majestic valley, flanked by military tents and patrolled by armed soldiers. At the end of the mountain path stood a massive stone gate, exuding an aura of mystery. Following his teacher's instructions, Chun Yi made his way to an open area. He noticed Vice Principal Luo Rong, usually quite disheveled, looking unusually tidy, standing at the front of the group. Everyone quiet down, Luo Rong called out. This valley is the location for your assessment. See that stone gate? Beyond it lies the Chuaying Gorge, an E-level secret realm. The creatures inside range from F to G level. We've made an agreement with the realm's leader. Once you enter, you'll be randomly teleported to different locations. The assessment lasts for 7 days. When it's time to gather, we'll light a signal fire at the exit. Go to your respective teachers to collect your record cards. The assessment is simple. Hunt creatures in the secret realm. G-level creatures are worth 1 point, F-level 3 points, and E-level 10 points. You need 60 points to pass. The record cards will automatically tally your scores. If you're in danger, crush the card, and someone will come to rescue you, but your assessment score will reset to 0. As Luo Rong explained the rules, a clear, pleasant notification sounded in Chun Yi's mind. Ding, new task triggered, freshman first. Task, achieve first place in this assessment. Reward, basic command technique. Hearing this, Chun Yi was invigorated. Though he didn't know what the command technique was, anything rewarded by the system had to be valuable. As for getting first place, Chun Yi was confident. Ever since Xiao Qing effortlessly defeated an E-level bone scorpion, Chun Yi's confidence in his own abilities had soared. According to his father, Xiao Qing might be registered as an F-level beast, but its true combat power was definitely at D-level. Considering the Academy's graduation standard was to cultivate a D-level beast, Chun Yi had already met the requirement before even starting school. Ego, the assessment requires us to scatter randomly. You have to find me quickly so I can tag along, Mu Qinghe said disappointedly. Gidge, you better find me too, Su Tower pouted. Don't worry, Chun Yi reassured them. We agreed to move towards higher ground once we're inside. We'll meet up sooner or later. Chun Yi received his identification card from the teacher and joined the crowd heading towards the secret realm's entrance. At the gate, a soldier holding a device scanned each person, checking for prohibited items to prevent cheating. Unbeknownst to Chan Yi, as he crossed the threshold, one of the soldiers glared at him with undisguised malice. Upon entering the secret realm, Chun Yi found himself beside a clear stream. Just then, a 3-horned deer drinking from the stream noticed him and jumped in fright. Before Chan Yi could react, the deer charged straight at him. Damn!
Chun Yi shouted.
A burst of green light shot out from his sleeve, forming a sharp wind blade that instantly sliced the deer in half. As the deer fell, Chun Yi's scorecard flashed, and the number on it jumped from 0 to 3. This thing's also F rank? It's too weak, Chen Yi muttered. Xiao Qing emerged from his sleeve, blinking its big eyes at Chen Yi with a smug expression. Chun Yi quickly patted it, saying, yes, it's not that they're weak, it's that you're too strong. Satisfied, Xiao Qing jumped to the deer's corpse and, opening its small mouth, swallowed both halves in one gulp, like a miniature black hole. Even Chen Yi felt a chill watching his own beast and silently covered his rear end. They had agreed to meet at a high point, but all he could see were towering trees, making it impossible to discern directions. Qian Yi, unsure of what to do, decided to follow the stream upstream, thinking that water flows downward, so following it should lead to an exit. On the other side of the secret realm, Su Feng eagerly took out the ring given to him by Morong Lei. With a gentle touch, a husky sprang out from the ring. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Su Feng muttered, "Strange," Lei Ji said, "this ring sealed a wolf. Why did it turn into a dog?" The husky, clearly hearing Su Feng's mumbling, jumped in anger. "You little brat, are you blind? I am a dignified wolf, not to be compared with mere dogs." It proudly raised its fluffy tail. "Look closely, a wolf's tail stands up. Only dogs have drooping tails." Su Feng's jaw dropped in shock. "Holy crap, you can talk? You're not an ordinary beast." The husky sneered, "Of course, I am the king among wolves, handsome and charming. Talking is no big deal. All right, kid, that old geezer told me to help you take someone out, and he'll set me free. So, who's the target this time?" Su Feng remembered his mission and quickly pulled out a piece of cloth. "A guy named Qian Yi. This was torn from his underwear. Smell it, and you should be able to find him, right?" If Qian Yi were present, he would have cursed, "Stealing a guy's underwear? Are you even human?" The husky, who introduced itself as Zhong Kong Kong, took the cloth, first licking it, then sniffing it hard. Nodding, it said, "All right, I got the scent. Just follow me, and I'll make sure we find this Qian Yi." With that, Zhong Kong Kong strode confidently ahead, and Su Feng followed closely behind. As time passed, the husky leading the way started to droop its tail more and more, looking every bit like a large dog. Su Feng cursed in his mind, "Damn it, this isn't a wolf at all, it's just a dog." In the blink of an eye, 2 days of the assessment had already gone by. Qian Yi continued tirelessly along the creek, and the score on the tag at his waist had unknowingly jumped to 72 points, far surpassing the passing mark. Qian Yi hadn't intentionally hunted the creatures of the secret realm. It was just that this creek seemed like the mother river of the realm, attracting various beasts to drink from it. To complete the system's tasks, Qian Yi naturally wouldn't miss any target, having Shaoqing swiftly take them down. What amazed Qian Yi the most was that despite Shaoqing devouring dozens of large beasts, he hadn't grown at all, still remaining the size of a pencil. Qian Yi couldn't fathom where all that mass had gone. "Shaoqing, the dragons I imagine are supposed to be majestic and imposing. When will you grow into that form, so I can ride on your back and show off?" Qian Yi muttered to Shaoqing, who merely tilted his head at him, seemingly not understanding. This had been the typical response during their interactions over the past few days. As he spoke, a loud shout suddenly echoed from afar. "Yuku, where do you think you're running off to? Weren't you and your sister pretty arrogant? Let's see how tough you are after I take down your beast. How will you strut around the academy then?" Hearing the commotion of a fight, Qian Yi's interest was piqued. He quietly approached the source of the noise, eager to see what was happening. Qian Yi followed the sound and quietly approached the scene. What he saw made him frown slightly. 3 young men were surrounding a pair who seemed to be siblings, with unpleasant smiles on their faces. Beside the siblings stood a giant toad and a wooden rat, while 3 fierce red-clawed eagles hovered menacingly above them. "Lin Hao, what are you doing? My sister and I have already made it clear that we won't join your family," the besieged young man demanded harshly. The leader, Lin Hao, sneered disdainfully. "Yuku, you really don't know what's good for you. If it weren't for the fact that both of you have awakened B-level talents, do you think a mere commoner like you deserves my personal invitation? Yeah, our young master Lin has lowered himself to invite you, and you dare to refuse?" One of the other 2 chimed in. "Exactly. Do you think our Lin family is so easy to bully?" added the third. Yuka's expression was resolute. "Lin Hao, we know very well what your Lin family is like. Joining you would mean changing our surname. Dream on." Lin Hao laughed instead of getting angry. "Ha, Yu Jie, your brother is so stubborn. Are you going to follow him? It's just a surname change. It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh. Do you think our Lin family would mistreat you?" Yu Jie was equally defiant. "Forget it. My brother and I have made up our minds. We will never join your Lin family." Chunyi nodded to himself. He knew that the Lin family was originally a vassal of the Qin family, but after Morong Shui rose to prominence, the Lin family defected to the Morong family, even biting the Qin family on their way out. Now they were bullying others here. How could he let this slide without teaching them a lesson? Just as Qian Yi was contemplating how to reveal himself, Lin Hao could no longer hold back. With a command, the 3 red-clawed eagles immediately dove down. One eagle grabbed the wooden rat guarding Yuku and soared into the air, then viciously hurled the rat toward the thicket where Qian Yi was hiding. "Damn it!" Qian Yi cursed under his breath as he quickly dodged to the side. The commotion naturally drew everyone's attention. Lin Hao frowned. "Who's there?" Since he had already been exposed, Qian Yi decided to step out confidently, dusting off his clothes leisurely. "Lin Hao, have you forgotten your old master after finding a new one?" Seeing that it was Chan Yi, Lin Hao was initially startled, a flicker of panic in his eyes, but he quickly regained his arrogance. Well, if it isn't the Chen family's lapdog, young Master Chun. What a surprise. Ha ha ha, Lin Hao, be careful not to say too much, or young Master Chun might run back and tattle to his brother, the overprotective madman, the other two taunted. Lin Hao is unfazed. What's there to be afraid of? Our Lin family has already pledged allegiance to the Morong family. Even if his brother had the guts, he wouldn't dare mess with us. Chun Yi's veins bulged with anger. Lin Hao, I've warned you. Call me a lapdog again, and I'll slaughter all your beasts. You? Lin Hao scoffed. Keep dreaming. With that, he whistled, and a red-clawed eagle immediately perched on his shoulder. See this? My red-clawed eagle is F level. If you can kill it, I'll admit defeat. Watch and see, Chen Yi retorted coldly. A small green snake had somehow slithered onto his shoulder without anyone noticing. Ftah, what is this thing? A snake? No, it's just a giant earthworm. The two lackeys behind Lin Hao laughed so hard they almost fell over. Lin Hao sneered, Choni, are you seriously planning to use this thing for the assessment? Has your Chen family gone completely broke? Chen Yi merely smiled faintly. I hope you can still laugh in a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of green light zipped by. Before anyone could react, Lin Hao's red-clawed hawk fell to the ground, its head neatly severed, blood gushing from its neck. This can't be happening. Everyone was stunned. The two lackeys who had been laughing moments ago were now pale and trembling. Lin Hao's red-clawed hawk was a genuine F-rank beast, and it had been killed in an instant. If even an F-rank beast could be defeated so easily, what chance did their G-rank beasts have? Chen Yi seemed to read their minds. He signaled to Shao Qing, and two more wind blades flashed. The two red-clawed hawks circling in the sky plummeted to the ground, their heads severed. Chen Yi walked unhurriedly to the dumbfounded Lin Hao, his tone icy. Weren't you calling me a lapdog? Why aren't you laughing now? Lin Hao's mouth hung open, unable to speak. His red-clawed hawks, his prized F-rank beasts, were dead just like that. Without his beasts, the assessment was as good as over. What kind of beast is this? How powerful is it? Lin Hao finally managed to stammer. And what if I told you?
Chan Yi Shuruk.
My Shao Qing is from the Dragon Clan and currently at F-rank strength. Rubbish. You must be cheating. Lin Hao accused furiously. How could a mere lapdog have such a powerful beast? You must have smuggled it in. Chun Yi remained unfazed. Believe what you want. They're dead anyway. What's the point in arguing? Honestly, you might as well die here. You wouldn't dare. Lin Hao's face turned ashen. Killing someone during the assessment? Are you insane? Why wouldn't I dare?
Chan Yi Siniret.
The rules don't say anything about not killing. Besides, even if I did kill you, what could your Lin family do to me? At these words, the two lackeys behind Lin Hao were terrified and tried to flee. But Chun Yi wasn't about to let them go. He signaled to Shao Qing, and in an instant, two green flashes struck, decapitating them both. Seeing the dire situation, Lin Hao was terrified. Trembling, he shouted, Chan Yi, you dare! As he fumbled to pull out his recording token and crushed it, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, and a yellow energy shield enveloped Lin Hao. Damn, I almost forgot about that, Chen Yi muttered, frustrated. He ordered Shao Qing to attack the energy shield, but it was futile. Within moments, a large bird descended from the sky, landing in front of everyone. A middle-aged man in examiner attire dismounted, surveying the scene. His eyes lingered on Chen Yi for a moment before shifting to the bodies on the ground, his expression a mix of shock and uncertainty, but he said nothing. The examiner walked straight to Lin Hao and said sternly, Since you've crushed your recording token, you forfeit. Come with me. He grabbed Lin Hao and leaped onto the bird's back. The giant bird flapped its wings and gradually ascended. At that moment, Lin Hao's voice came from above. Chan Yi, just you wait. This isn't over between us. Chan Yi responded with a cold sneer, his tone chilling. Bring it on if you have the guts. Remember, from now on, if you dare to contract another beast, I'll kill it. And if I get the chance, I'll take your life too. As he watched the giant bird disappear into the distance, Chan Yi finally turned his gaze towards the Yu siblings. Facing Chan Yi, a man who could kill without batting an eye, Yuku instinctively took a step back, shielding his sister Yu Jie behind him. Sir, my sister and I are strangers to you. Rest assured, we won't breathe a word about what just happened. Please, have mercy and let us go, Yuku pleaded cautiously.
Chan Yi Vavet dismissively.
Relax, I'm not a senseless killer. Besides, I overheard Lin Hao mention that both of you have awakened B-level abilities. Is that true? Yuka nodded, a hint of pride in his expression. Yes, I have the ability to gigantify, while my sister can miniaturize. What use do these abilities have? Are they powerful? Chen Yi asked, intrigued. Under normal circumstances, Yuka might have boasted about their abilities. But faced with Chan Yi, who had a seemingly fragile yet extremely dangerous snake coiled around his shoulder, he swallowed hard and answered honestly, among B-level abilities, they're considered top tier. The larger the beast I control, the stronger it becomes. As for my sister, the smaller the beast, the more powerful it is. Gigantification I can understand, Choni mused. Most beasts grow larger as they advance. But miniaturization seems counterintuitive. Isn't that a disadvantage? Yuka suddenly realized, friend, haven't you heard? In the Jiang province, insect-type beasts are prevalent. They're generally small and don't grow much even after advancing. My sister's miniaturization ability is perfect for insect-type beasts. I see, Chunny nodded. Blame it on the previous owner of this body for never studying. He knew nothing beyond being a sycophant. But why did your sister contract a giant amphibian? Yuka looked troubled. Friend, unlike you from a prominent family, my sister and I grew up in an orphanage. We couldn't afford expensive insect-type beasts. Would you two be interested in joining me? Chunny suddenly asked. I can help you acquire suitable beasts in the future. As for other benefits, you'll find out in due time. Join you?
Keskiviikko ei et Chen Yi varili.
I heard Lin Hao mention you're from the Qin family. If we join, do we have to change our surname? Chunny realized the siblings' concern. In this world, commoners who wished to join a prestigious family for protection often had to adopt the family surname, gradually losing their original bloodline and identity. I mean follow me personally, Chunny clarified. Not join the Qin family. Understand? The Yu siblings exchanged glances, a look of realization passing between them. They had witnessed Chen Yi's formidable power and knew he was a rare opportunity to ally with. All right, as long as we don't have to change our surname, from now on, I, Yuku, will follow young Master Chun, through fire and water if need be.
Keskiviikko Bauved.
I will also follow my brother and support young Master Chun. Yujia pledged her allegiance. Having gained 2 new followers, Chunny felt a bit overwhelmed. All right. For now, I don't have much to offer you. If I come across anything good in the future, you guys will be my first choice. And if anyone bullies you at the academy, just mention my name and I guarantee no one will dare to mess with you again. The Yu siblings responded in unison. From then on, the figure walking through the woods was no longer just Chani. It became 3 figures walking side by side. Yuku, where did you say you saw Mu Qinghe earlier? Chunyi asked as they walked. If I remember correctly, it was right before Lin Hao and his gang intercepted us yesterday. I saw Mu Qinghe being chased by a woman in black, Yuka recalled. What? A woman? Chunyi raised an eyebrow in surprise. That guy Mu Qinghe must have gotten himself into some romantic trouble, and now the girl is after him. I don't think so, Yuka shook his head. I heard the woman repeatedly asking Mu Qinghe about your whereabouts, as if she wanted to extract some secret from him. Chunyi couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for his good friend. Mu Qinghe really is a magnet for trouble. Now he's being targeted. Let's go. Take me to where you last saw him. We can't just stand by when a brother is in danger, Chunyi decided immediately. Meanwhile, on a hilltop, Mu Qinghe was slumped on the ground, looking utterly miserable. He was covered in soot, like a charred crow, and his face was filled with despair. Just when he thought he could catch his breath, a dark cloud loomed in the distance, scaring him out of his wits. Moments later, a cold and beautiful woman in black appeared under the cloud. Her eyes were sharp as lightning, piercing straight through Mu Qinghe. Mu Qinghe, I'll ask you one last time. Where is Chani? She demanded. Mu Qinghe was on the verge of tears. My lady, I've told you countless times. We were randomly teleported into this secret realm. How could I possibly know where Chani is? Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have that information. Luo Hanshuang snorted coldly. Stop playing dumb. I've heard that you are Chun Yi's only close friend. Surely you must have some secret way of communicating with him? Mu Qinghe looked helpless. Sister, where do you get these rumors from? How could I possibly have a secret way to contact Chun Yi? Even if I did, I wouldn't betray my brother. Stubborn fool. Luo Hanshuang finally lost her temper. If you insist on being obstinate, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as she finished speaking, another bolt of lightning shot down from the dark cloud above her, striking Mu Qinghe with precision, leaving him scorched inside and out. Mercy, please.
Mu Qinghe wailed, scrambling to escape.
His venomous spider beast couldn't attack from a distance, leaving him no choice but to run for his life. Not far ahead, 2 figures suddenly appeared. In his desperation, Mu Qinghe didn't bother to identify them and rushed straight towards them. Luo Hanshuang pursued relentlessly, another lightning bolt striking one of the figures. Ah! Who dares strike me, Grandpa Zhong? Are you tired of living? A pained howl echoed through the forest. It turned out the 2 figures were none other than Su Feng and his beast, the husky Zhong Kongkong. Seeing this, Mu Qinghe rejoiced. Great, someone to take the heat for me, he thought. While the 2 diverted Luo Hanshuang's attention, he fled without looking back. Zhong Kong, his eyes red with fury, leaped out and started barking madly at Luo Hanzhuang. You brat! You think you can get away after attacking Grandpa? Su Feng quickly stepped in to restrain the enraged Zhong Kong. Calm down, Kong. We have more important things to do. This young lady probably didn't mean to hurt anyone. Let's give her a break. Luo Hanzhuang had no intention of prolonging the conflict. She shot a cold glance at Zhong Kong and said haughtily, yes, it was an accident. I apologize. Can we all just move on now? You're the dog here. Zhong Kong shouted back, livid. You can't insult Grandpa Zhong, no matter how hard you try. If you don't believe me, bring it on. With that, Zhong Kong let out a long howl, his tail raised high. Using some unknown sorcery, he suddenly shot into the air. His mouth opened wide, and he unleashed a void break towards the black cloud hovering over Luo Hanzhuang's head. A crack appeared in the cloud, shattering it like a broken mirror. With a grating sound, the dark cloud dispersed. Feeling triumphant after his successful strike, Zhong Kong raised his arms and shouted, ha! How do you like that, little girl? Taste the power of Grandpa Zhong. But his glee was short-lived. In less than 2 seconds, the surrounding clouds coalesced in a fit of rage. Lightning bolts rained down like a fierce storm, striking Zhong Kong relentlessly. Ouch! It hurts, he wailed, rolling on the ground in agony. Damn, this girl's cloud monster is something else. Su Feng watched in shock, his heart racing. He knew Zhong Kong was no pushover, at least at the D-level Beastmaster standard. Yet, he hadn't expected the black-clad woman's cloud beast to be a match for him. Could she be hiding some formidable secret? Luo Hanzhuang didn't even spare Zhong Kong a glance. She walked straight up to Su Feng and said icily, I see you're a reasonable person. If your dog dares to disrespect me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Also, I'm not interested in your affairs. I hope you won't waste my time with them. Su Feng's expression shifted slightly. He never expected such powerful adversaries among the newcomers. This made him even more wary about Chen Yi's whereabouts. Seeing Luo Hanzhuang's furious expression, Su Feng felt equally aggrieved. Heaven knows, he and Zhong Kong were just innocent bystanders, but somehow they got blamed as the culprits. Meanwhile, in the sky, Zhong Kong's battle with the dark cloud had reached a fever pitch. The once vast cloud had shrunk significantly, and Zhong Kong's fur was mostly singed by lightning, making him look quite pathetic. Damn it! This is infuriating. Zhong Kong howled at the sky. If I were still in my prime, I could douse this stupid cloud with a single piss. As the situation grew increasingly unfavorable, Su Feng started to panic. After all, Zhong Kong was his key weapon against Chen Yi. But judging by this woman's performance, she wasn't going to be easy to deal with. To hell with it. Su Feng gritted his teeth and summoned a one-horned bull, leaping onto its back. Grandpa Zhong, let's retreat. We've got more important things to handle. Although Zhong Kong was enraged, he wasn't stupid. He knew that continuing to tangle with this bizarre cloud spirit was a gamble and could jeopardize his plans for regaining freedom. Humph, you lousy girl. Remember this? Once I regain my full strength, I'll make you pay, he snarled before darting to Su Feng's side to flee together. Stop. Luo Hanzhuang was shocked. She stared intently at Su Feng's retreating figure, muttering, this guy can summon 2 beasts at once. Could he have reached D-level Beastmaster? No, that dog clearly isn't under his control. Did he sneak it into the assessment arena? Her eyes flashed with a cold light. Cheating right under my nose? This guy must have a death wish. Let's go, chase him. With that, the dark cloud above her head quickly gathered and sped off in Su Feng's direction. Just then, in the distance, Chen Yi, led by Yuku, was also approaching the scene. By now, his scorecard had surpassed 200, and with his help, the Yu siblings had also reached the passing line. Young Master Chen, look, that dark cloud. Yuku pointed to the anomaly in the sky. That's the beast of the woman chasing Mu Qinghe. Chen Yi looked up with interest, pondering. I never thought there could be a cloud-type beast in this world. This is getting more and more interesting. At that moment, the fleeing Su Feng and Zhong Kong came into Chen Yi's view. Seeing someone blocking their path, Su Feng impatiently shouted, move! Get out of the way. Chen Yi was taken aback, but Su Feng didn't even glance back as he rode past arrogantly. What a cocky attitude. Chen Yi was about to react when Su Feng suddenly reined in his mount and turned back in terror.
Cha Chen Yi.
Su Feng stammered, calling out his name. This sudden stop caused Zhong Kong, following closely behind, to crash into the one-horned bull's rear, flinging Su Feng off the bull and onto the ground. Holy crap! Su, are you trying to kill me? Zhong Kong struggled to get up, cursing furiously. You think you can play these dirty tricks on your big brother? Believe it or not, I'll eat you alive. Chen Yi was dumbfounded. Did this guy know him? And how could that husky talk? What the heck? You can actually speak? Chen Yi's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Already fuming from his tussle with Luo Hanswang, Zhong Kongkong was incensed when Qianyi called him a dog. Damn you! I'm a genuine wolf. Zhong Kongkong roared, you little brat, you're asking for a beating. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful attack from the void was already crashing down on Qianyi. In the nick of time, Shaoqing, perched on Qianyi's shoulder, reacted swiftly. With a swoosh, it darted out, forming a water wall just in time to block Zhong Kongkong's lethal strike. Damn it! You crazy mutt! How dare you attack me? Chunyi roared in anger, pointing a finger. Shaoqing, take him down. Seeing his attack fail and the opponent enraged, Zhong Kongkong was stunned. What the hell? This kid actually blocked my full-strength attack? Su, are you kidding me? Zhong Kongkong questioned. Weren't we supposed to deal with freshmen? You call this a freshman? Su Feng snapped out of his daze and quickly explained, Brother Kong, that Chunyi is our target. We have to eliminate him. Alarm bells rang in Chen Yi's mind. Someone wanted to kill him? Recalling Mu Qinghe's warning about Moronglai's plans to sabotage him during the assessment, he quickly pieced things together. Could this wolf and dog duo be Moronglai's assassins? You think you can take my life? Chunyi sneered, keep dreaming. Despite his bravado, he remained cautious. At his signal, Shaoqing silently climbed onto his shoulder, launching razor-sharp wind blades straight at Zhong Kongkong. Holy crap! What kind of freakish beast is this? Zhong Kongkong was terrified, dodging frantically. You little punk! Your worm is this powerful? Facing the relentless assault, Zhong Kongkong was overwhelmed, unable to counterattack. The ground littered with shattered branches and debris testified to the wind blade's terrifying power, rivaling the lightning of Yunling. Damn it! That old geezer wants to kill me using someone else's hand. Zhong Kongkong's heart sank. It was clear that rather than freeing him, his grandfather intended to use this chance to eliminate him as a threat. Su Feng was also scared out of his wits. He never imagined that the once bullied Chun Yi could become so powerful overnight. Grandpa Wolf, let me help you. Su Feng gritted his teeth, commanding his one-horned bull to charge at Chan Yi. Seeing this, Yuku and Yujie quickly summoned their wood mouse and giant frog to intercept the charging bull. Young Master Chun, we'll help you, the siblings shouted in unison. Chun Yi nodded in thanks and focused on dealing with Zhong Kongkong. He had to admit, this wild wolf was one of the strongest opponents he had faced. Although Shaoqing was exceptionally gifted, it was still young and could, at best, match Zhong Kongkong's D-level beast. Zhong Kongkong struggled desperately amidst the fierce storm of wind blades. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. Despite using all his strength, he couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes. Seeing this, Chun Yi sneered, Stray dog. You're not Su Feng's tamed beast at all, are you? How did he manage to bring you into the examination field? Wait a minute, the Secret Realm Army conducted strict security checks on everyone. Could there be an insider? Woof. You think I'd want to be that pretty boy's tamed beast? Zhong Kongkong's ferocity was fully revealed. I am a dignified wolf. How could I be controlled by anyone? Su Feng was also on the verge of collapse. He had initially thought that with Zhong Kongkong's strength, killing Chun Yi would be a piece of cake. Who knew it would turn out like this? What worried him even more was that Luo Hanshuang's figure had already appeared on the distant horizon. Wolf Grandpa, give it your all. Su Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If you kill Chun Yi, won't you regain your freedom? Damn it, you think I'm not already giving it my all? Zhong Kongkong roared. That kid's beast on his shoulder is too bizarre. It's practically impenetrable. Su Feng glared hatefully at Chan Yi, gritting his teeth. Damn it, the intel was wrong. No wonder you didn't want that Song Yu wolf. Turns out your Qin family had already prepared such a formidable weapon for you.
Chen Yi smirked disdainful.
Looks like Morong Lei's investigation on me was thorough indeed. Stop pretending. You think I don't know you were sent by Morong Lei? Chun Yi coldly continued. Now you've experienced the power of this divine dragon, haven't you? Shenlong? Su Feng frowned, puzzled by this creature he had never heard of. Unlike him, Zhong Kongkong was stunned when Chan Yi referred to Shaoqing as a Shenlong, forgetting to counterattack and merely dodging the wind blades while staring intently at Shaoqing. Heavens! How is this possible? Zhong Kongkong muttered to himself. The Shenlong clan has been extinct for millennia, and this kid's beast is a genuine Shenlong. Chun Yi was equally bewildered. Could Shenlongs really exist in this world? And this wild dog knows about them? Chun Yi signaled Shaoqing to pause the attack and asked curiously, Wild dog, do you recognize Shenlongs? Zhong Kongkong nodded emphatically. Of course. As a member of the Wolf clan, how could I not know the great name of Shenlongs? But, he paused, deep in thought. It's strange. The Shenlong clan always prided themselves as the supreme beings of heaven and earth. How could one willingly become a human's beast? It doesn't make sense. Seeing his expression, Chun Yi couldn't help but tease. What's the big deal? I am a reincarnated god of creation. Emir Shenlong is nothing extraordinary. Su Feng, growing anxious, shouted at Zhong Kongkong, Grandpa Wolf, hurry up and fight. If you delay any longer, that woman will catch up. God of creation? What's that? Zhong Kongkong blinked in confusion, then suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked at Chenyi in terror. I get it. You must be the illegitimate child of that big shot from the void. No wonder you can command a Shenlong. You have that connection? With this realization, Zhong Kongkong's previous arrogance vanished. He ran up to Chenyi, licking his shoes in a fawning manner. Master, please forgive me. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please don't hold it against this foolish creature. This unexpected turn of events left Chenyi dumbfounded, and even Su Feng and the Yu siblings were left speechless, completely at a loss. Grandpa Wolf, what are you doing? Su Feng cried in frustration. Are you just going to give up your freedom like this? Zhong Kongkong glanced at him disdainfully. You little brat, get over here and kowtow to your great-grandfather. Maybe then you'll keep your life. Su Feng was furious but helpless. Are you betraying us? Zhong Kongkong's eyes darted to the Shenlong on Chenyi's shoulder, and he seemed to make a decision. A light suddenly glowed on his back, revealing an ethereal chain. Woof. I've had enough of you. Zhong Kongkong howled to the sky, his whole body trembling violently. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the chain binding him shattered into pieces, dissipating into stardust. At the same time, Zhong Kongkong coughed up blood, his previously formidable aura plummeting from D level to the lowest G level in an instant. Phew, that almost killed me, he said weakly, limping as he walked. He looked at Chenyi with a flattering smile. Master, I just risked my life to break the seal and turn to the right side. I swear to follow you to the death. Please, show me your great mercy and take care of me in the future. Chenyi was still reeling from the dramatic turn of events. Judging by the dog's reaction, it seemed to genuinely understand the Dragon Clan and even respected their power. Could it be that the dog thought highly of itself because it considered its master to be extraordinary? Chenyi felt a surge of pride. This dog had good judgment. After all, he was a man blessed with a unique system, not someone to be underestimated. With a magnanimous wave of his hand, he said, All right, you can follow me from now on. I value loyalty above all. As long as you serve me faithfully, I'll look out for you. Woof. Master, you're wise. Zhong Kongkong wagged his tail enthusiastically. Then he turned to Chenyi and said, Master, that Su Feng harbors ill intentions towards you. Don't let him escape.
Chenyi nodded.
Su Feng had to die, but to prevent him from shattering the recording token and fleeing, he needed to be taken out in one blow. Su Feng found himself in a dire situation. He knew he was no match for Chenyi, especially with Zhong Kongkong now on the opposing side. In desperation, he leaped onto the back of his unicorn bull and glared at Chenyi. Chenyi, consider yourself lucky. As for you, dog, I'll report your betrayal and see how you fare. To hell with you. How dare you call me a dog? Zhong Kongkong cursed, but his severe injuries prevented him from using his void break skill. Su Feng had clearly underestimated Xiaoqing's power. Attempting to flee in front of everyone was a death wish. A silent wind blade sliced through the air, severing Su Feng's upper body, sending blood spraying. His remaining half twitched on the ground, attempting to reach for the recording token at his waist, but another wind blade severed his wrist, ending his life completely. The unicorn bull, terrified by its master's death, bolted away, too scared to continue fighting. Chenyi didn't bother to chase it. With its master dead, the bull's fate was irrelevant. Zhong Kongkong, thrilled to see Su Feng's lifeless body, rolled around in excitement. He darted to the corpse, kicked its unseeing face, and unceremoniously urinated on it. Then, he picked up Su Feng's severed arm and proudly brought it back to Chenyi, dropping the bloody limb at his feet. Woof. Master, you're formidable. Truly worthy of being the dragon's master. I admire your prowess and methods. Zhong Kongkong praised incessantly. The Yu siblings, accustomed to Chenyi's killings, remained indifferent. Chenyi glanced at Zhong Kongkong, exasperated. Stop calling me master or grandpa. Just call me boss. Woof. Yes, boss. Zhong Kongkong stood at attention, looking spirited. Following his reminder, Chenyi picked up Su Feng's severed arm and removed the ring that had originally been used to seal Zhong Kongkong. As they cleaned up the aftermath, a dark cloud approached from a distance. Luo Hanshuang noticed Su Feng's corpse lying on the ground and Zhong Kongkong standing beside Chenyi, her brow furrowing slightly and a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Chenyi was also intrigued by this mysterious girl. Anyone who could command cloud-based beasts was certainly not ordinary. Yuka quickly leaned in and whispered to Chenyi, young Master Chun. That's the girl who's been hunting Mu Qinghe. Chenyi nodded and was about to step forward to inquire about Mu Qinghe's whereabouts when Luo Hanshuang spoke up first. No wonder my grandfather thinks highly of you. You indeed have some real skills, she said, her cool voice tinged with a hint of approval. Chunyi was taken aback. Does this girl know me? And who is this grandfather she mentioned? Before he could ask, Luo Hanswang introduced herself. I am Luo Hanswang, the granddaughter of Luo Rong, the deputy dean of the Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. My grandmother, He Ime, is the current chairwoman of the Beast Taming Alliance. Both my parents are senior professors at the academy. Oh, and my maternal grandparents hold high positions at the main academy in the capital, enjoying exceptional status. This barrage of titles left Chunyi stunned, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Wow, miss, are you stacking buffs or something? Chunyi couldn't help but quip. Is this how you introduce yourself? Gulp. With the sound of swallowing saliva, Chun-Yi took a deep breath and cautiously spoke. May I ask if you are Miss Luo Hanswang, granddaughter of the Vice Dean Luo Rong, granddaughter of the Jiangnan Province Beast Alliance President, daughter of 2 professors at the Academy, and granddaughter of 2 high-ranking officials at the Kyoto Beast Master Academy? What brings you here? Luo Hanshuang's face showed displeasure upon hearing Chen Yi's introduction. I am who I am. What do my elders have to do with this? Damn it. Chen Yi cursed inwardly, wishing he could give this girl a good slap. But he knew he would pay dearly if he did. If you're so independent, then why mention your elders in the first place? He thought. He suppressed his anger and said stiffly, All right then, Miss Luo, what do you want from me? Miss? Luo Hanshuang frowned. Zhong Kongkong couldn't stand it anymore and jumped in, pointing at Luo Hanshuang and shouting, You brat! Show some respect. My boss is giving you so much face, and you still don't appreciate it. Damn it. Chun Yi quickly kicked Zhong Kongkong aside and forced a smile. Miss, let's talk this out, shall we? Luo Hanshuang shot a cold glare at Zhong Kongkong and said icily, I didn't have any business initially, just wanted to see what kind of person you are. But now, I do have something to ask of you. She pointed at Zhong Kongkong, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Hand over this worthless dog. Chun Yi narrowed his eyes, calculating in his mind. This dog must have some significance, especially since it had already pledged allegiance to him. There was no way he could just hand it over. With a mischievous smile, he said, I might not have many skills, but I'm pretty good in other areas. How about you check out my skills yourself? Maybe you'll forget about the dog. Other areas? What skills? Luo Hanshuang was puzzled and muttered to herself, I'll have to ask Grandpa about this later. Are these skills really that impressive? Seeing that Chun-Yi was unaffected, Luo Hanshuang's anger reached its peak. Dark clouds began to swirl above her head, brewing with thunder, ready to strike at any moment. Zhong Kongkong shook his head frantically. Boss, this girl's cloud spirit is really sinister. Don't underestimate it. Its lightning can track its target. It's extremely vicious. Chani was about to instruct Xiao Qing to prepare for battle, but Xiao Qing was already staring intently at the dark clouds, eyes filled with longing. What does this mean? Could it be that Xiao Qing wants to devour the lightning? Xiao Qing nodded vigorously, smacking its lips and twisting its body into an exaggerated Z shape. No way. Chun-Yi was dumbfounded. Are you planning to eat the lightning as a snack? With Xiao Qing's high expectations, Chun-Yi had no choice but to brace himself. However, before he could give the order, Luo Hanshuang struck first. A thick bolt of lightning shot out from the clouds, heading straight for Zhong Kongkong. With only J-level strength, Zhong Kongkong would be severely injured, if not killed, by such an attack. At the critical moment, Xiao Qing leapt nimbly onto Zhong Kongkong's head and opened its tiny mouth, swallowing the entire bolt of lightning. To everyone's amazement, Xiao Qing was not only unharmed but looked utterly satisfied, as if it had just enjoyed a delicious meal. Oh my god, what now? Chun-Yi's face showed his dilemma. Given the current situation, if no one intervenes, Luo Hanshuang's cloud spirit might be completely devoured by Xiao Qing. But it was too late to think too much about it. With a fierce glare, Chun-Yi shouted at Luo Hanshuang, Hey Luo, you started this fight, so don't blame me if you get beaten. Xiao Qing, go. Xiao Qing, thrilled by the command, let out a youthful dragon roar and unleashed its wind powers, darting straight towards the dark cloud. Zhong Kongkong, hearing the roar, trembled with excitement. Heavens, it really is a divine dragon. I've finally lived to see this day. You bunch of bastards, just wait, one day, I'll come back and get my revenge. Although he spoke softly, Chun-Yi still caught his words. It seemed this dog had a more complicated background than he had imagined. At this moment, Luo Hanshuang was also panicking. Her usually unstoppable cloud spirit was utterly powerless against this little snake, as if it had met its natural enemy. What was even more alarming was that the snake could consume lightning as food, something beyond anyone's comprehension. Watching the dark cloud shrink visibly, Luo Hanshuang finally couldn't sit still. She shouted sternly, Chun-Yi, make your beast stop. Feeling triumphant, Chun-Yi responded leisurely, Oh, you started the fight, and now you're scared? Weren't you all high and mighty? Luo Hanshuang was at a loss for words, but, seeing the precarious state of her cloud spirit, she had no choice but to lower herself. In a subdued voice, she said, "Stop, I surrender. What do you want? I'll do anything." Anyone else might have taken advantage of the situation, forcing her to surrender her beast. But Chun-Yi didn't dare to provoke someone as formidable as Luo Hanzhuang. Seeing her admit defeat, he decided not to press further. "I don't have any other demands," he said generously. "Just promise you won't have your family come after me once we're out of here." "Of course," Luo Hanzhuang nodded. "I handle my own affairs. If there's any revenge, it'll be by my own hand." "Deal." At Chen Yi's command, Shaoqing reluctantly retreated from the dark cloud. When it returned to Chen Yi's shoulder, it was noticeably larger than before. Clearly, the lightning feast had greatly nourished it. "And one more thing," Chen Yi added, pointing at Zhong Kongkong. "This dog is under my protection now. Don't think about causing it any trouble." Luo Hanzhuang gave Zhong Kongkong a reluctant nod. Seeing the danger pass, Zhong Kongkong swaggered out from behind Chen Yi and smugly said to Luo Hanzhuang, "Woof, girl, we're even now, so shut up." Before he could finish, Chen Yi kicked him. Zhong Kongkong glanced sheepishly at his master's darkened face and fell silent. Before leaving, Luo Hanzhuang gave Zhong Kongkong a meaningful look and warned Chen Yi, "This dog isn't as simple as it seems. You'd better keep an eye on it. Don't be fooled by its loyalty now. It might cause you trouble one day." With that, she left without looking back. Chen Yi pondered Luo Hanzhuang's words, growing even more curious about Zhong Kongkong's mysterious background. "Come clean. Where on earth did you come from?
Chen Yi demanded.
And who exactly is that Master Su Feng mentioned?" Zhong Kongkong shook his head repeatedly. "Boss, to be honest, I have no idea about that old man's background. I just remember escaping from the secret realm, and not long after, he caught me." "You escaped from the secret realm?" Chen Yi was taken aback. "Absolutely," Zhong Kongkong replied confidently. "Why is it that only you humans can go to the secret realm to seek treasures, but we beings from the secret realm can't come to your world to do the same? That's just unfair." Chen Yi nodded, finding some logic in Zhong Kongkong's words. "But right now, the most important thing is to figure out the identity of that mysterious person. Are you sure you don't have any clues?" Chen Yi pressed on, unwilling to give up. Zhong Kongkong scratched his head, trying hard to recall. It seems that old man claimed to be the head of some Tianji pavilion. Whether that's true or not, who knows? Tianji pavilion? Chun Yi's brow furrowed. He had never heard of this organization, but judging by the name, it was no ordinary group. It seemed the forces behind this were more complex and powerful than he had imagined. Yuku and his sister had been standing by for a long time, and seeing Chun Yi's serious expression, they didn't dare to speak up. Chun Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus on the present. The immediate priority was to complete their assessment. Uncovering the hidden enemy would require a long-term plan. "Let's go. We have work to do." He patted Yuku on the shoulder, signaling to continue their journey. Zhong Kongkong naturally followed closely behind, sticking to his benefactor like glue. And so, the group, one man, one dog, and a pair of siblings, set off towards the distant horizon, leaving behind a battlefield still warm with the dead and a shroud of unsolved mysteries. According to Zhong Kongkong, it was indeed unclear about the true identity of that mysterious person. The only thing he knew was that the other party, impressed by his intelligence and ability to speak, wanted to subdue him. However, Zhong Kongkong was unyielding and even verbally defiant. In response, the old man placed a restriction on him, completely sealing his path to cultivation. This time, they reached an agreement. As long as Zhong Kongkong could eliminate Chen Yi, the old man would lift the restriction and grant him freedom. As for Zhong Kongkong's origins, he refused to disclose them, stating only that if Chen Yi knew, it might bring about significant trouble. Chen Yi did not press further, understanding that everyone has their secrets. The primary concern now was to complete the assessment and find the missing Mu Qinghe and Su Tower. Initially, Chen Yi had planned to assist them, but the vastness of this level secret realm made it like finding a needle in a haystack without any means of contact. Given their abilities, he figured they should at least score a passing 60 points. Chen Yi had a more important goal, securing the top spot as a freshman, a task assigned by the system. To increase efficiency, he decided to temporarily leave the Yu siblings and hunt monsters with Zhong Kongkong's guidance. After all, with his help, Yuku and Yu Jie had already passed the threshold. They could rest until the 7th day without any issue. Zhong Kongkong's keen sense of smell made him an excellent tracker, never missing a target. Before long, the final day of the assessment arrived. Chen Yi glanced at his scorecard hanging from his waist, and then looked towards the distant smoke signals, calculating that he should have secured the top spot with his points. With this in mind, he pulled out the ring that sealed Zhong Kongkong and said with a smile, "Kongkong, stay in here for now. Once I secure my secret realm, you'll have a new home with plenty of good food and drink." Normally, a beast without a contract couldn't enter a beastmaster's secret realm, but the system's transfer skill bypassed this limitation. Of course, Chen Yi didn't mention whether Zhong Kongkong could come out again. He intended to trick him into the ring first. Zhong Kongkong, unsuspecting, willingly entered the ring. Satisfied, Chunyi nodded and then dashed towards the smoke signal. When he arrived at the gathering point, many candidates had already assembled in small groups, discussing various aspects of the assessment. Chen Yi immediately spotted Luo Hanzhuang in the crowd. Surprisingly, the usually aloof Luo Hanzhuang gave him a shy glance, like a young girl experiencing her first crush. Just as Chen Yi was puzzled by this, Vice Dean Luo Rong approached him with a stern expression. Seeing this, Chen Yi cursed inwardly, "Damn, this woman has no sense of decency, reporting me afterward. How despicable." Luo Rong grabbed Chen Yi by the collar and barked, "Kid, come with me." As the Vice Dean and an A-level beastmaster, Luo Rong wasn't someone Chen Yi could easily defy. Worst-case scenario, he could leverage his rank as a major general to gain the upper hand. Surely, Luo Rong wouldn't dare openly scheme against him. Luo Rong dragged Chen Yi to a secluded spot, glared at him fiercely, then sighed deeply and patted his shoulder. "Young man, your talent is quite impressive, and you are a suitable match for my daughter, Schwanger. But you young people must take things step by step. Don't rush into things." "What? What are you talking about?" Chen Yi was completely confused. "Dean, what do you mean by that?"
Schwanger?
"Luo Hanzhuang." Luo Rong shot him an annoyed look. "You little rascal, taking advantage and playing dumb, huh? I've helped you with this hurdle, but as for the other elders, that's a different story. Anyway, you better treat my granddaughter well, or else." Chen Yi's mouth hung open, unable to form a single word. What was this all about? When did he and Luo Hanzhuang end up in this kind of relationship? Seeing him standing there dazed, Luo Rong patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "All right, I'm leaving my granddaughter in your hands. Take care of her." With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Chen Yi finally snapped out of it, shouting internally, "What the heck? What did that woman say to her grandfather to make things turn out like this? I need to find her and get to the bottom of this." But before he could take action, Luo Hanzhuang appeared in front of him, her face frosty, and demanded, "What did my grandfather say to you?" Chen Yi was both amused and exasperated. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? What exactly did you tell Dean Luo to confuse him like that?" Luo Hanzhuang's cheeks turned slightly red as she stammered, "I didn't say much, just asked him a question." "What question?" Chen Yi asked helplessly. "Well, I asked him what you meant by your special skill, and how powerful it was," Luo Hanzhuang muttered, blushing. Chen Yi nearly choked on his own saliva. Was this woman really that naive, or just pretending? How could she ask such a suggestive question so casually, and worse, take it to her elders? He cautiously asked, "So, how did your grandfather respond?" "He didn't answer me directly," Luo Hanzhuang recalled, "but he got so mad that he threatened to find you and tear you to pieces. Luckily, I stopped him and said I would handle it myself." Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "And what else?" Luo Hanzhuang hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "Grandfather also asked me if I had seen your special skill with my own eyes." Chen Yi almost spat out blood. "Seen it? No way." Seeing his changing expressions, Luo Hanzhuang grew even more puzzled. "Wait, are you saying that your special skill isn't about your ability to absorb lightning with your beast control?" Chen Yi shook his head in despair. This girl was really clueless. Seeing his silence, Luo Hanzhuang became anxious. "Say something. I just wanted to ask grandfather about the power of your special skill, but it ended up with him asking me how impressive it was. And when I said it was impressive, grandfather smiled and said he would never interfere in young people's matters, just hoping we'd be happy together." "What's going on?" Chen Yi muttered to himself. Is there something wrong with the Luo family's way of thinking? How could they take such a ridiculous story seriously? He took a deep breath to calm himself and said to Luo Hanzhuang, "This whole thing is a big misunderstanding. How about you go back and explain it clearly to your grandfather, so we don't have any more complications?" "What did I do wrong?" Luo Hanzhuang was even more confused. "Could you please explain it to me clearly? What's going on exactly?" Chen Yi was frustrated, and with a pained expression, he said through gritted teeth, "Your grandpa most likely thinks we have some sort of inappropriate relationship. That comment about being well endowed was just a joke. But you took it seriously and even exaggerated it when you told your grandpa. You're setting me up here." "What?" Luo Hanzhuang's face turned beet red with a mix of shock and embarrassment. "In your dreams. I'll go and clarify this with my grandpa right now. Don't even think about messing with me." With that, she fled as if her life depended on it, not wanting to stay a second longer in front of this scoundrel. Chen Yi stared dumbfounded at her retreating figure, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. "Damn it! The more I explain, the worse it gets. I just hope Director Luo doesn't get swayed by his granddaughter's twisted story. Otherwise, my campus life will be over before it even starts. This whole situation is just baffling. Forget it. He's given up completely. Whatever happens, happens. Brother E. Su Tower, who arrived fashionably late, saw Chin Yi and immediately bounced over to him, clinging to his arm and whining, "Didn't you say you'd come find me? Why couldn't I find you anywhere?" Another troublemaker. Chin Yi, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the women around him, instinctively pulled his arm back and said helplessly, "I did look for you. But this secret realm is too vast. I just couldn't find you." "Emph. I bet you just found a place to hide," came a cold snort from behind. Chin Yi turned around to see an unhappy-looking man glaring at him and Su Tower, who were standing close together. The man questioned, "Miss Tower, is this the guy you were looking for? I thought it would be someone more impressive, but it turns out he's nothing special." Chin Yi cursed inwardly, thinking that beautiful women truly bring trouble. He was bound to be doomed by these women sooner or later. They had just met, and already new problems were cropping up. But since trouble had already found him, how could he back down? He sized up the man disdainfully and sneered, "And who are you supposed to be? You look pretty ugly for someone with such a big mouth. Why should I listen to you?" The man was furious. "You don't even know who I am? I'm the famous Imo Chung. Haven't you heard of me?" Chunyi had heard a bit about the Imo family, but Imo Chung was a name he didn't recognize. The people around them, however, started buzzing with conversation. "Oh my gosh, is this the Imo Chung, one of this year's top freshmen? I heard he contracted his beast in middle school and is already a genuine F-rank beastmaster." "Absolutely. I saw his beast in the secret realm. It was so majestic and impressive. Who is that guy daring to offend Imo Chung? He must have a death wish." Basking in the flattery, Imo Chung looked at Chun Yi with a smug expression. "So, do you realize who you're messing with now? Miss Tower, I think you should know who to choose. Your brother E is nothing compared to me." Chun Yi was speechless, thinking to himself, is this all he's got, and he still dares to be so arrogant? F-rank? I've lost count of the E-rank beasts I've killed in the secret realm. Why would I be impressed by you? Su Tower wasn't pleased either. "Brother Imo Chung, I appreciate your help during the assessment, but compared to my brother E, you're far behind." Imo Chung sneered. "What skills does he have? Can he guarantee he'll be in the top 100 this year?"
Chin Yi scoffed. Top 100?
"Brother, you're underestimating me. The top spot this year is mine." "Wow, this guy's got quite an ego. First place? He's dreaming." "Exactly, there's no way anyone but the thunder goddess Luo Hanzhuang will take the top spot this year." "Absolutely. I saw her cloud spirit in action. It took down an E-rank beast with just a few lightning strikes. She's incredible. No doubt, she's the vice principal's granddaughter and awakened her beastmaster talent years ahead of us." Seeing the conversation drifting away from him, Imo Chung started to look displeased. He redirected his scorn towards Chunyi and sneered, "Did you hear that? You think you can dominate the new students? What a joke. Forget about being first. If you even make it into the top 10, I'll kneel down and call you grandpa right here." Chunyi chuckled inwardly, thinking this guy must be out of his mind, digging his own grave. He replied confidently, "All right, if I make it into the top 10, you'd better keep your word." Imo Cheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Do you really think you're that great? Fine, it's a deal. But if you don't make it into the top 10, you have to kneel and call me ancestor." "Deal?" "Deal." Chun Yi agreed without hesitation. Su Tower, worried, tugged on Chun Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. This year's freshmen are exceptionally strong. I heard many of them have already contracted beasts and reached F level." Chun Yi glanced at her dismissively and retorted, "Isn't it your fault I'm in this mess? Whatever. I'll just stay away from you women to avoid trouble." Su Tower was left speechless and could only watch as Imo Chung walked away, brimming with confidence. As the sky darkened, a familiar figure finally appeared at the camp. "Brother E." Mu Qinghe rushed to Chen Yi, hugging him tightly and crying, "Where have you been? I've been looking for you forever." Chen Yi pushed him away in disgust. "Who knew this stupid secret realm was so big? It's not my fault you couldn't find me." "What? Didn't pass the test yet?" Mu Qinghe wiped his nose and said, "I passed, but I got bullied badly. Brother E, you have to avenge me." Chun Yi's interest was piqued. "Oh? Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll make things right for you." "Really?" Mu Qinghe's eyes sparkled with hope. Chun Yi patted his chest. "Of course. We're brothers, aren't we? If I don't help you, who will?" Mu Qinghe was moved to tears. "Brother E, you're like a second father to me." Curious, Su Tower asked, "Who was it that beat you up so badly?" Mu Qinghe scanned the crowd and finally spotted a familiar figure. Pointing to a distant woman dressed in black, he said excitedly, "It's her. She chased me for 2 days and nights, making my life hell." Chen Yi followed his gaze and saw Luo Hanzhuang standing near the registration area, her expression as cold as ice. "No way. Are you talking about Luo Hanzhuang?" Chen Yi's eyebrows twitched, cursing inwardly. "Luo Hanzhuang? So that's her name," Mu Qinghe realized. "It's definitely her. Brother Yi, You must help me get revenge. Chunny sighed helplessly, cleared his throat, and solemnly said to Su Tower, Tower, be my witness. From today on, I, Chen Yi, sever my brotherly ties with Mu Qinghe. Qinghe, I'll help you in the next life. What? Mu Qinghe and Su Tower were both stunned. What kind of nonsense is this? Mu Qinghe asked, Brother Yi, do you know her? Is she that powerful? Seeing Qian Yi's silent acknowledgement, Mu Qinghe's tears flowed again. Brother Yi, please don't abandon me. Let's just forget about revenge and pretend nothing happened, okay? Chani sighed and shook his head. All right, let's just drop it. Since you're not going to hold it against me, we're still good brothers. Mu Qinghe was on the verge of tears, wondering what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into by befriending such a powerful figure. Reluctantly, he asked, what's the deal with Luo Hanzhuang? Even you don't dare mess with her? Chunny sighed and patted his shoulder sympathetically, saying, Brother, she's not just anyone. Her grandfather is the vice principal of the academy, her grandmother is the chairwoman of the Beast Taming Alliance, and both her parents are professors at our academy. Even her maternal grandparents hold significant positions at the Capital General Academy. Do you think we can afford to provoke someone like her? Mu Qinghe was left speechless, his mouth agape. After a long pause, he could only marvel. Her background is unbelievable. We've really hit a brick wall this time. Finally, after confirming that the last candidate had arrived at the assembly point, the teachers began to organize the students into lines, while the soldiers from the secret realm maintained order. The new students participating in the assessment stepped forward, one by one, to hand over their record cards to the registering teachers. Chani looked around and noticed that the number of people on the field had significantly decreased compared to the beginning of the assessment. It seemed that the 7-day trial had eliminated quite a few participants. For Chan Yi, this E-level secret realm might not be worth mentioning, but for the freshmen with only G-level beasts, it was undoubtedly a significant challenge. A single F-level monster could spell trouble for them if they were careless. Next to the registration area stood a massive electronic screen displaying the real-time rankings of each freshman. The first to step up for registration was none other than the dazzling Luo Hanzhuang. She handed her record card to the teacher, who simply raised a scanner with a beep, and her score appeared on the screen. Oh my god, Luo Hanzhuang is in first place with 1,032 points. No wonder she's our thunder goddess. She actually broke the 1,000-point mark. Yeah, I barely passed even after giving it my all. Comparing ourselves to her is just discouraging. As more candidates registered, the leaderboard continued to change. Strangely, even after more than half of the students had registered, the second highest score was only 89 points, with not a single score breaking 100. Su Tower asked in confusion, e.g., didn't you say this batch of freshmen is full of talent? Why does it look like this? Chunny chuckled and said, don't worry, the real powerhouses haven't stepped up yet. Only someone as extraordinary as Luo Hanzhuang would register first to showcase her strength. Just then, Chunny noticed Imo Chung giving him a provocative look before swaggering towards the registration area. Chunny thought to himself, with just that score, you dare act arrogant in front of me? Imo Cheng's appearance immediately caused a stir among the crowd. When his score appeared on the screen, everyone gasped. Wow, Imo Cheng is in second place with 307 points. No wonder he's one of Jiangnan Province's top contenders this year. His reputation is well-deserved. Although he's no match for Luo Hanzhuang, this score is probably the highest we'll see this year. Imo Chung walked up to Chunyi with a smug expression and said loudly, so, I've completed my registration. It's your turn now, isn't it? Don't forget our bet. If you don't make it into the top 10, you'll have to kneel and call me Grandpa. Chunyi smiled calmly. Of course, I never go back on my word. But you better not back out and refuse to admit defeat later. Big talk, Imo Cheng snorted. I'll be watching. As expected, Imo Cheng's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Who's this guy? Never heard of him. Is he this year's dark horse? I doubt it. I know almost all of Jiangnan Province's top contenders, and I've never seen him before. Interesting. He dares to bet against Imo Cheng. Does he not know his limits? As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Yuku and Yujia hurried over to Chenyi and asked in low voices, Young Master Chen, what's going on? Are you at odds with Imo Cheng? Chunyi responded nonchalantly, it's nothing, just a clown putting on a show. There will be a time when he cries. The siblings, who knew Chunyi's strength best, exchanged knowing smiles at the remark. Yuko added, exactly, challenging young Master Chun is a sure path to self-destruction. Mu Qinghe, curious, scrutinized the Yu siblings and asked, Brother E, who are these two? Chunyi casually introduced, oh, these are my new followers, Yuku and Yujia. Mu Qinghe wasn't concerned about their background and soon engaged in a conversation with them, which naturally revolved around Chunyi. Just then, an exclamation drew everyone's attention. The second place on the leaderboard had changed again, with a candidate named Su Luyun scoring an astonishing 1,002 points, surpassing Imo Cheng and second only to Luo Hanzhuang. Oh my god, Another candidate with over 1,000 points. Who is this Su Luyan? Never heard of him. Wow, our Jiangnan province is really impressive this year. Besides the prodigy from the Morong family, Luo Hanzhuang and Su Luyun are also once-in-a-century talents. Yeah. Could Su Luyun be from the Su family? If they had such talent, why would they need to rely on the Morong family? Chani glanced towards the registration area and saw Su Luyun, who looked pale and thin, wearing clothes so worn they had turned white. Clearly not someone from a prominent family. However, as Su Luyun walked down from the registration area, the previously dismissive heirs of various families suddenly changed their attitude, rushing to strike up a conversation, likely aiming to recruit him for their own families. Soon, the assessment was nearing its end. Apart from Su Luyun, no other dark horses emerged, and the scores for the 3rd to 10th places hovered around the mid-3 to 400 range. Imo Chung, now in a precarious 10th place, looked increasingly anxious. Chunyi glanced at the nervous Imo Chung and smiled. Brother, it's getting late. I should go register now. You thought you were so great, but you can't even hold on to the top 10? Imo Chang, infuriated, retorted. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm still in 10th place? Chun-A calmly replied, you're 10th now, but once I register, you'll drop to 11th. Don't forget to call me Grandpa then. You. Don't get cocky. Imo Cheng's face turned livid as he glared at Chan-E, unable to utter another word. Chun-E didn't waste any more time arguing and, mimicking Imo Cheng's earlier behavior, loudly announced, I'm going to register now. Remember our bet, and get ready to kneel and apologize. Seeing the tension between the two, the other candidates instinctively made way for Chan-E. He walked confidently to the registration area and handed his record card to the chief examiner. With a beep from the scanner, Chun-Yi's score appeared on the big screen. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone stared in shock at the astronomical number displayed. Holy crap, is this for real? 110,000 points? Did this guy slaughter every beast in the secret realm? He must have cheated. This is impossible. It's definitely a scam. Even Vice Dean Luo Rong, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder I chose him as my future grandson-in-law. He's got some real skills. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Hanzhuang blushed and stomped her foot. I've told you, it's a misunderstanding. Why won't you believe me? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? When I make up my mind, there's no room for misunderstandings, Luo Rong said dismissively. Luo Hanzhuang, both embarrassed and angry, shouted, Grandpa, you're being unreasonable. I'm going to tell Grandma. Su Tower and Mu Qinghe were equally astonished. Su Tower whispered, EG is just too incredible. It's like he's playing in easy mode. Mu Qinghe, with a face full of admiration, said, that's my brother for you. With someone like him backing me up, what do I have to fear? Chun-Yi glanced proudly at the big screen, which displayed, first place, Chin-E, 110,450 points. It was his turn to swagger up to Imo Chung. With a sneer, he said, well, you sore loser, shouldn't you be kneeling before your grandpa now? Imo Chung finally snapped out of his shock and pointed at Chun-Yi, yelling, no way! You must have cheated. Vice Dean, there's definitely something fishy going on here. Please investigate. Chun-Yi scoffed, you sore loser, accusing me of cheating? Show me the evidence. In truth, Chen-Yi did have an inside advantage. Zhong Kongkong had been guiding him the whole time, helping him find targets. But only the Yu siblings, Luo Hanzhuang, and the now-deceased Su Feng knew the truth. The Yu siblings would never betray their benefactor, and surprisingly, even Luo Hanzhuang didn't expose Qian-Yi. She just stood there silently, a hint of resentment in her eyes. Luo Rong glanced at the big screen and declared with an undeniable tone, Chun-Yi's score stands? The matter is settled. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Everyone began speculating, trying to uncover the true identity of this mysterious newcomer. Who exactly was this Chun-Yi? Even the prodigies from the Morong family might not possess such prowess. Wait, I remember now. Isn't Chen-Yi the rumored lapdog of the Chen family, who was previously engaged to the Morong family's eldest daughter? Someone exclaimed. Lapdog? I doubt it. Maybe he's been hiding his true strength all along, pretending to be weak. Just look at his astonishing score. He doesn't seem like a mere follower.
Montag Cheng was utterly devastated.
Slumping to the ground, he muttered to himself, no, this can't be. I refuse to believe it. Chun-Yi sneered and said, what's the matter? Can't handle losing and now you want to cheat? Or are you questioning Vice Principal Luo's decision? Gritting his teeth, Imo Chung coldly replied, Chan-Yi, a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. I underestimated you this time, but we'll see. Chan-Yi nonchalantly shrugged. Enough with the empty words. Get down and call me grandfather, as you promised in our bet. You. Imo Cheng's face turned ashen with rage, but he was helpless. Clearly, he intended to renege on the bet. Mu Qinghe, seeing through his intentions, immediately started chanting, "Call him grandfather! Call him grandfather!" The surrounding students joined in, their voices rising in unison. Imo Cheng's face turned pale as he looked to the teachers for help, especially Vice Principal Luo Rong. However, everyone remained silent, unwilling to speak up for him. If Chen Yi's abilities were on par with Imo Cheng's, perhaps someone might plead on his behalf. But with Chen Yi's extraordinary score, it was clear he was not to be underestimated. Giving him face now could pay off in the future. Even Luo Rong could only cough awkwardly and say, "As a beast master, the most important quality is to keep your word. Since you made the bet, you should honor your commitment." These words only added fuel to the fire. Imo Cheng couldn't withstand the pressure any longer. Gritting his teeth, he knelt in front of Chen Yi and squeezed out the words, "Grandfather." Chen Yi smiled warmly at him and said, "Good grandson, you can get up now. Grandpa forgives you this time." The crowd was in an uproar. Oh my god, he actually said it. Who would have thought? A top contender, reduced to calling someone grandfather before even starting school. What a disgrace. Someone in the crowd gleefully remarked, "This is satisfying, but I think Chani has made an enemy. The Imo family won't take this lying down." True, offending the Imo family is no small matter. You don't get it. Chen Yi is from the main branch of the Chun family, on equal footing with the Imo family. If they want revenge, they'd better weigh their options. Imo Chung got up, humiliated, and fled the scene without looking back. The remaining candidates then proceeded to register their scores. As expected, once everyone was done, the top 10 rankings remained unchanged. Luo Rong solemnly announced that all candidates who scored above 60 had passed the assessment. The academy would officially open in 2 days, and they would become members of the Beast Taming Academy. Furthermore, the top 3 students would receive a special surprise after the school started, so they should look forward to it. As Luo Rong's words faded, a series of pleasant notification sounds echoed in Chan Yi's mind. Ding! Task, top new student, completed. You have acquired the skill, basic command art. Chun Yi excitedly opened the system interface, eager to see the effects of this new skill. The basic command art could be used on creatures within the host's secret realm to transform them into secret realm generals. The basic command art allowed up to 10 generals to be transformed. These secret realm generals would be equivalent to contract beasts and would not conflict with the host's existing contract beasts, allowing them to be summoned simultaneously. This is like having cheat codes.
Chen Yi exclaimed.
So, as a mere G-rank beast tamer, I can control 11 beasts at once? How can anyone compete with that? He studied the skill further and muttered to himself, this is just the basic level. There are probably higher level versions in the future. If I can lead an army of thousands by myself, wouldn't I be unstoppable? This is practically a bug level ability. I love you, system. However, both the basic command art and the basic transfer art required having a secret realm space. Considering the time, the beast army should have prepared his exclusive secret realm by now, right? Just then, another notification sounded. Ding! Task, successful enrollment, completed. Store function unlocked. Please check the available items yourself. Chun-Yi was overjoyed and quickly opened the main system interface. Sure enough, besides the sections for character, backpack, tasks, and skills, there was now an additional store option. However, as he eagerly browsed the store, he found that all the items were blacked out and could not be purchased. The only exception was a pill that left Chun-Yi dumbfounded. Item: Energy Condensing Pill. Price: 1 million Huaxia coins. Effect: Instantly upgrades a beast to E-rank strength. Note: Can be diluted with water. The efficacy is inversely proportional to the dilution ratio. Chun-Yi checked it several times to make sure he wasn't seeing things. 1 million. That's outrageous. But its effect is incredible. If I get rich in the future, can I mass-produce E-rank beasts? He continued browsing other pills, finding that although their prices were astronomical, their effects were equally astonishing. For example, a healing pill priced at 20 million could instantly heal all injuries of beasts below D rank. Another, the rejuvenation pill priced at 8 million, could restore 20% of a beast's stamina. The more he browsed, the more Chan-Yi was amazed. The store even sold beast talents. Soon, he found the talent that Murong Shui, that despicable person, prided herself on: Extreme Fire Element Affinity. In the store, this talent was made into a scroll. Item: Extreme Fire Element Affinity Awakening Scroll. Effect: Enhances the potential level of fire-type beasts for the bearer of this talent. Usage: The user just needs to crush the scroll to activate. The price is just 2 development points? That's ridiculously overpowered. Chun-Yi muttered to himself. Does that mean anyone can buy them? But what exactly are these development points? System, give me an answer. Although he couldn't figure out the origin of the development points just yet, with the system's help, Chun-Yi believed he would eventually uncover the truth. With a head full of questions but a heart full of satisfaction, he followed the academy's arranged bus and returned home late at night. However, while Chenny was basking in his recent success, trouble was brewing elsewhere. In a lavishly decorated villa, Lu Tao furrowed his brows as he answered a phone call. Xiao Tao, what's going on over there? The person on the other end sounded impatient. Didn't I ask you to take care of Chunny? Didn't you say you were 100% sure you could eliminate him? So why is he not only alive and well but also the top freshman? Lu Tao was shocked and stammered. Can't be. Young Master Lei assured me it would work. Save your excuses, the person on the phone snapped angrily. If the higher-ups find out that I helped you smuggle that sealed ring into the exam, I'm done for. Listen carefully. As soon as the semester starts, find out if there's anything unusual about Shawnee. Got it? Yes, big brother, I understand, Lu Tao replied timidly. After the call ended, Lu Tao stood there in a daze, filled with fear and anxiety. He knew that if someone ended up dead, the situation was far from over. If the truth came to light, he would face disastrous consequences. Inside the Su family mansion, the head of the Su family stared in shock at the man dressed as a butler before him. With disbelief in his voice, he asked, What? Fenger? He's dead? The butler nodded respectfully, his tone somber. Yes, master. The academy has sent word, and it's confirmed. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, causing the head of the Su family to collapse into his chair, murmuring, No, this can't be. Fenger's unicorn bull is an F-grade beast. How could an E-grade secret realm possibly end his life? Master, the details are still unclear. The academy hasn't disclosed anything further, the butler said cautiously. However, I do know that before entering the secret realm, young master had several private meetings with Morong Lei from the Morong family. The Morong family? The head of the Su family furrowed his brows. What could they possibly have to discuss with Fenger? Go, investigate this matter thoroughly. I want the truth. Yes, master. I will do everything in my power to uncover the truth. The butler bowed and prepared to leave. Oh, there's one more thing, the butler added carefully. What else could there be? The head of the Su family waved his hand wearily. Master, do you remember the second young master, Lu Yun, who was expelled from the family by young master Feng a few years ago? The butler asked cautiously. Second young master? You mean Lu Yun? What about him? The head of the Su family was taken aback. According to reports, this year, second young master achieved 1,000 points in the freshman assessment, ranking third among all new students, the butler reported respectfully. What? The head of the Su family, who had been despondent, suddenly sprang from his chair. Is this true? The butler nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. This news has already spread throughout the academy. The head of the Su family frowned deeply, his face darkening. Impossible. We tested Lu Yun back then and found he had no talent for beast taming. How could he suddenly achieve such success? Master, I am also at a loss. The butler hesitated, then asked carefully. Now that the second young master has earned such an honor, would you consider bringing him back to the Su family? The head of the Su family let out a cold laugh, gritting his teeth. He is my flesh and blood. Whether he wishes to return or not is irrelevant. Go, bring his mother to me immediately. From now on, she is no longer a mere maid but the rightful second lady of the Su family. A storm was brewing over the Su family, and this upheaval was sure to cause a great commotion within the ancient clan. Meanwhile, a shadow loomed over the Morong family as well. Morong Lei stared at the secret report in his hand, eyes blazing with fury. Unbelievable! Chinny survived and even earned 110,000 points? That useless Su Feng. What a waste of the D-grade beast bestowed upon him by that esteemed person. Young master, that is the situation, his confidant said, bowing. The pressing matter now is how to explain this to that esteemed person. Morong Lei's face was dark, his voice icy. I will handle the explanation. You, investigate everything about Chan Yi. Find out what methods he used to achieve such an unbelievable score. For the sake of my sister's future, Chan Yi must die. The undercurrents surrounding Chan Yi surged violently throughout Jiangnan province. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the Chun family was entirely different. Despite the late hour, the Chun family residence was brightly lit and festively decorated. The servants were bustling around, creating a scene full of festivity in the courtyard. Hey, you over there. Hang that lantern a bit higher. And you? Roll out the red carpet from the main gate to the inner courtyard. Didn't you hear me? Chun Jian watched his overly excited father, Chun Zhenghua, with a helpless look and tried to persuade him. Dad, please take a break. Let me handle these trivial matters. It's better if you rest for a while. But Chun Zhenghua wouldn't have it, waving his hands excitedly. Rest? How can I rest? Our son has made a stunning achievement, securing the top spot. How could I possibly sleep at a time like this? Chun Jian nodded in agreement. Who would have thought that my brother, Chun Yi, would make such a spectacular debut, scoring 110,000 points, a record in the entire Jiangnan province's new student assessments? Exactly. Chen Zhenghua exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. I always knew that little snake Xiaoyi made a contract with was extraordinary. And now, it's proven true. Son, think about it. Xiaoyi not only awakened his S-rank talent, but also got promoted to Major General, commanding a mythical beast. Even that Morong Shui can't compare to him now. Chen Jian snorted, don't mention that wretch to me. I believe my brother will achieve even greater heights in the future, and the Morong family will surely regret it. As the father and son were joyfully envisioning Chen Yi's bright future, an elder rushed in, panting, Master, hurry. The young master's convoy has arrived at our gate. Chen Yi stared in shock at his family's grand entrance. A brand new red carpet stretched from the gate to the inner courtyard, and a huge LED screen above the door repeatedly flashed the message, congratulations to young Master Chen Yi for topping the Academy's new student list. The path was adorned with colorful lights, and all the elders and relatives lined up on either side of the red carpet, holding flower cannons and eagerly waiting for Chen Yi's arrival. Congratulations, young master, for achieving top honors. With a unified shout, the cannons fired, and confetti filled the air. Chen Yi stood there, bewildered, forcing an awkward yet polite smile, thinking to himself, isn't this a bit too much? They really are treating me like a show monkey. He was then surrounded and ushered into the house, feeling as if he were in a dream until Chen Zhenghua, smiling broadly, approached him. Well, Xiaoyi, are you satisfied with the welcome I prepared for you? Chen Zhenghua asked cheerfully. If the timing were better, I would have invited our business partners to celebrate with us. Chen Yi quickly waved his hand, smiling wryly. Dad, you're going to make me die of embarrassment. Why did you have to make such a big scene? Oh, you silly boy, Chen Zhenghua dismissed his son's complaints. We're just happy for you. With such an honor, we must announce it to the world. Otherwise, people might gossip and bring up your past with Morong Shui. All right, whatever you say. Chen Yi could only smile bitterly, letting them have their way. He thought to himself, it's bad enough being forced to show off, but now I have to endure my own family doing it to me too. This is unbearable. As night fell, everyone, reassured by Chen Yi's safe return, gradually dispersed. Chen Zhenghua decided to schedule the formal banquet for the following noon, ensuring everyone could enjoy themselves thoroughly. Thus, under the attentive care of his elders, Chen Yi muddled through the next 2 days. During the grand celebration banquet, Chen Zhenghua solemnly announced that Chen Yi would be the next heir of the family. He then personally accompanied Chen Yi to toast and greet the guests who came to offer their congratulations. With the family matters settled, the news of the new heir quickly spread throughout Jiangnan province like wildfire. Before long, the school term began. Chen Yi, brimming with enthusiasm, returned to the familiar campus. For some reason, he always seemed to arrive late on occasions like this. By the time he reached the teaching building, his group of friends had been waiting for quite a while. Igu, over here. Mu Qinghe excitedly ran up to him. Let's go see which class we're in and which dorm we're assigned to. Chen Yi followed Mu Qinghe and the others to the announcement board, showing his ID to the teacher at the registration desk. Surprisingly, the teacher didn't directly tell him his dorm number, but instead said mysteriously, Chen Yi, right? You've been assigned to class 1 of the first year. As for the other details, please wait here for a moment. Someone will come to get you soon. After saying this, the teacher made a phone call, seemingly giving some instructions to someone. Igu, what's going on? Mu Qinghe asked, puzzled. Could it be that you have some special treatment? Chen Yi shrugged helplessly. How would I know? Just go with the flow. What about you guys? Which dorms are you in? Whether by intentional arrangement or sheer coincidence, Mu Qinghe and Yuku ended up in the same dorm, and Yujia and Su Tower also became roommates. To their delight, all 4 of them, like Chen Yi, were assigned to the elite class 1 of the first year. As Chen Yi waited idly, a familiar figure strode towards him with large steps. It was none other than Vice Dean Luo Rong. Upon seeing this significant figure, Chen Yi felt his temples throbbing and his face turning green. He cursed inwardly, damn, it's that Luo again. Nothing good ever comes from dealing with his family. Kid, come with me. Hearing Luo Rong's words, Chen Yi felt reluctant but had no choice but to follow. Director Luo, where are you taking me? There's really a misunderstanding between your granddaughter and me, he said, trying to explain. Luo Rong, slightly annoyed, cut him off. Enough with the questions. Just follow me. Do you really think you have a say in this? Chen Yi cursed inwardly. Damn, this old man is unreasonable. But given Luo Rong's status, he had no option but to grudgingly bid farewell to Mu Qinghe and the others and follow Luo Rong. On the way, Chen Yi couldn't help but ask, Director Luo, can you at least tell me where we're going? Luo Rong retorted, do you think I would harm you? As if. Chen Yi thought, rolling his eyes internally but keeping his mouth shut. Seeing Chen Yi fall silent, Luo Rong's tone softened a bit. All right, I won't keep you in the dark. Remember the special rewards mentioned during the assessment for the top 3? Of course. Chun Yi's spirits lifted immediately. Good, Luo Rong smiled. I'm taking you to claim your reward. Hearing this, Chun Yi's face lit up, thinking, finally, some good news. Soon, they arrived at a secluded villa area. Chun Yi looked around in astonishment. A luxurious villa in the university? The Beast Academy really is impressive. Luo Rong stopped in front of a villa, tossed a set of keys to Chan Yi, and said nonchalantly, this will be your dorm from now on. What? Just me? Chun Yi couldn't believe his ears. Seeing his shock, Luo Rong smiled faintly and said, what? Don't like it? Remember, with great power comes great privileges. As the top freshman, you naturally get special treatment. Absolutely. Chun Yi quickly grabbed the keys, eager to rush inside. However, Luo Rong stopped him, saying mysteriously, hold on, I haven't finished. This villa is a two-person room. Your roommate is already waiting inside. Roommate? Chun Yi blinked, puzzled. Could it be that guy Su Luyun? Luo Rong didn't answer directly, just patted Chen Yi's shoulder meaningfully. Take good care of your roommate. That's an elder's advice. Then he left without looking back, leaving Chan Yi bewildered. What does he mean by that? Is he up to something? Chan Yi shivered at the thought, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Bracing himself, he pushed open the villa door and was greeted by lavish decor. Wow, this isn't a dorm, it's a presidential suite. Chan Yi marveled. The Beast Academy really spares no expense. As he was exploring, footsteps came from the second floor. Chan Yi looked up sharply, recognizing a familiar voice. Oh, the new roommate's here? He was struck as if by lightning, instinctively wanting to turn and run. Oh no, please don't let it be her. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Luo Hanchuang's graceful figure appeared at the second-floor stairway, her beautiful eyes shooting daggers. It's you. Chun Yi felt a chill run down his spine and could only manage an awkward laugh. Hee hee, fancy seeing you here. It was obvious, even without thinking too hard, that his grandfather was behind this. Despite all his explanations, the old man just had to make things difficult for him. Luo Hanchuang's face was also full of displeasure. She glared at Chan Yi and said through gritted teeth, my grandfather must have made a mistake. Go find Director Luo right now and get my dorm changed. Seeing her on the verge of exploding, Chan Yi quickly raised his hands in surrender. Calm down, calm down. It's not my fault. How about this? I'll go find Director Luo right now and see if we can get our dorm switched, okay? He turned to leave, but Luo Hanchuang suddenly stopped him. Forget it. It's useless. The dorm assignments here are final and can't be changed. She pointed to the door opposite her room. Your room is over there. Go settle in. With that, she went back to her room and slammed the door, leaving Chan Yi standing there, dumbfounded. Since Luo Hanchuang didn't seem to mind, Chan Yi decided not to make a fuss. He found his room, tossed his luggage on the floor, and pulled out his phone to kill some time with videos. For most people, living with the school's belle would be a dream come true, but not for Chan Yi. To him, women were just troublemakers. After scrolling through his phone for a while, he threw it aside in frustration. Damn it, why is the internet flooded with news about that bitch Morong Shui? What a joke. This so-called prodigy who got taken in as a disciple by a top master right after enrolling. Disgusting. Just as he was grumbling, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered, and a familiar voice came through. Hey kid, met your new roommate yet? How's it going? It was Luo Rong.
Chan Yi jurset inyartli.
How did this old man get his number? Must have pulled it from the student records. Suppressing his anger, he replied, Director Luo, what is this about? It's not proper for a guy and a girl to live together. What's improper about it? Luo Rong retorted. Schwanger is my granddaughter. If I don't mind, what are you worried about? It's settled. Just do your best. I have high hopes for you. Wait, Director Luo? Chan Yi was getting desperate. That's not what I meant, but Luo Rong cut him off. Enough nonsense. Come to my office immediately. Someone wants to see you. Who? Chan Yi was even more confused. Stop asking so many questions and get your ass over here. Luo Rong barked before hanging up. Chan Yi was fuming. Damn it. How am I supposed to know where his office is? With no other choice, he left the dorm and wandered around the campus. After finally asking a passerby for directions, he found Luo Rong's office. As he pushed the door open, he froze in surprise. Yen Jun, dressed impeccably in his military uniform, sat on the sofa with a gentle smile and nod towards him. Major General Chan Yi, how have you been? Commander Yen? Chan Yi instantly felt a surge of tension. You came to see me because... That's right. Yen Jun pulled out a document from his chest pocket and handed it to Chan Yi with great solemnity. I'm here to present you with your official appointment as a Major General. Chan Yi took the document, carefully examining it, too excited to speak. Kid, you have a bright future ahead of you. Luo Rong praised sincerely. Becoming a Major General at such a young age, your prospects are limitless. Chunyi scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Director Luo, you're too kind. It's just an honorary title, not much real power. Yin Jun waved his hand dismissively. I have another important task for you. I'm here to take you to claim a secret realm territory. Really? Channy was overjoyed, nearly jumping out of his seat. He knew that most of his current skills required having access to a secret realm space. Of course, Yin Jun replied with a smile. Recently, a new G-level secret realm appeared in the north. After our investigation, we found that the creatures inside lack the potential to become spirit beasts. Over the past few days, I led a team to clear out all the beasts except for the leader, just waiting for you to harvest. But it seems we might have underestimated you.
Yen Yunes tone skiftet.
I didn't expect you to have such strength. It looks like you could handle it even without our help, right? Chun-Yi was stunned. Wow, they wiped out all the creatures in an entire secret realm. The combat power of the secret realm army is truly unfathomable. To those realm beasts, the secret realm army must be like the Grim Reaper descending upon them. He shivered at the thought. He humbly replied, Commander Yin, you're too kind. You've gone to a lot of trouble. Yin Jun waved it off with a smile. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. By the way, you'll need to personally take down the realm leader. We had some contingency plans prepared for you, but it seems you won't need them. An F-level leader shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Chun-Yi responded confidently, Don't worry, Commander. F-level? Even E-level creatures, my Shao Qing has taken down countless times. This will be a piece of cake. After chatting for a while, Yin Jun suddenly turned to Luo Rong and respectfully said, Old Rong, I'd like to request a leave of absence for Chun-Yi on his behalf, for about a week. What do you think? Luo Rong pursed his lips, looking resigned. All right, cut the formalities. Even if I said no, you'd still take him, wouldn't you? Then, turning to Chan-Yi, he earnestly advised, Kid, you'd better learn some real skills from Commander Yin. His expertise surpasses any of our academy's instructors. Chun-Yi nodded repeatedly, humbly replying, I understand. I'll make sure to learn well. Thank you for your guidance, Dean Luo. Waving his hand, Luo Rong motioned for Chan-Yi to follow Yin Jun. Go on, and make sure you hone your S-class talent to perfection during this week. I'll approve your leave. Considering Yin Jun's special status, leaving through the main gate might attract unnecessary attention, so they quietly exited through the side gate. Outside, a military jeep was already waiting for them. Once Chun-Yi settled in, he looked back at the academy and couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Who would have thought I'd be taking a long leave right after joining? Inside the jeep, Yin Jun pulled out a map from his briefcase and spread it out in front of Chun-Yi. Here, this is your future secret realm territory. Take a good look. Chun-Yi took the map and examined it carefully. Judging by the scale, the secret realm was about the size of a county. At its center was a towering mountain surrounded by a winding river at its base, with the rest of the terrain mostly consisting of plains. Seeing that Chun-Yi had grasped the basics, Yin Jun pointed to the central mountain and explained, The Lord of the Secret Realm resides atop this peak, an F-class cloud spirit. Based on past experiences, people with your S-class Secret Realm master talent can usually break the realm's gate by defeating its leader, making it difficult for others to enter or exit. So, you'll have to go in alone. We can't offer much help. Do you need any special equipment? Let us know in advance so we can prepare. Cloud Spirit. Chun-Yi thought of Luo Hanchuang's beast, musing that this type of cloud beast seemed to have a special connection with his own Qing. Recently, Qing had been fixated on devouring Luo Hanchuang's cloud spirit. Confidently, Chun-Yi replied, No need. Just an F-class cloud spirit is no big deal for me. Seeing the young man's confident expression, Yin Jun nodded approvingly. With that attitude, I'm reassured. Several hours later, by a secluded lake, a team of fully armed soldiers had set up a thorough perimeter. In the middle of the lake floated a pitch-black fissure, the entrance to the secret realm. The jeep carrying Chan-Yi and Yin Jun passed through multiple checkpoints before finally reaching the lakeside. As soon as the car door opened, an officer led a squad of soldiers to greet them, bowing respectfully to Yin Jun. Commander Yin. Yin Jun nodded and got straight to the point. Any unusual activity inside the secret realm? Reporting, Commander. Everything inside the realm is normal. The officer respectfully replied. The cloud spirit remains perched atop the mountain and hasn't moved an inch. Good. Yin Jun nodded in satisfaction. He turned to the soldiers behind him and ordered, Go, relay my command. Have everyone stationed in the secret realm withdraw immediately. The protagonist has arrived. The soldier acknowledged and left, casting a curious glance at Chan-Yi before departing, as if trying to gauge his identity. Noticing this, Yin Jun smiled and patted Chan-Yi on the shoulder, loudly introducing him. Everyone, this is Major General Chan-Yi. From now on, Major General Chun will be the Chief Beastmaster of the Secret Realm Army, and we'll rely on him for all our logistical support. Salute Major General Chun. The soldiers present snapped to attention and saluted. their military bearing impeccable and their morale high. Chunyi couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed and instinctively returned the salute. Although he had seen such scenes on TV many times, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter altogether, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Yinjun noticed his discomfort and said considerately, "All right, everyone, get back to your duties. Major General Qian is new here and still getting used to military formalities." With that, he led Shin Yi toward the command tent. As they walked, he asked with interest, "So, how do you feel about your first time in a military camp?" After thinking for a moment, Chin Yi replied with 2 words, "Orderly, clean." Yin Jun chuckled, pointing to the entrance of the secret realm in the center of the lake. "See that? That's the newly formed entrance to the secret realm. Don't be fooled by its current height of about a meter. That's already the result of our expansion efforts." "This is expanded?" Chun Yi was astonished. "I thought all secret realm entrances were like the one at our academy, large enough for a car to pass through." Yin Jun shook his head and said earnestly, "Not necessarily. Some high-level secret realms have entrances as small as half a meter square. For us in the secret realm army to get in, we often have to crawl on the ground. That's why talents like you, who are masters of the secret realms, are the most precious to our army. Think about it, some sea level and above secret realms are as vast as an entire nation. Without the aid of modern machinery, how could we possibly manage?" These words were a revelation to Chan Yi, making him realize the importance of his role as a master of the secret realms. With him possessing the key to freely enter and exit these new worlds, the military could quickly deploy a large array of modern weapons and equipment directly into the heart of any secret realm. Though the primary combat responsibilities still lay with the high-ranking beastmasters, without technological support, human effort alone would be insufficient in the face of such vast territories. In the command tent, Yin Jun and Chen Yi had an in-depth conversation about the current state of the Jiangnan secret realm army and the responsibilities Chun Yi would assume. Yin Jun also candidly admitted that Chen Yi's sudden appointment might provoke dissatisfaction among more experienced colleagues, who had worked diligently for years to attain their positions, only to be outranked by a newcomer. Just then, a messenger rushed into the tent, saluted Yin Jun, and reported loudly, "Commander, all personnel have safely withdrawn from the secret realm." "Understood," Yin Jun nodded, rising to his feet and patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. "It's getting late. The rest is up to you." "Rest assured, Commander Yin," Chen Yi replied confidently. Chen Yi said confidently. Thus, under Yin Jun's escort, he arrived at the entrance of the hidden realm in the heart of the lake. Drawing on his experience from previous trials, he didn't hesitate for a moment and strode through the pitch-black portal. In an instant, the world spun around him. When his vision cleared, he found himself amidst a vast sea of forest. Apart from the monotonous chirping of insects, there was no sign of other life, no birds in sight. In the distance, a towering mountain peak stood out, marking the core of the hidden realm. Chun Yi quickly assessed his location and set off towards his destination with determined strides. However, he soon regretted not asking Commander Yin for a mountain bike or something similar. Walking like this, who knows how long it would take to reach the foot of the mountain? His youthful exuberance had clearly led to some oversight. Fortunately, the military had already carved out a path leading to the mountain's summit. Though rugged, it spared Chan Yi the trouble of navigating through the forest. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally reached the base of the mountain, gasping for breath. Looking up, he saw a wide river, at least 100 meters across. Strangely, the river's surface was perfectly still, as smooth as a mirror, with an unusual sheen. By now, the dark clouds atop the mountain were clearly visible. Xiao Qing, his little companion, excitedly emerged from his sleeve, eyes fixed on the cloud with a look of fascination. Chun Yi affectionately patted Xiao Qing's head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your time to shine will come soon. Eat as much as you want this time. There's plenty for you." With that, he began the arduous climb up the mountain path. Thankfully, the mountain wasn't too steep, and the dense forest along the way provided some relief. An artificial path, likely left by the military, wound through the trees. Step by step, Chun Yi finally reached the summit, where the view opened up before him. At the mountain peak, a cloud spirit revealed itself, sensing the presence of Chan Yi. Thunder and lightning crackled within the clouds. Chun Yi scrutinized this cloud spirit. It was distinctly different from Luo Hanshuang, whom he had encountered before. This cloud spirit was noticeably smaller and lacked a certain majesty, with the cloud's hue being more muted. Suddenly, Xiao Qing received the command to act. Instantly, Xiao Qing's inner desire was unleashed, and a green glow enveloped her as she shot towards the cloud. The cloud spirit immediately launched an attack at the intruding Xiao Qing, bolts of lightning striking her. However, all the lightning was eventually absorbed by Xiao Qing, who then began to devour the cloud spirit. The sound of gnawing filled the air. The cloud spirit seemed extremely terrified by this strange turn of events. Thunder roared, but strangely, no more lightning appeared. The thunder seemed more like the cloud spirit's cries. Before long, Xiaoqing had completely devoured the cloud spirit and returned to perch on Qian Yi's shoulder. Her body had become as slender as a finger, and after facing countless beasts, she even let out a burp, faintly tinged with the power of lightning. A surge of energy flowed from Xiaoqing into Qian Yi, making him feel as if all his pores had opened, an incredibly refreshing sensation. What was this feeling? Qian Yi quickly took out his identification card and, sure enough, his beast taming level had upgraded to F-rank beast tamer. Wow, in just a few days, he had gone from G rank to F rank? This was far faster than those academy prodigies who had innate beast taming talents since childhood. After burping, Xiaoqing spat out a yellow crystal. Qian Yi curiously took it and observed that faint electric currents were flowing within it. After this, Xiaoqing conveyed a desire to sleep. How interesting. Xiaoqing wanted to rest. Qian Yi consented, and Xiaoqing climbed to the mountain peak, coiled herself up, and began to sleep. Astonished by Xiaoqing's transformation, Qian Yi checked her identification card. Name, Xiaoqing. Species, unknown. Potential, unknown. Strength, evolving to F rank. Attributes, wind, water. Skills, basic wind magic, basic water magic. Oh, there was a new note beside her strength indicating evolving. This change delighted Qian Yi. Xiaoqing was evolving. Could this mean she was getting closer to the mythical dragon form he remembered? Ding, the secret realm space has been successfully bound. The most delightful system notification sounded again. Success. Qian Yi eagerly opened the secret realm space, and a realistic 3D sandbox simulation of the entire secret realm appeared before him, complete with all terrains and scenarios. Qian Yi could even see himself and Xiaoqing, controlling everything. This was absolute control. Just as Qian Yi was immersed in joy, the delightful system notification sounded once more. Ding, the task of successfully owning a secret realm space within a month has been completed. A random talent will be awarded. Then, just like when he first awakened the system, a talent roulette appeared before Qian Yi. Would you like to draw now? Unbelievable. Confirm. As the roulette spun, Qian Yi's heart raced with anticipation. S rank, S rank, S rank. Finally, the roulette wheel stopped spinning, and the pointer settled on the smallest option. Qian Yi was ecstatic, as he had acquired an Ultra S-rank talent, Soul Link. He eagerly opened the system's character interface to check the details of this talent. The talent was named Soul Link, rated as Ultra S-rank, and allowed the host to link souls with a chosen beast, sharing all of the beast's abilities. At the moment, Qian Yi had not yet bound any beast. Wow, an Ultra S-rank talent. Qian Yi trembled with excitement, filled with anticipation. He quickly chose to bind the Soul Link with the still sleeping Xiaoqing. Ding. Soul Link successfully bound with Xiaoqing. Ding. The host has successfully learned basic wind magic through Soul Link. Ding. The host has successfully learned basic water magic through Soul Link. Ding. The host has successfully acquired Xiaoqing stamina. A series of system notifications kept ringing in Qian Yi's ears. Qian Yi instantly gained all of Xiaoqing's skills, including its hidden physical stats. An indescribable surge of power coursed through his body, intoxicating him. Experiencing this newfound strength, Qian Yi spread his arms. One hand conjured a swirling green wind, while the other held a floating water orb. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Qian Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a beast master, his greatest fear was being ambushed up close, but now he had overcome that weakness. As long as Xiaoqing continued to grow, he himself would also keep improving, becoming a beast master comparable to human warriors. A gust of wind gathered beneath Qian Yi's feet, lifting him into the air. He closed his eyes, feeling the world below. Who hasn't dreamed of flying? Qian Yi often fantasized about the sword flight mentioned in tales from his past life, and now he was experiencing the exhilaration of flying for the first time. After his flight, Qian Yi returned to the mountaintop, arriving beside Xiaoqing. With his newfound control over this territory, he allowed Xiaoqing to evolve in peace. However, Qian Yi suddenly realized he didn't have any other beasts. As he hesitated, a thought struck him. He remembered that guy. He took out the ring-sealing Zhongkongkong and released him. Woof. Finally, you remembered me. I was about to suffocate in there. Zhongkongkong shook his head and ran to Qian Yi, licking his shoes. Cut the chatter, Qian Yi said. Tell me, do you want to become my beast? Zhongkongkong nodded, agreeing, but reminded Qian Yi that his current level might not be sufficient. Qian Yi smiled and reassured Zhongkongkong that it didn't matter as long as he was willing. Woof, what does that mean? Zhongkongkong asked. Qian Yi didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at Zhongkongkong's head and silently activated the basic transfer skill. Zhongkongkong's eyes widened. Woof. What's happening? Woof. This is incredible. In an instant, Zhongkongkong disappeared before Qian Yi's eyes and reappeared in the next moment. Woof. This is amazing. Boss, what kind of ability is this? Qian Yi, equally curious about the new skill, asked Zhongkongkong how it felt. Woof. It's so powerful. Just now, a thought popped into my head, asking if I was willing to serve in your territory. Of course, I agreed. And then my soul was forcibly imprinted with a contract mark. Her heart was filled with curiosity and confusion as questions about the contract mark flooded her mind. What exactly was this contract mark? What kind of power did it possess? How did it exert its influence on the soul? She was desperate to find answers to all these questions. Emotions churned within her, a mixture of desire and fear towards this mysterious force, driving her relentless pursuit of the truth. Zhong Kongkong was filled with fear and utterly exhausted. Ever since he had been bound by that mysterious mark, he knew that even the slightest thought of betrayal would bring endless torment. In front of his boss, he could only bow his head in submission. Otherwise, he would face severe punishment. The power of the primary transformation was truly unfathomable. How was this different from a traditional master-servant contract? Tears streamed down Zhong Kongkong's face as he pleaded, "Boss, my loyalty to you is unwavering. Please don't harm me." The boss responded coldly, "Noted, but this is far from over." Zhong Kongkong trembled as he looked at Chen Yi's outstretched finger, a chill running down his spine. He was about to undergo primary transformation. A system prompt appeared. "Do you wish to transform Zhong Kongkong into a secret realm commander? This action is irreversible. Confirm." Another prompt followed. Transformation successful. Suddenly, a faint light shimmered in front of Zhong Kongkong's head, condensing into a card out of thin air. Stunned, Zhong Kongkong thought, "Have I become the boss's pet? No, this feels more like a beast-master relationship, albeit subtly different." The whole situation was beyond belief. According to the rules, a beastmaster below D rank could only form a contract with one beast, yet his boss had broken this age-old convention. Woof! Zhong Kongkong barked excitedly, "Boss, are you some kind of demigod?" Chun Yi took Zhong Kongkong's identity card and retorted, "Nonsense, there's no such thing as demigods. Are you saying gods are real?" Woof! Zhong Kongkong quickly shook his head. "Never mind, boss. I shouldn't say more. It would only cause you trouble." Chun Yi waved him off and began examining Zhong Kongkong's identity information. Name, Zhong Kongkong. Species, Howling Moon Skywolf. Potential, unknown. Strength, G rank. Attribute, space. Skills, space condensation, space teleportation. Chun Yi looked at the adorable Zhong Kongkong and was surprised to find that he was actually a husky, not a wolf. His potential was unknown, just like Xiao Qing's. Zhong Kongkong's attribute was the rare space type, and he possessed 3 skills, which was quite impressive. However, his G-rank strength was disappointing. After some thought, Chen Yi decided to open the system shop and purchase an energy pill. Despite being from a wealthy family, his allowance was only a bit over 3 million, and this purchase cost him a third of it, which pained him. He resolved to find a way to earn back the money. Otherwise, he would never afford the divine medicines in the system shop. Purchase successful. The energy pill is now in the system backpack. Chen Yi opened the backpack, took out the energy pill, and threw it to Zhong Kongkong. "This is for you. Eat it." Woof. Zhong Kongkong sniffed it curiously. "What is this?" "A divine medicine. It will have miraculous effects." Without hesitation, Zhong Kongkong swallowed the energy pill. Chen Yi watched quietly, feeling a bit anxious as Zhong Kongkong writhed in pain on the ground. Zhong Kongkong was tormented by pain for at least 15 minutes before he shakily got to his feet. Suddenly, he shouted, "Boss, your magic potion is practically poison." Chun Yi took out Zhong Kongkong's ID card to check. It read, "Name, Zhong Kongkong, race, Howling Moon Skywolf, potential, unknown, strength, E-level, attribute, space, skills, space rift, space condensation, space teleportation." Noticing his transformation, Zhong Kongkong excitedly exclaimed, "Woof, this is incredible. Boss, I'm now at E-level strength." Chun Yi, kicking Zhong Kongkong, scolded, "Stop pretending. Tell me what changed." Zhong Kongkong shouted in excitement, "Woof! Damn, I leveled up twice. This is practically a divine pill." Chun Yi shook his head with a wry smile, indicating he had used up all the divine pills. Zhong Kongkong, still thrilled, praised, "Boss, you're the best." Meanwhile, Chun Yi successfully subdued a slumbering beast and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a system notification. The system indicated that a new quest had been triggered, race migration. The quest involved relocating an intelligent group of secret realm creatures into the host space, with a reward of a random talent and a development coin. Chun Yi realized that development coins were obtained through quests, and 2 coins could be exchanged for an S-level talent. He also noticed that his ID only listed 1 S-level secret realm master, which triggered some thoughts. In the real world, the secret realm gate in the center of the lake disappeared after Chen Yi defeated the leader. Upon hearing this news, Yin Jun was impressed by Chen Yi's abilities, thinking he might have recruited a remarkable newcomer. Yin Jun, discussing with the officers around him, mentioned that Chun Yi was an F-level cloud spirit, the most troublesome elemental beast. Yin Jun decided to have Jiang Feng keep an eye on Chun Yi, stating that he couldn't always supervise and Jiang Feng should closely monitor Chen Yi's activities. Shortly after, the surface of the lake rippled, and Chan Yi appeared by the shore. Yin Jun asked if he was familiar with the space, then took him to test his storage abilities. Chan Yi demonstrated his skills as a space controller, transferring a jeep into a sandbox and then back into the real world. Yin Jun was very pleased with the result and praised Chun Yi's S-level talent. To most people, life skills seem like an extraordinary ability, but for Chan Yi, they are a set of perfectly matched talents. As the master of an S-rank secret realm, he appears to transcend the limits of ordinary individuals. His very existence is like a glitch in the system, leaving others in sheer bewilderment. Chen Yi's speed in defeating Yun Ling was unexpectedly swift. Yin Jun, anticipating his return, had arranged for him to take a week off. However, Chun Yi completed the task in just one day. Upon his return to the academy, instead of attending classes immediately, he pondered over his future path. Given the skills and talents the system had currently provided, it seemed likely that he would develop his own faction. The most crucial requirements for establishing a faction are funds and talent. With sufficient funds, he could leverage the system store to quickly build a small faction composed of E-level beast tamers. Given the resources of the system store, it was only logical to make full use of them. After careful consideration and ensuring Luo Hanzhuang was not in the room, Chunyi immediately called Mu Qinghe and the Yu siblings over. Although the Mu family was a large clan, Mu Qinghe's position within it was not high, with several older brothers ahead of him. Nevertheless, he had accumulated some business experience within the family environment. Chun-Yi decided to let Mu Qinghe be the face of the operation while he himself remained behind the scenes. Staring at the remaining 2 million yuan in his account, Chun-Yi made up his mind. He resolutely entered the system store and spent 1 million yuan to purchase another energy concentrating pill. Based on the pill's effects, he diluted it into several bottles of medicinal liquid. The next step was to brainwash Mu Qinghe. Before long, the three arrived at Chen Yi's villa dormitory. Wow, Igu, you're amazing. Your dorm is better than my house. Mu Qinghe exclaimed enviously as he looked around. Ah, the boss is indeed the boss. Do you live in this villa alone? He continued. If only I could live alone, Chen Yi thought to himself, feeling somewhat uncomfortable at the thought of Luo Hanzhuang's cold demeanor. He felt more at ease living with Mu Qinghe and the others in a regular dormitory. This is one of the perks for the top 3 freshmen. Like you, I also share the place with someone. You'd never guess who my roommate is, Chen Yi said. Who is it? Yu Jie asked instinctively. You won't guess it. Who is it? Could it be the Thunder Goddess? At the mention of Luo Hanzhuang, Mu Qinghe felt even more uneasy than Chen Yi and shivered. Chen Yi glanced at Mu Qinghe, surprised that he had guessed correctly. Yes, it's her. You're kidding, right? Who would believe that the academy allows co-ed dorms? It's practically like matchmaking. Damn, that Principal Luo Rong is quite the character, Mu Qinghe exclaimed. By the way, Igu, what was so urgent that you called us over? Chen Yi finally got down to business. Qinghe, what's your position in the Mu family? Mu Qinghe looked at Chen Yi, puzzled. Boss, why are you asking? I'm practically invisible in the family. Have you ever considered starting your own venture? What? Boss, what do you mean? I'm doing okay in the Mu family. Why would I need to leave? I'm planning to establish a business association, and I want you to be the president. Mu Qinghe was momentarily stunned, but then understood Chen Yi's intention. Wow, boss, aren't you already the heir of the Chen family? Do you really need to do this? Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you're willing or not. The Chen family is the Chen family, and I am me. Right now, I desperately need money, and the Chen family won't give me that much. Wow, boss, how much money do you need that even the Chen family can't provide? It must be a huge amount, right? Hundreds of billions? When Mu Qinghe heard Chen Yi mention figures in the hundreds of billions, he could hardly believe his ears. For the Mu family, their combined assets barely reached over 1 billion, so the idea of hundreds of billions was simply unimaginable. Chun Yi's proposal left him hesitant. After all, Chun Yi's recent changes had made him somewhat enigmatic, and Mu Qinghe was sure that Igu was hiding some big secret. After much deliberation, Mu Qinghe finally made up his mind. Igu, we can give it a try, but after establishing the business association, what exactly are we going to sell? He asked. Chun Yi suggested selling various beast-enhancing elixirs, which puzzled Mu Qinghe. Seeing his confused expression, Chun Yi retrieved a bottle of diluted energy pill elixir from his secret space. We can start with this, he said. At this point, the three of them gathered around, eager to learn about the elixir's effects. Chun Yi gave a mysterious smile and asked, what level are your beasts currently at? Igu, my venomous spider has already reached F level. Bet you didn't expect that. Mu Qinghe boasted, proudly showing off his venomous spider. Meanwhile, the Yu siblings admitted somewhat sheepishly, our beasts are still at J level. Chenny then handed each of them a bottle of the energy pill elixir. If you trust me, let your beasts take this, he urged. The siblings exchanged a glance and then, without hesitation, gave the elixir to their respective beasts. Moments later, their beasts began to writhe on the ground, causing the siblings great concern. However, Chunny reassured Yuku, promising that he would never harm his little brothers. Sure enough, within just 5 minutes, the two beasts had absorbed the elixir's effects and stopped their painful convulsions. Now, check your beast's ID cards and tell me what changes you see, Chunny instructed. The Yu siblings did as told, and were astonished to find that their beasts had both advanced to F level. An elixir that can upgrade a beast by an entire level? Mu Qinghe asked in disbelief.
Changyi nodded.
But it can only elevate G-level beasts to F level. We will have more advanced elixirs in the future. Excited, Mu Qinghe exclaimed, this is going to sell like hotcakes. He eagerly decided to partner with Chen Yi, seeing a golden opportunity to make a fortune. Chen Yi watched Mu Qinghe with satisfaction, noting his excitement. Ego, how much do you plan to price this medicine? Mu Qinghe asked. Chen Yi pondered for a moment and replied, how about 1 million? 1 million. Mu Qinghe stared at Chen Yi in surprise. Isn't that too expensive? Chen Yi looked puzzled. Too expensive? It's actually quite cheap. 1 million is a bargain, Mu Qinghe countered.
Changyi nodded too.
Maybe you're right. Let's set it at 1 million then. After all, low margins and high volume. This is just our starting product. There are more surprises to come. All right, Igu, it's your call. The Yu siblings, standing nearby, turned pale upon hearing the price. They had just spent 2 million? Normally, they lived frugally, spending only a few thousand per month. Yuka stammered, boss, we really can't afford the medicine we just bought. Chunny suddenly understood and laughed. What are you thinking? Do you really think I want your money? Being part of my team, this is just a basic perk. Yuku was moved. Boss, from now on, I'm yours. Me too, his sister echoed. Chun-Yi waved his hand. All right, don't worry. Just be loyal, and there are tasks for you to do. What do you need us to do? Yuku asked. You grew up in an orphanage, right?
Changyi invited.
Yes. I need you to recruit others who had the same experience, but they must be loyal. I will provide them with beasts in the future. If they perform well, I will generously reward them with medicine like the one you just received. The Yu siblings exchanged glances, realizing that Qian-Yi was serious about building a force. This was a huge opportunity for them. All right, boss. We have many brothers and sisters, some of whom have awakened their beast-taming abilities, but can't afford to buy beasts to enter the academy.
Changyi nodded.
Go ahead. As long as they are loyal, I will help them with the beasts. The Yu siblings left Qian-Yi's villa excitedly, leaving him alone with Mu Qinghe. Boss, why not recruit Su Tower? She cares about you so much. If you ask, she will surely follow you, Mu Qinghe suggested. The mention of a woman made Chen-Yi uneasy, and he quickly stopped Mu Qinghe. Are you kidding? If her brothers find out, they'll come causing trouble. True. So, Ego, shall we go to the Beast Taming Alliance to get your medicine certified? Huh. Chen-Yi looked confused. Oh my god, boss, if you're going to sell beast taming medicine, don't you know it must be certified by the Beast Taming Alliance before anyone will buy it? Oh, I see. Let's go. Chen-Yi and Mu Qinghe headed to the Beast Taming Alliance in Jiangnan Province. A taxi pulled up in front of the entrance, and they got out. This is such a hassle. Tomorrow, I'm buying a car. We can just store it in the secret realm, Chen-Yi remarked. A secret realm? Chun-Yi's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that the boss had already discovered one? He was confident it was only natural, given who he was. There hadn't been any recent rumors about new secret realms appearing nearby, which made him even more curious about the boss's actions. With a mysterious smile, he headed toward the Beast Tamer Alliance, his heart filled with anticipation. As this was his first visit to the Beast Tamer Alliance, Chun-Yi wasn't sure where to go to get the potion certification. He walked over to the information desk, where a woman of similar age with a pleasant appearance was seated. Politely, he asked, "Excuse me, where can I get a certification for beast taming potions?" The woman looked up and examined Chun-Yi before asking, "Beast taming potion certification? Why do you need that?" Chun-Yi nodded and produced a vial of spirit-gathering elixir. Yes, he confirmed. The woman handed him a form, asking him to fill out the detailed information about the potion. The form required descriptions of the potion's effectiveness and benefits for different types of beasts. Knowing the importance of his future plans, Chun-Yi filled out the form meticulously. After reviewing his submission, the woman exclaimed in surprise, "Suitable for all beasts, and it can directly upgrade a G-rank beast to F-rank? Are you sure there's no mistake?" Chun-Yi nodded confidently, "Yes, that's exactly what this potion does." The woman, named Zhangli, hurriedly left the desk, clearly to report this astonishing matter to her superiors. Nearby, a mocking voice chimed in, "Interesting. This kid is here at the Beast Tamer Alliance to brag? Chunyi turned around to see a young man named Li Mao sneering at him. After a brief conversation, Chen Yi learned that Li Mao came from the renowned Li family, known for their pharmaceutical expertise and the creators of the Wanjin powder. Li Mao had extensive knowledge in beast-taming medicine. The discussions around him gradually helped Chen Yi understand more, but his curiosity and anticipation only grew. Li Mao taunted, "Do you know how many types of beasts there are? Each has a different constitution. Making a universal potion is pure fantasy." Chen Yi responded firmly, "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't." Feeling challenged, Li Mao was visibly agitated, but Chen Yi remained unfazed, continuing to explain his views. Others joined the discussion, expressing skepticism about Chen Yi's claims, thinking that instantly upgrading a G-rank beast to F-rank was impossible. Li Mao even boldly declared that if Chen Yi could actually create such a potion, he would kneel and acknowledge him as his master on the spot. Amidst the chatter and doubts, Chen Yi maintained his confidence and calmness, steadfast in his belief in the potion's efficacy. Despite facing skepticism and ridicule, he remained resolute, ready to face the challenges ahead. When he learned about a miraculous drug that could extend life, his heart surged with immense anticipation and excitement. He thought of his adorable grandson and imagined the wonderful times they could share together for longer. The thought filled him with such intense joy that it almost hurt. If this drug truly existed, he would be willing to give everything he had, fighting with all his might for his grandson's happiness. Rumors spread like wildfire. News that Chen Yi had concocted a miraculous potion capable of upgrading G-level beasts to F-level beasts quickly circulated throughout the Beast Alliance. People who were previously busy dropped what they were doing and gathered around. Before long, a large crowd had formed around Chen Yi. The sheer magnitude of the situation made Mu Qinghe a bit anxious. He cautiously asked, "Won't this cause trouble?" Chen Yi, however, remained unfazed and replied, "Don't worry. This is a rare opportunity for publicity. We should seize it. Think about what we should name our guild. We might need it soon." Mu Qinghe nodded, though he couldn't shake his unease. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Jiang Li arrived, accompanied by a neatly dressed elderly woman. Pointing at Chen Yi, she whispered to the woman, "This is the gentleman who wants to certify that potion." The crowd parted to let the elderly woman through. Smiling, she introduced herself, "Young man, my name is He. I'm the person in charge here." After exchanging greetings, she took the form Chen Yi had filled out. She studied it for a moment, her mind wavering. If Chen Yi's claims were true, the potion's value would be extraordinary. Finally, she made a proposal. "Our alliance recently received a batch of G-level beasts. I can provide one for certification. If the potion works, consider it sold to us." Chen Yi thought for a moment and then agreed, "All right, if it works, consider it a gift from me. Just help me certify it." "Madam," he signaled to Jiang Li, who promptly brought over a G-level beast. "Young man, what's your name?" "Madam," he asked. Chen Yi nodded and smiled. "Just call me Chen Yi." Upon hearing his name, "Madam," he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. She exclaimed, "Are you the Chen Yi who performed exceptionally well in the Beast Academy's entrance exams?" Chen Yi smiled confidently and replied, "Yes, that's me." "Do you know me?" "Madam," he, slightly irritated, responded, "I wouldn't say I know you, but I've heard of you." She continued, "I didn't expect someone so young to be involved in beast pharmacology. It's quite impressive." Even though the certification hadn't taken place yet, Chen Yi's reputation was already starting to spread. The crowd made way as Jiang Li led in a three-handed monkey, a beast with an extra hand on its tail. "Chen Yi, see if this three-handed monkey meets your requirements," "Madam," he said. Chen Yi waved dismissively. "As long as it's G-level, my potion works on all beasts." However, since the monkey hadn't formed a contract, it was uncooperative. Chen Yi tried several times to administer the potion, but the monkey kept dodging. He considered summoning Zhong Kong for help, but decided against it, since they were on someone else's turf. "Madam," he watched this unfold and scoffed. "Can't even handle this? How disappointing. Step aside." The crowd took a few steps back. Suddenly, a rhinoceros appeared in the hall, its nostrils spewing flames, and its skin seemed about to burst open, with fire pouring out from the cracks. The onlookers were stunned. The scene was utterly astonishing. Lava rhino, no doubt about it. This is definitely a lava rhino, and it looks flawless. Flawless? An A-rank, A-rank. Wow, I can't believe I'm witnessing an A-rank beast in person. Clearly, this lava rhino was summoned by the beast tamer named He Guanshi. Whether intentional or not, the flames spewed by the lava rhino unexpectedly headed towards Chen Yi. Oh my god. Chen Yi was startled and instinctively used the basic wind magic he gained from his soul bond with Shaoqing. A wall of green wind appeared in front of Chen Yi, blocking the flames. Granny, he was slightly surprised. "He Guanshi, what do you mean by this? I'm just here to notarize. Have I offended you in some way?" Chen Yi felt extremely annoyed. If it weren't for Granny He's formidable strength, he would have given her a piece of his mind. Getting old, getting old. Young man, don't take it to heart, don't take it to heart. All right, you can use the potion now, said Granny He. Chunyi was very puzzled. Why did this old lady show such hostility towards him as soon as he mentioned his name? Getting old? Nonsense, he thought. Meanwhile, the three-handed monkey was already paralyzed by the lava rhino's presence. After Chen Yi successfully fed it the energy-boosting liquid, Granny He retracted her lava rhino. All eyes were now on the three-handed monkey. Just like in previous experiments, the monkey started writhing in pain on the ground shortly after ingesting the potion. The most excited person was, of course, Li Mao. He pointed at the three-handed monkey and laughed. Ha! I told you this kid was up to something. Look at the monkey's expression. Is this potion poison? Sigh. I knew it. I've always said, how could there be such a miraculous potion? Granny He also looked at Chunyi skeptically. Young man, is this the potion you were talking about? Why are you so eager for quick results? Does your family expect instant effects from medicine? The three-handed monkey's constitution is too weak. My potion is meant to alter its constitution to help it evolve. Pain is inevitable, Chunyi explained. Li Mao laughed even louder. What a load of nonsense. Kid, you really know how to spin a tale. I've never heard such rubbish before. Just wait. In less than 10 minutes, He Guanshi, the effects should kick in. Be patient, Chunyi insisted. As the notary for the beast-taming potion, Granny He nodded cautiously. As time ticked by, 6 minutes had passed. The three-handed monkey stopped writhing, and its pained expression disappeared, replaced by excited hopping. All right, He Guanshi, you can have someone test the monkey's strength now, Granny He ordered. Soon, someone brought in a device that looked like an airport security scanner. The staff led the three-handed monkey through the device, and a set of data appeared before everyone's eyes. Species, three-handed monkey. Status, healthy. Strength, F rank. The crowd erupted. It really upgraded to F rank. Oh my god, did I just see that? Young man, how much are you selling this potion for? I want to buy it. Don't push, don't push. Young man, sell me some too. Granny He was also astonished as she looked at the three-handed monkey, then turned curiously to Chan Yi. Young man, where did you get this potion from? Mrs. He stared wide-eyed at the sudden burst of flames, her gaze filled with curiosity and awe at Chan Yi's mysterious abilities. Chan Yi, on the other hand, remained calm and composed as he explained, it's just a minor skill, nothing worth mentioning. He downplayed it, but inwardly he was relieved that he had managed to use wind magic just in time to counter the rhino-headed beast's fiery breath. Mrs. He grew even more intrigued, her mind swirling with questions about Chun Yi's identity and powers. Lightly tapping the notarized document, she smiled and said, Chun Yi, you seem like an ordinary young man, but you harbor secrets that are hard to fathom. Perhaps you're not just an average student. Her eyes glinted with a hint of mystery, as if she had seen through Chan Yi's hidden depths. Chan Yi chuckled softly at her speculation, inwardly acknowledging the truth of his extraordinary background. Instead of addressing her remarks directly, he shifted the conversation. Manager He, your insight is sharp, but this is a minor issue. The real concern now is how to handle the potential trouble from the Li family. His tone was firm and composed, revealing his readiness and confidence to face the challenge. Mrs. He nodded in understanding. She recognized Chan Yi as a highly intelligent young man, capable of maintaining his composure in adversity, which only deepened her trust and admiration for him. Handing him the notarized document, she smiled and said, Chan Yi, your future holds limitless possibilities. I believe you will handle the challenges ahead. Good luck. Chan Yi accepted the document with a deep bow, expressing his gratitude and respect. With Mrs. He's blessing, Chan Yi walked out of the office, brimming with confidence to face the future challenges. He knew deep down that the power and responsibility he carried were far greater than they appeared. He was determined to become a true stronghold, protecting those he cherished, undeterred by obstacles, and moving forward with unwavering courage. Chan Yi took a few steps back and summoned Zhong Kong, watching Madame He and the floating rhino head with a wary expression. Manager He, what do you mean by this? This is bad. Madam, how dare you attack my master? Wait, wasn't your beast a snake? How did it turn into a dog? And it can talk? Wow, I must have underestimated you. Oh. Chunyi felt increasingly tense. Had Madame He investigated him? How did she know so much about him? He was ready to retreat into his secret space at any moment because he really couldn't handle an A-level lava rhino. Wait, madam, are you seeing things? My Zhong is a wolf. Manager He frowned at Zhong Kong and then retracted the floating rhino head. Kid, put your dog away. If it insults me again, I might not be able to resist dealing with it for real. Woof. Seeing Madame He retract the rhino, Chen Yi quickly sent Zhong Kong back into the secret space before it could say anything else. Zhong Kong was indeed strong, but its mouth was too sharp. Watching Chen Yi remain on guard, Madam, he smiled and handed him the certificate for the energy liquid. Well done, young man.
I'm impressed.
Consider yourself passed. Take good care of Schwanger from now on.
What?
Chen Yi was stunned, suddenly recalling the series of buffs he saw on Luo Hanzhuang earlier. Among them was the fact that her grandmother was He Mei, the chairwoman of the Beast Alliance. Wow, Manager He? Chairwoman He? You're the chairwoman of the Beast Alliance and Luo Hanzhuang's grandmother. Yes, that's me. I didn't expect that cold girl Schwanger was so good at judging people. Young man, you have some secrets, don't you? Oh no. Chun Yi hurried to explain. Chairwoman He, you've got it wrong. There's really nothing between your granddaughter and me. Forget it, forget it. No need to explain. You young people. Little Chun, you don't have to call me chairwoman in private. Just call me grandma like Schwanger does. With that, He Mei handed Chun Yi a business card. Little Chun, if you need anything, just give me a call. Chun Yi was speechless. Chairwoman He, you've really misunderstood. But He Mei didn't give him a chance to explain. Chairwoman? Call me grandma. All right, the certification is done. You can go now. I have other matters to attend to. Oh my goodness. Chairwoman He.
Bang!
The office door closed, leaving Chun Yi standing outside, feeling a mix of emotions. When Chen Yi went downstairs, Mu Qinghe had already finished dealing with the visiting merchants and left the Beast Alliance with him. Next, they went to register their business and rented an office building. Chun Yi handed over 500,000 to Mu Qinghe and left the rest of the tasks to him. Chun Yi needed to step back and wait for the money to roll in. After several days of hard work, Chun Yi finally laid the foundation for the Shillong Commerce Guild. With limited initial funds, he didn't rent an office in the bustling commercial district, but opted for a modest storefront. The employees he hired were all recommended by the Yu siblings. Loyalty was their most valued trait, not business acumen. The first batch of products, of course, consisted of the 100 bottles of energy concentrate. To prevent market saturation, Chun Yi decided to sell only 5 bottles a day. He hoped to build a reputation, accumulate capital, and then gradually introduce other medicines from his system. After handling all the affairs, Yen Jun helped him take a 7-day leave, which had finally come to an end. When the alarm clock rang, Chun Yi lazily got out of bed. He had been waking up naturally the past few days, but today he had to attend class, so he had no choice but to get up on time. As he stepped out of his room, he coincidentally saw Luo Hanzhuang, whom he had been avoiding. Chun Yi quickly lowered his head, pretending not to see her, as he found her too troublesome. However, Luo Hanzhuang, noticing his behavior, got a bit irritated. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Have I done something to you? Are you deliberately avoiding me now? Chun Yi awkwardly smiled. Not at all. I'm just thinking of you. After all, we're a man and a woman living together. Luo Hanzhuang scoffed. I don't care. Why should a grown man like you be concerned? With a helpless shrug, Chun Yi could only concede. After they finished washing up, Chun Yi suddenly remembered he didn't know where his class was. Left with no other option, he stared at Luo Hanzhuang, hoping she would help. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Luo Hanzhuang impatiently asked, What is it? Need something? Chun Yi admitted honestly, I don't know how to get to class 1 of the first grade. Luo Hanzhuang looked at him in surprise. It's been 7 days since school started, and you still don't know where your class is? Fine, follow me. We're in the same class. Eventually, Chen Yi followed Luo Hanzhuang into the classroom. The students were puzzled, nudging each other and wondering who Chen Yi was and why he was in their class. Someone whispered, Who is this guy? How did he get into our class? And he's with the goddess? Oh my god. Is he the legendary top student?
Chun Yi.
Over here, over here. Su Tower excitedly waved at him. Chun Yi sighed inwardly. Dealing with Luo Hanzhuang is already troublesome enough, and now there's Su Tower too. Seeing no response from Chen Yi, Su Tower walked over, linking her arm with his. Come on, your seat is next to mine. The students were shocked. How does the goddess Tower know him so well? I'm going crazy. He's actually talking to the goddess. Luo Hanzhuang looked at Chen Yi, feeling a bit annoyed, and muttered under her breath, Pervert. Chun Yi was speechless, not knowing whom he had offended. The classroom instantly divided into 3 factions, those led by Chen Yi, the other students, and the aloof Luo Hanzhuang. Not long after, a female teacher walked into the classroom, her gaze sharp as an arrow, quickly locking onto Chen Yi. With a slight frown, she asked, Who are you? Chun Yi respectfully replied, Teacher, my name is Chun Yi. I had taken leave a few days ago for some personal matters. The teacher let out a cold laugh. So, you're the top student. Don't think that just because you ranked first in the assessment, you can flout the academy's rules. If you continue like this, don't expect me to be lenient with your credits. Chun Yi felt disdainful inside, but could only hold his tongue. After signaling him to sit down, the teacher began the day's lesson. When no one in the class responded, the teacher appeared somewhat annoyed. It's just a partial summoning. How difficult can it be? Chun Yi was unfamiliar with these terms and felt puzzled. The teacher demonstrated, and a piece of chalk was caught by a bird's claw in midair, then returned to her hand. She warned, "Do you understand? If you can't even master this small technique, how will you manage in tight spaces where you can't summon large beasts?" Qian Yi suddenly understood that the rhino head summon demonstrated by President He earlier was a partial summoning. The class monitor, Luo Hanshuang, was asked to demonstrate. She used black clouds and lightning chalk, executing it perfectly. The teacher sighed, "You've already mastered it. Why didn't you speak up?" Luo Hanshuang ignored her, even casting a provocative glance at Chen Yi before returning to her seat. The teacher was furious. If not for her grandfather being the vice principal, she might have already disciplined her. The students began to gossip, and Chen Yi found himself the center of attention. The teacher ordered Chen Yi to come up and demonstrate. Reluctantly, he stepped forward. His classmates took out their phones, ready to capture the potentially embarrassing moment. Ignoring the school's phone usage rules, the teacher warned Chen Yi, "As the top student, if you can't even handle a partial summoning, don't bother coming to class anymore, and don't expect to earn any credits." Chen Yi sensed something off in the teacher's attitude, but for someone skilled at controlling spatial realms, a partial summoning was a piece of cake. As the chalk was thrown, Zhong Kongkong's dog head appeared beside Chen Yi, catching the chalk midair and freezing it in place. Chen Yi walked to the front of the classroom, took the chalk, and gently placed it on the desk. With a slight smile, he asked, "Teacher, did I pass?" His voice carried a hint of anticipation and confidence. Luo Hanshuang felt a surge of mixed emotions when Zhong Kongkong suddenly stood up. She wanted to speak, but stopped herself. Chen Yi's beast companion was supposed to be that lightning-absorbing snake, so why was there now a disheveled dog in its place? Yet, the aura emanating from this dog unmistakably marked it as a beast companion. Could it be that Chen Yi's snake had died, and he had formed a new contract with this dog? Questions swirled in Luo Hanshuang's mind, but she chose to remain silent, deciding to wait until they were back in the dorm to ask. The female teacher's expression grew even more sour at Chen Yi's attitude. "What do you mean by this? Are you challenging me? Humph, if you're going to be so aggressive, don't bother coming to my class tomorrow." "Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. This teacher is crazy." Chen Yi was about to retort, but Zhong Kongkong beat him to it, barking angrily. "Woof. Damn it, you old hag. How dare you talk to my master like that? Who do you think you are? Teach or don't teach. My master doesn't need to hear your nonsense." Chen Yi almost forgot about Zhong Kongkong's tendency to speak without a filter, but at this moment, his outburst was rather convenient, sparing Chen Yi from having to say anything harsh himself. The teacher and the entire class were stunned. You, this dog can talk? Damn it. You hairless creature, old woman. Lord Zhong is not a dog, he's a wolf." The students were left gaping in shock, but Luo Hanshuang couldn't help but chuckle softly. She recalled the awkward moment when this dog had called her granddaughter. Despite feeling a bit annoyed back then, watching this scruffy dog insult people now was oddly amusing. You. The teacher was so furious her mouth twisted, her whole body trembling with rage. "I've been a teacher for so many years, and now I'm being insulted by a dog. Woof, damn it. Hairless creature. So your name is Hu Xian, huh? How unbearable. From now on, I'll call you Hu too, foolish Hu." You. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Hu Xian summoned an enlarged half-meter-tall sparrow, the frost sparrow. Ice arrow. Instantly, the temperature in the classroom dropped a few degrees. The frost sparrow screeched, flapping its wings, and several ice shards materialized, shooting straight for Zhong Kongkong's head. Woof. The hairless creature is getting serious. "Boss, let me out." "All right." Facing a teacher who had been nothing but difficult, Chen Yi didn't hold back either. He fully summoned Zhong Kongkong. As soon as Zhong Kongkong appeared, he performed a spatial teleportation, reappearing above the frost sparrow and biting down on one of its wings. The frost sparrow flapped in pain, trying to shake Zhong Kongkong off, but his jaws gathered another tearing force. Blood splattered as Zhong Kongkong bit through the wing and jumped back to Chen Yi, dropping the wing at his feet. "Woof. Boss, keep this for when Big Green wakes up. It's my gift to him." With another loud crash, the frost sparrow fell stiffly to the classroom floor. Hu Xian finally realized what had happened, her eyes blazing with anger.
No.
She rushed to the side of the frost finch, carefully inspecting its injuries. "Quick, turn its wing around." Chen Yi looked around and then pointed at himself innocently. "Teacher, are you talking to me? Stop talking nonsense and give it back to me immediately. If anything happens to my frost finch, you can forget about graduating."
Who xin snapped?
"Damn it, how dare you threaten me?" Chen Yi ignored her and casually returned to his seat, showing no concern. "Woof. Hairless monkey, did you hear that?
No?
If you continue to disrespect my master, I'll take care of you, you crippled wild chicken." Zhong Kongkong growled. Hu Xian glared at Zhong Kongkong, then at the unruffled Chen Yi.
Fine.
I'll report this to the principal, and you can prepare for expulsion. With that, she hurried out of the classroom with the frost finch, clearly seeking help. As Hu Xian left, the classroom fell into a brief silence, soon followed by a burst of commotion. Wow, Chunyi is amazing. Who else dares to challenge our top freshman? Oh my god, a freshman took down a teacher? And in one move. Zhong Kongkong spat out some feathers and sneered, "Woof, you guys think you're worthy of being my master's dogs?" The excited atmosphere instantly calmed down. Zhong Kongkong scanned the room and spotted Luo Hanshuang. "Oh, granddaughter, you're here too. You're barely qualified as my boss's right-hand woman." This remark sparked even more speculation. It seemed Chen Yi's relationship with the school goddess was not simple. "Oh, this dog." Chen Yi quickly recalled Zhong Kongkong into his space and gave Luo Hanshuang an apologetic smile. "Haha, that's just how he is, you know." Luo Hanshuang's face darkened, glaring at Chen Yi. "Control your dog's mouth. If it mocks me again, don't blame me for being harsh." "Of course. Don't worry, it won't happen again." Oh my god, did the goddess just let it slide? Is this really our thunder goddess? Unbelievable, but Chen Yi's beast is indeed gutsy. Wait, something's off. What's off? Chen Yi's beast is too powerful. It not only speaks, but also defeated the teacher's frost finch. It must have some special abilities. Special abilities? You mean like skills? Yeah, what kind of skill? Taunt. This beast definitely has a taunt skill. Hearing his classmates' discussions, Chunyi felt a bit speechless. Taunt skill? Could it be that I was fooled by my own beast? Mu Qinghe and Su Tower walked up to Chanyi. E.g., what should we do now? You knocked out the teacher on the first day. Will we really get expelled? Chunyi also felt a headache coming on, but given the chance, he might still take action. After all, teacher who was being too deliberate against him. Don't worry. Even if I get expelled, so be it. With my current strength, school is just a waste of time. Chen Yi's reputation on campus is legendary. His actions and demeanor always leave people in awe. Rumor has it that he even dared to lay hands on a teacher, which certainly takes a lot of guts and decisiveness. When Luo Hanshuang heard that a teacher had been driven away by Chanyi, he couldn't help but feel curious. He asked the class monitor, "With the teacher gone, what are we supposed to do now?" The class monitor replied, "Self-study." Instantly, the classroom was enveloped in a quiet, studious atmosphere. However, just then, Luo Rong burst into the room, furious, and pointed at Chanyi, shouting, "You jerk! How dare you? Come to the office with me." As Chanyi followed Luo Rong out of the classroom, Luo Hanshuang suddenly trailed behind them. She was secretly worried. Could it be that Chanyi was really going to be expelled? Expelled? Humph. Even if others get expelled, Chanyi definitely wouldn't. Why? No need to ask. Someone as strong as Chanyi is needed by the school to bring honor. You mean the annual National Beast Taming Academy Exchange Competition? Of course. Sigh, that's true. They then arrived at Luo Rong's office. Chunyi glanced at the angry Luo Rong and asked, "Principal, did you need to see me?" Luo Rong, still fuming, said, "You've got some nerve asking me that. You're really something. On the first day of school, you managed to send teacher who's beast to the ICU." Chanyi, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "I feel unfairly blamed for this too. How was I supposed to know what happened to teacher who? He always seems to target me." "Target you? All right, I'll look into it. But tell me, how should I deal with you?" At that moment, the office door swung open, and Luo Hanshuang walked in. "Grandpa, I can testify that teacher who indeed has been acting strangely towards Chen Yi." Luo Rong, rubbing his forehead in frustration, said, all right, teacher who has been working here for a long time. You can go back now. Many teachers have reported that you have a poor attitude towards your studies, and I haven't even addressed that with you yet." Luo Hanshuang seemed unfazed by Luo Rong's reprimand. She walked over to a chair and sat down. "Grandpa, just pretend I'm not here and continue your conversation. You rebellious girl. You're not even married yet and already this defiant?" Luo Rong, feeling a headache coming on, relented. "Fine, just sit there. Boy, have you thought it over? How should I punish you?"
Chanyi sinek algılans.
Is he asking for compensation? But teacher whose cold silk sparrow is a D-level beast. Do you have the capability for that? Luo Rong shook his head. Forget it. Forget it. No need for compensation. The academy will cover the treatment of her cold silk sparrow. Considering you're Han Shuang's boyfriend and a major in the army, you can go back and reflect for half a month. Grandpa. Principal Luo, there's a misunderstanding here. Can I explain? In the end, Chenny was suspended for half a month, which felt more like a reward to him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Mission. Severely punish the mastermind. Mission objective. Identify the manipulator and teach them a severe lesson. Mission reward. A key to a secret realm. Chan Yi speculated in his mind that someone with enough influence to make a teacher act on their behalf must be extraordinary. Luo Rong's urging broke his train of thought, and he responded, preparing to return to his dormitory to reflect. After Luo Rong saw Chen Yi off, he couldn't help but ask Luo Hanzhuang, Shuanger, what do you think of that guy? Although she outwardly dismissed Chen Yi, Luo Hanzhuang had to admit he was indeed talented. Grandfather, I suspect Chen Yi has contracted 2 spirit beasts, and both of them are quite formidable. What? 2 spirit beasts? Luo Rong exclaimed, utterly shocked. Tell me everything. Luo Hanzhuang then shared her doubts and the peculiarities she noticed about Chen Yi. Contracting 2 spirit beasts before reaching D level? If that were true, his talent would be extraordinary. Shuanger, you must redouble your efforts. Your Yunling has long met the conditions for advancement, hasn't it? Yes, but the lightning stone required for its advancement is incredibly rare and can only be obtained after a Yunling's death. I've been searching for it all this time. The reason we had you contract with this Yunling in the first place was because of its unusual phenomena, different from other Yunlings. Who would have thought advancing it would be so difficult? Little did they know, the elusive lightning stone they sought had been discarded by Chen Yi in the secret realm. In another villa within the Academy's residential area, Murong Lei glared at Hu Hai. Hu Hai, you confidently claimed your family could get Chen Yi expelled. And what happened? He was only suspended for half a month. Hu Hai, sweating profusely, quickly explained, young Master Lei, it's really not our fault. You said that kid's abilities were average, but he's actually very strong. Strong?
Murong Lei scoffed.
If he's so formidable, why make him my sister's lackey? I think it's your family's incompetence. Absolutely not. My third aunt's cold silk sparrow is a D-level spirit beast. Enough. I get it. I'll report this to the higher-ups. After Hu Hai left, Murong Lei took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Professor. You heard it. Chen Yi is more troublesome than we thought. He's just a freshman. If I could act personally, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Yes, I know your capabilities, Professor. Since you accepted my sister as your adopted daughter, I trust you'll look out for her. Chen Yi is an obstacle for Shuer. He must be eliminated. I'll give you a number. Tell them I referred you, and have them handle Chen Yi. Professor, who are they? The Shadow Kill Organization, the third-ranked assassin group in Huagua. Murong Lei was both shocked and pleased. The fact that such a powerful figure would call upon the Shadow Kill Organization for a freshman showed how much his sister meant to him. Murong Lei gave a sinister smile and dialed the number. 10 days had passed since Chen Yi was suspended. He had been idly staying in his dormitory, bored out of his mind, when Mu Qinghe called. Boss, the energy liquid you consigned to the Shillong Commerce Guild is almost sold out. Already? Didn't I give you 90 bottles? Boss, you have no idea. This stuff sells like hotcakes. We limit it to 5 bottles a day, and there's a line at the door every morning. All right, I'll visit the guild soon. How are things at the academy? Haha, boss, everyone worships you now. And that teacher, Hu Xian, she's in deep trouble. Oh, what happened? Tell me everything. She's become infamous at the academy. In today's lingo, she's the talk of the town. For years, he quietly dedicated himself to teaching, with few people knowing about him. Then one day, a dog wouldn't stop barking at him, and his name spread throughout the town. This teacher, usually gentle and humble, had been tirelessly working in the field of education without seeking fame or fortune. When the dog barked at him, he didn't get angry. Instead, he accepted it with a smile. He knew that everything he had done would eventually be remembered by people. Chen Yi felt a surge of indescribable guilt and anxiety. The Shillong Commerce Guild represented a crucial opportunity for him, and he couldn't afford any slip-ups. After hanging up the phone, he immediately decided to head to the guild to restock supplies. Just as he stepped out of his house, he unexpectedly ran into Luo Hanzhuang, who seemed to be preparing for a long trip. This actually made Chen Yi feel relieved. With her gone, he could freely gather Mu Qinghe and the others for a meeting. The two exchanged silent glances and nodded at each other before parting ways. Chen Yi took a cab to the area where the Shillong Commerce Guild was located. It was a prime spot in the city center of Jiangnan Province. However, the guild's storefront was hidden in a secluded alley. Despite this, the potency of their energy-boosting elixir was so remarkable that even the most obscure location couldn't deter its demand. As he arrived at the alley entrance, he was stunned to see a massive crowd, with some people even bringing folding beds and blankets to wait in line. This scene challenged Chen Yi's worldview. Upon inquiring, he learned that due to a daily purchase limit of 5 bottles per person, people had to queue for days without leaving. Realizing the market demand far exceeded expectations, Chen Yi decided to adjust the sales policy. On duty today was Yuku, who was busy calming the crowd. Sorry, we're sold out. You all know how extraordinary the effects are. We simply can't supply in large quantities. Please come back tomorrow. It felt less like a duty shift and more like a constant effort to turn customers away. When Yuka saw Chen Yi, he eagerly invited him into the store. Boss, we should consider selling more each day. You've seen the situation outside. It's affecting the city's image, and the police have warned us multiple times. Chunyi patted Yuku on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work during this period. You won't have to do this anymore. How are the sales these past few days? Yuku reported the earnings to Chan Yi, a staggering 80 million. In just a few days, with a mere cost of 1 million. Yuku, tell them to come back tomorrow. From now on, our energy elixir will be sold without limits. Really? That's fantastic. Yuku, thrilled, couldn't wait to go out and inform the customers. Chan Yi, meanwhile, took out numerous small bottles from his secret space, along with a barrel of mineral water. He also bought 10 energy pills from the system store and diluted them at a ratio of 1 to 100. Soon, Chunyi had 1,000 bottles of energy elixir before him, feeling ecstatic. This was wealth. If he sold all of them, his net worth would reach billions. The pharmaceutical industry was indeed immensely profitable. Come and see miraculous elixirs. Poison, I say. Someone, please seek justice for me. As Channy was admiring the bottles, he heard crying from outside. Yuka rushed in urgently. Boss, there's trouble. Someone's accusing our product of being poisonous. Nonsense. This is a system-certified product, tested by the Beast Alliance. How could it be poisonous? It seems the complainer has ulterior motives. Chen Yi's face darkened as he walked to the store entrance. A young man was clutching a long-eared flower cat, covered in wounds and bleeding from the nose, crying in anguish. Chen Yi spent a fortune to buy the energy-boosting potion from them, hoping it would elevate his beloved long-eared flower cat to F grade. However, to his surprise, after his cat drank the so-called energy potion, it underwent a shocking transformation. It was like poison. Poison? He pleaded for justice from everyone around him. Seeing him heartbroken and crying, the customers in line for the potion couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Could this potion have side effects? Why were my relatives perfectly fine after using it? This potion was certified by the Beast Alliance. How could this happen? So, what exactly went wrong with his long-eared flower cat? Did he poison his own beast? From a distance, Chun Yi observed his supposedly poisoned long-eared flower cat. Its breath was erratic, and it was breathing in short gasps. With each breath, purple blood trickled from its mouth. Although it indeed looked poisoned, blaming it on the energy potion was absolutely impossible. Chun Yi furrowed his brow, realizing he might have provoked someone. Was someone trying to cause him trouble? As the crowd wavered in uncertainty, someone suddenly stepped forward, pointing at the long-eared flower cat and launching into a lengthy speech. He had anticipated this outcome. There was no such thing as a miraculous beast potion with such astounding effects. It was undoubtedly a scam. Just like a setup, someone in the crowd exaggeratedly pointed at the speaker and exclaimed, I know him. Isn't he Li Mao from the renowned beast medicine family?
Dr. Li.
The crowd was enlightened. It was Dr. Li. If Dr. Li was involved, did this mean the potion was genuinely problematic? What should we do? My two nephews have already taken it. Sensing the moment was ripe, the person who identified Li Mao immediately stirred up the crowd, accusing Shenlong Commerce of selling fake medicine. Unethical merchants. They must compensate us. Yes, compensate us. A small group of people became agitated and joined in the shouting, but most remained rational, knowing the potion was approved by the Beast Alliance. Chunyi glanced at Li Mao, a cold smile forming on his lips. No need for wild guesses. The mastermind had surfaced. It seemed he had stepped on the Li family's toes. Chunyi snorted. I knew it was you. Li Mao, the sore loser. Are you here to apologize to me? As Chunyi walked out of the store, the onlookers still didn't know who he was. But Li Mao, with a triumphant look, pointed at Chunyi and said, That's him. He's the real owner of Shenlong Commerce. He should compensate us. What? He's the owner? So young. A young man doing such foolish things, selling fake medicine. He should compensate us. Chan Yi coldly scanned the crowd and said to Yuku beside him, Remember those demanding compensation? Have your men investigate their backgrounds. Anyone associated with them is banned from shopping at Shenlong Commerce in the future. Yuku immediately responded, Understood. Chun Yi's decisiveness silenced most of those shouting for compensation. Yuku admired him secretly. Gentle persuasion had no effect, but decisive action worked wonders. The boss's reputation was well-deserved. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Li Mao quickly signaled to the person holding the long-eared spirit cat. The man stormed towards Chan Yi, furiously grabbing hold of his leg. He claimed that Chen Yi was the unscrupulous merchant responsible for harming his beloved long-eared spirit cat. He loudly demanded compensation from Chan Yi. Faced with a situation where his business association was being falsely accused, Chun Yi felt a surge of anger. He quietly harnessed wind elements beneath his feet, flinging the young man aside, and then walked straight toward the owner of the long-eared spirit cat. He asked, Are you saying that this spirit cat was poisoned because it consumed my medicine? Seeing Chen Yi's attitude, the young man glared at him and responded angrily, that's right. It's because of your medicine. Chen Yi nodded, then turned to Li Mao and questioned, Li, you claim to be a divine doctor, and your Li family is reputed to be masters in beast medicine. If I pay, can you cure this long-eared spirit cat? Li Mao glanced at Chen Yi with a smug expression and mocked, what are you scared now? Too late. Our Li family is powerful, but this long-eared spirit cat is poisoned to the bone. Even a deity couldn't save it. Then, Li Mao leaned in and whispered into Chen Yi's ear, Kid, our Li family can help you solve this problem, but you must transfer the rights to your energy concentration liquid to us and disclose the formula. Chen Yi snorted, ignoring Li Mao's proposal. He thought to himself, so they've shown their true colors already? They have quite the appetite, trying to take advantage for free. He gave Li Mao a cold smile, indicating he wouldn't hold back. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Chen Yi's mind. Mission triggered. Occupy the Jiangnan province market. Mission goal. Occupy more than 90% of the beast medicine market in Jiangnan province within 1 year. Mission reward. Randomly obtain a wise species. Note, the wise species will be sent to the host's secret realm and will be absolutely loyal to the host. Chen Yi glanced coldly at Li Mao, determined to complete this mission. According to the system, a species unit is 100 individuals, so this mission was a must-complete task. He walked back to the owner of the long-eared spirit cat and extended his hand, saying, please show proof of purchase for the energy concentration liquid. The man hesitated and replied, what proof? Chen Yi explained, if you claim this beast was poisoned by our energy concentration liquid, then show proof of purchase. The man became flustered and claimed he had lost it. Chen Yi calmly said, no problem, tell me your name. We have purchase records. The man stammered, I forgot my name. Chen Yi signaled his subordinates to bring the purchase registry to compare records. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the man's story began to fall apart, revealing his true intentions. Some people who had previously demanded refunds started to regret their actions, realizing that the Shenlong Business Association might no longer sell medicine to them. Sensing the tide turning against him, the young man quickly picked up the long-eared spirit cat and attempted to flee. Joke's on you. Think you can just cause trouble and leave whenever you want? Dream on. Chen Yi immediately summoned Zhong Kongkong, blocking the troublemaker's path. Did I say you could leave? Are you planning to silence witnesses? You think you can just throw dirt on our Shenlong Commerce Guild and walk away? The troublemaker looked terrified, glancing helplessly at Li Mao, who showed no intention of helping. What do you want then? An apology? Fine, I'll apologize. Woof. Apologize? My master doesn't need your apology. Who do you think you are, a muggle? Zhong Kongkong growled. Rip. This dog can talk. Such high intelligence. The president of the Shenlong Commerce Guild must have some real skills. Everyone was shocked to see Zhong Kongkong speak. Woof. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome wolf like Grandpa Zhong before. Shut up. Woof. Yes, master. Chen Yi couldn't help but be amused by Zhong Kongkong's knack for attracting attention. Apologies for the spectacle, everyone. This is just how my beast behaves. The onlookers forced a smile. Given the high status of people who could afford $1 million potion, they wouldn't stoop to arguing with a dog. Chen Yi turned back to Li Mao. I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure the Li family can't cure this beast? Li Mao's face darkened. He had underestimated Chen Yi's determination. Fine, and what if you can cure it? I'll kneel and call you master.
Chen Yi simirket.
So, the Li family is full of frogs in a well? A renowned family of beast healers? What a joke. Your family's reputation is laughable. Last time, you promised to kneel at the Beast Alliance, but you ran away. Li Mao's face turned red with embarrassment.
Fine.
In front of everyone here, if the Shenlong Commerce Guild can cure this beast, I'll kneel and call you master. But what if you can't? If I can't cure it, I'll give the Li family the formula for the energy concentration potion for free. Really? Li Mao's eyes lit up. Is this for real? Chen Yi, never lie. Deal. All right, then get started, Boss John. Chen Yi shook his head. Not so fast. He called Yuka over. Go invite someone from the Beast Alliance. Tell them I need an official certification for a beast medication. After some thought, Chen Yi stopped Yuka. We need someone with authority for this. Reluctantly, he took out a business card and dialed the number on it. The call connected, and a strong, elderly voice answered, Hello? Who's this? Hello, Chairman He? It's me, Xiao Chun, Chen Yi. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? It's unusual for you to call me. Yes, Chairman He, you've guessed it right. I need your help. All right, what's going on? Tell me. Chen Yi explained the situation in detail and requested that He may come over to certify the beast medication. Upon hearing the other party's doubts, He felt a tinge of displeasure. How dare they question a medication certified by the Alliance? This was practically a sign of disrespect towards the beast-taming alliance. All right then, if that's the case, let's show them what we're capable of. Xiao Chun, where are you now? I'll bring my team over right away. Chun Yi provided the address of the Shillong Chamber of Commerce and then hung up the phone. After the call ended, Chun Yi approached the owner of the long-eared spirit cat, who was trembling with anxiety. He asked the owner, "Do you think your long-eared spirit cat has no chance of survival?" The young man nodded blankly, indicating that he had lost hope. Chun Yi took a deep breath and said firmly, "Then let's consider your long-eared spirit cat is already gone, shall we?" The owner stammered, "Okay." With that, Chun Yi brought a chair from the shop and leisurely waited for He Mei to arrive. He thought to himself, this is just a bluff. Li Mao glanced at Chan Yi, feeling a surge of excitement as he imagined the praise he would receive from the family elders when he returned with the prescription. Soon, the roar of engines echoed through the alley, and several cars bearing the Beast Alliance logo parked at the entrance. He Mei, holding a folder, led a group of people in uniforms towards Chan Yi. Upon seeing He Mei, Chan Yi quickly stood up, feeling a sense of apprehension towards this influential figure. He politely greeted, "President He, you're here?" He Mei did not say much, directly handing over an application form to Chan Yi. Glancing at it, Chan Yi saw that it was an application for the certification of a beast medicine. With previous experience, he filled it out with ease. The medicine, named Huashuedan, was suitable for all beasts. According to the system's description, it could heal beasts below E level within 5 minutes, with diminishing effects on higher levels. This was the second medicine launched by the Shillong Chamber of Commerce, priced at 4 million per pill. He Mei then angrily approached the owner of the long-eared spirit cat and introduced herself as the president of the Beast Alliance in Jiangnan Province. She questioned, "Do you doubt the authenticity of our certified beast medicine?" Despite her age, He Mei's authority was undeniable. The owner, intimidated by her presence, had heard of the influential families in Jiangnan Province but held even greater respect for the Beast Alliance. He anxiously looked at Li Mao, who was also taken aback, not expecting the president to intervene personally. The owner sought help from Li Mao, but Li Mao turned away, trying to shirk responsibility. The owner pointed at Li Mao and said, "It's him. It was Li Mao who told me to do this." Li Mao was shocked, not expecting the owner to betray him. He hastily denied the accusations, but He Mei's stern gaze fell upon him. She turned back to the owner, signaling him to continue. The owner pleaded, "It was Li Mao who gave me the poison and told me to feed it to the long-eared spirit cat and then cause trouble. They promised me a hush money of 1 million once it was done." Li Mao, infuriated, accused the owner of lying. But the onlookers knew the truth. So that's how it is. Everything has finally come to light. It turns out the culprit is the Li family. Perhaps they were worried that the Shillong Commerce Guild would encroach on their profits. It's hard to believe that a prestigious family in the medical field like the Lees would stoop to such actions. Their behavior is truly baffling. At this moment, Li Mao's face had turned ashen. If it weren't for his longing for the formula of the energy concentration elixir, he would have fled long ago. He Mei let out a cold snort. "Li family, are all your actions within our alliance nothing but hypocrisy?" President He, this is a misunderstanding. Please don't believe this person's one-sided story. This is clearly a slander. Yes, a slander. This must be a scheme by Chan Yi, someone interjected. The Jiangnan Province Beast Tamer Alliance will investigate the specifics. There's no need for further words, He Mei said, glancing at the ashen-faced Li Mao. She then took the application form handed over by Chen Yi and, after reading it carefully, couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Suitable for all beasts below E level. Regardless of the severity of the injury, as long as they survive for 5 minutes, they can fully recover. For beasts above E level, the effect diminishes." Chen Yi nodded. "That's right. This is the second product that our Shillong Commerce Guild will be launching, the Blood Revival Pill." He Mei looked at Chen Yi with excitement. "Xiao Chun, is this true? If so, it won't just be Jiangnan Province. The entire Huaxia could be shaken. While the energy concentration elixir is miraculous, it only raises G-level beasts to F level, which isn't very significant for high-level beast tamers. But the Blood Revival Pill is different. It's a game changer. If true, every beast tamer, regardless of their level, would go to any lengths to obtain one for emergencies."
Absolutely impossible.
Li Mao's face turned even more ashen. If such a medicine truly existed, the Li family would face a tremendous crisis. Only by testing it will we know if it's possible. Chen Yi then led He Mei and other alliance staff to a dying long-eared spirit cat, preparing to use it as the test subject. All right. He Mei nodded, instructing the staff to prepare medical tools and begin examining the long-eared spirit cat. As various instruments operated, a report was presented to He Mei. After reading it carefully, she nodded, "Xiao Chun, we've confirmed the condition of this long-eared spirit cat. The poison has penetrated its bones. Though its heart is still beating, its brain is already dead. Therefore, We consider it clinically dead. Are you sure you want to use it as the test subject? The onlookers murmured in astonishment. Brain dead? The Leaf family is ruthless, and the beast's owner is even more cruel. Indeed, if this long-eared spirit cat is revived, it would be a miracle. Even with the Leaf family's medical prowess, they can't compare to a miracle. Don't be foolish. Do you really believe this? It's just a spectacle. There's no way it could come back to life. Facing the skeptical glances around him, Chang-Yi unhesitatingly bought a blood revival pill from the system mall and placed it in the long-eared spirit cat's mouth. If this cat truly revived, he wouldn't need any special promotion. It would soon be known far and wide. After Chen-Yi gently fed the elixir to the long-eared spirit cat, the entire room fell silent. Even the insects stopped chirping, and everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the mysterious creature before them. The expressions on their faces showed they were deeply captivated by the scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chan Yi's movements were delicate yet resolute, and his eyes conveyed a sense of care and anticipation for the long-eared spirit cat, as if the whole world had paused, leaving only the subtle connection between them. The long-eared spirit cat seemed to sense Chan Yi's goodwill. Its eyes reflected a trace of gentleness and reassurance, silently locking gazes with Chan Yi, sharing an unspoken understanding. In that moment, the room was filled with a mysterious and harmonious atmosphere, as if everyone present was touched by the emotion, finding a brief moment of peace and solace. A few minutes later, the long-eared spirit cat, which had been pale and lifeless, began to show signs of recovery. This scene left everyone present in utter shock. As time went on, the cat, previously declared brain dead, opened its eyes and wobbled as it tried to stand up. Astonishing! This is nothing short of a miracle. What did I just witness? We've seen undeniable evidence of something extraordinary. Incredible, simply incredible. This event is going to cause a huge uproar in Jiangnan province and might even shake the entire nation of Hua. Within moments, the long-eared spirit cat had fully recovered and leapt into its owner's arms. Hime was even more excited than Chani. Xiao-chun, did you formulate this medicine yourself?
Chang Yi nodded.
Of course I did. I can't say I bought it from a store because you wouldn't believe me anyway. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hime exclaimed. Chairman He, can you issue an official certification for this? Certainly, give me a moment, Hime replied, quickly moving to a nearby folder to personally prepare the certification for Chani. Meanwhile, Li Mao was utterly dumbfounded, his face turning pale as he anxiously tried to leave. But Chani didn't need to stop him. The crowd, eager to please Chani, quickly brought Li Mao to him. Dr. Chun, this guy tried to back out of his promise, so we caught him for you. Seeing the disheveled Li Mao, Chun-Yi brought a chair and sat down in front of him. Mr. Li, you should face the consequences. Kneel down. Li Mu gritted his teeth almost to the point of breaking them.
Chang Yi.
Show some respect and let this go. After all, I'm from the Li family. If you push too far, the Li family won't let this slide. You still dare to threaten me? Chen Yi frowned, and from a distance, Zhong Kongkong understood instantly. In a flash, Zhong Kongkong appeared beside Li Mu, and with a swift kick to Li Mu's legs, forced him to his knees. Ah! Li Mao couldn't withstand Zhong Kongkong's kick and let out a scream, collapsing in front of Chun Yi. Woof! You scoundrel! Kneeling before my master is an honor for you. Do you think just anyone deserves to have my master kneel? You!
Chang Yi.
Despite Li Mao's hysterical outbursts, Chun Yi remained calm, cleaning his ear with his pinky. Done ranting? If so, kneel down. No need to become my apprentice. You're not worthy. Just give me 2 kowtows to settle what you owe me. You shameless scoundrel. I won't do it. Woof. Enough of your nonsense. Zhong Kongkong interrupted, pressing his paw on Li Mao's head and forcing him to kowtow twice. The impact left Li Mao's forehead bleeding, his face a picture of utter disgrace.
Chang Yi.
You'll pay for this. The Li family won't let you off. Li Mao roared at Chen Yi, who remained unfazed. All right, there's no need for you to come after me. I'll remember the debt you owe me and deal with you in due time. Your Li family should prepare for the worst, Chen Yi said, dismissing Li Mao. Feeling a mix of relief and dread, Li Mao hurriedly left the alley, knowing his reputation was in ruins. After solving Li Mao's issue, Chen Yi turned to the young man who had dared to falsely accuse him. The young man, seeing his long-eared spirit cat come back to life, was overwhelmed with tears of regret. Since you've wronged me, don't expect any mercy from me. Are you happy to see your beast alive again? Chun Yi asked coldly. The young man quickly replied, Yes, I am. You're happy too soon. Chun Yi extended his hand and said, Pay up. This blood revival pill costs 40 million at our Shenlong Commerce Guild. The young man was shocked and exclaimed, What? This is extortion. I don't have that kind of money. Extortion? Don't be ridiculous. I'm sure many here would gladly pay 40 million for one of my blood revival pills. Chunyi smirked while the crowd started bidding. Dr. Chun, 50 million. I'll pay 50 million for one. 60 million. I'll pay 60 million. I'll offer 100 million. Listening to the escalating bids, the young man's face turned pale. I never asked you to save my spirit cat, nor did I agree to pay you for your experiment. Chunyi shrugged. No money?
Fine.
Remember, you agreed that your beast was already dead. Let bygones be bygones. Now is now. Before the young man could respond, Zhong Kongkong appeared, biting the neck of the newly revived spirit cat. With a fierce pull, he snatched it from the young man's arms and bit down hard. A bone-cracking sound echoed as the cat's head twisted to the side, lifeless once more. The young man stared in disbelief. You're a demon. You must compensate me for my beast. Woof. Say one more word, and I'll snap your neck. Grandpa Zhong warned menacingly. Chunyi shrugged again. You heard him. Dare to say another word? See if I won't have you killed. Even if I did, I doubt anyone here would speak up for you. The crowd, eager to curry favor with Chan Yi and buy the blood revival pills, had already dismissed the trouble-seeking young man. Of course not, Dr. Chun. You don't need to dirty your hands. Just say the word, and I'll take care of it for you. Terrified, the young man fled without even taking his spirit cat's body. As he left, Chunyi reminded him, don't forget to collect your hush money and that C-grade potential beast from the Li family. Collect? What a joke. If he goes to the Li family now, he's asking for trouble, someone in the crowd muttered. Hime, who had been observing the situation, approached once things had calmed down. She handed Channy the certificate for the blood revival pill. Xiao Chun, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Are you free later? Come by my place. I have some important matters to discuss. Chunyi looked at Hime, who appeared kind and gentle, with a hint of confusion. Calling herself his grandmother in public? This left him feeling somewhat bewildered, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Despite his strong reluctance, Chan Yi knew he couldn't afford to offend her now. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree to accompany Hime to the Beast Taming Alliance in Jiangnan Province. Before Chin Yi and Hime headed to the Beast Alliance, Chin decided to first calm the crowd in the alley and take the opportunity to do some promotion. No need to rush or stay in line anymore. The ingredients for the blood revitalizing pill are extremely rare, and our production is limited. Therefore, the Shenlong Commerce Association has decided to sell one pill every 2 days at a fixed price of 40 million yuan, which will never change. As for the energy concentrate, I promise that starting tomorrow, it will be available in unlimited quantities. You can get as much as you want. Dr. Chen's word is his bond. Chun Yi's announcement immediately caused a stir among the crowd. The Shenlong Commerce Association's products were increasingly magical, and everyone was eager to see what new medicines would be released next. With this promise, those who had been lining up quickly dispersed to relay the news to their respective factions, aiming to secure a blood revitalizing pill. Afterward, Chen Yi bought 10 blood revitalizing pills from the system store and spent the remaining money on purchasing energy pills, which he then diluted into energy liquid. From holding a fortune to being penniless, Chen Yi felt a surge of emotions. Yuka happily accepted the medicines from Chan Yi and carefully stored them away. Soon, these medicines would bring Chen Yi unexpected wealth. Having completed these tasks, Chen Yi followed Hime to the Beast Alliance. In the office of the Beast Alliance's president, Hime warmly poured Chen Yi a cup of tea. Xiao Chun, we are practically family now, so I won't hide anything from you. Family?
Chan Yi similet akartle.
President He, please go ahead. President He seemed displeased. Still calling me president? Call me grandma. All right, I can't afford to offend you. Chun Yi reluctantly called out, Grandma He, please go ahead. Only then did Hime smile. That's more like it. Xiao Qin, do you realize the sensation your certification of the blood revitalizing pill will cost today? Chun Yi nodded, having already guessed that it would cause quite a stir. I suspect it will be quite sensational. Grandma doesn't mean to underestimate you, but with the current strength of the Shenlong Commerce Association, a group of young people still in school, you might not be able to handle this upheaval. Chun Yi nodded again, aware of this issue. However, he already had a plan. He intended to discuss a potential collaboration with Yin Jun, hoping to partner with the military. This way, the major factions wouldn't dare to easily target the Shenlong Commerce Association. Once Chun Yi's strength grew, he would no longer fear these external threats. Grandma has a suggestion for you. Have you considered letting the Beast Alliance invest in the Shenlong Commerce Association?
Chan Yi fronnet.
So the Beast Alliance wanted to get involved too? As long as the conditions are reasonable, perhaps cooperation with the Beast Alliance could be considered. Grandma He, what are your thoughts? Hime took a sip of tea. Xiao Qin, rest assured, Grandma won't harm or deceive you. The Beast Alliance is willing to gift the Shenlong Commerce Association a downtown office building. In exchange, the Shenlong Commerce Association would need to allocate 20% of its shares to us. Chani couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Acquiring an office building in the city center wasn't something just anyone could do. It required billions of yuan. While the current terms seemed favorable, they might not be as beneficial in the long run. After careful consideration, he decided to probe further. Are there any other conditions? Chun Yi demanded that the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce supply a certain amount of medicine to the Beast Tamer Alliance each month. He was indifferent about the priority purchasing rights and found them acceptable. Subsequently, Chen Yi and He Mei had an in-depth discussion about the cooperation details. In the end, he secured the support and protection of the Beast Tamer Alliance by agreeing to supply them with 5 blood revitalizing pills monthly and transferring 20% of the alliance's shares. He Mei, as the chairwoman of the Beast Tamer Alliance, acted decisively. After finalizing the cooperation plan, she immediately drafted a contract. With the alliance's senior executives as witnesses, Chen Yi and He Mei signed the agreement. The young Chen Yi, through his own efforts, had become a billionaire with a promising future ahead. He smiled, realizing that the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce would now have He Mei as a protector. After bidding farewell to He Mei, Chen Yi left the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Alliance. Watching his departing figure, He Mei felt a mix of emotions. Young and promising with exceptional medical skills, she hoped her daughter, Shuang'er, would work hard and not fall behind. Otherwise, as Chen Yi continued to grow, their relationship might evolve beyond a simple partnership. Leaving the Beast Tamer Alliance, Chen Yi planned to head to the academy. Despite being a billionaire, he still had to take a cab, which puzzled him. He decided to buy a car. As he gazed out the window, he drifted into thought. However, he soon realized the car was not heading toward Jiangnan Province's Beast Taming Academy but was veering off course, heading into a desolate, uninhabited area. Sensing danger, Chen Yi urgently asked the driver to stop, but the driver ignored him and continued driving. Realizing the imminent threat, Chen Yi didn't hesitate. He conjured a wind blade to slice open the car door and used a water wall to leap out. The driver, slightly panicked, hit the brakes and also jumped out of the car. "What are your intentions?" Chen Yi asked, his nerves on edge. Without hesitation, he summoned Zhong Kong. The driver's cruel smile confirmed Chen Yi's suspicion about his opponent's strength, a Class F Beast Tamer against a Class E Beast Tamer. Chen Yi didn't hold back and immediately commanded Zhong Kong to engage. Zhong Kong, undaunted, swiftly attacked, displaying formidable power. In the desert, a gigantic sandworm suddenly burst out of the ground, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth as it let out a roar. Zhong Kong furrowed his brow and immediately prepared for battle. Without warning, the sandworm lunged, sending Zhong Kong flying through the air. He crashed hard into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Furious, he cursed, "Damn it! Attacking by surprise. How despicable and shameless." Seeing that his sandworm failed to defeat the dog, the assassin frowned slightly, feeling a bit surprised. The sandworm briefly surfaced before quickly burrowing back underground, leaving the assassin somewhat frustrated. Having dealt with beastmasters who possessed such skills before, the assassin couldn't help but curse under his breath. Kong, attack the beastmaster directly and force that worm out? Woof. Yes, master. After being knocked back, Zhong Kong stood in midair and used spatial teleportation to instantly appear next to the assassin. Oh, this dog is quite tenacious, and Chen Yi's combat experience is impressive enough to pinpoint my weaknesses. Faced with the fiercely charging Zhong Kong, the assassin dared not be careless. In the next moment, the sandworm shot out from beneath Zhong Kong, aiming its sharp horn at the dog's belly. Fortunately, Zhong Kong was prepared and successfully dodged the attack at the critical moment. Woof. Damn you. How dare you hurt Grandpa Zhong? Zhong Kong growled, releasing a concentrated spatial attack that immobilized the assassin, followed by a devastating void strike. The assassin hesitated slightly. "Young man, your beast is indeed formidable." The sandworm reappeared, shielding the assassin. The assassin felt a pang of annoyance. How could a D-level beastmaster like him be suppressed by an F-level one? When he took this mission, he thought it was an easy job, never expecting an F-level beastmaster to have such a high bounty. Chen Yi stared at him coldly. "Either reveal your identity or prepare to face the consequences." "Haha, you think you'll spare my life? Kid, you leave me no choice." The sandworm vanished underground once more. As Zhong Kong prepared to strike the driver, he sensed a looming danger. "Master, watch out." Zhong Kong quickly used teleportation to push Chen Yi out of the way.
Bang!
Sure enough, the sandworm emerged from where Chen Yi had been standing, striking Zhong Kong once again. "Kid, did you think only you knew to attack the Beastmaster directly? Woof. That hurts. You coward, fight me head on." Though Zhong Kong was only at E level, he was definitely not inferior to D level. Chen Yi focused intently on the battle between Zhong Kong and the sandworm, but suddenly felt a surge of danger. Without hesitation, he summoned wind and water elements to form two protective shields. Block it. As expected, a giant mantis appeared out of thin air, its twin blades slashing at Chen Yi's shields. Chen Yi felt a chill run down his spine, nearly forgetting that D-level beast masters could summon two beasts. What? That's impossible. What kind of power is this? Chen Yi's dual-element magic, combining wind and water, was far superior to that of an ordinary D-level beastmaster. The mantis, attempting to hide again, was struck by a wind blade released by Chen Yi, letting out a screech as its life ended. Incredible! The assassin stared at Chen Yi in shock. Chen Yi displayed incredible abilities. He didn't tell anyone about his plans, but took direct action. Teaming up with Zhong Kongkong, he quickly resolved the issue and defeated the assassin. When the assassin tried to escape, Chen Yi used wind magic to stop him, ultimately subduing him. The assassin was shocked to find himself unable to escape Chen Yi's control, watching helplessly as Zhong Kongkong's strike hit its mark. The assassin's scream echoed across the area before he fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Chen Yi decided not to kill him immediately, opting instead to let Zhong Kongkong deal with the sandworm so he could interrogate the assassin. Despite being defeated, the assassin remained defiant, refusing to divulge any information even when faced with the threat of being devoured by the sandworm. In the end, the assassin chose to commit suicide, leaving Chen Yi regretful. He and Zhong Kongkong successfully killed the sandworm, ending the intense battle. Chen Yi realized that there might be a larger force behind this assassin, which made him suspicious. This incident made Chen Yi aware of his shortcomings when dealing with beasts that have burrowing abilities, and he resolved to recruit a beast capable of countering such threats. After the battle, Chen Yi began cleaning up the battlefield, leaving the bodies for Shaoqing to handle. He instructed Zhong Kongkong to dispose of the sandworm's carcass and located the assassin's body. During the search, they found nothing to identify the assassin except for a phone. Chen Yi stored the body in a secret space before heading back to the academy. As soon as he got off the vehicle, a classmate pointed at him in shock and said, "How are you still alive?" Chen Yi frowned and asked what they meant, but the classmate hastily denied their statement, claiming they had mistaken him for someone else. Chen Yi looked at the person in front of him, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Gradually, a familiar feeling washed over him. Could this person be none other than Lu Hong, Su Tower's loyal follower? He remembered exposing Lu Hong some time ago. How could he now be wandering around the campus so freely? The more Chen Yi thought about it, the more suspicious he became of Lu Hong's behavior. Deciding to follow him discreetly, Chen Yi wanted to see if there was any hidden plot. Lu Hong found a secluded corner, and after ensuring no one was around, he took out his phone and dialed a number. At that moment, the phone in Chen Yi's pocket, the one that belonged to the assassin, suddenly rang, heightening his alertness. Chen Yi picked up the assassin's phone and chose to answer it. A familiar voice came through the receiver. "Hello, sir. What happened? Why is Chen Yi back at the academy unharmed? He's standing right outside the gate. Look behind you." Lu Hong sensed something was off in the assassin's tone, but he instinctively turned around. Ah! The sight nearly scared him to death. Chen Yi was smiling and waving the phone at him. You. Before Lu Hong could react, Chen Yi summoned Zhong Kongkong, forcing Lu Hong into a corner. In his panic to avoid Chen Yi, Lu Hong inadvertently backed into a deserted spot, sealing his fate.
Chen Yi.
What are you trying to do? This is right outside the academy. Do you dare lay a hand on me? You dared to hire an assassin. Why wouldn't I dare?
Chen Yi replied.
Did you kill the assassin? Lu Hong asked, his voice trembling. Chen Yi nodded. That's right. With such little skill, how dare he come after me? Little skill? That guy was a D-rank beastmaster with 2 D-rank beasts. What is your true strength, Chen Yi? Chen Yi remained unfazed. I didn't hire the assassin. I only provided the information. Let me go. Let you go?
Fine.
Tell me who hired the assassin. It was? Lu Hong hesitated, but Chen Yi's patience was wearing thin. Who was it?
Chen Yi demanded.
I can't say.
Lu stuttered.
Can't say? Then why are you wasting my time? Kong Kong, bite him. Woof. Let Grandpa Zhong see what your flesh tastes like, Zhong Kong Kong snarled, baring his sharp teeth and lunging at Lu Hong. Chen Yi, you really dare to attack me at the academy gates? Lu Hong was terrified, hurriedly summoning a half-meter-long centipede to face Zhong Kong Kong. Oh, you managed to form a new beast contract? I underestimated you. But I did say, for every beast you contract, I'll kill it. The centipede, clearly newly contracted and only G-rank, was no match for Zhong Kong Kong. With a snap of his jaws, the dog finished it off. Ugh, disgusting. This centipede tastes awful. Better offer it to my buddy Shaoqing, Zhong Kong Kong spat.
No.
With 2 beasts dead, Lu Hong was on the verge of collapse.
Chen Yi.
Let me go, or my brother won't spare you. That's a joke. If you don't tell me who ordered this, I won't need your brother to come after me. I'll find him myself and send him to join you. Lu Hong's fear turned into deep hatred. My brother serves in the secret realm army. If you go after him, that big shot won't spare you. You'll be hunted by assassins day and night. You will die sooner or later. Seems like I won't get anything useful from you. Chunyi signaled to Zhong Kongkong, who grinned and lunged at Lu Hong's neck. With the matter resolved, Chunyi stored Lu Hong's body in the secret realm space, cleaned up the scene, and walked back to the academy as if nothing had happened. Chunyi wasn't merciful towards those who attacked him. He wouldn't spare them or give them a chance for redemption. He was still pondering who Lu Hong's brother was and decided that if there was any danger, he'd find an opportunity to eliminate him too. Unbeknownst to Chen Yi, two pairs of eyes had witnessed him killing Lu Hong from a distance. This entire event unfolded within a camp of the secret realm army. Lu Tao was practicing shooting when he suddenly received a message. He checked his phone and found a video from an unknown number. The video showed Chen Yi killing Lu Hong. After watching it, Lu Tao's chest was almost torn apart by anger, and tears welled up in his eyes, but he held them back. He lifted his head, closed his eyes, and vowed in his heart, "Brother, I will avenge you." Meanwhile, the bounty network within the Shadow Kill organization had changed. Chen Yi's task was upgraded from an F level to a D level, and the bounty soared from 2 million to 2 billion. Next time, Chen Yi would be facing a higher level C-class assassin from the organization. Although Chen Yi was unaware of this, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. He believed that as long as his opponent wasn't a B-class, he could survive. Though he might not be able to defeat a C-class assassin now, he could at least stay alive. And when Shaoqing fully awakened, it would be uncertain who would have the last laugh when a C-class opponent came. Just as Chen Yi stepped into his villa dormitory, he heard someone knocking on the door. The coincidence made him wary, as the previous assassination attempt had left him on high alert. He called out to Zhong Kongkong first before heading to the door. "Who is it?" Chen Yi asked. "Are you Chen Yi? Can you open the door?" A voice replied from outside.
I'm Su Luyun.
Chen Yi was taken aback. A familiar name flashed through his mind. Could it be Su Luyun from the freshman assessment? Despite his doubts, he decided to open the door. Su Luyun was still dressed in his clean white attire, looking as fresh as he did during the assessment. "Chen Yi, may I come in? I have something to discuss with you," Su Luyun asked. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, but eventually let him in. Once seated, Su Luyun got straight to the point. "Chen Yi, I was there when you killed Lu Hong." Chen Yi frowned and summoned Zhong Kongkong. "Are you here to threaten me?" Su Luyun quickly shook his head and explained, "No, don't misunderstand. I'm here to propose a collaboration." Chen Yi's eyes widened. "You? Collaborate with me? Go on." Su Luyun nodded, his previously gentle expression turning cold. "I want you to help me destroy the Su family." Chen Yi was slightly surprised. "The Su family? Su Luyun, you share the same surname. Do you have some grudge against them?" Seeing Chen Yi's puzzled expression, Su Luyun began to recount his story. Despite being the biological son of the Su family head, his mother was only a maid who came with the head's wife. Due to the Su family traditions, he was never recognized by the family and was treated like a servant. Even though he awakened his beast master abilities and had an A-level talent, his brother Su Feng manipulated circumstances to make the family believe he had no talent, eventually leading to his expulsion from the family. Fortunately, before he was cast out, his mother secretly gave him the money she had been saving for him. Su Luyun was not willing to disappear after being expelled from the Su family. Determined to make a comeback, he used his funds to purchase a mysterious beast. The moment he signed the contract, his beast underwent a mutation, evolving into a more powerful entity. With the help of this beast, he achieved an impressive third place in the new rankings. However, just as he was reveling in his success, he received shocking news that his despised elder brother had met with a tragic fate. This revelation stirred his emotions intensely. The family, upon learning of the incident, promptly brought him back. Even his mother, who had been demoted to a maid, was restored to her rightful status and became the second wife. Su Luyun initially believed that the family's attitude towards him had changed. However, upon stepping through the Su family's doors, he realized it was all a facade. With the tacit approval of the family head, the Su members continued to treat Su Luyun with cold indifference, as though he were a servant. His mother, too, faced relentless jealousy and bullying from the first wife, living a life of daily misery and tears. After hearing this, Chen Yi was left speechless, feeling as though the entire situation was as absurd and dramatic as a palace intrigue. Although Su Luyun's plight might seem pitiable, Chen Yi wasn't easily swayed by sympathy. He remained skeptical of everything Su claimed and dismissed Su's purported ability to bring down the Su family. Su Luyun, smiling as he spoke, wasn't seeking sympathy but rather clarifying his stance. He explained that he approached Chen Yi because his investigation suggested that the Chen family lacked the strength to confront the Su family. Chen Yi responded with a faint smile, indicating that he was well informed about Su Luyun, even aware of the Shenlong Commerce Association. Su Luyun then revealed that he and Lu Hong had disclosed Chen Yi's whereabouts to the assassin. This revelation darkened Chen Yi's expression, prompting him to question Su's intentions. Su Luyun calmly stated that choosing to cooperate meant being transparent to eliminate mutual distrust. Chen Yi, though angered, realized that Su Luyun's forthrightness might be a genuine attempt to forge an alliance. He pondered that even if he had the capability to destroy the Su family, there would need to be sufficient motivation and benefits. Su Luyun asserted that Chen Yi would inevitably have a reason to annihilate the Su family because they had placed a bounty on him through the Yingsha organization. This new term sent a shiver down Chen Yi's spine as he learned that Yingsha ranked among the top 3 assassin organizations in Huagua and within the top 20 globally. Accepting a mission from them meant a life-and-death struggle, with the bounty increasing only if the target exceeded the employer's provided information. Currently, Chen Yi faced a D-rank assassin. The next might be a C rank, followed by a B rank, and potentially even an A rank beastmaster. Realizing the gravity of being targeted by such an organization, Chen Yi felt a deep-seated fear. He understood that confronting the organization head-on was beyond his capability, but waiting passively would also lead to relentless harassment. The only solution was to eliminate the employer who issued the mission, the Su family. Chen Yi gazed calmly at Su Luyun and asked, "You've targeted me. Now, tell me, what assistance can you offer?" Su Luyun finally smiled genuinely, assuring that he could provide critical intelligence about the Su family, including the strength and plans of its core members. He displayed photos on his phone, detailing each member's abilities. The strongest was the family head, a C-rank beast master who had contracts with 3 C-rank beasts. Following him were 3 senior members, all D-rank, while other family members ranged from E-rank to G-rank. Confronted with C-rank strength, Chen Yi decided not to act rashly unless absolutely necessary. Chen Yi displayed a chilling smile. Wanted? That just means they're ready to be assassinated by me, he thought. However, he considered the possibility that the Su family might have some powerful backing, as it seemed improbable for them to have connections with the Shadow Kill organization on their own. This force could very well be the Morong family. The thought satisfied Chen Yi. What's in it for you? Betraying your own family like this, he sneered. Family? They're not my family. As long as the Su family exists, my mother will live in fear every day, came the cold reply. Have you thought about what you'll do if I truly destroy the Su family? Chen Yi asked. Within just half an hour of interaction, Chen Yi had already discerned Su Luyun's extraordinary abilities. Despite being a marginal figure, he could uncover many family secrets, a skill that garnered Chen Yi's admiration. Chen Yi, if you can really bring down the Su family, I'm willing to follow you, as long as you don't mind, Su Luyun said after a lengthy conversation. Only after these words did Chen Yi see him off. As he closed the door, his smile turned twisted and menacing. The Morong family might be beyond my reach, but dealing with a Su family that only has a C-rank beast master? That's within my capabilities, he thought, pulling out his phone to look at the photos Su Luyun had sent, a cold smile playing on his lips. A Su family without its members, is it even still the Su family? From that night onward, Chen Yi became the Su family's nightmare. Members of the Su family began to mysteriously disappear, all due to Chen Yi. Who would have guessed that Chen Yi himself was a humanoid beast master, capable of controlling the elements? Coupled with Zhong Kongkong's spatial teleportation abilities, they were a lethal duo. With a single strike, Chen Yi would target a member of the Su family, waiting until they were alone. He would then summon Zhong Kongkong to perform a fatal blow from above and dispose of the body in a secret dimension. Meanwhile, Luo Hanswang, who had been missing for some time, was in a village investigating the whereabouts of the Flash Thunder Stone. Based on her grandmother's clues, someone in this village had once formed a pact with a cloud spirit, and it was rumored that after the cloud spirit's death, it transformed into a gemstone. 2 slender figures walked towards the outskirts of the village, one of them awkwardly carrying 2 large hoes. Hanswang Jia, how long has it been since this happened? Are grandma's clues reliable? Luo Yu asked, her voice trembling slightly. My grandmother wouldn't lie to me. The village chief also said that the stone was buried together with the cloud spirit's master. Luo Hanswang replied after a moment of silence. If you're scared, you can go back. I can handle this alone. The image of Chen Yi flashed through her mind. His serpent form that devoured lightning, and that shameless dog of his. She needed to advance her own cloud spirit as soon as possible. Luo Yu smiled wryly. Sis, I was just kidding. If I left you here alone, father would kill me when I got back. Soon, they arrived at the grave the village chief had pointed out. This is the place. Xiaoyu, start digging. Luo Hanswang took the hoe handed to her by Luo Yu, ready to start digging at their ancestral grave. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet twisted violently, and a half-meter-wide crack appeared. Before she could react, she fell straight into the fissure. This unexpected incident left Luo Yu terrified. She immediately bent down to check. However, the crack led to a new, mysterious space. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Yu knew she couldn't rescue Luo Hanswang on her own. She quickly called Luo Rong to inform him of the situation. At that moment, Luo Rong was enjoying tea in the principal's office. Hearing the news, he was shocked and immediately rushed out, summoning his A-rank beast, the Batwing Sky Dragon. Luo Rong mounted the dragon and dialed Yin Jun's number. Faced with the unknown mysterious space, Luo Rong knew he couldn't risk his granddaughter's life and decided to seek military assistance, as they were the most skilled at exploring unknown territories. Upon learning of the emergency, Yin Jun promptly ordered the troops to assemble. Soon, military transport vehicles began rolling out from the base, heading towards the mysterious space, ready to take action. After half a day, the area around the tomb was completely secured by the Secret Realm's army. Yin Jun approached Luo Rong with a serious expression. Lao Rong, we have a tricky situation. This is a Class C secret realm, roughly the size of a province, and the teleportation is random. A Class C secret realm. Luo Rong immediately panicked upon hearing this and instinctively tried to jump into the realm. Fortunately, Hime grabbed him just in time. Lao Luo, don't be impulsive. The teleportation is random. What should we do then? There might be Class C monsters inside. What if our granddaughter is in danger? Luo Rong asked, his voice filled with worry. Yin Jun stepped forward to comfort him. You two are Class A beast tamers. You're our pillars in critical moments. If we find your granddaughter but can't contact you, what then? Luo Rong sighed. Lao Jun, what's your plan? Chun Yi was unaware of the situation on their end. At that moment, he was hiding in the clouds above the Su family estate. Observing the Su family's organized movements, he was surprised. Over the past few days, he had killed a total of 50 people, earning Su Liuyun's admiration. So, why did you call me? Do you have any news? Su Liuyun asked, his voice tinged with concern. Recently, the Su family has been on edge. My father is furious and suspects your involvement, but he doesn't dare confront you directly. Chunyi knew that given his status, the Su family wouldn't dare approach him lightly. Within the Chen family, he had the support and understanding of his relatives. Yesterday, my father increased the bounty on you, and assassins have taken the contract, Su Liuyun continued, his worry evident. Facing this mysterious assassin organization, Chunyi felt a headache coming on. Su Liuyun anxiously asked, when will you start targeting the D-class clan members and my father? Rubbing his temples, Chunyi realized the urgency of the situation and decided to deal with the Su family head directly once Xiaoqing woke up. Just as he hung up the phone, he received a call from Yin Jun. Yin Jun would never call without a good reason, so Chunyi quickly answered. Yin Jun urgently summoned him, and Chunyi's expression changed, realizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately headed to the designated location. Upon arrival, he saw that the military had already sealed off an area spanning several kilometers. As they patrolled the area, the soldiers discovered Chen Yi and immediately led him to the temporary command center beside the entrance to the secret realm. Upon entering, Chunyi was stunned by the scene before him. The room was filled with familiar faces, many of whom were top figures in their fields. Yin Jun cleared his throat and approached Chunyi. Chunyi, let me explain your mission.
Oh, Chunyi responded.
Yin Jun then briefly outlined the current situation and the urgent objectives they needed to achieve. Pointing at one person, he said, you might have met him before. This is Jiang Feng, the instructor of the Jiangnan Province Secret Realm Army. He will be commanding this operation. Chun Yi nodded at Jiang Feng. According to Yin Jun's plan, this secret realm was classified as C-level, roughly the size of a province. The most challenging part was the unstable entrance location. Therefore, establishing a communication point inside was crucial, and Chen Yi needed to carry a complete set of communication and radar equipment. Once inside, Jiang Feng would fire a signal flare and ignite a continuously burning beacon. The soldiers had to quickly locate Jiang Feng for assembly, with Chen Yi's role being particularly critical. However, Yin Jun didn't rely solely on Chen Yi. There was another radar set broken down into hundreds of components, each carried by different soldiers. Seeing how cumbersome even a single radar set was, Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel at the complexity, understanding why the master of the secret realm was revered as possessing divine skills within the army. Finally, Ime spoke up, Xiao Chun. Shuanger also accidentally entered the secret realm. If you find her, please protect her. Hearing Yin Jun's mission briefing, Chunyi was startled to learn that Luo Hanzhuang was inside the secret realm as well. Luo Rong glared at Chunyi. Listen, Shuanger is going to be your future girlfriend. You must protect her. Chunyi was a bit speechless at Luo Rong's words, but confirmed that Luo Hanzhuang was indeed inside the secret realm, explaining why these two influential figures were present. He replied, got it, but Principal Luo, there's really nothing between your granddaughter and me. Hime added, by the way, Xiao Chun, remember to take some blood vitality pills. If Shuanger's beast gets injured, you can use them. I'll compensate you. Don't worry, Grandma Chunyi assured her. Suddenly, a system prompt triggered a mission. Rescue Luo Hanzhuang. Mission objective. The host must personally find and rescue Luo Hanzhuang. Mission reward. 1 random talent scroll. Chunyi exclaimed in surprise. This mission is quite troublesome. It's just a girl. Yet there's a system mission with a talent scroll as a reward. He quickly checked the system store and confirmed it was indeed a talent scroll, a highly valuable item anyone could use. Mentioning the Shillong Chamber of Commerce and blood vitality pills, both Luo Rong and Yin Jun looked at Chinny in astonishment. Luo Rong excitedly asked, "Kid, are you the legendary president of the Shillong Chamber of Commerce? The mysterious figure who makes the blood vitality pills?" Chinny nodded, "Yes, that's me." "Why?" Luo Rong angrily turned to Hime. "Why didn't you tell me?" Yin Jun also looked at Chinny with curiosity. "I never expected you to be hiding so much. Once the mission is complete, we should discuss a collaboration." After collaborating with the Beast Alliance, Hime didn't make any effort to conceal her true situation. She was worried about facing danger, so she helped Chunny hide most of his information. From this perspective, it can be said that Hime was genuinely sincere towards Chunny. However, Jiang Feng promptly interrupted their conversation, reminding everyone that the mission was critical and other matters could be discussed later. The group arrived at the mound, where the entrance to the secret realm lay before them. Rows of soldiers stood in neat formation, and as Channy looked around, he estimated there were at least 10,000 of them. Jiang Feng was the first to leap into the portal, followed closely by Chan Yi, and the soldiers unhesitatingly followed suit. However, none of them noticed a stranger among the soldiers, and standing next to him was none other than Lu Tao, whom Chan Yi harbored deep hatred for. Lu Tao stared coldly at Chan Yi and said in a mocking tone, "I hope you won't disappoint me after taking such a big risk to bring you here." Chan Yi responded calmly, "Don't worry, we're just fulfilling our own needs." Lu Tao suddenly brought up the matter of Chen Yi's brother being killed, questioning why he didn't step in to save him at the time. Chen Yi replied indifferently, "Save him? Why? Have you forgotten that we are shadow assassins, not a charity organization?" Lu Tao clenched his teeth, glaring at Chen Yi in anger, and fell silent. It turned out that the stranger among the soldiers was actually an assassin from the shadow assassins, hired by Chen Yi. In the mysterious realm, Chen Yi looked up at the two crescent moons in the sky, feeling a sense of helplessness. How on earth was he supposed to find Jiang Feng here? Who would have thought this place would be so dark and eerie? If he couldn't locate the initial signal flare, the consequences would be dire. The environment here was utterly unsuitable for lighting any beacons, which was truly disheartening. Moreover, this was a sea-level secret realm, where a B-level beast could appear at any moment. Chunny knew he couldn't afford to be careless. After scanning the surroundings, he hurriedly summoned Zhong Kongkong. "Bark. Master, what is this place? It feels so eerie," Zhong Kongkong said, furrowing his brows with a serious expression. "Eerie? What on earth are you talking about?" Chunny asked, bewildered. "Sigh, master, you just don't get it," Zhong Kongkong sighed. As Chen Yi and Zhong Kongkong moved, the weeds on the ground began to emit a faint glow. This sight reminded Chen Yi of the blue-skinned aliens he had seen in his previous life. It was quite a spectacle. In this secret realm, any contact with plants would make them emit a faint light. With the help of this glow and the moonlight from the two moons, Chen Yi finally got a clear view of the surrounding terrain. He considered himself lucky. In front of him was an open grassland with no signs of any beasts, relatively safe for now. Suddenly, a signal flare shot up in the distance, lighting up the entire area like the sun. Chunny felt a surge of joy as he saw the flare so close to him. However, the flare seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest, causing the entire realm to erupt in eerie wails. The ground of the grassland began to tremble slightly, emitting a ghostly green glow. Suddenly, a skeletal hand shot out from the ground, grabbing Chen Yi's ankle. Startled, Chunny kicked it away and instinctively soared into the air. What he saw next made his skin crawl. This wasn't a grassland at all. It was more like a graveyard. Skeletons were emerging from the ground, and within just a few breaths, the area was filled with skulls. These skeletons resembled humans, but were clearly different, with the weakest being at F-level strength and some towering ones reaching D-level. Chunny was dumbfounded. If he couldn't fly, he'd be done for. Zhong Kongkong also looked down in shock. "Bark. Boss, what is this place? There are undead here, and the eerie energy is overwhelming. You ask me, who should I ask? Isn't this your playground?"
Chen Yi replied helplessly.
"Bark. Master, what's going on? Are there delicacies here?" Zhong Kongkong asked, puzzled, looking at Chunyi. Chunyi gave Zhong Kongkong a light slap on the head. "Delicacies, my foot. It's all bones here. What are you so happy about? Go on, gnaw on them." Zhong Kongkong almost choked. If it weren't for his master, he would have taken a few bites to vent his frustration. "Bark. Master, I'm a wolf. Only dogs like to gnaw on bones. I eat meat." Zhong Kongkong clarified. Faced with this situation, Chunyi started to doubt whether Luo Hanzhuang was still alive. He decided to find Jiang Feng first, thankful for his ability to fly. As Chunyi flew towards the signal flare, the skeleton suddenly launched several fireballs. Among the slightly shorter skeletons, there was even one holding a broken bone, casting magic, a skeleton mage. Bark. Master, this is bad. There's a skeleton mage too. What a hassle, Zhong Kongkong said anxiously. Qianyi was furious, his anger burning like a raging fire. Today had truly pushed him to his limits. Woof. Zhong Kongkong, undeterred, stood his ground and firmly declared that he was a wolf, not just an ordinary dog. Determined not to back down, Qianyi faced the situation head-on, showing immense courage and resolve. The two soared through the air like mobile artillery, their wind blades and air-splitting attacks slicing through the sea of skeletons around them. The scene was both spectacular and intense. However, Qianyi soon realized that despite their menacing appearance, these skeletons were not as formidable as they seemed, barely reaching G rank in strength. They were more bark than bite. Relishing the ease of the battle, Qianyi mercilessly devoured the shattered skeletons into his secret realm, piling them in the desert. He couldn't help but wonder if Shaoqing would enjoy these bony treats. After relentless effort, the last skeleton was finally defeated, and Qianyi ascended into the secret realm, where the skeletal remains formed a towering mountain. Woof! Zhong Kongkong lay on the ground, exhausted from the easy yet tedious fight, his tongue lolling out. Qianyi looked at him and, with a sigh, sat down on him, feeling the weight of fatigue and the need to rest. Zhong Kongkong's eyes widened, hoping his master would bring him a chair, but Qianyi simply smiled in silence, savoring the brief moment of peace. Suddenly, the ground ahead began to churn, making them tense and ready for another battle. They watched the disturbance warily. Out of nowhere, a calf-sized skeletal lizard with a pair of bone wings on its back leaped out from the underground. Woof! Zhong Kongkong barked a warning, recognizing it as a bone dragon, likely a newly formed juvenile. Qianyi looked at it skeptically, noting that it didn't resemble the traditional Western lizard dragons and seemed somewhat unusual. Nevertheless, he was unafraid and decided to accept the challenge. Woof! Zhong Kongkong reminded Qianyi that bone dragons had magic immunity. Qianyi attempted an attack, but his wind blades were effortlessly nullified, leaving him puzzled and frustrated. The bone dragon let out a roar and charged at Qianyi, catching him off guard and putting him on the defensive. In a tranquil forest, a dog named Xiaohei was exploring its surroundings. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of an enticing aroma and eagerly dashed towards the source. When it reached a corner, it discovered a pile of bones scattered on the ground. Xiaohei paused, curiously sniffing at the bones, but was suddenly startled by their shapes and shadows. Panicked, it turned and bolted away. Xiaohei felt a twinge of regret, thinking it had lost face as a dog. As a brave canine, being frightened by a pile of bones and fleeing in terror made it feel deeply ashamed. It had set out to demonstrate its bravery and curiosity, but ended up appearing cowardly. With a heavy sigh, Xiaohei resolved to overcome this fear in future adventures and to display true courage and determination. Despite its massive size, the skeletal dragon moved with the speed of the wind. Oh my god! It's a dragon. Why does it need to use its horns like a bull? Fortunately, Qianyi could fly. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. He quickly maneuvered through the clouds, narrowly avoiding the dragon's attacks. But before he could celebrate, the dragon roared again, ice forming in its mouth. Damn it! This thing is too cunning. It should be immune to magic, so how can it cast spells? Woof! Master, quickly escape. I'll seek revenge once I regain my strength. While dodging the dragon's icy blasts, Qianyi reproached Zhong Kongkong. You always paint me a rosy picture, but I'd rather have Shaoqing awaken sooner than wait for your power to recover. Zhong Kongkong felt wronged. Woof, master. When my strength is fully restored, nothing can stop me. This place would be a breeze for me. Damn it, I can't even bite through a bone. Enough talking. A man and a dog were fleeing through the sky while the skeletal dragon chased them, launching ice shards. It seemed ineffective, but at this rate, they would eventually be caught. The dragon roared again, flapping its bony wings and taking flight. Qianyi was stunned. Can a pile of bones really fly? Don't those wings have holes? Woof, master. It has wings and we don't. Yet we are flying just fine. Qianyi glared at Zhong Kongkong. You have a point there. Just as they were about to escape, the dragon suddenly soared and caught up with them. Damn it. How is it so fast? Woof. It has wings, remember? This won't work. We'll be caught sooner or later. Kongkong, don't you have any way to deal with it? Woof. It's immune to magic. Unless we use magic 2 levels higher, we'll have to engage in close combat. Qianyi quickly opened the system store, searching for useful items. The store was filled with rare items requiring development points, but he could afford most of the ones needing money. Such was the wealth of the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce, with astonishing profits. Kongkong, if you release all your magic at once, what level of spell can you cast? Woof, all at once? Master, don't underestimate me. If I unleash all my magic, I can definitely reach B level. B level should be enough to counter this dragon, right? Woof. B level is 2 levels higher. It should penetrate its magic immunity. Alright, let's go for it. Chunyi made up his mind and decisively bought a pill. Ding. Successfully purchased explosive chi pill, costing 400 million. 400 million. Chunyi felt the pinch, staring at the pill in his hand. This was their last hope. Item. Explosive chi pill. Effect. Releases all potential energy in one powerful attack. Chun-Yi tossed the pill to Zhong Kong and explained its effects. Woof. Master, you're incredible, having such a miraculous item. Everything depends on you now. Are you confident? Woof. Master, don't worry. I'll hold it off. You must retrieve me in time. Alright Kong, it's all on you. Suddenly, Zhong Kong stopped fleeing alongside Chen-Yi and howled like a wolf. Oh woo, I've had enough. The explosive chi pill was swallowed, and terrifying energy erupted from Zhong Kong's body. The skeletal dragon that had been chasing Zhong Kong suddenly halted, changing course to fly directly at him. Instead of unleashing its icy powers, it raised a claw to strike him down. Boom! Zhong Kong felt the force of the impact, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Try my sky-splitting strike, you brat? Unfazed, Zhong Kong swung his paw, causing the surrounding space to warp and shatter like a broken mirror, only to reform again. Sky-splitting strike? That's no simple move, Chun-Yi thought. He remembered that Zhong Kong's identity card didn't list this skill. This dog is truly a mystery. Crash. Crack. Zhong Kong and the skeletal dragon clashed head-on, his sky-splitting strike landing squarely on the dragon's head. The space around them rippled. Although the dragon's invisible shield managed to absorb some of the explosive energy, enough broke through to cause a detonation on its head. The dragon let out a wail and plummeted to the ground. Zhong Kong was also badly injured. The dragon's counterattack had torn open his abdomen, sending blood and entrails spilling out. Woof, master, I did my best. Exhausted and severely wounded, Zhong Kong could no longer stay airborne and began to fall. Damn it! Chun-Yi's heart ached. He had planned to cover Zhong Kong's retreat, but now he had to act quickly to save him. Without hesitation, he flew to catch Zhong Kong, cradling him as they descended to the ground. Forcing open Zhong Kong's mouth, he poured in a blood rejuvenation pill. The miraculous potion worked instantly, healing Zhong Kong's wounds visibly. Was this life-saving pill really worth just 40 million? Only then did Chun-Yi have a chance to inspect the fallen skeletal dragon. The blue soul flames in its eyes had dimmed, and there was a large hole in its skull from Zhong Kong's attack. Wow, Zhong Kong, you're amazing. We were just trying to buy time, and you nearly killed it. Zhong Kong weakly opened his eyes. Woof, master, let's go. It can absorb the dark energy here, and will recover soon. As if on cue, the skeletal dragon lifted its head, its soul flames flickering as they locked onto Chan-Yi. Startled, Chun-Yi instinctively wanted to flee, but noticed the dragon didn't move. It just stared at him. What's going on? Did Zhong Kong actually subdue it? Chan-Yi summoned a water barrier in front of him and cautiously reached out to touch the dragon. To his surprise, the dragon leaned its forehead into his hand. What's happening? Is it really moved? Chun-Yi turned to Zhong Kong, puzzled. Zhong Kong looked equally confused. Woof. What just happened? As they both stood baffled, the dragon pointed its claw at Zhong Kong and then at its own mouth. A childish voice came from the dragon. Hun Grai. Oh my god. You can talk? Chani was shocked, staring at the dragon. Judging by the voice, could it be a young dragon? Despite its stutter, the bone dragon proved it could speak. Being able to communicate was certainly a good thing. So why had it been chasing us all this time? When Chan-Yi asked this, the ghostly light in the bone dragon's eyes rippled like waves. It had been sleeping soundly, but upon being awakened, it found its home gone and was furious. Well, it had been sleeping soundly, got woken up, and discovered its home was missing. So it got angry and chased after Chun-Yi and Zhong Kong. Wasn't your home underground? How could it just disappear? Chun-Yi asked curiously. The bone dragon pointed to its own body, indicating that its bones were its home. Chun-Yi opened the sand table and gazed at the mountain of bones, feeling a sense of awe. Delicious. Wanna eat? The bone dragon's feeble voice echoed again. Chun-Yi's mind raced as he tried to understand the dragon's intention. Seemingly grasping something, he took out a blood-revitalizing pill and asked, "Is this what you want?" The bone dragon excitedly nodded, indicating its desire. So fragrant. Wanna eat? As the pill entered the bone dragon's skull, it immediately turned to powder and merged into its bones. With the pill's assimilation, the bone dragon trembled all over, roaring in satisfaction and indicating it wanted more. Chun-Yi took out another blood-revitalizing pill, shaking it as he asked, "Do you want more?" The bone dragon instantly nodded, showing eagerness. "Then come with me, and I'll give you one every day." Chun-Yi carefully placed the pill on the dragon, silently casting a skill for basic relocation. The bone dragon sensed something was off and struggled momentarily, but stopped upon seeing the pill in Chen-Yi's hand. In an instant, the bone dragon disappeared before Chen-Yi's eyes, and a new figure appeared on the mountain of bones. Awesome! Chun-Yi exclaimed, looking at the bone dragon in the sand table. This bone dragon is incredible. Zhong Kongkong was equally astonished. The bone dragon, once their enemy, was now their ally? Woof. Master, this is child abduction. You should be punished. Zhong Kongkong cried out in distress. Chun-Yi impatiently kicked him aside, saying, get lost. Although Zhong Kongkong's injuries had healed, his magic still needed time to recover. Chun-Yi teleported Zhong Kongkong to the base of the bone mountain, where the bone dragon ran around excitedly like a child with a new toy. Seeing Chun-Yi, the bone dragon rushed over and happily said, new home. I like it. Chun-Yi patted the dragon's head, smiling. I'm glad you like it. He then gave it another blood revitalizing pill. After eating, the bone dragon circled Chun-Yi, showing its joy and desire for more. Woof, granddaughter. Since we're all part of the master's group now, let's establish our ranks. I'm your grandpa Zhong, and I'm second in command here. The bone dragon curiously approached Zhong Kongkong and called him grandpa. Zhong Kongkong pointed to the mountain peak at the center of the secret realm, telling the dragon that his eldest brother Shaoqing, the leader, lived there. Eldest grandpa, Shaoqing. The skeletal dragon seemed to understand and gave a slight nod. Seeing the dragon so obedient, Zhong Kongkong felt a sense of pride. However, just at that moment, Chun-Yi suddenly kicked him in the stomach. Are you getting too comfortable playing the boss? Zhong Kongkong felt a bit wronged and hung his head in dejection. Woof woof. The skeletal dragon barked habitually and then reminded them, we were almost killed by her earlier. Why didn't we hide in the secret realm? Chun-Yi realized his oversight and was momentarily speechless. I just wanted to train you a bit, he tried to explain, but he was already feeling some regret. The skeletal dragon was successfully redirected, and now it was time for the summoning ritual. Thankfully, the skeletal dragon was only D-level in strength. Otherwise, Chun-Yi's basic summoning might not have worked. Chun-Yi extended his finger, pointing at the dragon's forehead to begin the basic summoning ritual. This time, the dragon offered no resistance, and a white light rose from its forehead. Chun-Yi heard the system's clear notification sound, ding, summoning successful. Please name the skeletal dragon. Looking at the dragon's snow-white bones, Chun-Yi decided to name it White Bone. Immediately, an identity card appeared on White Bone's forehead. White Bone, that's a nice name. I like it, Chun-Yi said as he picked up the identity card, and White Bone happily nuzzled his hand. Identity, White Bone, species, Frost Dragon, potential, Super S-level, strength, D-level, attributes, undead, frost, skills, basic magic immunity, ice shard, frost breath, dragon's might. Chun-Yi was thrilled to review White Bone's information. He hadn't expected it to have Super S-level potential. If White Bone grew stronger, it could become a national-level asset. This realization also made Zhong Kongkong and Shaoqing seem even more mysterious. If White Bone was already this powerful, what kind of strength did these two possess? Fortunately, Chun-Yi had mastered the summoning skill. Otherwise, with his F-level beast master rank, contracting a D-level beast would have been a pipe dream. As he pondered, a familiar warmth surged through his body. He realized he was leveling up. Checking his ID, he saw that his rank had jumped from G-level to E-level. The speed was astonishing. Since White Bone had become his beast, Chun-Yi decided to return to the secret realm to hand over some equipment to Jiang Feng. Once back in the secret realm, Chun-Yi immediately summoned White Bone. Despite being a young dragon, White Bone already had a considerable size. Chun-Yi felt extremely comfortable riding it. White Bone's flying speed was incredibly fast, so Chun-Yi chose to ride it to save time. As Chun-Yi disappeared into the sky, a shadowy figure shakily stood up from the ground in the darkness. He respectfully kowtowed several times in the direction Chun-Yi had gone, then hurried off to report the news to his clan. Deep within the secret realm, in an old, eerie castle, a signal flare lit up a corner of the structure. A flock of D-level bats flew around in panic. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be shocked. In a corner room of the ancient castle, Luo Hanshuang peered through a crack in the door, watching bats fluttering outside. She had accidentally fallen into a mysterious realm and was then transported to this room. Originally intending to venture outside, she was startled to find swarms of bats hanging everywhere when she opened the door, causing her to retreat hastily. Realizing this must be a high-level secret realm, she decided to stay vigilant, believing her family would come to rescue her. However, a startled bat accidentally flew to her door and saw Luo Hanshuang. With the bat's screech, all the D-level bats swarmed towards her room, as if they had found an outlet for their agitation. High in the sky, Chun-Yi, riding on Baigu, quickly spotted Jiang Feng and his group. Jiang Feng was surrounded by a horde of undead creatures, which were shockingly coordinated in their attacks. Qian Yi soon identified the leader of these undead as a decaying corpse, a lich. However, Jiang Feng, being a seasoned commander, was not easily intimidated, with 3 sea-level turtle beasts protecting them. The first arriving expedition team also summoned their beasts to fend off the undead assault. One of the sea-level turtles, seeing Baigu in the sky, mistook it for an enemy and shot a water jet at it. Although Baigu was immune to magic, Chun-Yi didn't want to reveal his contract with Baigu, so he had Baigu pretend to be hit and fall. Baigu landed in front of the lich, who was incredulous. The lich knelt before Baigu, addressing it as the great dragon god and asking if the intruders had disturbed it. Seeing Chun-Yi riding on Baigu, the lich angrily demanded how the intruder dared to ride on the dragon god's back and raised its staff to attack. The vegetation around Baigu withered, but Chun-Yi and Baigu remained unscathed. The lich, astonished, questioned if the dragon god was protecting the intruder. Chun-Yi, unable to tolerate the lich's soliloquy and attacks, rebuked the lich for its ignorance, calling it rotting flesh. The lich glared at Chun-Yi in fury and began casting a spell. Baigu pointed to Chun-Yi, signaling that Chun-Yi was its master. Grolfin stared in disbelief at the skeleton, utterly astounded. His muddy eyes nearly popped out, but he quickly caught them and shoved them back into their sockets. Dragon God, is this person truly your master? He exclaimed. Chun-Yi puffed out his chest with pride, looking down at Grolfin as if daring him to challenge. Well, do you submit? Grolfin stumbled back a few steps, incredulous.
Impossible.
How could the mighty dragon god ever serve you? Chun-Yi let out a cold laugh and bluntly offered 2 choices. Either battle the skeleton or submit and become a subordinate. Grolfin, loyal to the dragon god, refused, seeing it as blasphemy against his deity. Chun-Yi thought to himself that while Grolfin was strong, he had been bewitched by the skeleton. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to recruit him. The skeleton, seemingly understanding Chun-Yi's intent, seamlessly issued a challenge to Grolfin. Glaring at Chun-Yi, Grolfin called him an intruder and questioned how he had deceived the dragon god. For the sake of the dragon god's safety, he was willing to become a subordinate, but needed to return to his lab to consult ancient texts. Chun-Yi scoffed, dismissing the excuse, and warned him that such lies wouldn't fool him, much less alter the system settings. Furious, Grolfin threatened that if he couldn't find a solution, he would return. Chun-Yi, unfazed, allowed him to leave. Grolfin finally knelt before the skeleton, praying, "Dragon God, I will find a way to save you." As Grolfin disappeared into the night, the skeleton looked curiously at Chun-Yi, sensing something was amiss. Chun-Yi chuckled and explained that it was just a lich, nothing to worry about. The skeleton shook its head in confusion, not understanding. Chun-Yi hoped he hadn't made a mistake. With Grolfin gone, the undead army fell into disarray. Chun-Yi retracted the skeleton into his spatial storage and summoned Zhong Kongkong. By now, Zhong Kongkong had recovered 80% of his magical power and began assisting Jiang Feng in dealing with the shattered undead forces. After slaying the undead, Chun-Yi tossed their bones into the secret space, filling up the bone mountain where the skeleton resided. The skeleton watched joyfully as the bone mountain grew taller, elated by the sight. After an intense battle, Jiang Feng's 3 C-class giant turtles emerged victorious in an overwhelming fashion. The undead army was either annihilated or fled in disarray, allowing Chun-Yi to finally reunite with the main force. To ensure the safety of the camp, Jiang Feng did not dismiss his beasts but had them patrol the surrounding area. "You did a great job, just as I expected," Jiang Feng said, looking at Chun-Yi with satisfaction. While transporting supplies from his spatial storage, Chun-Yi listened to Jiang Feng's briefing. According to Jiang Feng, this world was predominantly composed of undead creatures that loathed strong light. Based on past experiences, the leaders in such undead-dominated secret realms typically lacked intelligence and could not control the situation. Therefore, their current mission was to find a way to the spatial rift and investigate the secret realm. If no suitable creatures could be found to become their beasts, they would have to destroy the secret realm to prevent future threats. As Chun-Yi continued moving supplies, a small mountain of resources began to pile up in front of him. The first arriving secret realm army quickly started construction under Jiang Feng's command. All military districts are competing for beast masters with the secret realm master talent, which can save at least half a year's work, Jiang Feng remarked as he stood in front of Chun-Yi after assigning tasks. "Heh, our military district already has me," Chun-Yi replied with a grin. Jiang Feng shook his head. "No, this secret realm is larger than we anticipated and it's in a nighttime environment, making it hard to navigate." Taking the walkie-talkie, Chun-Yi set off once more. As Chun-Yi left, a soldier in the camp smirked sinisterly, found a secluded spot, removed his uniform, and vanished into the night. Unsure of where to go, Chun-Yi decided to head to the place where Grolfin disappeared, as it was the first intelligent creature he had encountered in the secret realm. Just outside the camp, Chun-Yi planned to summon Whitebone for assistance. Suddenly, a sense of imminent danger struck him. Without hesitation, he summoned walls of wind and water to protect himself, and Zhong Kong appeared by his side. Out of nowhere, a vine shot up from the ground, aiming to entangle his feet. Damn it! Another underground attack. Chun-Yi quickly took to the air. However, as soon as he was airborne, dandelion seeds, resembling tiny umbrellas, floated toward him from afar. Woof! Master, watch out! There's something off about these. Zhong Kong urgently shielded Chun-Yi, unleashing a space rift slash. As expected, the dandelion seeds exploded amidst the spatial disturbance. Huh, you're still unharmed? I really underestimated you, kid. A voice sneered. Moonlight spilled over Chun-Yi as he lifted his head towards the direction of the voice. From behind a tree, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. The mysterious stranger spoke. You don't need to know who I am. Just know that I'm here to end your life. The stranger's words sent a chill through Chun-Yi, but he stood his ground. Zhong Kong stepped forward, a mocking smile playing on his lips, and sneered at the stranger. Oh dear, seeing you put on this act, I really wonder if you grew up under your parents' watch. How could anyone turn out so disgusting? The stranger's eyes flashed with anger at Zhong Kong's taunt. He gritted his teeth and snarled, ignorant brat, you'll soon learn what true disgust really means. Turning his attention back to Chun-Yi, the stranger challenged, do you know I'm an assassin from Shadowkill? Chun-Yi responded calmly, yes, I know. Your skills seem to be at the C level. If I kill you, will Shadowkill send a B-level assassin next? He pondered silently, aware that he currently had no means to confront a B-level assassin. Chun-Yi proposed, I'll pay you 3 times the bounty to kill the head of the Su family. How about that? The assassin scoffed, I don't do dirty jobs like that. Chun-Yi's eyes grew cold as he resolved to handle the matter himself. He offered an even higher bounty, but the assassin ignored him. Determined to face this life-and-death struggle, Chun-Yi steeled himself. Suddenly, dandelion seeds began to drift around the assassin. Chun-Yi watched warily as Baigu appeared at his side, charging at the assassin without hesitation. Zhong Kong followed closely behind. The clash between Baigu and the dandelion seeds resulted in explosions, but Baigu remained unscathed. The assassin was shocked to realize he was facing Chun-Yi's beast companion. He asked in astonishment, are you a D-level beast master? Chun-Yi smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying. As the assassin attempted to flee, vines erupted from the ground, binding him. With his beast companion threatened, Zhong Kong charged forward in fury. However, an even more formidable force emerged as Grolfin approached, roaring angrily. The scene descended into chaos, yet Chun-Yi remained calm and composed amidst the crisis. The bone staff pointed at the assassin, and with fury in his voice, he exclaimed, shameful intruder! How dare you lay a hand on the great dragon god? His voice was filled with anger and intolerance, and his eyes blazed with fiery rage. The intruder's actions had deeply offended his sense of justice and loyalty. To him, the dragon god was the supreme being, and any offense against the deity was unforgivable. The assassin's actions were nothing short of blasphemy, filling Bone's staff with both anger and sorrow. He was determined to seek justice for the dragon god, and would not tolerate such behavior to continue. A clever humanoid creature? The assassin's face twisted with a snarl as he cursed. Without hesitation, Jelluafin raised his bone staff and unleashed a merciless death decay attack. The assassin instantly sensed the danger and rolled to the side, but the spot where he had been standing was instantly covered in frost, and the dandelion seeds in the air lost their vitality and fell to the ground. Chun-Yi seized the perfect opportunity. Zhong Kong used spatial teleportation to appear right next to the assassin. Suddenly he roared, you arrogant fool! You think you can eat my flesh? Prepare to die. I'll rip you apart and feed you to the worms. The assassin trembled at his words, thinking how sharp-tongued this guy was. Just as Zhong Kong was about to strike, a massive mouth emerged from the ground and swallowed the assassin whole. A giant man-eating plant then appeared where the assassin had stood. The plant opened its mouth, and the assassin's head popped out, menacingly threatening, just you wait. I won't let this slide. Despite being a C-rank plant beastmaster who usually stood out, today the assassin faced an intelligent humanoid creature that was overwhelming. Both were C-rank, but the plant beasts couldn't withstand the humanoid's magic for more than a few seconds. The man-eating plant's roots lifted it from the ground, forming something like legs, and it swiftly carried the assassin away. Zhong Kong wanted to chase after them, but Chun-Yi stopped him. At least for now, they didn't have to worry about their B-rank assassin. As for the C-rank assassin, having lost 2 of his beasts and only left with the man-eating plant, he was no match for Chun-Yi. It was a pipe dream to think otherwise. Lord Dragon, your follower Jelluafin comes to pay respects. Jelluafin did not pursue the fleeing assassin but instead knelt before a pile of bones. The bones ignored him and went straight to Chen Yi, nudging him as if expecting praise. Chen Yi patted the bones, then turned to Jelua Fin, teasing, "Found a solution so quickly?" Surprisingly, Jelua Fin nodded, indicating his willingness to try to save the bones. Chen Yi shrugged and said indifferently, "All right, but remember, if you can't save the bones, you'll follow my orders from now on." Jelua Fin solemnly nodded. "If I can't save the great dragon, I'm willing to take full responsibility and become your slave." Chen Yi rolled his eyes and mocked, "Cut the crap. These bones always want me to give them blood revival pills like they're snacks. Do you know one pill costs 4 million? Chen Yi then called the bones over, ready to watch Jelua Fin's performance. He wanted to see if anyone could break the system-granted skills. Jelua Fin, with a serious expression, circled the bones, then took out a bottle and dripped some unknown liquid around it. After completing the preparations, he raised his bone staff and continued to circle the bones, chanting incantations. A few breaths later, the ground beneath the bones suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a complex 5-star formation appeared. The 2 moons overhead seemed to respond, casting their light on the bones as if blessing them. The bones seemed to feel this power too. Chen Yi couldn't help but curse, "Damn, this is making a big scene." He quickly took out the bones' ID card to check, worried about any accidents. Name, White Bones, race, Frost Dragon. The skeletal dragon held immense potential, rated at an extraordinary S-level. Despite its current D-level strength, it possessed the powers of immortality and frost. As the 5-star glow gradually faded from the dragon's body, Groloff collapsed to the ground in awe. The once ordinary bones had transformed into translucent jade, exuding an intense chill reminiscent of a piercing winter wind. This dragon, named Baigu, was classified as an extremely Yin dragon, with its potential marked as unknown. Its abilities included intermediate magic immunity, ice shards, frost breath, and dragon's might. Additionally, its domain was identified as the world of extreme cold. Chen Yi examined Baigu's identity card and was astonished to find that its potential had become unknown, now also featuring a new domain. Zhong Kongkong, observing alongside, was equally amazed by Baigu's transformation. He informed Chen Yi that creatures with domains were favored by the myriad worlds, mentioning that he himself had possessed a domain at his peak. Hearing this, Chen Yi gave a straightforward assessment. Baigu is a darling of the world, truly powerful. Baigu, excited about its new body, ran over to Chen Yi and asked, "Master, is Baigu beautiful?" Its speech was surprisingly fluent, leaving Chen Yi in awe. He handed Baigu a blood rejuvenating pill and asked it to demonstrate its domain abilities. Baigu unleashed the world of extreme cold, freezing the ground within a mile radius and turning the air into ice shards. Proudly, Baigu declared, "Master, Baigu's abilities are amplified by 100% here." Chen Yi marveled, "A 100% boost, incredible." After the demonstration, Baigu retracted its domain, appearing slightly fatigued, and said, "Although it only lasts a few minutes, a 100% boost is more than enough." Zhong Kongkong watched in stunned silence, utterly shocked by Baigu's transformation. Trembling, Groloff asked Baigu, "Dragon God, have you regained your strength?" The scene was filled with astonishment and anticipation. Unfortunately, Baigu had no feelings for him. He couldn't care less about the so-called dragon god, and Baigu was oblivious to this. Grolfin, deflated like a punctured balloon, approached Chen Yi and declared his willingness to follow orders, asking only that Chen Yi minimize his visits to the dragon god. Chen Yi was at a loss for words, wondering if Grolfin had misunderstood the dragon's identity. Grolfin shook his decayed head, insisting that he could never forget the dragon god, no matter how much time passed. Chen Yi found the situation quite troublesome. Grolfin was only at sea-level strength, and Chen Yi's basic teleportation could only move D-level creatures. He was reluctant to carry this rotting mass with him, but also didn't want to leave it behind. Grolfin, dissatisfied, asked if Chen Yi had any other complaints. After Chen Yi conveyed his general thoughts, Grolfin fell silent. He then asked if Chen Yi intended to take the dragon god out of this space. Chen Yi nodded, saying that once he found Luo Hanswang and the exit rift, he would take the dragon god away. Grolfin proposed an agreement. While he remained in this space, Chen Yi would try to awaken the dragon god and attempt to break the enslavement. If Chen Yi hadn't succeeded by the time Grolfin was ready to leave, Grolfin would relinquish some of his power and enter Chen Yi's so-called territory. Chen Yi knew that power could be increased, but without absolute loyalty, he wouldn't bring Grolfin back to the real world. Even if Grolfin agreed, the secret realm army wouldn't allow it. After reaching a consensus, Chen Yi curiously asked if Grolfin knew of any other intelligent beings in this space. Grolfin said that his kin lived here and also worshipped the dragon god. Chen Yi excitedly asked if he could meet them. Grolfin hesitated for a moment and then nodded. With Grolfin leading the way, the undead creatures they encountered on the path instinctively avoided them, and they soon arrived at the plains where Baigu had appeared. The plains were in ruins, destroyed by countless bones. Grolfin pointed to the ground, saying his kin lived underground. Chunyi joked that skeletons come from underground, don't they? Ignoring the comment, Grolfin continued walking until they reached a relatively intact patch of grassland. He told Chunyi that the entrance was beneath the grass, and his kin were unaware of Grolfin's presence, so he wouldn't accompany Chunyi down. Curious, Chunyi stepped on the small patch of grass, discovering a wooden handle. He pulled it open, revealing a vertical dark passage, pitch black and bottomless. After a moment's hesitation, Chunyi turned on his phone's flashlight and ascended into the air, preparing to enter the passage. If there were truly intelligent beings down there, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Chunyi estimated that he descended at least 2 to 3 kilometers before he saw a glimmer of light below. Walking through the passage lined with unknown grasses, Chunyi noticed fist-sized fruits that emitted a bright glow. Following the guiding light, he slowly descended and found himself in a vast, expansive cave. Inside, the glowing grasses dotted the space, making it exceptionally bright. The lizardfolk noticed Chunyi's arrival, and a group of armed lizardfolk stood ready, their eyes fixed on him. So, these are the people of the Grolfin tribe? I didn't expect them to be lizardfolk, Chunyi thought to himself. Who are you to trespass on our land? You're not welcome here, a furious lizardfolk leader demanded. Chunyi was secretly impressed by their intelligence. You dare speak to me like that? Bring your leader out to see me, he responded fearlessly. What a joke. Our leader doesn't meet with just anyone. Leave now, or we'll show you no mercy. The lizardfolk warned aggressively.
No merci.
Chunyi glanced around. These lizardfolk were merely F-level in strength, yet so arrogant. It was laughable. Listen up, I am the master of your dragon god. Bring your leader here immediately, he declared. The lizardfolk were momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger. Who dared to blaspheme their great dragon god? You scoundrel, one of them shouted. In the largest chamber of the cave, 2 lizardfolk, one black and one white, were deep in sorrow. The black lizardfolk was muscular, while the white one was slender and graceful. Sif, do you believe what Sack said? The black lizardfolk, Carl asked. The pure white lizardfolk nodded dejectedly. Carl, I tried to sense the dragon god, but I couldn't feel his presence. Carl's heart sank. What? The dragon god might be in danger? Damn intruder, I will avenge the dragon god, he roared, grabbing a giant sword. Carl, you're still so reckless. Our tribe only has the 2 of us with awakened bloodline powers. The dragon god sacrificed everything for us. Do you want his sacrifice to be in vain? Sif's words gradually calmed Carl. Damn it, he cursed, throwing the giant sword aside. Without the dragon god's protection, where do we go from here? Awakening in a world dominated by undead is too difficult, Sif said bitterly. As they mourned the dragon god's disappearance, a lizardfolk burst into the room. Chief, there's trouble. Carl glared at him. What could be so urgent? Compose yourself. Trembling, the lizardfolk replied. Someone has trespassed into our territory. Carl was shocked and quickly grabbed his giant sword. Take me there, he commanded. Sif followed closely, grabbing her staff. In the cave's plaza, numerous lizardfolk lay in various positions, but Chunyi and Zhong Kongkong had not delivered any fatal blows. Considering the lizardfolk's regenerative abilities, they would likely recover within a day. Chunyi had considered summoning skeletons, but decided to observe first, thinking these lizardfolk might become his subordinates in the future. After some fighting, he realized they were all F-level and G-level in strength. What a bunch of useless creatures. To think they're considered an intelligent race in a C-level secret realm.
Truly disappointing, Chunyi scoffed.
The lizard man who had been leading the group knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with malice. He roared, Humph, you're just an ear-rank dog. Wait until our leader arrives. Let's see if you can still act so arrogant then. Woof. Damn it. I told you to call your leader, but you refused and had to get beaten before you did. Insulting the dragon god is unforgivable. Chunyi shrugged, showing no fear. I told you the truth, but you didn't believe me. You keep saying I'm the master of your dragon god. Bastard. How dare you insult the dragon god? Carl, who was present, was infuriated upon hearing this. He raised his heavy sword and swung it fiercely at Chunyi. Woof. Damn it. You think you can still act tough in front of me? Zhong Kongkong suddenly teleported in front of Chunyi, causing the space to distort. Carl felt his entire body bound by a strange force, making his sword swing incredibly slow. Zhong Kongkong gave him no chance to recover, teleporting again beside Carl and delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Boom! Carl was sent flying, landing heavily beside Shifu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhong Kongkong in shock. So, you're just an E-rank dog, but your leader is a D-rank awakened lizard warrior. Woof. You ignorant fools, you can't possibly understand my power. Carl wiped the blood from his mouth, stood tall, and said proudly, Shifu, heal me. They dare insult the dragon god. Even if I die today, they will pay the price. Shifu nodded, raising her staff high. A bright white light illuminated the entire battlefield. Under the white glow, Carl and the fallen lizardman's wounds quickly healed. Wow, this is interesting, Chan Yi remarked, observing the black and white lizards, a warrior and a healer working together seamlessly. The healing effect of the white lizard was comparable to his own revitalizing pills. Filthy dog, take my crescent slash. Carl, now fully recovered, smiled and swung his sword, sending a crescent-shaped energy wave straight at Zhong Kong. This is the leader's ultimate move. Haha, they mean business. As the energy wave approached, Zhong Kong remained calm. Just before it struck, he vanished. In the next second, he reappeared beside Shifu. Woof, granddaughter. I heard you have healing powers. Can you bestow some upon me? Carl was enraged, rushing towards Shifu. Cowardly enemy. If you have the guts, fight me. But his speed was no match for Zhong Kong's. Zhong Kong struck the still-stunned Shifu, the sound of space tearing apart echoing. Ah! With the spatial rupture, Shifu's white body shattered, blood flowing profusely. Carl's heart ached as he roared, I will make you pay. Woof, kid. Strength isn't just empty talk. Healing rain. Shifu gritted her teeth, raised her staff high, and countless light orbs fell like rain, easing her wounds. Her previously severely injured skin began to heal. Though not fully recovered, the bleeding had at least stopped. This scene is unbelievable. Who exactly is this intruder? Despite only having E-rank strength, he has rendered 2 D-rank leaders powerless. The surrounding lizardmen are all in shock. Don't just stand there. Go help the leaders. Even under the siege of Carl and the other lizardmen, Zhong Kong remains calm and effortlessly dodges all attacks, not even getting touched. Within just 10 minutes, all the lizardmen in the square, except for Sif, who barely stands with her magic depleted, are unable to rise, with Carl suffering the most, his scales almost entirely shattered. Haha, kids, do you admit defeat now? If not, let's continue fighting. Sif looks at Chan Yi, who has been standing still the entire time. She understands that Chan Yi is the main player. Who are they really, and what is their purpose for intruding into our territory? With such immense power, why don't they just eliminate us? Haha, granddaughter, how dare you speak to my master like that? Haven't you had enough? Chun-Yi stops Kong. All right, Kong, you can stop now. Chen-Yi then walks directly towards Sif. Carl watches anxiously, but at this moment, he doesn't even have the strength to stand. Stop. If you have something to say, come to me. But Chen-Yi ignores him and stands in front of Sif, scrutinizing her. I've already said, I am the master of the dragon god. Now, I need you to pledge your loyalty to me. Sif shakes her head. How could we possibly submit to someone who desecrates the dragon god? Dream on. If you want to kill us, then do it quickly. The lizardman's faith in the bone dragon seems almost fanatical. It's unclear what kind of grudge exists between them and the bone dragon. I remember now. It's him. He's the one who took the dragon god away. A fallen lizardman seems to recognize Chen-Yi and shouts out. What? Sif is shocked. Sack, are you saying he killed the dragon god? Yes. It's him. It's him. The lizardman speaking is the one who witnessed Chen-Yi's departure back then. Roar. Tribesmen, we must avenge the dragon god. Carl, upon hearing that Chen-Yi is the one who killed the dragon god, lets out a furious roar, forcing himself to stand despite the pain. Tribesmen, join me in avenging the dragon god. Burn your lives. Oh my, are they really this stubborn? Chun-Yi is taken aback. This won't do. You guys can't just throw your lives away. As he prepares to summon the bone dragon, a voice echoes from the top of the cave. Enough, intruder. Stop toying with my people. What is it you really want? Your people? Are you also a follower of the dragon god? Who are you? Carl questions, staring at the newcomer. With a sigh, Grolfin walks over to Sif. Children, you have suffered all these years. Seeing Grolfin's arrival, Chun-Yi shrugs. Children? The lizardmen look puzzled at this decaying undead creature. Who are you? Grolfin glances at Sif, instinctively reaching out to touch her head, and surprisingly, Sif doesn't pull away. Child, it's Grandpa. Grandpa? Sif is stunned. Carl seems to recall something and exclaims in surprise, Are you the legendary warrior Grolfin? What? The legendary warrior who once fought alongside the dragon god, Grolfin? Hearing Carl's address, all the lizardmen are astonished. At this point, Grolfin had no intention of hiding anything. He nodded slightly, Yes, it's me. Sif was now crying uncontrollably. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Grolfin shook his head with a bitter smile. It's all too complicated. Carl, with tears in his eyes, pointed at Chen-Yi. Grandfather Grolfin, this guy insulted the dragon god. He even claims to be the master of the dragon god. This is unforgivable. Grolifan felt conflicted and looked at Chen Yi, saying helplessly, he's telling the truth. What? What? All the lizard men were utterly shocked, staring at Grolifan in disbelief. Even Sif looked confused. Grandfather, how can you say that? Have you betrayed the dragon god too? Grolifan sighed. Stranger, can you summon the dragon god? All right, Chunyi nodded and then called forth Baigu. With a dragon's roar, Baigu appeared before the lizard men. The dragon god. The lizard men were astonished and, despite their injuries, knelt before Baigu. Dragon god, you're still alive. Sif hurriedly knelt. Great dragon god, your most loyal follower salutes you. Baigu, feeling a bit uncomfortable, looked at Chunyi in confusion. Master, what are they doing? Are they trying to take my candy? Master? Master! The lizard men were shocked, looking at Chunyi. Great dragon god, are you joking? Grolifan said helplessly, children, this is reality. I am powerless to save the dragon god. Save? From what? Chunyi rolled his eyes at Grolifan, then turned to Baigu. Did I force you to follow me? Baigu shook his head. No, I chose to. Master gave me a big home, and his candy is delicious. See? There's no need for saving. Baigu doesn't need you, Chunyi said. Carl and Sif were dumbfounded, staring at Chunyi in disbelief. You actually became the dragon god's master.
Impossible.
How could the dragon god willingly become your companion? Chunyi rolled his eyes at them and explained. You misunderstand. It's not a master-servant relationship. It's a partnership, understand? Seeing Baigu's envious gaze, Chunyi handed some blood rejuvenation pills to Grolifan, Sif, and Carl. Look, to take care of Baigu, I give him these as candy. Do your servants get this treatment? The three lizard men looked at the blood rejuvenation pills in confusion. What is this? Bad people. This is Baigu's candy. Are you trying to steal Baigu's candy? Baigu looked unhappy as Chunyi gave the pills to them. The three lizard men were terrified. Grolifan managed to stay composed, but Sif and Carl panicked, kneeling before Baigu and holding the pills above their heads. We wouldn't dare. Please, great dragon god, accept this candy. Chunyi looked at them, feeling a bit exasperated. These lizard men were too submissive in front of Baigu. Baigu happily opened his mouth, ready to eat the pills they offered. Chunyi's stern look stopped him in his tracks. All right, Baigu, wait for me to get some money when we return to the real world. There will be plenty of candy for you. Let them have these 2 pieces for now, so they understand what you get to eat every day. Don't be mad, master. Baigu will behave, Baigu said, shaking its head. Turning to the 2 lizard men, it commanded, you too. Eat the candy quickly. Can't you see the master is displeased? Reluctantly, Baigu unleashed a hint of dragon's might as it spoke. The lizard men, Shifu and Carl, hurriedly consumed the pills. These blood-replenishing pills could completely heal E-rank beasts and were still effective, though to a lesser extent, on D-rank ones. As the lizard men ingested the pills, their effects became evident. Carl's damaged body began to heal at a visible rate, and within minutes, he was almost fully recovered. Shifu's skin, previously injured by Zhongkongkong, also healed completely, leaving no trace of wounds. This is impossible. Divine-grade pills. These must be divine-grade pills. Shifu and Carl exclaimed, staring at Chunyi in shock. Intrigued, Grolfin also took a blood-replenishing pill. Moments later, even his decayed body showed signs of renewal, though still rotten. It seemed more invigorated. What kind of life force is this? Grolfin was equally astonished and looked at Chunyi in disbelief. Intruder, you give such divine-grade pills to the dragon god as snacks?
Chunyi nodded.
That's right. Do you still think I treat Baigu as a slave? You call these divine-grade? You have no idea. He glanced at the system shop, where high-end pills like the heaven-mending pill, costing 10 billion apiece, could instantly heal any beast below A rank. If he revealed those, these lizard men might just faint on the spot. Grolfin looked at Baigu with a complex expression. Dragon god, do you eat these pills every day? These pills? Baigu tilted its head. What are you talking about? These are the candies master gives me. They're so sweet. The lizardman's perception of Qian-Yi skyrocketed. Giving such divine-grade pills as snacks to their dragon god? This wasn't enslavement. It was reverence, treating the dragon god like an ancestor. None of them had the means to offer such devotion. Grolfin was the first to express his admiration. Mighty outsider, I acknowledge you as the dragon god's master. Forgive my earlier rudeness.
Chunyi waved dismissively.
It's fine. Just remember our agreement. Grolfin shook his head. No need for that. Given how you treat our dragon god, I'm deeply grateful. Should I lower my cultivation and enter your world now? Chunyi considered it, but decided against it for the moment. No, let's wait until we leave this secret realm. Your C-rank strength is still useful here. Stay as you are for now. Grolfin nodded. I will follow your orders, master. At this moment, Both Sifu and Carl were filled with confusion. Unable to hold back any longer, Sifu asked, "Grandfather, what agreement do you have with this gentleman?" Glorfin instinctively glanced at Chan Yi, who shook his head in a silent signal. Choosing to remain silent, Glorfin deferred to Chan Yi, who intended to reveal the truth himself. He needed to deceive these lizard men to lure them into his domain. Approaching Sifu and Carl, Chunyi raised 2 fingers, presenting them with a choice: stay here or follow me to my domain. Curiously, Sifu asked, "Where is your domain?" Chunyi smiled calmly, "My domain is not within this space." Sifu and Carl exchanged glances before Sifu continued, "What about Lord Dragon God? What about White Bone?" Chenny responded calmly, "White Bone is naturally in my domain. I will take him with me." After a moment of hesitation, Carl requested, "Sir, please give us some time to consult with our tribesmen." Chenny nodded, "I will leave in half a day. If you wish to follow, gather here, and I will take you to my domain." "Thank you, sir." Carl was about to leave when Chani suddenly called out to Sifu. "Do you have any other instructions, sir?" Sifu asked. Chani looked at the chaotic lizard man crowd around him and shook his head. He took out 3 blood revitalizing pills and handed them to Sifu. "Dissolve these 3 pills in water and give it to your tribesmen." Sifu looked at the precious pills in her hand with astonishment, exclaiming, "These divine pills are invaluable." Before she could refuse, Chani had already tossed the 3 pills to her. Sifu hurriedly caught them and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, sir." Chani instructed calmly, "Hurry up, remember, you have only half a day." Sifu and Carl quickly found water to dissolve the pills and fed it to the injured lizard men. After drinking the potion, their injuries rapidly healed. They looked at Chani in shock before following Sifu and Carl to the council site to discuss whether to follow Chani. Chin Yi patted White Bone and handed it the last blood revitalizing pill. "You can only have one today, and one each day from now on. Once I return to the real world and get some money from the guild, I'll get you more." White Bone happily swallowed the pill. Glorfin did not join the lizard men for their discussion but stayed quietly by White Bone's side. After gaining their approval, Chun Yi curiously asked the lizard men why they held such faith in White Bone. Through Glorfin's account, he learned that the lizard men were not native to this land, and White Bone was not originally a skeletal dragon. They had originally lived in another space, where White Bone was a black dragon and their totem beast. When faced with a formidable enemy invasion, White Bone sacrificed its life force to forcibly open a spatial gate, allowing the lizard men to escape to this place. However, this realm was ruled by undead creatures, and White Bone's soul transformed into a skeletal dragon here. As for Glorfin, he had arrived in this world severely injured and on the brink of death. To spare his tribesmen from grief, he left the group secretly to face death alone, only to be unexpectedly turned into a lich by the dark energy that enveloped him. Glorfin, unwilling to return to his tribe with his decaying body, chose to watch over them from a distance. After hearing this touching story, Chunyi gazed at the skeleton, understanding why the lizard folk were so loyal. Even in the face of death, they protected their tribe. When Grolfin's tale ended, Sif and Carl led all the lizard folk back to the square. Before Chun Yi could ask anything, all the lizard folk knelt down. Sif and Carl were the first to bow, and everyone declared in unison, "We, the lizard folk, swear to serve the dragon god to the death and remain loyal to our master forever." Chun Yi nodded in satisfaction, knowing the tedious relocation work was next. He instructed the lizard folk to prepare their belongings for transfer to his secret realm. Once inside, they could start their new lives, with plans already laid out by Chani. His residence would be atop the central mountain, while the lizard folk would settle on the southern slopes, close to the White Bone Mountain. After the relocation, the underground cave felt vast and empty. Leaving Grolfin to wait there, Chani entered his secret realm. The lizard folk were thrilled, gazing at the sun in the sky. Carl and Sif closed their eyes, savoring the warmth they hadn't felt in years. When Chani appeared, they quickly led their tribe to pay respects. The relocation had deeply imprinted their souls with loyalty to Chan Yi. Grateful for his generosity, the lizard folk bowed. Chan Yi pointed to the distant, faintly visible White Bone Mountain, saying, "That is your dragon god's home. You may go there to worship." Then, he gestured around them. "This land will be your territory. Build your homes with the available wood. When I return to the real world, I will provide blueprints and construction materials. You must follow my instructions." Sif and Carl nodded in obedience. Chunyi looked at the black and white lizard folk before him, sensing something profound. Tentatively, he approached Sif and lightly touched her forehead. "Basic command." Sif appeared puzzled, then a white light flashed before her. Unbelievable. Chunyi was shocked. Intelligent beings could also be commanded. This revelation would astound everyone in the real world, where it was believed that intelligent creatures couldn't be tamed. After commanding Sif, Chun Yi turned to Carl. "Basic command." Sure enough, after a moment's hesitation, an identity card appeared before Carl as well. Everything was going smoothly. Unfortunately, only Sif and Carl among the lizard folk could receive this privilege, which was a bit disappointing. Just as Chun-Yi was about to inspect Sif and Carl's identity cards, a terrifying force surged through his body. What was this? A promotion in beast mastery? No, this feeling was different. Suddenly, excitement washed over Chun-Yi's face. Xiaoqing had successfully evolved and awakened. Standing atop the mountain at the center of the space, Xiaoqing slowly opened her eyes. Thunder roared above her head, creating a scene as spectacular as the end of the world. Resolutely, she threw herself into the thunder, beginning to absorb its immense power. Moments later, the thunder dissipated, and a thick azure serpent appeared in the sky. Sensing Chun-Yi's location, Xiaoqing excitedly flew toward him. Chun-Yi, filled with joy, no longer needed to rely on Xiaoqing for flight. He simply opened the map and moved Xiaoqing to his side. As he looked at the newly evolved Xiaoqing, Chun-Yi was astonished to see that she was no longer a pencil-thin snake, but now robust and powerful, almost too large for him to hold. Two small lumps had formed on her head, resembling nascent dragon horns. The lizard men instinctively knelt once more, overwhelmed by a sense of bloodline suppression. Even Sifu and Carl couldn't resist and fell to their knees. Xiaoqing curiously observed the surrounding lizardmen tribe, while Chun-Yi quickly patted her head, urging, "Don't cause any trouble. These people will be our allies." Xiaoqing roared excitedly, her body coiling around Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi picked up the identity cards of Sifu, Carl, and Xiaoqing. Naturally, he first looked at Xiaoqing's, given their soul connection. Xiaoqing, species unknown, power level D, attributes, wind, water, and thunder. Specializes in basic wind, water, and thunder magic. Possesses the first level of divine dragon transformation and domain skills. Chun-Yi was surprised to see Xiaoqing had directly advanced to D level and gained a thunder attribute, likely due to absorbing the cloud spirit. Even more astonishing was that Xiaoqing had developed a talent. Chun-Yi wanted Xiaoqing to demonstrate her divine dragon transformation, but she indicated that using it would put her back into a sleep state. Unwilling to let her sleep again, Chun-Yi decided against it. Next, he examined Sifu's and Carl's identity cards. Carl, Abyssal Lizard Man, potential. S-level, power level D, specializes in strength attributes, and possesses skills like dash, crescent slash, and whirlwind slash. Sifu, Luminous Lizard Man, potential. S-level, power level D, specializes in light attributes, and has skills like healing light, healing rain, chain heal, and damage transfer. Chun-Yi was amazed to find that these two lizard men had S-level potential and were no longer ordinary lizard men, being of the abyssal and luminous varieties, respectively. Zhong Kongkong and Baigu also sensed Xiaoqing's awakening. Riding on Baigu's back, Zhong Kongkong rushed over. Seeing Xiaoqing beside Chun-Yi, Zhong Kongkong's eyes widened with excitement, and he shouted, "Boss Xiaoqing, you're finally awake. I've missed you so much." Xiaoqing looked at Zhong Kongkong, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. She covered her mouth with her tail, laughing softly. Xiaoqing's gaze was like the first ray of morning sunlight, warm and bright, leaving Chun-Yi somewhat bewildered. Although Xiaoqing couldn't speak yet, it made people curious about how many more evolutions it would need to start talking. With a mysterious smile, Xiaoqing curled its snake tail, pointed at Baigu, and then looked questioningly at Zhong Kongkong. Zhong Kongkong immediately understood. "So, this is Baigu, the master's new little brother, who is actually our granddaughter. Baigu, go meet your grandpa Xiaoqing." Baigu's eyes flashed with blue light as she respectfully said, "Grandpa Xiaoqing, I'm Baigu." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky and struck Zhong Kongkong's head, turning its black and white fur completely black. There was no doubt this was Xiaoqing's doing. Xiaoqing pouted, cast a disapproving glance at Zhong Kongkong, and then began shaking Chun-Yi with its tail. "Woof. Boss Xiaoqing, what are you doing?" Zhong Kongkong spat out a mouthful of black smoke, looking wronged at Xiaoqing. Unexpectedly, Chun-Yi seemed to understand Xiaoqing's intentions and translated. "Xiaoqing says Baigu is a girl, so she shouldn't be called grandpa. Instead, she should call her boss because she's just been born and can't be called old. Woof. Oh, so boss Xiaoqing is actually grandma. Got it," Chun-Yi said with sudden realization. "Granddaughter from now on, just call her boss like I do." Baigu nodded somewhat confusedly. "Boss." Roar. Roar. Xiaoqing nodded in satisfaction. The conversation between the two dragons and the dog left the nearby lizard men dumbfounded. On one side was their revered dragon god, and on the other was Xiaoqing, who held absolute bloodline dominance over them. They couldn't help but start doubting where their tribe had ended up. Ding. Congratulations, host. The racial migration task is complete. As a reward, you receive 1 development coin and a random talent. Finally, the system's delightful notification sounded, and Chun-Yi could happily draw for a talent. He skillfully opened the draw interface, and as the wheel spun, his heart raced once more. Super S, ding. You have obtained an S-level talent, Attack Aura. This aura talent can be toggled on or off, and when activated, it enhances allies' abilities by 15%. Although not the top-tier talent, it was still an S-level talent. Aura-type talents are priced at 1 development coin in the system shop. As for the development coin in his backpack, Chen-Yi was reluctant to use it because items purchasable with development coins were all precious and could cause a global sensation. His goal was to gather 100 development coins to exchange for the skill, Portal of Space. After completing the task, Chen-Yi naturally returned to the lizard cave, where many tasks awaited him. Upon seeing Chen-Yi return, Gorfin immediately saluted. Sir, you have returned? Chen-Yi nodded and took out the walkie-talkie given by Jiang Feng, attempting to contact his companions. However, the walkie-talkie was still filled with static, indicating that the communication devices had not yet been set up. Gorfin pondered for a moment and said, if my companions are in this secret realm and still alive, where are they most likely to be? You mean the girl you showed me earlier? Yes, that's her. Gorfin nodded and then, after a moment of thought, said, if she's still alive, she's most likely in the Bat Castle. In a vast room within Bat Castle, the floor was covered with people, mostly members of the Secret Realm Army. Among them was Luo Hanzhuang, her figure appearing somewhat solitary. Swarms of bats fluttered around the room as if guarding the imprisoned humans. Not long ago, when the bats discovered Luo Hanzhuang, they launched a fierce attack. Her Yunling could fend off a few bats, but against thousands of D-level bats, it was overwhelmed. Soon, her Yunling was severely injured, forcing Luo Hanzhuang to retract it. She thought her end was near, but to her surprise, the bats didn't attack her directly. Instead, they herded her into this massive room like a prisoner. She then watched as the bats captured other members of the Secret Realm Army and tossed them into the room before flying out again. One of the soldiers was thrown near Luo Hanzhuang and immediately recognized her. Miss Luo, you got captured too? He asked in surprise. Luo Hanzhuang nodded. You know me? Yes, you were one of our targets for this mission. Now we're all captives of these bats, the soldier responded. Seeing the worry in Luo Hanzhuang's eyes, he smiled reassuringly and pointed to his waist. Don't worry, I've already regrouped with our main force. Once the signal tower is built, I can use the radio to call for help. Luo Hanzhuang nodded. How long until the signal tower is ready? After a brief pause, the soldier replied, with Major General Chen Yi's help, it should take no more than 3 days, given our usual pace. The mention of Major General Chen Yi stirred something in Luo Hanzhuang. She recalled the man who seemed to avoid her at all costs. It can't be the same person, right? He's a major general of the Secret Realm Army, she thought. Despite this, she subconsciously hoped Chen Yi would come to her rescue. But was that even possible? Facing these D-level bats, even he might get captured. And why were the bats imprisoning them in the first place? Luo Hanzhuang was filled with questions. A bat seemed to overhear their conversation and screeched at the soldier, prompting other bats to swoop in and attack him. The soldier was terrified, desperately trying to fend off the bats, but to no avail. Luo Hanzhuang and the other soldiers tried to help, but were blocked by more bats. Eventually, the bats released the soldier and resumed their patrol of the room. The group was horrified to discover that the soldier from the secret realm was now a dried-up husk, completely drained of blood. Luo Hanzhuang finally understood that these bats saw them as a food reserve. These blood-sucking bats were terrifying. Even someone as strong as Luo Hanzhuang began to feel fear in this situation. The thought of being drained of blood and dying was truly horrifying. After witnessing the soldier's gruesome death, everyone realized that making any noise here was absolutely forbidden. Luo Hanzhuang looked at the dried corpse beside her, her body trembling uncontrollably as she clung tightly to a slender leg. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, led by Grolfin, arrived at the outskirts of the Bat Fortress. He saw several bats dragging a soldier from the secret realm into the fortress. Sir, this is where your friend is most likely to be. Inside the Bat Fortress, Grolfin said. Chen Yi's face grew serious as he asked, Grolfin, why do these bats trouble humans? Grolfin shook his head. They don't specifically target you. They capture any creature with flesh and blood. My people were attacked by them when we first arrived in this world, so now we hide underground. I see, Chen Yi said, understanding dawning on him. So, your lizard people were forced to live underground. Why do they capture flesh and blood creatures? Do they eat meat?
Chen Yi invited.
They don't eat meat. They drink blood. Grolfin replied. Chen Yi couldn't help but shudder at the thought, recalling Luo Hanzhuang's beautiful face. Little girl, don't get drained. You still have a mission to complete, he muttered. However, Chen Yi faced a dilemma. The Bat Fortress was enormous, and searching it alone could take a long time. If he accidentally alerted the bats, who knows what might happen inside? After careful consideration, Chen Yi decided to let the bats capture him, believing that the best hunters often hide among their prey. He instructed Grolfin to come and support him with his skeletal minions once he was inside. After detailing the plan, Grolfin hid quietly. As soon as a bat flew out of the fortress, Chun-Yi began jumping up and down, waving at the bat. The bat seemed puzzled, as if wondering why someone would be asking for death. "Hey, come catch me," Chun-Yi taunted, using Zhong Kongkong's famous technique to provoke the bat. Sure enough, the bat screeched, and 2 more bats flew out from the fortress, heading straight for Chun-Yi. Feeling nervous, Chun-Yi discreetly activated the secret realm sand table, ready to summon Shao-Qing if the bats attacked him instead of capturing him. Fortunately, the 3 bats only captured him without attacking, grabbing his clothes and flying him into the fortress. Chun-Yi didn't resist as he was flown through several windows and soon found himself in the room where Luo Hanzhuang and the others were held. Looking at the bats flying around the room, Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh. This is insane. They're all D-rank. Luckily, Shao-Qing has awakened, otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. He glanced at the captured soldiers, estimating that there were over 100 of them. Amidst the crowd, Chun-Yi quickly spotted Luo Hanzhuang curled up in a corner, and his heart instantly brightened. She had finally appeared. It felt almost destined, as if even the bats around them were in on it, effortlessly guiding Chun-Yi towards Luo Hanzhuang. With a thud, Chun-Yi was thrown right next to her. Really, why couldn't they be a bit gentler? Feeling somewhat displeased, Chun-Yi shot a glance at the 3 bats, then stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Curled up in the corner, Luo Hanzhuang's heart raced when she heard Chun-Yi's voice. Why was she hearing that annoying guy? Was she starting to hallucinate? Chun-Yi spoke as he gently pushed her aside. Luo Hanzhuang looked up, her entire body freezing at the sight of his eyes. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety upon seeing Chun-Yi for the first time, and her previous fear vanished as if it had never existed. "You, what are you doing here?" she stammered. Chun-Yi looked at her with a hint of annoyance. "Hey, what's with that look? I'm here to save you. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" "Save me? Do you even know what kind of secret realm this is? Do you know where we are? How did you get in?" Luo Hanzhuang questioned anxiously. Chun-Yi puffed out his chest proudly. "I let myself get caught by the bats on purpose. Impressive, right? On purpose? Are you out of your mind? That's suicidal." Luo Hanzhuang's face was filled with anxiety and concern. The commotion caught the attention of the nearby secret realm soldiers. Upon seeing Chun-Yi, they looked both surprised and worried. "Major General, you're a high-priority figure in our army. If something happens to us, it's fine, but you can't afford to be in danger. Your voice will attract the bats."
Chun-Yi nodded tov.
This conversation left Luo Hanzhuang wide-eyed. So, Chun-Yi was actually a major general and held a significant position among the secret realm soldiers. "Don't worry, let the bats come. I'm here to save you all," Chun-Yi declared, only for Luo Hanzhuang to quickly cover his mouth. "I know you're strong, but look around. These bats are only D-rank, and this is just a small fraction of them," she whispered urgently. Chun-Yi was momentarily taken aback by her soft, fragrant hand. He pushed her hand away.
Des rank?
"That's nothing. I'll deal with these bats and avenge you." "D-rank is nothing?" Luo Hanzhuang almost wanted to laugh. A rookie saying such things? Suddenly, she noticed several bats already attracted by Chun-Yi. They screeched, and more bats swooped towards him. Recognizing Chun-Yi, the secret realm soldiers rushed over, but they were too far away. Chun-Yi was about to be attacked by the bats. Luo Hanzhuang shoved Chun-Yi aside and stood in front of him. "Run, you idiot." Chun-Yi was stunned. This woman was so brave, willing to sacrifice herself to save him? What was going on? "Who asked you to save me? Are you crazy? I'm the one here to save you." He pulled Luo Hanzhuang into his arms. "Watch, I'll protect you." Luo Hanzhuang smiled bitterly in his embrace. "If we get out of here safely, I'll agree to be your woman." Luo Hanzhuang was initially lost in her own fantasies, feeling quite content. However, upon hearing Chun-Yi's words, her face turned green with anger. Furious, she pointed at Chun-Yi and shouted, "You bastard!" At that very moment, a terrifying swarm of bats closed in, all targeting Chun-Yi. The secret realm soldiers couldn't help but gasp in shock, and Luo Hanzhuang closed her eyes in fear, sensing the shadow of death. Chun-Yi let out a cold laugh as a wall of wind appeared in front of him, followed by the emergence of Baigu, the skeletal dragon. Baigu roared, releasing a powerful dragon's might, causing the bats to slow down noticeably. Opening its mouth, Baigu unleashed an icy breath, instantly freezing any bat it touched into ice sculptures that plummeted to the ground. Luo Hanzhuang opened her eyes, astonished at the sight of the calf-sized Baigu, and a newfound respect for Chun-Yi surged within her. Baigu's overwhelming power was beyond belief, clearly outclassing its peers. The surviving bats halted their attack, hovering in the air as they observed Baigu. Baigu, feeling proud, rubbed against Chun-Yi, who praised it, Impressive, Baigu. Delighted, Baigu expressed its determination to keep improving. Its intelligence and spirit were remarkable, and forming a contract with it was no easy feat. Luo Hanzhuang, still in shock, pointed at Baigu and asked Chen Yi, "Is this also one of your beasts? What about that dog?" Chen Yi, brimming with pride, replied, "Don't be so surprised. You don't know everything about me yet." Infuriated by Chen Yi's attitude, Luo Hanzhuang's anger grew. Meanwhile, the bats in the sky seemed to have devised a new strategy, starting to screech loudly. The entire bat fortress was awakened, and swarms of bats, like locusts, flew rapidly towards Chen Yi's room. Realizing the danger, Chen Yi quickly pushed Luo Hanzhuang aside and summoned Zhong Kongkong to protect her. Zhong Kongkong looked at Luo Hanzhuang mischievously and said, "Hello again, granddaughter. Have you considered becoming my master's bed warmer?" Luo Hanzhuang, filled with rage, snapped, "Shut up." Pushed aside by Chen Yi, her heart was filled with resentment. Luo Hanzhuang received the order and immediately charged towards the captured soldiers in the secret realm. "Woof. Granddaughter, listen up. My master warns you not to cause any more trouble." Following her master's command, she displayed a decisive and resolute demeanor. A group of captured secret realm soldiers anxiously watched the bats gathering overhead. When Chen Yi approached, they all wore uneasy expressions. Major General Chen Yi signaled for them to retreat first, saying, "We'll stay behind to cover you." But they shook their heads, indicating it wasn't necessary. "It's just some bats. Don't worry. Summon your beasts. They might be able to help." "Our beasts." The soldier who had initially called out to Chen Yi grimaced. "Major General, our beasts were all injured by these bats. Summoning them would only be a burden." Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Just summon them. I have a plan." "All right." The secret realm soldiers gritted their teeth and summoned their beasts. In an instant, the room's floor was covered with various injured creatures. Chen Yi quickly scanned the room. Most were Class F, with a few Class E here and there, which made things a bit simpler. Seeing this, Chen Yi summoned Sif. The snow-white Sif looked out of place in the dark, eerie castle. She glanced disdainfully at the bats overhead. "Master, why have you come to such a strange place?" "Don't worry about that, Sif. Please heal these injured beasts." Sif looked at the wounded creatures sprawled across the floor and nodded, raising her pristine staff. The top of the staff soon glowed with a holy white light. Light of healing. In an instant, the sacred light enveloped all the injured beasts, and their wounds began to heal at a visible rate. The secret realm soldiers gasped in astonishment. "What kind of beast is this? My God, is this an intelligent humanoid beast? Or a rare healing type? Major General, who on earth are you?" The soldiers looked at Chen Yi with a mix of shock and excitement. Chen Yi smiled slightly. "Remember, this is a secret." "Yes, Major General. We won't breathe a word to anyone except the commander." However, the most shocked was Luo Hanzhuang. Another incredible beast had appeared, and it was an intelligent humanoid beast that couldn't be contracted. Luo Hanzhuang stared blankly at the skeletal figure guarding against the bats, and then at the dog protecting her. At that moment, she couldn't help but show a self-deprecating smile, feeling foolish for ever thinking she could compete with Chen Yi. This was a triple summon. Only a Class C Beastmaster could perform a triple summon, and Chen Yi, like her, was just a freshman this year. What would he become when he reached Class C? Could he single-handedly rival an entire army? "Granddaughter, now you see how powerful my master is? Think about warming his bed?" Zhong Kongkong seemed to have read Luo Hanzhuang's thoughts and started mocking her. Yet, for once, Luo Hanzhuang didn't retort. Instead, she cast a deep, contemplative glance at Chen Yi. "If he can meet a few of my conditions, maybe it's not impossible." Zhong Kongkong was taken aback. "What?" Realizing she had misspoken, Luo Hanzhuang blushed. "Nothing." Meanwhile, Sif's healing light seemed to have enraged the bats overhead. They screeched terrifyingly and swooped down towards Sif. Chen Yi immediately summoned Carl and ordered Baigu to protect Sif. Major Chen Yi had mostly recovered from his injuries, and the summoned beasts had gathered around Shifu. Although they weren't particularly high level, they still provided some support. Just then, another summoned beast appeared. Luo Hanzhuang, completely captivated by Chen Yi's abilities, no longer felt surprised.
Chen Yi.
"Can your beast help heal my Yunling? I can assist too." Without hesitation, Luo Hanzhuang summoned her Yunling. The creature, now only the size of a bed, hovered weakly above the ground, unable to fly. A Yunling close to D rank. Shifu's healing might be too potent, but as long as it hasn't reached D rank, the blood rejuvenation pill will work perfectly. Chun-Yi tossed a blood rejuvenation pill to Yunling. "All right, let it take the pill." The battle was about to begin. Although the bats were D rank, they had no special abilities, relying solely on their strong bodies and sharp claws for attacks. Baigu took the lead, with Zhong Kongkong and Carl providing support while the healing beasts aided them. Despite the overwhelming number of bats, they managed to hold their ground. Chun-Yi decided not to summon Shao-Qing unless absolutely necessary, keeping it as a last resort. The fight dragged on, and the ground was soon littered with frozen bat corpses. Baigu's jade-like body was covered in wounds, while Zhong Kongkong used Baigu as cover, hiding within its ribs and continuously launching ranged attacks, remaining unscathed. Carl wasn't as fortunate. He was covered in blood. The other summoned beasts retreated to the back for Shifu's healing as soon as they were injured, due to their low levels. As the situation began to favor the bats, Luo Hanshuang's Yunling regained its combat abilities and rejoined the fray. Damn it! After a moment's thought, Chani activated his talent page and chose to unleash the attack aura. Instantly, a large formation appeared at his feet, and a faint white glow enveloped Baigu, Zhong Kongkong, and all the summoned beasts. Group attack power increased by 15%. Attack aura, Luo Hanshuang exclaimed. She had thought she was used to Chen Yi's uniqueness and wouldn't be surprised by anything he did. But seeing him release the attack aura, she couldn't help but be amazed. The attack aura was an extremely rare S-rank talent. Possessing such an S-rank talent made one highly sought after, even at the Beastmaster Academy in Kyoto. Wait a minute. She recalled her grandfather mentioning that Chen Yi's true talent was being the master of the secret realm known as the Turtle Shell. Oh my god. A double S-rank talent was simply unbelievable. Damn it. Do you know him? Stop talking and kill the bats. With the boost from Chen Yi's attack aura, the tide of battle quickly turned. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a loud crash as the door was blown open. Waves of undead creatures poured in, including various ghosts and zombies, but primarily skeletal beings. Major, watch out. Chen-Yi, what do we do? The bats were already a handful, and now these guys are here too. The Major General heard the shouts from his subordinates, but he remained resolute, his eyes fixed on the enemy before him. A determined light flickered in his gaze, his expression grave yet fearless. Give up? His voice was steady and firm. That's not my style. I'll hold the line until the very end. The Major General was acutely aware of the heavy responsibility he bore. There was no shirking it. His sense of duty propelled him forward, undaunted by adversity. Despite facing a formidable foe, he chose to stand his ground, resolute in defending his beliefs. We cannot retreat, we cannot fear. He turned to Miss Luo beside him. We must persevere until the last moment, until victory is ours. Miss Luo, seeing the resolve in the Major General's eyes, felt a surge of strength. She nodded firmly, indicating her readiness to stand and fight alongside him. Under the Major General's leadership, they charged forward with unwavering determination. Though they might face numerous challenges, their resolve was unbreakable. They believed that if they held fast until the end, the light of victory would surely shine upon them. The soldiers from the secret realm nodded to Chen-Yi, signaling their support. Major General, you and Miss Luo are safe. We'll stay behind and cover your retreat. Chen-Yi frowned. Considering the urgency of the situation, he decided to bring Shao-Qing into the fray. Although Shao-Qing was only rated as D-class, his strength was comparable to a B-class. However, Chen-Yi firmly stated that he would not risk his teammates' lives for his own safety. We live together, or we die together. The soldiers were moved by his resolve and expressed their unanimous support. They admired Chen-Yi's decision from the bottom of their hearts and pledged their full backing for his leadership in the future. Luo Hanshuang, too, was captivated by Chen-Yi's formidable strength and unwavering loyalty, feeling her heart stir. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the undead creatures that had appeared did not attack them but instead targeted the swarm of bats in the air. They were puzzled, wondering if it was an internal conflict. But Chen-Yi quickly suspected that this might be a ploy by Grorfin. After all, the first time he encountered him, Grorfin had used undead creatures to attack Jiang Feng. Sure enough, as the last undead creature entered the room, Grorfin himself appeared at the doorway. His eyes flashed with anger as he saw the floor littered with bones, and he shouted, "Curse those bats! How dare they harm the Dragon Lord? They will be punished." The soldiers and Luo Hanshuang were terrified, facing such a formidable enemy. Grorfin, still fuming, slowly advanced towards Chen-Yi, causing everyone to feel the pressure. The soldiers quickly positioned themselves in front of Chen-Yi, watching Grorfin warily. Luo Hanshuang instinctively moved to stand beside Chen-Yi as well. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Chen-Yi suddenly laughed, breaking the tension. "It's all right, he's with me." He pushed the soldiers aside and walked up to Grorfin. "Why are you so late? Were you gathering your troops?" Grorfin respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord. The Bat Fortress has many bats, so I went around awakening the undead creatures." Everyone was astonished to discover that this fearsome C-class creature was actually Chen-Yi's subordinate. Chen-Yi introduced him. "This is Grorfin, my trusted aide. Everything's under control now, we can relax." The soldiers were astounded to learn that their Major General had such a mysterious background. To have a C-class intelligent creature as a subordinate? It was unbelievable. With Grorfin and the undead creatures he brought, the tide of the battle turned immediately, and the bats were swiftly defeated. The surviving soldiers of the secret realm breathed a sigh of relief and gave Chani a solemn military salute, grateful for the Major General's life-saving intervention. They decided to apply to their commander upon returning, expressing their willingness to serve under Chani. However, Chani shook his head, aware that he held no real power despite his nominal rank, and that Yen Jun would never agree. He accepted their gratitude, but urged them to keep the incident a secret. Everyone promised to stay silent, even under the commander's questioning. This deeply moved Chan Yi, who realized that the camaraderie forged on the battlefield was truly invaluable. Luo Hanzhuang also quietly vowed to keep the secret. Chen Yi nodded, feeling grateful. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. A piercing laugh echoed, "Heh heh heh heh." Grolfin's face turned to one of shock as he exclaimed, "Impossible! It's alive?" Chan Yi, curious, asked who it was, but the tremors intensified. In the distance, the ground burst open, and a giant bat slowly emerged. The bat, upon seeing Grolfin, became furious and let out a sharp cry, calling Grolfin a lizard lich. Grolfin, equally astonished, asked, "How can you still be alive?" The bat, proclaiming itself as the king of bats, declared it was not so easily killed. Recognizing the massive bat, Carl cried out in alarm. Chan Yi, however, was utterly confused by the situation, finding the bat's laughter particularly grating. Carl angrily explained the enmity between the lizard clan and the bats. The lizard clan had been hunted down by the bats in this realm, forcing them to build an underground sanctuary. Grolfin sneered, mentioning that it was his grandfather who had once saved them. The bat mocked Grolfin for not advancing beyond a sea-level power. Then, the bat's body twisted grotesquely, its mouth morphing into a worm-like shape filled with sharp teeth. Its wings extended from its back, creating a powerful gust of wind. Grolfin gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. He stared at the massive bat, a surge of fearless courage welling up within him. The mocking laughter of the lizard lich echoed in his ears, but Grolfin remained undaunted, his heart burning with the passion to fight back. "This time, I will defeat you," Grolfin muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed with the desire for victory and readiness to face the challenge. Every nerve in his body was charged with the fervor of battle. He took a deep breath to steady himself. The bat screeched and lunged at Grolfin. He dodged swiftly and then counterattacked with his weapon. Each swing was filled with power and resolve. His figure darted across the battlefield like a lightning bolt, fast and fierce. "Come on, show me your true strength," Grolfin shouted, his voice brimming with fighting spirit and challenge. He was no longer the timid person he once was, but a brave and fearless warrior, ready to face any hardship and challenge. Finally, after an intense battle, Grolfin succeeded in defeating the lizard lich. He stood on the battlefield, the joy of victory filling his heart. He knew he had surpassed himself and become a true warrior. This battle was not just a challenge to his enemy, but also a test of his own courage and determination. Grolfin took a deep breath, revealing the profound strength within him. The spirits of the secret realm army plummeted from excitement to despair, a roller coaster of emotions that was hard to bear. Grolfin's face turned ashen. He never anticipated that the bat would reach B-level. The difference between C-level and B-level felt like an insurmountable chasm. The disparity in power was staggering. He glanced anxiously at Chan Yi, unsure if Xiaoqing could handle the upcoming challenge. Chan Yi faced the secret realm army with mounting anxiety. Reluctant to reveal Xiaoqing's true strength, he urgently urged them to leave. However, the army was resolute in their decision to stay and support him, leaving Chan Yi feeling helpless. Against a B-level threat, their presence might only become a burden. In the end, Chan Yi gritted his teeth and insisted that the secret realm army retreat. They hurriedly rushed towards the gate, which had been devastated by undead creatures, but Luo Hanzhuang stubbornly refused to leave. Chan Yi, left with no choice, could only wish her well and hope she would stay safe. The giant bat let out a mocking laugh and flew towards the retreating army. Chan Yi quickly shouted, "Grolfin, stop it! Activate the bone field." The ground instantly turned icy as bones flew up, colliding with the giant bat. Grolfin raised his staff, summoning the hands of the phantom. Countless ethereal hands emerged from the ground, reaching for the giant bat. Trapped within the bone field, the giant bat momentarily lost its focus, giving the bones and Grolfin a chance to attack. In that split second, the bat had no choice but to abandon its pursuit and defend against the combined assault from the bones and Grolfin. Once the secret realm army had safely retreated, Chun Yi finally turned to Luo Hanzhuang, asking if she could keep his secret. Though puzzled, she nodded in agreement. Chen Yi then summoned Xiaoqing, whose dragon roar echoed through the room as it emerged. Luo Hanzhuang watched in astonishment. Chani had summoned 5 beasts simultaneously, a feat typically reserved for A-level beast tamers. Seeing Xiaoqing appear, the bone field dissipated, and the skeletal remains collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Sensing an opportunity, the giant bat immediately launched an attack at the weary bones. Grolfin, seeing this, was stricken with worry and rushed to provide aid. At the critical moment, Zhong Kongkong threw himself in the path of a deadly attack, successfully shielding Baigu but being flung into the air, coughing up blood and writhing in agony. Just as the giant bat prepared to strike again, Xiaoqing closed in. Without hesitation, she unleashed her domain powers. In an instant, lightning crackled across the room's ceiling, wind blades materialized out of thin air, and a torrent of rain fell like a barrage of arrows. Xiaoqing soared into the sky, merging with the clouds and stirring them into a roiling tempest. With each of her movements, lightning struck the giant bat, and wind blades pierced its form, creating a dire situation. Even with its B-grade strength, the giant bat couldn't afford to be careless in the face of Xiaoqing's formidable domain powers. Seizing the opportunity, Baigu and Zhong Kongkong retreated to Chen Yi's side. Chen Yi quickly administered a blood-replenishing pill to help them recover from their injuries. He then summoned Shifu and Carl back into the secret realm, knowing that these two lizardmen stood no chance against a B-grade threat. Left standing in shock was Luo Hanzhuang, unable to believe the turn of events. How could anyone withstand a B-grade threat head-on? It was beyond comprehension. She cast a resentful glance at Chen Yi, wondering why he hadn't intervened sooner if he possessed such power. Did he need professors from the academy to teach him when to act? Yet, what stunned Luo Hanzhuang even more was seeing Baigu and Zhong Kongkong's injuries already starting to heal. Chen Yi soared towards the cloud tops, shouting, "Xiaoqing, let me help you." Thanks to his soul connection with Xiaoqing, he could also wield the domain powers that controlled the elements. As Chen Yi entered the clouds, the combined force of their dual domains intensified the lightning and wind blades. The remaining smaller bats stood no chance and were obliterated by the torrential rain. Luo Hanzhuang rubbed her eyes, struggling to believe what she was witnessing. Today had been a whirlwind of extraordinary events. Multiple summoning breakthroughs, Xiaoqing standing her ground against B-grade strength, and now Chen Yi joining the fray with awe-inspiring power. With Chen Yi's intervention, the giant bat could no longer mock its adversaries and struggled to fend off the relentless assault of lightning, wind blades, and rain. Rejoined by Zhong Kongkong and Baigu, who now showcased the power of their extreme cold domain, they transformed the raindrops into sharp ice spikes. The triple domain combination pushed the giant bat's defenses to the brink. Soon, the giant bat was riddled with wounds. Yet, refusing to yield, it muttered defiantly, "I won't lose to you insignificant beings." But the giant bat's resolve was in vain. As it made a desperate attempt to escape, Grohl swiftly cast his phantom grasp spell. Countless spectral arms emerged from the ground, firmly grasping the fleeing giant bat, sealing its fate. Luo Hanzhuang stared at the B-level entity's screams before shifting her gaze to the faintly visible figure of Chen Yi in the clouds. She couldn't help but wonder why her cloud spirit was so vastly inferior compared to theirs. Suddenly, a roar shattered the silence. "Damn it, that kick was for you, Grandpa Zhong." Zhong Kongkong saw that the giant bat was completely restrained. With a plan in mind, he swiftly approached the giant bat, preparing for a surprise attack. Without hesitation, he aimed a kick at the bat's rear. Initially, he only intended to scare it, but to his surprise, the bat's rear was extremely vulnerable, and his kick sent it reeling. The giant bat let out a wail, its body convulsing as its defenses crumbled. It glared at Zhong Kongkong in shame. Hastily, Zhong Kongkong retracted his foot and quickly hid behind the ribs of a skeletal structure to avoid being seen. "Help, Grandpa," he pleaded with his granddaughter. However, Baigu sneered at him, repelled by the stench of his foot. "Stay away from me, Grandpa Zhong. Your feet stink too much," she said impatiently. Chen Yi hadn't expected Zhong Kongkong's move, but it unexpectedly broke through the giant bat's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, he and Xiaoqing unleashed lightning and wind blades. "I won't die. Damn you. I'll be back for revenge." The giant bat struggled before collapsing, unable to move. Chen Yi and Xiaoqing dispelled their domain and landed beside the giant bat. "Master, is it dead?" Zhong Kongkong finally dared to approach and ask. Chen Yi shot him a glare. "Yes, it's dead. Kongkong, keep your distance. You stink." Zhong Kongkong looked helpless. "I just wanted to vent some anger. I didn't expect the bat's rear to be so fragile." Jalorfin also approached and asked, "Sir, is there any chance this bat could come back to life? Revive?" "Impossible." Chen Yi shook his head. "Xiaoqing, want a bite?" Xiaoqing nodded and devoured the giant bat. "Can it still revive?" Jalorfin asked in surprise, watching Xiaoqing, then shook his head. With its body eaten, how could it possibly come back to life? After the battle, Chen Yi and Xiaoqing were utterly exhausted, unable to maintain their domain any longer. Recall all the beasts and let them rest in the secret realm, Chen Yi said, sitting down with a sigh of relief. Finally done.
I'm exhausted.
Luo Hanzhuang walked over to Chen Yi, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Chen Yi glanced at her, annoyed. Silly girl, why are you just standing there? I'm worn out from saving you. Hurry up and massage my shoulders. Luo Hanzhuang was taken aback, but then nodded and started massaging his shoulders. Chen Yi was startled. I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Are you trying to get back at me? Chen Yi, you're such a jerk. Luo Hanzhuang was bewildered. I'm being so proactive, and this is how you treat me? Suddenly, the system notified them that the task was complete, and they were rewarded with a random talent scroll. The task is completed. Talent scrolls are valuable. Chen Yi didn't hesitate to draw from the scroll. Suddenly, a familiar wheel appeared before Chen Yi. As he silently prayed, the wheel began to turn slowly. Anxious and desperate, he kept chanting, Super S, until the wheel finally came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-rank talent scroll, ultimate affinity with lightning element. The scroll was placed in Chen Yi's backpack. Seeing Luo Hanzhuang sulking behind him, Chen Yi's eyes widened. Could her cloud spirit talent be related to the lightning element? What does this mean? A trace of displeasure arose in Chen Yi's heart. After all, he had just saved her, but ended up with this scroll? Was the system implying he should give it to her? Dream on. Without hesitation, Chen Yi took out the talent scroll, which was made of a silky smooth animal hide. Under Luo Hanzhuang's curious gaze, Chen Yi slowly unrolled the scroll. Ding! Would you like to use the S-rank talent scroll, ultimate affinity with lightning element? Of course. How could he let such a treasure go to someone else? Not to mention replacing talents, Chen Yi didn't expect the system to even give him a reply. This scroll could only overwrite an existing talent. What now? Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as the system responded. Only attack auras could be replaced, while talents like Master of the Secret Realm and Soul Link were irreplaceable. But the effect of ultimate affinity with lightning element was to enhance the potential of lightning-type beasts by 1 tier. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did Shaoqing's potential still need enhancement? This was a joke. Ding! Would you like to continue using the S-rank talent scroll, ultimate affinity with lightning element? Chen Yi cursed at the system. No. As for the scroll's destination, thinking about Luo Hanzhuang's selfless actions just now, Chen Yi reluctantly shook his head and looked at her, saying, You really lucked out, girl. Luo Hanzhuang asked in confusion. What do you mean? My talent is an A-rank talent, exotic lightning, which can boost the power of lightning-type beasts by 35%. Luo Hanzhuang said with a hint of pride. No wonder she could hold her own against equally strong opponents without a D-rank cloud spirit. If you had to choose between exotic lightning and ultimate affinity with lightning element, which would you pick? Chen Yi asked. Ultimate affinity with lightning element, of course. Luo Hanzhuang chose without hesitation. It was one of the top S-rank talents. By the way, wasn't Morong Shue's talent ultimate affinity with fire element? Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention that woman. She'll regret it sooner or later. Luo Hanzhuang looked at Chen Yi and couldn't help but feel sorry for Morong Shue. If Chen Yi showed his current strength, she would probably regret it immediately. If, and I mean if, you had the chance to gain ultimate affinity with lightning element, what would you be willing to sacrifice? Luo Hanzhuang chuckled. Sacrifice? Such an opportunity can't be bought with money. If it really existed, my family would give up all our savings without hesitation. All your savings? No wonder it cost all his savings. Luo Hanzhuang nodded slightly, her heart brimming with joy. Awesome. Deal. Chen Yi exclaimed without hesitation, leaving Luo Hanzhuang a bit puzzled. Deal? What deal? Her confusion was evident on her face. Chen Yi didn't beat around the bush and handed her the S-grade talent scroll. Open it and see. Luo Hanzhuang took the scroll and opened it. Unlike when Chen Yi had opened it, the scroll transformed into a stream of light and merged into her body the moment she unfurled it. Ah! Luo Hanzhuang let out a cry, feeling a strange surge of energy. She quickly took out her ID card to check. To her astonishment, the talent section now showed S-grade, with extreme affinity for the lightning element. It felt like a dream. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly to ensure she wasn't mistaken. Heh, don't just stand there. Go sell everything you have and give me the money.
Chen Yi teased.
Luo Hanzhuang didn't know how to describe her feelings. She was surprised at Chen Yi's generosity in giving her such a precious item. Tears welled up in her eyes, filled with gratitude. Chen Yi, I won't let your kindness go to waste. Chen Yi, slightly exasperated, said, Hey, I sold it to you. What are you thinking? Luo Hanzhuang wiped away her tears and nodded happily. Yes, you sold it to me. I will give it my all. I'll even have my family offer up the dowry to show my gratitude. Chen Yi sighed helplessly. This Luo family, why are they all so clueless? Watching Luo Hanzhuang use the scroll, Chunyi had a new idea about it. Could this scroll be used as a bomb? He pondered, opening the system shop to check the G-grade talent scroll Magoo, priced at 1 development coin. If he bought this G-grade scroll and had Morong Shui open it, would it replace her prized S-grade talent? This might be more effective than eliminating her directly. He decided to find a chance to test it. Seeing the once cold Luo Hanzhuang now gazing at him gently, Chunyi couldn't help but shiver. Just as he was about to explain, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. Hey, Chunyi, this is Zhang Feng. Do you read me? A hint of joy flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. Zhang Feng, is the signal tower complete? Zhang Feng's voice carried excitement. Yes. I've been informed of your situation and have sent reinforcements. Chunyi reassured, I'm still at Bat Castle, no need to worry. Zhang Feng asked in surprise, Bat Castle? What about the B-grade bat? Chunyi replied calmly, defeated. It wasn't the leader. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Then Zhang Feng asked with a hint of doubt, Are you sure you defeated the B-grade bat? Chunyi confirmed resolutely, Yes, I have vanquished it. A sudden voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, Major General Chunyi, you're at Bat Castle, right? I'm on my way. Got it, Chunyi replied. We're waiting for the army to take over. This castle is massive, and who knows what treasures are hidden inside. Just then, Grolfin, standing beside him, asked, Sir, should I conceal myself? Chunyi suddenly realized that Zhang Feng discovering Grolfin could cause trouble. After a moment's thought, he decided, perhaps you could relinquish some of your power, and I'll send you to my domain. Grolfin nodded, Yes, sir. He began emitting a putrid white smoke as his decaying flesh started to fall off in chunks, quickly turning into a black, foul-smelling liquid on the ground. Seeing this, Luo Hanzhuang couldn't help but vomit from the sheer disgust. Eventually, all the rotten flesh on Grolfin's legs had fallen off, revealing stark white bones, and the smoke dissipated. Grolfin explained, Please forgive me, sir. As a lich, the stronger I am, the more flesh I can regenerate. Giving up my power means shedding some of my flesh? Chunyi nodded, feeling uneasy but placing his finger on Grolfin's forehead to perform a basic teleportation spell. In an instant, Grolfin vanished before their eyes. Being an undead creature, Chunyi had arranged for him to stay on Bone Mountain, among the skeletons. Curiously, Luo Hanzhuang asked, Where did the lich go? Chunyi glared at her impatiently, Why do you care? Just give me the money. Hastily, Luo Hanzhuang responded, All right, I don't care. Chunyi shook his head in exasperation, thinking how troublesome she was. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and Zhang Feng led his troops, following the soldiers who had escaped, into the castle. The soldiers, seeing Chunyi safe and sound, were overjoyed. Zhang Feng quickly approached Chunyi, circling him a few times in admiration. Kid, you really surprised me. Did you really take down that B-grade bat? Chunyi nodded, Yes, I defeated it. Zhang Feng pressed on, Where's the body? Chunyi smiled, I've already sent it into a secret realm to feed my beasts. Zhang Feng gave Chunyi a cunning look, sensing that he was hiding something, and it seemed the soldiers were helping to cover it up. But he didn't press further. As long as Chunyi was on the military side, that was enough. Turning to Luo Hanzhuang, he asked kindly, Miss Luo, have you been wronged? Luo Hanzhuang shook her head, No, Chunyi has treated me well. Zhang Feng, puzzled, said, I meant, have you been wronged in this secret realm? What's that got to do with Chunyi? Then, teasing Chunyi, he said, saving a damsel in distress? Not bad, not bad. Chunyi awkwardly chuckled, realizing dealing with women was indeed troublesome. After some casual conversation, Zhang Feng began assigning tasks to investigate the mysteries of Bat Castle. After all, being guarded by a B-grade beast meant the castle surely held many secrets waiting to be uncovered. After a thorough investigation, a triumphant message came through the walkie-talkie. They had found the portal back to the real world inside a house. This news invigorated the entire army. Although they had yet to locate the secret realm's leader or gain full control of the area, the signal tower had been successfully established. Even if the entrance's teleportation rift was random, they could quickly reunite with the main force. The task of finding the leader no longer required Chen Yi's personal involvement. Having rescued Luo Hanzhuang, his mission in the secret realm was considered complete. With the exit now found, he and Luo Hanzhuang followed Zhang Feng back to the real world. As soon as the three of them stepped through the portal, they were immediately discovered by the people guarding the ancestral tomb and were swiftly taken to the command post. Yen Jun and Luo Rong, along with his wife, rushed over upon hearing the news. Luo Rong burst into tears upon seeing Luo Hanzhuang's haggard face and asked, Shuanger, are you alright? Are you hurt? Luo Hanzhuang nodded and replied, It was Chunyi who saved me. Luo Rong wiped away his tears and looked at Chunyi with satisfaction, praising, Good job, young man. I knew I could count on you. He Mei arrived and quickly pulled Luo Hanzhuang aside to check on her. Suddenly, Luo Rong remembered something and looked at Chunyi with displeasure, saying, "Young man, you didn't bully my schwanger, did you?" Chunyi felt a bit annoyed and was about to speak up. However, Luo Hanzhuang became anxious and scolded, "Grandpa, how can you say that about Chunyi? Do you even know him? Do you know what kind of person he is? If you say that again, I won't talk to you anymore." Luo Rong and He Mei were both stunned, while Zhang Feng, who had some understanding of the situation, covered his mouth and laughed, giving Chunyi a thumbs up. Chunyi felt a wave of embarrassment and thought to himself, "This is just too much. How could the old man treat me like this?" Luo Rong seemed to realize that the young man had actually won over his beloved granddaughter. Although he had intended to match them, accepting this reality was a bit difficult for him. However, the most pleased with the outcome was He Mei, who looked at Chunyi approvingly and continued chatting with Luo Hanzhuang. This made Luo Rong feel a bit embarrassed, and he glared at Chunyi, saying, "Young man, let's have a talk later, just the two of us." Chunyi felt somewhat displeased and wanted to retort. Luo Hanzhuang immediately nodded, walked up to Luo Rong, and said, "Grandpa, I remember you prepared a large dowry for me, right?" Luo Rong nodded, doting on her, and replied, "Of course, you are my most precious granddaughter. Rest assured, the dowry I prepared will definitely satisfy you." Luo Hanzhuang smiled, showing her satisfaction. Seeing her smile, Luo Rong also felt very happy and laughed heartily. "Now you see how good your grandpa is." Luo Hanzhuang suddenly said, "Grandpa, give me the dowry." Luo Rong hadn't even had time to rejoice before he was stunned again and asked, "What do you need the dowry for?" "Give it to me. I want to give it to Chan Yi." He Mei frowned upon hearing the words, while Yin Jun looked surprised. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, gave a thumbs up in support. Luo Rong, furious, opened his mouth wide enough to fit 2 eggs and said to his granddaughter, "What are you talking about? I'll record it, so you can hear it yourself." As his angry shout echoed, an A-rank batwing dragon appeared above Chan Yi. Luo Rong commanded the dragon to seize Chan Yi. "Who gave you permission to poison my granddaughter's mind with nonsense?" Luo Rong's rage made the situation tense. Chun Yi felt helpless, knowing he couldn't fight against an A-rank beast. He quickly hid behind Yin Jun and pleaded for help. "Commander, this Luo guy is being unreasonable." Yin Jun could only sigh in resignation at Chen Yi's plea. Chun Yi sat down, looking somewhat defeated. Meanwhile, He Mei pulled Luo Hanzhuang and Luo Rong aside, while Yin Jun and Jiang Feng began discussing matters within the secret realm. After hearing Jiang Feng's report, Yin Jun was taken aback. "Wait a minute. Did you just say Chan Yi defeated a B-rank monster?" Jiang Feng nodded affirmatively. Yin Jun paused and then smiled wryly. "We've really found an extraordinary young general this time." Jiang Feng, puzzled, asked, "Commander, isn't it better that Chunyi is strong? Why do you seem hesitant?" Yin Jun explained with a bitter smile. "Chunyi is young and exceptionally talented. I'm afraid our unit might not be able to accommodate such a powerhouse." Jiang Feng fell silent, contemplating Yin Jun's words. He suddenly asked, "Chunyi saved 100 soldiers. Do they want to serve under him?" Yin Jun confirmed that they had approached him privately about it. Jiang Feng immediately expressed his support. "Good. Tell them I approve. Chunyi will lead them, and they don't need to stay in the main army all the time." Yin Jun thought it might be bending the rules a bit, but the most important thing was to make Chunyi feel a sense of belonging. Meanwhile, Luo Rong glared at Luo Hanzhuang, demanding to know what Chunyi had done to her. Luo Hanzhuang firmly replied, "Grandpa, you can't doubt Chunyi." He Mei also chimed in to persuade him. Luo Hanzhuang then showed her ID card to the 2 elders. Their eyes widened in shock, and even the usually composed He Mei was left with her mouth agape. "Schwanger, what an incredible transformation is this?" Luo Hanzhuang smiled, fully aware that she couldn't reveal specific details. She could only hint that her talent had been altered thanks to a scroll given to her by Chan Yi. Luo Rong and He Mei were both stunned. They could hardly believe the notion of a talent-altering scroll. As the chairwoman of the Beast-Taming Alliance in Jiangnan Province, He Mei had never heard of such a method, let alone one that could change an S-level talent. It was simply unimaginable. "Grandma, can you still say that Chunyi doesn't care for me? To put my mind at ease, he even sold me this scroll at the cost of our entire family fortune." He Mei asked, slightly bewildered. "Did you agree to it?" Luo Hanzhuang firmly replied, "Of course I did." At that moment, Luo Rong seemed to understand something and silently turned to leave. "Grandpa, where are you going?" Luo Rong replied helplessly, "To get your dowry." Neither He Mei nor Luo Hanzhuang stopped him. They let Luo Rong go home alone. "Schwanger, whether for yourself or for Chan Yi, this secret about changing your talent must remain confidential. Not even your parents can know," He Mei said, feeling both joy and concern. If the powerful figures in the capital discovered this mysterious method of altering talent, it could cause unimaginable chaos. "Understood, Grandma. Let's go find Chunyi. Our Luo family owes him a great debt now, Luo Hanzhuang replied. He decided to take Luo Hanzhuang to see Chun Yi. As Chun Yi saw them approaching, he felt a bit uneasy, uncertain if things would go as planned this time. Xiao Chun, I won't ask for details. The fact that you gave Schwanger such a precious opportunity is something our Luo family is deeply grateful for, He said, expressing her gratitude profusely. Chun Yi, feeling a bit awkward, responded, well, Grandma I sold it to Luo Hanzhuang. He replied, I know. We've discussed it, and our family's most valuable asset is Schwanger. We hope you will treat her well. Chun Yi thought to himself, how could money compare to Luo Hanzhuang? He needed wealth to buy elixirs, and now had to support a big eater like Bai Gu. Unfortunately, Grandma seems to have misunderstood. No matter, Schwanger volunteered. I hope you young people find happiness together, He said, pulling Chen Yi and Luo Hanzhuang's hands together. Chun Yi felt extremely awkward and quickly pulled his hand back. Grandma you've misunderstood, he said. He laughed. All right, Xiao Chun. Don't be shy. Come find me when you have time, and I'll return 20% of the Shalong Chamber of Commerce shares to you as Schwanger's dowry. Hearing this, Chun Yi was delighted. The Shalong Chamber of Commerce was flourishing, and regaining shares would be a significant benefit to him. He and Luo Hanzhuang left, eager to test the effects of the S-level talent. After everyone had departed, Yin Jun approached with Jiang Feng. Major Chun, I never expected you to be so good at charming young ladies. I watched that young lady from the Luo family grow up, and I never thought you could win her over so completely. Yin Jun looked at Chun Yi and couldn't help but sigh. Commander Yin, even you are saying such things. It's really easy to misunderstand, but I won't get involved in you young people's affairs. I heard you performed exceptionally well this time, slaying a B-class demon beast and saving many lives. Major General Chun Yi, as the head of Shalong Commerce, are you interested in further cooperation with the military? Chun Yi naturally wouldn't miss such a stable and lucrative opportunity. Eventually, he reached an agreement with Yin Jun to supply the military with 100 Huoshue pills each month at a 20% discount. He decided to offer an unlimited supply of Huoshue pills once he returned. Yin Jun was very pleased with this arrangement. The mission went smoothly. You can head back at your own convenience. However, given your outstanding performance, the military will reward you. Chun Yi asked cheerfully, a reward for me? Yin Jun smiled mysteriously, you'll find out soon enough. Just as Chun Yi was about to leave, he remembered something important. There's still an assassin in the secret realm. We can't let him roam free. He then informed Yin Jun about the assassination attempt. Yin Jun was furious. How dare an assassin target a major general of the military? I'll handle this and make sure Sha pays the price. Do you need protection? Chan Yi, being a valuable asset to the military, couldn't afford any mishaps. However, he shook his head, indicating he didn't need protection because he planned to visit the Su family first upon his return. After Chun Yi left, Yin Jun still wore a grim expression. Sha has infiltrated our military. This must be thoroughly investigated. Jiang Feng also realized the gravity of the situation. If one person can infiltrate, what about the future? Don't worry, leave it to me. Outside the military camp, Chun Yi sat in his car, carefully contemplating his next steps. The top priority was to address the potential threat posed by Sha, and then to properly settle the lizardmen he had discovered in the secret realm. At the Shalong Commerce building, Mu Qinghan looked worriedly at some documents and asked, Yuku, do you know where Brother Yi has gone recently? The Li family has been making frequent moves against us, and he seems to be ignoring it. Yuka smiled wryly. Who knows where the boss is? He's always disappearing and not answering his phone. The Li family is targeting us, but he seems indifferent. They've come up with a new healing powder, Jinshi-san, which is cheap but still can't compare to our Huoshue pills. Mu Qinghan shook her head helplessly and asked, so what should we do now? Can you develop a new medicine? Waving the documents in his hand, Mu Qingha sighed, I can't. Look at these survey reports. Everyone is urging us to release new products. It's all because the boss promised monthly new releases, and now here we are at the end of the month with no sign of him. Just as Mu Qingha was about to continue his complaints, Chun Yi suddenly appeared at the door, smiling. Oh my, you guys are gossiping about me behind my back already? Mu Qingha and Yuka jumped up excitedly upon seeing Chun Yi. Chun Yi arrived at the Shalong Commerce Guild and took a careful look around. He couldn't help but admire Mu Qingha's meticulous management of the guild, affirming his trust in Mu Qingha's capabilities. Mu Qingha eagerly approached Chen Yi and asked about the progress of the new medicine for the month. Chen Yi nodded slightly and browsed through the system's marketplace, eventually choosing the newly released rare elixir, the Kaiqiao pill. This pill, when consumed, enables a beast that has not yet mastered any skills to directly acquire one. Chun Yi handed the pill to Mu Qingha and explained its effects in detail. Mu Qingha was deeply impressed, almost to the point of reverence. This elixir was nothing short of miraculous. After some discussion, they decided to price it at 1 billion, recognizing its immense value and rarity, which meant it couldn't be marked up as other pills were. Regarding the lower-end market, Chunyi had a plan. Occupying the pharmaceutical market of Jiangnan province was a system task, with rewards potentially including an intelligent race. With the addition of the lizard tribe, Chunyi realized the advantages of having an intelligent species. Future skill selection would undoubtedly improve significantly. Intelligent races were clearly the best choice. Chunyi suggested that Mu Qinghe try dissolving the Huoshue pill in water to create a diluted medicinal solution and test its effects. Mu Qinghe immediately set about experimenting, and the results were promising. Even a minimal concentration surpassed the Li family's Jinshi San. Confident, Mu Qinghe declared that within 6 months, they would dominate all the low-end markets currently controlled by the Li family. Mu Qinghe proposed a marketing strategy. The Shenlong Commerce Guild would continue to focus on the high-end market while licensing the Huoshue liquid to local pharmacies for sale. With Chen Yi's approval, Mu Qinghe took the Huoshue liquid and the Kaiqiao pill to the Beast Taming Alliance for certification. Chunyi stayed behind with Yuku, briefing him on the new employees. Yuka reported that they had recently recruited 50 employees, all selected according to Chen Yi's criteria for loyalty and reliability. Chen Yi decided to offer generous benefits. Employees who worked for over a year would receive a contract beast, independent dormitories, and sponsorship for those with talent to further their studies at the Beast Taming Academy. Yuku assured that he would manage personnel affairs well. Chen Yi assigned another task to Yuku, detailing the appearance and habits of the lizardmen and providing a rough map of their designated territory. Although not very precise, it was sufficient for understanding. Chen Yi instructed Yuku to find a designer to plan a grand town for the lizardmen on this land, ensuring a unified architectural style. Although Yuka felt a bit puzzled, he didn't ask any further questions. He simply nodded. I'll have my sister help you with the design. She studied design for a while, so she should be able to meet your requirements. Don't worry about the cost. As long as I'm satisfied, money is not an issue. With a nod of acknowledgement, Yuka hurried off to make arrangements with his sister. Meanwhile, Chunyi headed to the top floor of the building, entering the office prepared for him by Mu Qinghe. It was more of a luxurious suite than an office, occupying the entire top floor. The room was fully equipped, featuring a swimming pool, a KTV, and even a small cinema. Since taking over the building, Chunyi had never been here. He found a sofa to sit on and immediately dialed Su Liuyun's number. Oh my god, Chunyi, you finally called me. After you abruptly hung up last time, I thought something had happened to you. Su Liyun exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the line. A sea-level assassin trying to kill me? That's underestimating me, Chunyi replied. If you're free, come to the top floor of the Shenlong Commerce Building. I have something to discuss with you. Su Liyun, knowing that the Shenlong Commerce Building belonged to Chan Yi, wasn't surprised. Discuss? All right, since you've gone off the radar, the Su family has let their guard down. Are you ready to make your move? Su Liyun's voice was filled with excitement. Great. I'll be there soon. A few hours later, Su Liyun appeared on the top floor of the Shenlong building. After their meeting, he looked revitalized. As he saw Su Liyun off, Chen Yi poured himself a glass of water and gazed in the direction of the Su family. Su family, your reaper has returned. Deciding to act the next night, Chen Yi first returned to his secret realm. He needed to summon Grolfin to increase his strength and improve his chances. This time, he would be facing an entire family, and he needed to give it his all. In the secret realm, Shaoqing and Zhong Kongkong were resting at the summit of the main peak, while Carl and Sif were leading the lizard tribe in a bustling construction effort. Baigu was digging a deep cave in Bone Mountain and resting inside. Grolfin had built a proper house at the entrance of Baigu's cave and had started living there. Chen Yi teleported directly to Grolfin's bone house. The moment Chen Yi arrived, Grolfin sensed it and hurried out to greet him. Bound by a migration contract, his loyalty was unquestionable. My lord, you have arrived, Grolfin said, kneeling on one knee. You need my strength. Tomorrow night, there will be a massacre.
Chang Yi nodded.
Yes, a massacre. If the Su family's strongest is only sea level, this will be an unavoidable slaughter. Grolfin nodded, pledging his full support. Chani pointed a finger at his forehead. First level summoning. A white light flashed, and an identity card appeared in front of Grolfin. Chani took the card and examined it closely. Name, Grolfin. Race, Undead Lich. Potential, Super S-level. Strength, D-level. Attribute, Necromancy. Skills, Resurrection of the Dead, Summon Undead, Ghostly Grasp, Death Decay, Corpse Explosion. Looking at Grolfin's Super S-level potential and array of skills, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. As dusk settled, Chen Yi stood on the rooftop of the Shenlong Commerce Guild, a smile playing on his lips and a determined gleam in his eyes. This mission was both a challenge and an opportunity for him. He was ready to face the Su family, a clan shrouded in countless secrets. Su Lin, the head of the Su family, sat in his study, feeling agitated. His butler tried to console him, but the unease in his heart remained. He was worried about the family's future, sensing that a storm was on the horizon. Chani, What exactly are you planning? Su Lin's heart surged with anger, wishing he could eliminate this threat once and for all. He had heard that Chun-Yi had disappeared, likely attacked by assassins. This brought him a bit of comfort, yet the unease lingered. The young master has vanished. It's a plot by the Morong family's eldest son. The butler's words only fueled Su Lin's rage. He slammed the table, filled with anger and hatred, vowing to tear Chun-Yi apart to ease his fury. A fire ignited within Su Lin. He resolved to fight for the family's dignity and honor. He told the butler, I will handle the matter of the second madam's disgrace. As for Lu Yun, keep an eye on him. If he behaves well, there's no need to disturb him further. That night, Chun-Yi, leading his beast companions, decided to launch an attack on the Su family. They attacked from 4 directions, trapping the Su family with no escape. Chun-Yi was filled with determination and courage, knowing this was a battle of life and death. The outcome would be determined by fate. As Chun-Yi kicked open the main gate, the Su family's guards were powerless, frozen in place by the icy breath of the white bone dragon. The entire estate descended into chaos and panic, with the Su family overwhelmed by Chun-Yi and his beasts. It was a brutal battle, with blood and flames intertwining in the darkness, pushing the Su family to the brink of annihilation. Zhong Kongkong appeared in the Su family's bedroom like a ghost, silently sinking his teeth into the neck of a still sleeping family member. He then moved on to his next target. Sifu and Carl charged at the enemies with the bravery of Chun-Yi. Sifu provided healing, while Carl, like a berserker, swung his massive sword at the Su family members and their riding beasts. The most terrifying scene was on Grol's side. The Su family members and beasts he struck down actually stood back up, attacking again like zombies. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi's frost breath had frozen the southern gate area, catching the attention of Su Lin, who was in the study conversing with the butler. Su Lin frowned and asked the butler what was happening outside. The butler shook his head in confusion, so Su Lin sent him to investigate. Just as the butler was about to leave, a family member burst into the study, shouting, Master, it's terrible. Someone has broken into the Su family estate. Su Lin's eyes widened, and his expression turned fierce. What? Someone dares to invade our home? Master, please come quickly. The intruders are almost at the plaza. Our family members are dying horribly. The family member reported, visibly shaken. Su Lin, shocked, demanded. Who dares to be so bold? Where are the protectors? The family member replied, We don't know. There are invaders from all directions, and the protectors have all been defeated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Lin quickly stood up. Hurry. Notify everyone to prepare for battle. Just then, Su Luyun waltzed into the study with a grin. Su Lin, furious, scolded him for speaking nonsense and ordered him to join the fight. Su Luyun retorted, Fight? Why fight? I'm telling you, the Su family is doomed tonight.
Su Lin, NJ, shouted, nonsense.
Did you orchestrate all this? Suddenly, the wall of the room exploded, and a skeletal dragon's head thrust through the opening. Chun-Yi calmly walked into the room, staring at Su Lin. Are you the head of the Su family? Su Lin's eyes widened, and after a moment of hesitation, he exclaimed, You're Chun-Yi? Chun-Yi replied coolly, Yes. When you put a bounty on my head, you never imagined it would come to this, did you? Su Lin suddenly realized something and pointed angrily at Su Luyun. So it was you. You've betrayed the Su family, betrayed me.
Su Liu Umsner, bet Yang.
Su Lin, don't you find that laughable? Su Lin's gaze darted between the two, demanding, Where are the other family members? Where's my wife? Why did no one report the intruders until they reached the study? Chun-Yi walked over to the window and pulled back the curtain, revealing the courtyard filled with Su family members. But they were missing limbs, or even heads, shambling like the living dead. The sight made Su Lin stagger back in horror. He stammered, Impossible. Chun-Yi, you're just a newcomer. How could you possess such power? At that moment, you underestimated them. Are you ready to face death, Lord of the Su family? Su Lin's face was filled with rage, but suddenly he let out a cold laugh.
Ah,
Chun-Yi, Su Lufeng, you two are something else. His voice was dripping with anger and sarcasm. I'll remember you both. But do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? Have you forgotten that I'm a Class C beast tamer? Suddenly, 3 unicorn bulls were summoned by Su Lin. My 3 bulls are siblings, and their combined strength is enough to make even a Class B beast tamer think twice. He ordered the butler to call the Morong family and inform them of the situation. Chun-Yi, you are destined to die. Oh, really? Chun-Yi clapped his hands. Soon, a woman was brought in, tightly bound by Carl. Madam Su, if you dare harm a single hair on my head, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Madam, Carl, how dare you? It's Su Luyun. This little brat brought people in. Su Luyun, without any hesitation, stepped forward and slapped the madam across the face. Who are you calling a brat? You dare hit me? You little brat. I'll kill you and your wretched mother. The madam screamed at Su Luyun with a twisted expression. Chunyi glanced at her with disgust. Su Lin, how could you be involved with someone like this? Su Lin's face turned ashen. Butler, have you made the call? The butler pointed at the phone. Master, there's no signal. No signal? How is that possible? Su Luyun smirked. Still trying to contact the outside world? Don't worry, I've already set up a signal jammer here, so you can die in peace. What?
Impossible.
The Su estate is so large. Jamming the signal would require a massive operation that couldn't go unnoticed. Thanks to Uncle Kuen's help.
Oncle Cohen.
Su Lin turned directly to the butler.
Xi Cohen.
Even you betrayed me? Holding the phone, Xie Kuan looked at Su Lin expressionlessly. Master, you were too heartless. What do you mean? Master, Su Feng was indeed the eldest son, but Lu Yun is also your son, the second young master of our Su family. He has proven his talent is no less than that of the late eldest son, so why does he receive worse treatment than a servant? So what? How I treat my sons is none of your business.
Xi Kun Sayed.
I raised the second young master myself. He walked over to Su Luyun. I'll leave this to you. I'll go comfort madam. Thank you, Uncle Kuen. Please take care of my mother. All right.
Xi Cohen.
You bastard. Su Lin roared in anger. White Bones, be careful. He commanded the 3 unicorn bulls to charge at Su Luyun and Chan Yi. Master, watch out. White Bones stepped in front of Chan Yi, blocking one of the bulls. Carl also stepped in front of Su Luyun, using his great sword to fend off another bull. Spectral grasp. A chilling voice emanated from Groar's mouth, and countless ghostly arms grabbed hold of the last bull. In the heat of battle, Carl was pushed back by the raging bull, but the other 2 sides were evenly matched, leaving Su Lin in shock. How could these D-ranked beasts hold their own against his C-ranked one-horned bull? Su Lin observed intently, his eyes widening in surprise. It turned out that all these beasts belonged to the opponent. He couldn't believe it. How could someone contract so many beasts and summon them all at once? Chunyi shrugged dismissively, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched Su Lin panic. Zhong Kongkong also joined the fray, loyally fighting alongside Shao Qing. Before long, Su Lin's one-horned bull was steadily losing ground. Su Lin, unable to accept his defeat at Chen Yi's hands, screamed in rage, I am a C-ranked beastmaster. This is unfair. Chunyi responded calmly, it's too late for that now. Any last words? Despairing, Su Lin muttered that the Morong family would not let him off, but Zhong Kongkong swiftly ended his life. The sight caused the lady of the Su family to wet herself in fear, as terror filled the room. Chen Yi, with a blank expression, approached Su Luyun. Ignoring the lady's pleas, he showed his cruel side, making her experience the suffering she had once inflicted on his mother. Su Luyun coldly addressed the lady. For over a decade, how did you treat my mother? Now, it's time for you to pay the price. The lady knelt, begging for mercy, but Su Luyun was resolute, declaring she would only die after experiencing excruciating pain. Chan Yi admired Su Luyun's ruthless actions, seeing in him the kind of talent he needed. He proposed a merciless suggestion, ensuring the lady would deeply experience the torment of being unable to die. As Su Luyun watched Chen Yi with eager anticipation, Chen Yi flashed a radiant smile and whispered softly into his ear. This plan is brilliant. You are truly remarkable. So impressive. Do you think we should proceed this way? Su Luyun nodded resolutely. Yes. I want that scoundrel who bullied my mother to regret ever setting foot in this world. All right. The First Lady, witnessing their open discussion on how to deal with her, was overwhelmed with indescribable fear. She lost control of her bodily functions. Chan Yi then ordered Carl to pry open the First Lady's mouth, and had Grohl resurrect some cockroaches, which crawled into her body through her mouth, gnawing at her insides. The First Lady screamed in terror, begging them to end her life. However, she was bound by Carl and unable to commit suicide. She felt the cockroaches chewing inside her, filling her heart with terror and agony. Eventually, the cockroaches broke through her stomach and crawled out. The First Lady sighed in relief, thinking she was about to be freed, and pleaded for them to end her life. Chan Yi signaled to Sif, who hesitated but understood the karma involved. The First Lady's suffering was retribution for her years of misdeeds. A pure white light enveloped the First Lady, instantly restoring her shattered organs. She felt the changes in her body in shock, looking at Chen Yi with rising fear. You are a demon, kill me, she rasped, begging for her life to be ended. The cockroaches crawled back into her mouth, repeating the cycle dozens of times. Chen Yi turned to Su Luyun and asked, are you satisfied now? Su Luyun closed his eyes, tears streaming down, and trembled as he said, it's enough, end her life. Upon hearing this, the First Lady's twisted face let out a despairing scream, begging for her life to be ended. Carl's strong arms mercilessly snapped her neck, granting her wish. Afterwards, Qian Yi disposed of the Su family corpses by throwing them into a secret space where lizard men incinerated the bodies to ashes. With the task completed, Qian Yi retracted his beast and, together with Su Luyun, exited the Su family estate and headed to the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce building. In a private floor, Chunyi asked Su Luyun to sit wherever he liked and inquired about his future plans. Su Luyun mentioned that he had once said if Chunyi could destroy the Su family, he would pledge his allegiance to Qian Yi. Faced with such a drastic situation, Chunyi smiled and expressed his willingness to accept him. From tomorrow onwards, the Su family would be completely erased from the map of Jiangnan province. Su Luyun understood Chen Yi's intentions and had long considered himself a member of the Chen family. From now on, the name Chen Luyun would replace Su Luyun. Chen Yi appreciated Su Luyun's resolve and affirmed his choice. He then asked about the arrangements for Su Luyun's mother, whether she should stay at the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce or be taken to the Chen family, assuring that she would not be treated like the Su family. Chen Luyun shook his head and frowned slightly. Chen Xiao, I hope you can find a job for my mother at the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce. And as for Uncle Kuan, he's been handling all the affairs, big and small, for the Su family over the years. You can trust his capabilities. These requests weren't difficult to fulfill. His mother's abilities aside, if Xie Kuan was loyal, he would indeed be a valuable asset. Chen Luyun, can I trust you completely in the future? Chen Yi asked. Chen Luyun nodded confidently. Chen Xiao, from now on, I am your loyal servant. Your wish is my command. Chen Yi smiled with satisfaction, a deep determination in his eyes. Good. I want you to establish a covert organization. Chen Yi had money, and he had power, enough to dominate C-rank opponents, and even hold his own against B-rank ones in Jiangnan province. What he lacked were people and intelligence. Therefore, he hoped Chen Luyun could set up an intelligence network. Mu Qinghe would handle the finances, Yu Ku and his sister would search for talent, and Chen Luyun would secretly manage intelligence. The Morong family and the so-called master in the capital would eventually be turned upside down. Understanding Chen Yi's intentions, Chen Luyun nodded and went off to fetch his mother and Xie Kuan. Chen Yi opened the system shop, staring at the space gate that required 100 development coins to exchange. He felt a mix of anticipation and frustration. The system hadn't issued any tasks recently, as if it were waiting for something. Even if he had the development coins, he planned to first exchange S-rank talents for his loyal followers. The next morning, the Su family's gate was surrounded by onlookers. The gate was shattered, and the scene inside was a mess. Houses destroyed, blood everywhere, but not a single living soul or even a corpse in sight. Oh my God, what did the Su family do to deserve this? Whispered some bystanders, their faces filled with fear and speculation. Sure, do you want to die? The Su family is gone without a trace. If the perpetrator hears you, you'll be next. Right, I spoke too hastily. This is the Su family we're talking about. What an unfortunate fate. Who could have such power to wipe out the entire Su family in one night? B rank? No, at least A rank. As the crowd speculated, a group of people in military and Beast Alliance uniforms arrived, quickly sealing off the area and dispersing the onlookers. Outside the study where Su Lin had died, Yin Jun and He Yimei stood side by side. He Yimei, could you have wiped out the Su family in one night without anyone noticing?
Yen Yun asked.
He Yimei thought for a moment and shook her head. I have the strength to destroy the Su family in one night, but not so silently.
Yen Yun nodded.
There must have been an insider in the Su family. But besides you, me, and Old Rome, who else in Jiangnan province has this capability? Su Lin was a C-rank beastmaster. Only B-rank beastmasters could do this, apart from us. Only the professors at the academy have such power. He Yimei pondered, did the Su family offend anyone recently? Offend someone? Yin Jun's first thought was Chan Yi. He had recently discovered that the head of the Su family had issued a reward for Chan Yi through shadow kill. Upon hearing the news, Yin Jun felt a surge of intense anger. Initially, he had planned to confront the Su family, only to discover they had already been annihilated. As the image of Chan Yi single-handedly defeating a B-class beast flashed through his mind, Yin Jun narrowed his eyes, a hint of doubt creeping into his thoughts. Could it have been him? Morong Lei of the Morong family listened to his subordinate's report in shock. Are you certain the Su family has been completely wiped out? He asked, his eyes flashing with a mix of anger and disbelief. Yes, young Master Lei, not even their remains were left, the subordinate replied. How is that possible? Who would dare do such a thing? Don't they know that the entire Jiangnan province is aware that the Su family has pledged allegiance to the Morong family? This is a blatant insult to the Morong family.
Morong Lei fumed.
Do we have any idea who did this? He pressed further. Not yet. The military and the Beast Tamer Alliance have both intervened. The Su family's destruction seems to have occurred overnight, with no prior warning, the subordinate explained. Morong Lei fell silent, tapping his fingers on the table as he pondered the situation. Young Master Lei, do you think it could have been Chun Yi? The subordinate asked cautiously. Morong Lei's lips curled into a mocking smile.
Chan Yi?
Him? A worthless nobody abandoned by my sister? There's no way it was him. The massacre of the Su family sent shockwaves throughout Jiangnan province, while the accused culprit, Chen Yi, remained nonchalant as he headed to the academy. Chun Yi received a call from Luo Rong, summoning him to his office. Without hesitation, he found a sofa and made himself comfortable. Mr. Luo, what's up? Chun Yi asked. Luo Rong, seething with anger, responded. What's up? We're halfway through the semester, and you've attended just one day of classes. You even assaulted a teacher. Do you think that's acceptable? Chun Yi remained unfazed, as attending school seemed unnecessary to him. Luo Rong, aware that Chun Yi was the mastermind behind the Shillong Commerce Guild, understood that education might not be a priority for him. Reluctantly, Luo Rong handed Chun Yi a bank card. The password is Shuang'er's birthday. This is her dowry. Keep it safe. Chun Yi looked at the card, feeling a bit awkward. How am I supposed to know Shuang'er's birthday? He hesitated. Luo Rong, growing impatient, snapped. How would you know if you don't ask? This is my life savings. If a rich man like you doesn't care, then forget it. He reached out to take the card back. Wait, I'll take it. Chun Yi quickly pocketed the card. Remember to treat Shuang'er well from now on, Luo Rong advised. Luo Rong then handed Chan Yi a flyer, urging him to participate in the Academy's upcoming freshman martial arts competition. The event would determine the top 3 students eligible to represent the Academy at the National Freshman Martial Arts Exhibition. As Chun Yi looked at the flyer, a sense of challenge and excitement welled up within him. His hidden strength would finally be revealed in this competition, earning him the Academy's pride. Freshman martial arts competition? Chun Yi couldn't help but think of Morong Shui, and a surge of anger welled up within him. He decided that he would make Morong Shui regret it. Chun Yi solemnly accepted the mission. Then, a system prompt sounded, requiring him to secure first place in the midterm martial arts assessment, with a promise of awarding him a rare beast taming gear. Hearing this, Chun Yi was ecstatic. The beast taming gear was rare and precious, but what excited him even more was the National Martial Arts Competition's first prize, a phoenix egg. He was already in awe of Shao Qing's abilities and had no doubt about the phoenix's power. Luo Rong was puzzled by Chin Yi's sudden excitement and couldn't understand why he was practically drooling. Regaining his composure, Chun Yi declared that he would undoubtedly take first place. Luo Rong, caught between laughter and tears, thought that with the fierce competition, getting into the top 10 would already be quite an achievement. However, Chun Yi was brimming with confidence, convinced that no one could rival him this year. After leaving the principal's office, Chun Yi decided to reintegrate into campus life. When he arrived at his classroom, he noticed a crowd gathered at the door, whispering among themselves. Squeezing his way through, he saw Mo Chung confessing his love to Su Tower for the 9th time. Watching this scene, Chun Yi couldn't help but wonder how Mo Chung had the nerve to approach Su Tower again. The surrounding classmates egged Su Tower on, urging her to accept Mo Cheng's confession. Chun Yi felt a surge of anger. He was both familiar with and disgusted by Mo Chung. At this moment, Su Tower's face turned awkward and displeased.
Montag Cheng.
When will you stop? Although I appreciate your help during the entrance exam, I have made my feelings clear to you. I have no interest in you. I don't like you. Despite Su Tower's reproach, Mo Chung maintained his smile. Tower, if you give us a chance, our feelings can grow over time. Besides, your family approves of us being together. Su Tower's expression turned angry. You, Mo Chung, you're so shameless. Do you not know why my father agreed? Tower, regardless of the reasons, my feelings are genuine. Mo Chung, I'm telling you for the last time, I don't like you. My heart belongs to Chun Yi. Stop bothering me and show some respect. As soon as Chen Yi's name was mentioned, Mo Cheng's previously gentle demeanor darkened. He slammed the table in anger.
Chan Yi, ötesi alias Chan Yi.
I've investigated him. He's just a worthless person discarded by Morong Shui. How did he even get into the academy? Has he attended a single class? Did his Chun family ever help your Su family in tough times? This is nonsense. Chun Yi couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up bluntly. Why don't you make your intentions clear instead of insulting others? Don't blame me for being rude. Chun Yi walked over, rubbing his ear. Where's this barking dog coming from? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Seeing Chun Yi suddenly appear, Su Tower's eyes lit up with joy. Her previous displeasure transformed into a happy smile as she cheerfully walked over to Chen Yi and skillfully took his arm. Brothery, you finally came to class. I missed you so much. The onlookers were stunned. Oh my god, who is this? Is he the legendary Chun Yi? And Su Tower, the goddess, is openly expressing her love? Look at Mo Cheng's face, haha. He's green with envy. I remember now. He's the top new student everyone talks about, right? Yes, that's him. I heard he only attended one class since the semester started, and even had a dispute with the teacher. I thought he was expelled, but here he is again. Wait, was it with that infamous teacher, Ms. Hu Xian? Yes, that's right. Haha, Imo Chang has met his match, impressive. Imo Cheng's face was livid.
Chan Yi.
It's you again. Chunyi pulled his hand back disdainfully and mocked. Of course it's me. Haven't you had enough of kneeling? Talking behind my back now? Imo Cheng glared at him, filled with rage. What right do you have to boast? You won through deceit. Curious bystanders began to inquire. What happened during the entrance exam? Why is there no information about it? I heard Imo Cheng lost to someone and had to kneel in public. How embarrassing. Could that person be Chan Yi? Listening to the surrounding gossip, Imo Cheng was filled with rage. He pointed at Chinny and shouted, Chan Yi, do you think the Chen family is still invincible? Your family is on the brink of collapse, yet you dare to cause trouble. Chunyi frowned, puzzled by Imo Cheng's words. He had never heard of any issues within his family. Coldly, he replied, my family's affairs are none of your business. Su Tower has already made her stance clear. Are you leaving or not? For some reason, Su Tower always felt at ease with Channy around. She firmly told Imo Cheng, Imo Cheng, I disagree. Leave now. Just as Imo Cheng was about to lose his temper, a cold voice rang out from outside the classroom. What's everyone doing here? Move aside. The crowd quickly made way, revealing the arrival of the lightning goddess, Luo Hanshuang. Luo Hanshuang noticed the commotion in the classroom and was delighted to see Choni among them. However, her joy turned to a frown when she saw Su Tower by his side. Imo Cheng, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of the beautiful Luo Hanshuang, muttered a few curses before hurriedly leaving.
Chan Yi.
You're just a discarded waste of Morong Shui. When your family falls, let's see how arrogant you can be. Suddenly, a pitch-black cloud spirit appeared at the top of the classroom. Luo Hanshuang glared at Imo Cheng and said, What did you say? How dare you insult Chenyi? Imo Cheng was stunned and at a loss for words. Luo Hanshuang continued, Insulting Qian Yi is the same as insulting me. You scoundrel. With that, a bolt of lightning struck Imo Cheng, burning his face. Fortunately, Luo Hanshuang held back her full strength. The onlookers were shocked. Oh my god, what just happened? Why did the lightning goddess intervene? Does she like Chenyi too? They whispered among themselves. Imo Cheng was even more terrified, knowing Luo Hanshuang's background and that he couldn't afford to provoke her. Chenyi felt helpless with the sudden turn of events. He glanced at Luo Hanshuang, rolling his eyes, thinking, she really shouldn't meddle. It's unnecessary. Hearing Qian Yi's inner thoughts, Luo Hanshuang quickly retracted the cloud spirit and walked over to him, looking like a little girl who had made a mistake. She nodded in acknowledgement of her fault. How did the cold and aloof lightning goddess turn into this? Imo Cheng felt frustrated, knowing he couldn't mess with Luo Hanshuang. He cast a resentful glance at Qian Yi before hurriedly leaving the classroom with his head down. Since the entrance exam, he had already lost face twice in front of Qian Yi. Qian Yi stepped directly in front of Imo Cheng, blocking his path. Hey, you think you can just insult me and walk away? Imo Cheng glared at him, his anger palpable. Qian Yi, what are you planning now? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some backing. With a calm smile, Qian Yi replied, I'm not trying to avoid anything. I just hope we can have a proper conversation and resolve this issue. Imo Cheng listened to Qian Yi's words, and his anger began to subside. Perhaps this time, things could end differently. Qian Yi folded the paper, feeling a sense of relief. Just as he suspected, these people were all talk and no action. He sneered at the crowd of students watching, though a sliver of worry crept into his heart. He knew Imo Cheng's strength well. The investment of over 100 bottles of energy-enhancing liquid had significantly boosted Imo Cheng's beast. Qian Yi was aware that winning this bet would be no easy feat, but he accepted the challenge without hesitation. In the days that followed, Qian Yi doubled down on his training, relentlessly honing his beast's abilities. He understood that this was not just about winning the bet. It was about proving his own strength and courage. Each training session was marked by sweat and perseverance, and he firmly believed he would emerge victorious. Finally, on the day of the midterm assessment, Qian Yi and Imo Cheng faced off in the arena. Imo Cheng's beast was large and formidable, exuding an overwhelming presence, while Qian Yi's beast was smaller and more agile, yet brimming with potential. The match began, and the two clashed fiercely. Imo Cheng, brimming with confidence, charged at Qian Yi's beast with disdain. However, Qian Yi skillfully dodged each attack, using agility and intelligence to counter Imo Cheng's brute strength. The watching students began to change their opinion, recognizing the unyielding courage and determination in Qian Yi. After a fierce battle, the victor emerged, Qian Yi. Imo Cheng's face turned ashen, unable to accept the outcome. According to the bet, he had to kneel and kowtow, even strip and roll off the stage. Qian Yi showed no mercy, his gaze fixed on Imo Cheng with a firm and cold tone. A deal's a deal. You lost. Imo Chung, filled with shame and anger, reluctantly knelt and kowtowed twice, his face flushed with humiliation. Chan Yi, however, remained silent, standing tall on the stage, proud of his perseverance and courage. The students watching were also silent, having witnessed a true warrior, one who dared to challenge the strong. Chun Yi did not let victory inflate his ego. He knew this was just a small milestone on his path to growth. He continued to strive, to push forward, understanding that only by constantly surpassing himself could he become a stronger, more formidable force. Onlookers began to worry that Chen Yi might try to back out, and they quickly snatched the signed paper from his hand, declaring that they would post it on the academy's bulletin board and swear to make life difficult for anyone who tried to cheat. This self-imposed pitfall made Chen Yi feel both amused and relieved, so he happily handed over the signed paper. As they glanced at Luo Hanswang and Su Tower, they felt a twinge of regret, but then they clutched the signed paper like a treasure and walked towards the bulletin board. The classroom and corridors fell silent immediately, leaving only a few girls, and those who had witnessed Chen Yi's swift defeat of teacher Hu Xian. Someone silently sighed, "Chen Yi, you're really messing with them." Another person chimed in, "Yeah, it's like they willingly sold themselves and are now counting the money for him." The students who had seen Zhong Kongkong's immense power squinted and greeted Chen Yi. He responded with a mischievous smile, whispering, "You get it, just don't spread the word. When the time is right, I'll show you something spectacular. By the way, Chen Yi, do you really not have any E-level beasts? Normally, your Qin family should be able to afford hundreds of bottles of energy concentrate, right?" "No, I don't." Chen Yi shook his head. This time, he wasn't lying. None of his beasts were E-level. Even the once useless Zhong Kongkong had recently advanced to D-level. As a result, all his beasts were now D-level. After this little episode, Chen Yi lost interest in the class. Something Imo Chang had mentioned earlier also piqued his curiosity. After greeting Su Tower and Luo Hanswang, Chen Yi returned to his dormitory ahead of schedule. Once Chen Yi left, Luo Hanswang finally looked directly at Su Tower, staring at her for a long time. This gaze made Su Tower uneasy. She had sensed Luo Hanshuang's special feelings for Chen Yi from their conversation. However, Luo Hanshuang's well-known strength and background in the academy made Su Tower feel aggrieved. She couldn't help but think, I barely got away from Morong Shui, and now there's Luo Hanshuang. Do I have to compete with her for Egij? And with Luo Hanshuang's impressive background, how can I possibly stand a chance? After a while, Luo Hanshuang nodded and praised, "Not bad, you are quite a beauty." Huh. Su Tower was taken aback, not understanding Luo Hanshuang's intent. Luo Hanshuang continued, "You are Su Tower, right? You like Chen Yi too, don't you?" "Also like?" Su Tower bit her lip, realizing that Luo Hanshuang indeed had feelings for Chen Yi. "Yes, I like him." Instead of getting angry, Luo Hanshuang said, "All right, but I need to make one thing clear." "Make what clear?" "From now on, I'm the senior, and you are the junior." Huh. Luo Hanshuang's words confused Su Tower. She didn't understand what she meant. "Don't you get it? From now on, as Chen Yi's women, we are sisters. But I'm the senior, and you are the junior."
What?
Su Tower was completely stunned by Luo Hanshuang's words. What did she mean by this? Seeing Su Tower's perplexed expression, Luo Hanshuang asked, "Are you unwilling?"
No. I'm willing.
"From now on, you are the senior, and I'm the junior." Su Tower, without knowing why, uttered these embarrassing words. She couldn't understand why the usually cold Luo Hanshuang would say something so serious and bewildering. Seeing that Su Tower had agreed, Luo Hanshuang smiled and extended her hand. "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Luo Hanshuang, and from today on, I'm your elder sister." Su Tower also took her hand.
I'm Su Tower, Sister Hansuang.
In the classroom, everyone was left speechless by the conversation between Chen Yi and his classmates. They couldn't find the words to express their astonishment and could only give him a thumbs up in admiration. Chen Yi was truly impressive. Back in the dormitory, Chen Yi picked up the phone and dialed his father's number. The call connected quickly. "Dad, isn't this supposed to be class time? How come you have time to answer my call?"
Chen Yi hesitated.
"If Dad finds out I skipped class, he'd be furious," he explained. "Our teacher had something come up, so we got the afternoon off." "Dad, are you and brother hiding something from me? It seems like the family is facing some difficulties." Qin Jinghua's displeased voice came through the phone. "Nonsense. Why would we hide anything from you? Everything at home is fine. We're just waiting for you to graduate and take over the family business." Hearing that everything was fine at home, Chen Yi felt relieved. After a brief chat, he hung up the phone. In the Qin family's council room, Qin Jinghua's face darkened after he hung up the phone. The gathered family members were all prominent figures within the family. "Patriarch, we can't keep this a secret forever. Shouldn't we tell Yi?" someone suggested. Qin Zhanghua shook his head. "No, we must wait until he graduates." Dad, what should we do next? Two more of our companies declared bankruptcy today, Chun Jian said helplessly. Chun Zhenghua slammed his fist on the table in anger. Damn the Li family. We've always run our business honestly and have had no dealings with their Yusho pharmaceuticals. What are they trying to do? Are they declaring all-out war? Patriarch, I've already negotiated with the Li family. They demand that Shenlong Commerce withdraw from the low-end pharmaceutical market and give them 50% of the high-end Yusho pharmaceuticals market, or they'll force us into bankruptcy. Father, I've also investigated. The Li family is being pressured by the newly established Shenlong Commerce, which has taken over most of their market share, Chun Jian added. Chun Zhenghua slammed the table again in fury. The Li family is so unscrupulous. Being cornered by Shenlong Commerce, they plan to swallow our Qin family? What kind of absurd business reason is that? Patriarch, what should we do next? Although the Li family is struggling due to Shenlong Commerce, they are still a century-old pharmaceutical family with wealth far beyond ours, someone asked. Chun Zhenghua pondered for a moment. We need to seek external help. The family members looked uneasy. Patriarch, where can we find external help now? Everyone in Jiangnan province knows about our feud with the Morong family, and the Morong family is at the peak of its power. No one would be willing to help us. Chun Zhenghua sighed. There is one force that might help us. Which force? Please enlighten us, Patriarch. Chun Zhenghua picked up a bottle of energy liquid and placed it on the table, a wave of anger surging within him. The Shenlong Commerce Guild. Could the Li family be using the name of the Shenlong Commerce Guild to suppress the Qin family? If that's the case, then we must confront the Shenlong Commerce Guild head-on. Chun Jian furrowed his brow but said, Father, I've heard that the true leader of the Shenlong Commerce Guild is shrouded in mystery, with barely anyone knowing their real identity. Can we really meet them? And what can we do to persuade them? Qin Zhenghua was resolute in his decision to meet the leader. As long as it meant saving the Qin family, they were willing to become a subordinate family of the Shenlong Commerce Guild. Seeing his father's determination, Chun Jian nodded. All right, leave this to me. Once my younger brother graduates, I want to give him a stable family. Meanwhile, chaos reigned not only in the Qin family but also in the Li family. Li Qing, the head of the Li family, was furiously pacing in the council hall. Damn the Shenlong Commerce Guild. We worked so hard to control 99% of the low-end market in Jiangnan province through Jinshi San, and they broke our defenses with just one blood-activating potion. Yes, damn them. How can a newly established guild be so ambitious? Li Qing massaged his temples. What exactly are the ingredients in their potions? What herbs are they using? We have no clues. Their potions seem entirely different from any herbs we're familiar with. We can't analyze them at all. Li Qing nodded as if he had anticipated this outcome. He looked at Li Mao. Li Mao, you've had direct contact with the mysterious leader of the Shenlong Commerce Guild. Are you sure he's from the Qin family? Li Mao recalled Qian Yi, a flash of anger in his eyes. Master, without a doubt, that person is definitely a descendant of the Qin family. Li Qing glanced at Li Mao. The young master of the Chen family is nothing but a discarded waste by the Morong family. How could it be?
Impossible.
Li Mao urgently replied, Master, please trust me, it's him. Li Qing waved his hand. I know. He's probably just a scapegoat put in the spotlight. But since the mysterious leader chose a waste from the Chun family as a scapegoat, there must be some intricate connections between them. So, what do we do next? Don't worry, I've already arranged for people to start hitting the Qin family. If they don't get external help, they'll be bankrupt in half a month. Really? Li Mao thought of the Qin family's downfall and Qin Yi's fate, feeling immense joy. Master, if the Shenlong Commerce Guild is connected to the Qin family, should we personally help them?
Li Qing smiled kunnigly.
Even better. That way, we have an excuse to seek help from the Morong family. The Morong family? Yes, I'm sure the Morong family would be happy to join us in pushing the Qin family into the abyss. The Li family members praised Li Qing. Master, you're brilliant. This plan kills two birds with one stone. No, it's a plan that kills three birds with one stone. With a leader like Master, the Li family is destined to prosper. Unaware of the impending crisis, Chunyi was feeling anxious. As he opened his door, he saw Luo Hanzhuang wearing an apron and setting a dish on the dining table. Seeing Chunyi come out, Luo Hanzhuang approached him. Chen Yi, you must be hungry. You haven't been back to the dormitory lately, so I've been practicing my cooking skills. After saying that, Luo Hanzhuang took Chunyi's hand without hesitation and led him straight to the dining table. She gently guided him into a chair, as if she were caring for a child lost in the wind. Luo Hanzhuang placed dish after dish in front of Chun-Yi with a smile. Try them and see how my cooking is, she said. Chun-Yi was taken aback and asked, What's going on? Where did this domestic side of you come from? Luo Hanzhuang giggled at his surprised expression. What, you don't like seeing me like this, she teased. Chun-Yi nodded hesitantly. What are you up to? Everything I give you has a price. Don't be so polite. Luo Hanzhuang looked slightly disappointed and asked, So, you don't like me? Chunyi replied bluntly, no, I don't. To him, beautiful women only meant trouble. He expected her to retreat, but to his surprise, she remained unbothered, still smiling. That's okay. It's enough that I like you. You'll fall for me eventually, she said confidently. Chunyi shook his head, not wanting to engage further. However, he had to admit, Luo Hanchuang's cooking was indeed delicious. Eventually, he couldn't resist and became a devoted eater, while Luo Hanzhuang sat quietly watching him. After he finished, she cleaned up without saying much, making Chunyi feel a bit awkward. He almost missed the aloof Luo Hanzhuang from before. By the way, Luo Hanzhuang, why did you enter that secret realm? Chunyi asked. While tidying up the table, Luo Hanzhuang replied, I was looking for something and accidentally stumbled into it. Recalling the environment of the secret realm, Chunyi suddenly asked, isn't that a graveyard? You were looking for something in a graveyard? This question left Luo Hanzhuang momentarily stunned. She had almost dug up an ancestral grave. She originally thought the item was buried there. In the end, she didn't find it. Her grandmother had someone dig up the grave, but they still didn't find what she was looking for. Chunyi shuddered at the thought. This family was crazy enough to dig up their ancestor's grave. Curiously, he asked, what exactly were you looking for? Luo Hanzhuang sighed deeply and summoned a Yunling. This Yunling is a mutant. I made a contract with it long ago. It could have advanced to D rank, but it needs a thunderstone to do so. That's what I was searching for, she explained. Chenny responded casually, your grandmother is the chairwoman of the Jiangnan Province Beast Taming Alliance. Couldn't she find one? Luo Hanzhuang explained, thunderstones are extremely rare, formed only when a Yunling dies. Even among 10,000 Yunlings, you might not find one thunderstone. And Yunlings themselves are rare beasts. Qianyi recalled a stone with a lightning mark from the secret realm and suddenly understood. Luo Hanzhuang spotted the stone in Qianyi's hand and instantly recognized it as the legendary Flash Thunderstone. Her heart raced with excitement, and her breath quickened. When Qianyi handed the stone to her, her face lit up with joy and gratitude. Qianyi was taken aback to see tears streaming down her face, leaving him somewhat awkward. However, Luo Hanzhuang's smile, full of gratitude, was endearing as she said, thank you, Qianyi. Your generosity means the world to me. Qianyi felt a pang of regret upon hearing that the Flash Thunder Stone was worth billions, but he managed a weak smile. Then, Luo Hanzhuang placed the Flash Thunder Stone into Yunling, triggering a series of astonishing changes. Yunling turned immaculate and radiated immense energy, leaving Luo Hanzhuang deeply satisfied. Curious, Qianyi took Yunling's identity card and was shocked to see that Yunling had transformed into a weather spirit with S-grade potential. He realized that Luo Hanzhuang's future was bound to be extraordinary. In the days that followed, Qianyi and Luo Hanzhuang shared blissful moments together. Luo Hanzhuang lovingly took care of him, bringing him an unprecedented sense of happiness. Every morning, she prepared breakfast for him, and after school, she cooked dinner. The two of them nestled close, basking in their mutual contentment. Qianyi was initially hesitant about the proposal, but the thought of the billions in prize money ignited a burning resentment within him, convincing him that it all rightfully belonged to him. In recent days, he and Luo Hanzhuang had been practically inseparable. They went to school together in the morning, walked home side by side after classes, and even stuck together during lunch breaks. This closeness drove Luo Hanzhuang's secret admirers green with envy. They wished they could crush Qianyi into pieces and eagerly awaited the upcoming midterm exams, hoping to see Qianyi humbled and on his knees, thereby soothing their own bitterness. These past few days, Qianyi has been living comfortably without worrying about food and drink, but he still has to take care of his own clothing. Finally, the day of the midterm martial arts assessment arrived. The academy's arena was packed to the brim, with students and teachers filling the seats. This assessment for the freshmen was crucial for the national martial arts competition at the end of the term, so the academy took it very seriously. Besides the freshmen, most of the senior students also filled the audience seats. At this moment, the most dazzling presence in the arena was undoubtedly Qianyi. Almost all the male freshmen had their eyes on him. After all, he was seated between Luo Hanzhuang on his left and Su Tower on his right. Soon, a holographic projection appeared in the center of the arena, listing the match order and ring assignments for all the freshmen. Chunyi glanced at it and found himself in Group D, while that Imo Chung was in Group E. To face Imo Chung in a match, he would first need to make it into the top 16. A classmate sitting next to Chenny said, Chun-E, I'm in Group B. Glad I'm not in the same group as you. Another classmate added, yeah, e.g., I'm in Group C. The three of us aren't in the same group. Watching their excited expressions, Chun-E smiled inwardly. Did they really think he would go easy on them? How naive. The first round of the competition was a preliminary selection, with 100 people in each group battling it out until only the last 3 remained. Chun-E stepped onto the ring for Group D. The boys in Group D exchanged glances and silently formed an alliance to eliminate Chun-E first. Once the referee announced the start of the match, everyone summoned their beasts. Chun-Yi observed the other ring's beasts, most of which were ordinary G-level beasts, with the occasional E-level beast. This was in line with the freshman standards. Chun-Yi summoned Zhong Kong Kong and whispered to it, Kong Kong, remember to pretend you're struggling, maybe even take a few hits. Zhong Kong Kong proudly lifted its head and barked, Master, with these weaklings, I won't even need to move. Chun-Yi kicked it lightly, just take the hits and stop talking. Woof, got it. After everyone had summoned their beasts, the referee announced the start of the match. A group of boys shouted, For the goddess! Take down Chun-Yi. The boys in Chen-Yi's group seemed to be fueled by this, joining in the chant. Among all the rings, Chun-Yi's group was the most united. Except for a few girls' beasts watching from the sidelines, the rest all charged at Zhong Kong Kong, making it a 1v90 situation. The central screen in the arena even gave Chun-Yi a close-up. His exaggerated expression of fear drew laughter from the senior students and teachers in the audience. Who is this kid? He's hilarious. Yeah, did he do something to annoy people? He's really a target for these freshmen. Don't you know? He's the guy who monopolized the 2 campus bells among the freshmen. 2 campus bells? You mean Luo Hanshuang and Su Tower? Exactly. The whole campus has been buzzing about his bets recently. The atmosphere in the audience was electric. A student named Zhong Kong Kong had just defeated a group of beast tamers, igniting an explosive reaction from the crowd. Senior students stood up, cheering and shouting for Zhong Kong Kong, their excitement palpable. In a private box at the center of the stands, Luo Rong's face showed a hint of displeasure. He turned to his family and said, This kid is too much. Is this really who Schwanger has her eyes on? He doesn't look like much to me. He cast a disdainful glance at his family, clearly disagreeing with their assessment. This guy must be up to something. On the stage, Zhong Kong Kong was fiercely resisting the attacks of a group of beast tamers, his body covered in wounds, yet he continued to fight tenaciously. Every time he seemed to be at a disadvantage, he would suddenly launch a counterattack, driving back the beasts one after another. The audience watched in awe, impressed by his resilience and courage. Despite his severe injuries, Zhong Kong Kong persisted, ultimately defeating all the attacking beasts and securing victory. This scene left the students in the stands feeling frustrated and disheartened as they watched the victory slip away, a deep sense of disappointment in their hearts. Zhong Kong Kong, hailed as a top-tier F-class warrior, was just a step away from reaching E-class. His performance left a lasting impression, making people take notice of his strength and potential. They were stunned by his prowess and also deeply respected Chen-Yi's boldness and determination. In the next match, Zhong Kong Kong faced off against the beasts of 8 female students. The 8 beasts glared at Zhong Kong Kong menacingly, seemingly waiting for the decisive blow. The defeated male students watched this scene with excitement, cheering loudly, hoping the female students would defeat Zhong Kong Kong's beasts. Eventually, the 8 beasts launched another attack, and Zhong Kong Kong, following Chen-Yi's instructions, pretended to be injured before mysteriously defeating one of the beasts. After a fierce battle, only 3 beasts remained on the field, and Zhong Kong Kong successfully advanced. This scene left everyone in shock, and they were full of admiration for Zhong Kong Kong's strength and perseverance. When the referee announced Zhong Kong Kong's advancement, Chen-Yi walked over to him with a heavy heart, gently patting him and signaling for him to rest. This gesture convinced everyone that Zhong Kong Kong was at his limit, while also affirming Chen-Yi's strength. Imo Chung, who had been wary of Chen-Yi, now had a deeper respect for his abilities, seeing a true powerhouse in him. After Chen-Yi returned to his seat, Luo Hanshuang asked with concern, Chen-Yi, are you hurt? Is your beast okay? Her worried expression was touching. She knew Zhong Kong Kong's strength. His beast had once fought a B-class giant bat. Now, after being besieged, it was uncertain if it could hold out in the top 64 match in the afternoon. Chen-Yi noticed Luo Hanshuang subtly signaling him to look to the side. Following her gaze, he saw a group of senior students in the back row, eavesdropping with curious ears. My beast is seriously injured. I didn't expect it to be ambushed. I don't know if it can make it to the afternoon match, Chen-Yi said helplessly. The eavesdropping students burst into laughter. Haha, I told you this kid couldn't make it, but you didn't believe me. Who knew? He's been so high profile lately. I thought he had some hidden ace, but it's just a bluff. As the mockery grew louder, Su Tower stood up angrily. You guys are just backstabbers. If you have the guts, why don't you try fighting 1v90? She demanded indignantly. Oh, the goddess is angry. Don't be mad. We're just trying to make you see the truth, so you don't get misled by others. You. Su Tower was about to retort when Chen-Yi pulled her back. Tower, don't stoop to their level. Don't argue with dogs, Chen-Yi advised. Kid, who are you calling a dog? You don't know?
Chen-Yi retorted.
I've heard you're quite arrogant among the freshmen. Seems like it's true. The senior students began to mock Chen-Yi. He didn't hold back, making them feel embarrassed in front of the 2 acknowledged beauties. Chen-Yi, your mouth is sharp. Look at the bulletin board. You even have a bet with Imo Chung. It's laughable. You probably won't even make it to the top 64. What does it matter to you if I make it or not? Chan Yi took out paper and a pen from his secret space. Since you know about the bet, let's all join in. The terms are the same as on the bulletin board. The senior students frowned but then laughed. You're bold, kid. Don't you have enough people to kneel to you? Fine, let's bet. Hey, can we join too? Other senior students joined the bet. Chan Yi fearlessly accepted the challenge. The terms remain unchanged. Welcome to the challenge. As more people signed up, the duel between Chen Yi and Mo Chang caught the entire school's attention. The bet was posted on the academy's notice board, causing quite a stir. During lunch, Chen Yi returned to the dorm to enjoy a meal personally cooked by Luo Hanshuang, with Su Tower joining them. The dorm was filled with a warm and joyful atmosphere. Luo Hanshuang smiled faintly, as if she had already gauged her opponent's strength. She thought they were no match for that poor dog. Chen Yi, what's your purpose here? She asked. Chen Yi grinned wickedly and responded without hesitation. Of course, anyone who dares to mock me will be crying their eyes out tomorrow. What does that mean? Brothery, what are you up to? Su Tower was completely confused and worried about Chen Yi's abilities. Seeing her puzzled expression, Chen Yi didn't bother to explain, and Luo Hanshuang simply covered her mouth with a smile, motioning for Su Tower to come over and help. Sister Shuang, let me help you wash the vegetables. The two women busied themselves in the kitchen, leaving Chen Yi scratching his head, wondering when the two of them had become so close. Morong Lei was quite interested in his subordinate's report on Chen Yi's performance at the academy. Is he really causing such a stir there? Yes, young Master Lei. Morong Lei nodded. This kid is something else. No wonder Sha canceled the bounty on him. It seems he's got the Luo family backing him. So what should we do next? His subordinate asked. Morong Lei pondered for a moment. If the Luo family really intends to support Chen Yi, it won't be easy to deal with him for now. I have an idea. He's made a bet with most of the people at the academy. Saying this, Morong Lei took out a claw glove. That beast is a golden ring Black Panther, right? Take this claw glove to Mo Chung and tell him it's from me. Make sure he wins the match. His subordinate took the claw glove, astonished. This is a bronze-level beast equipment. I don't believe the Luo family will protect a piece of trash despised by everyone. After Sha canceled the bounty on Chen Yi, Morong Lei contacted them again, trying to reissue the bounty. However, Sha refused to accept the mission. Morong Lei found it odd, realizing that Chen Yi seemed to have some connection with the Luo family's eldest daughter. He initially thought the Luo family was behind this, so he decided to humiliate Chen Yi and disgrace the Luo family. In the round of 64, Chen Yi's opponent was an F-tier razor boar, who seemed thrilled to face him. So, it's you, Chen Yi. Chen Yi summoned Zhong Kong Kong. What? Are you that excited to face me? His opponent looked at the scar-covered Zhong Kong Kong and laughed. Of course, defeating you will skyrocket my status at the academy. Chen Yi scoffed. Then I'll grant your wish. Do you have what it takes? The opponent pointed dramatically at Zhong Kong Kong. Do you think you can defeat my F-tier razor boar with that injured dog? Woof. Damn. You brat. You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. Grandpa Zhong is a wolf. Hearing Zhong Kong Kong's words, the opponent was momentarily stunned, but then became even more furious. You impudent mutt. I was going to spare you, but now you've sealed your fate. Razor boar, take him down. Zhong Kong Kong had the blood of wolves running through his veins. He firmly declared that he would never lose to those who didn't respect their elders. After his declaration, Zhong Kong Kong spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood but remained steadfast. As a wild boar with sharp fangs charged at him, he struggled to his feet and nimbly dodged the attacks. Although the beast controlled by the trainees had no special skills, the wild boar relied solely on brute force, repeatedly charging at Zhong Kong Kong. Despite being on the brink of collapse, Zhong Kong Kong managed to evade each ferocious attack at the last moment. The trainees began to feel anxious, and the spectators started to berate him. They shouted, "What's wrong with you? Your beast is only F-class, and you can't even beat an injured stray dog. Come on, finish him off. If you can't beat an injured dog, you might as well quit the competition." The criticism weighed heavily on Zhong Kong Kong, but he retorted helplessly, "If you think it's so easy, why don't you try?" Chen Yi sneered and taunted, "Did you hear that? You might as well quit now." But Zhong Kong Kong was undeterred. He spat blood again, his body trembling as if in immense pain. Just as the wild boar charged, Zhong Kong Kong seized the moment, lunging forward and sinking his teeth into its neck. The boar howled in pain, struggling desperately to break free, but Zhong Kong Kong's wolf-like grip was unyielding. Seeing the wild boar bleeding profusely, the trainee controlling it grew frantic. He reluctantly conceded defeat and pleaded with Chen Yi to make Zhong Kong Kong let go. The referee nodded and declared Chen Yi the winner. Only then did Zhong Kong Kong release his grip, collapsing on the stage, blood still staining his mouth. Someone mocked, "Pathetic. You can't even beat an injured dog." The agitated audience began to criticize Chen Yi, accusing him of pushing his beast too far. The trainee recalled his wild boar and left with a dark expression, leaving behind a threat. Chang'e, you got lucky this time. Don't expect it to be so easy next time. Chang'e ignored the provocation, walked over to Zhong Kongkong, and discreetly gave him a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Despite Zhong Kongkong's eloquence, his performance was impressive enough that Chunyi considered giving him an award for Best Dog Actor. Meanwhile, Luo Rong watched Chunyi from the independent stand, puzzled and speechless. He thought to himself, what is this kid up to? Father, why do you and mother favor him so much that you agreed to let Shuanger be with him? Luo Hanshuang's father, Luo Yongtian, harbored dissatisfaction towards Chang'e. Luo Hanshuang's mother, Sun Rong, frowned and firmly opposed her father Luo Rong's involvement in Hanshuang's affairs. Luo Rong, visibly irritated, stressed. Han Huang has been raised by your mother and me since she was a child. How could I ever harm her? As a professor at the academy, we should set an example. If even our students look down on us, then we've wasted all these years. During the midterm competition, they debated who would take first place, but both Sun Rong and Luo Yongtian were skeptical, believing Han Huang had the best chance. Luo Rong decided that if the boy did win first place, Sun Rong and Luo Yongtian would have to apologize to him personally. This left Luo Yongtian incredulous, but he eventually agreed. Luo Rong emphasized, if he really wins first place, you must take responsibility for your words and apologize to him in person. Both Luo Yongtian and Sun Rong nodded in agreement, accepting the condition. The round of 64 had concluded, with Chen Yi, Luo Hanzhuang, and Su Tower successfully advancing. In the round of 32, Chen Yi faced another F-grade beast. The match was fiercely contested, and Chen Yi narrowly emerged victorious. The round of 16 was scheduled for the next day. As Chen Yi left the arena with the two girls, whispers followed them. At the arena's entrance, Imo Cheng appeared, glaring at Chen Yi and declaring that he would show him the harshness of reality. Chen Yi remained unfazed, asserting that he would let Imo Cheng experience true brutality. Imo Cheng clenched his fists in anger, while Chen Yi, undeterred, headed straight to the dormitory. Su Tower made a playful face at Imo Cheng, further inciting his rage. Back at the dormitory, Chen Yi immediately contacted Mu Qinghe and the Yu siblings to plan a scheme against the academy students. Luo Hanshuang's attitude towards him had noticeably changed, so Chen Yi openly invited the three over. They arrived promptly, despite being on academic leave, as they were still academy students and had unrestricted access to the dorms. Soon, the doorbell rang, and Chen Yi opened the door to find the trio waiting outside. Eagerly, they asked, what's the urgent matter? Why couldn't you explain over the phone? Chen Yi smiled and invited them in, ready to elaborate on the plan. Chen Yi led Mu Qinghe and Luo Hanzhuang towards his room, cursing under his breath. As they passed through the living room, Mu Qinghe's eyes widened in shock when he saw Luo Hanzhuang sitting there watching TV. The sight left him utterly stunned and disappointed, a surge of indescribable anger and disillusionment welling up inside him. Luo Hanzhuang nodded slightly at Mu Qinghe, greeting him warmly. Chen Yi then led Mu Qinghe into the room, but Mu Qinghe felt a bit awkward. To his surprise, he discovered that Luo Hanzhuang and Chen Yi were roommates. Chen Yi explained that he had mentioned it before, but no one believed him. Mu Qinghe recalled the time during the entrance exam when Luo Hanzhuang had completely overpowered him, and he felt a shiver of excitement. He exclaimed, Chen Yi, you and Luo Hanzhuang are roommates? That's quite something. Chen Yi nonchalantly replied, what's the big deal about Luo Hanzhuang? She's lucky to be sharing a room with me. Would she refuse? Mu Qinghe couldn't help but be a bit exasperated by Chen Yi's arrogance, yet he secretly admired him. Chen Yi then outlined the plan for the next day's actions. Yu Jie couldn't help but laugh, praising Chen Yi's sharp wit. Mu Qinghe also gave a thumbs up, impressed by Chen Yi's confident demeanor. While they were discussing the plan, there was a sudden knock on the door. Luo Hanshuang's voice came through, asking to enter. After Chen Yi gave his permission, Luo Hanzhuang walked in carrying a tray and poured tea for everyone. She gently said, have some tea to quench your thirst. After serving the tea, she left the room, leaving the three of them dumbfounded. Mu Qinghe couldn't believe his eyes and asked, the cold goddess Luo Hanzhuang can be this kind? Chen Yi calmly replied, what's so strange about it? It's just tea. The three of them were left speechless, further impressed by Chen Yi's composure. Yu Jie handed Chen Yi a file folder containing 5 town design proposals. Chen Yi had almost forgotten about this as he had been keen on unifying the town's planning. He carefully reviewed the 5 design proposals and eventually chose an Egyptian-style design, finding it exceptionally ingenious. The design featured massive stone constructions, with the entire town centered around a circular plaza. In the middle of the plaza stood a bone sculpture for the lizard people to worship. Chen Yi decided to procure the necessary materials and tools for the construction and instructed the designer to finalize the details and present them to him. In this land, human strength seems insignificant. The lizardmen possess power comparable to that of dozens of ordinary workers, making them the true rulers here. Yuka furrowed his brow in thought as their leader. Chan Yi asked, "Are we really going to start building a town from scratch? Where should we choose the site?" "That's not your concern," replied Yuku. "You just need to rent a warehouse in the suburbs and deliver the building materials there. I'll pick them up myself." Despite their doubts, Yuku and his team nodded in agreement. Chunyi added, "Also, buy some books related to construction and leave them in the warehouse." After the discussion ended, the three of them took their leave. Chun-Yi opened the sandbox of the secret realm, examining it with satisfaction. Once the building materials were ready, the lizardmen would be settled, and the next step would be transforming their future home. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted in the Qin family. Changjian looked awkwardly at Qin Zhonghua and said, "Father, I've tried my best to get close to the Shillong Chamber of Commerce, but I've made no progress. I don't even know who the president is." Qin Zhonghua rubbed his temples, looking much thinner and more worn out, his once healthy face now tired and streaked with gray hair. "We have to keep trying. The Shillong Chamber of Commerce is our only hope now." Despite the challenges, the Qin family remained united and resolute. An elder sighed, lamenting, "We've been betrayed by everyone. Our former allies now want a share of the spoils. Yes, even the Su family, our only supporters, are being suppressed because of us," Chen Zhonghua said, shaking his head. "Don't let your son know. Our family is in grave danger, and the Li family has resorted to despicable means. He is safest at the academy." Chun Jian hesitated, but eventually nodded in resignation. Chun Zhonghua made up his mind and declared firmly, "Starting tomorrow, we will stand guard at the Shillong Chamber of Commerce. Even if we don't see the president, meeting any senior official will do." Chun Jian looked at his father with a heavy heart, seeing the once glorious Qin family now in such dire straits. The Chun family was under heavy pressure, and instead of relishing in their downfall, the Li family shared the same worried expression. Li Qing, head of the Li family, was furious upon learning the situation. "Our market share in the low-end beast-taming medicine market in Jiangnan province has dropped to 60%. Damn that Shillong Chamber of Commerce." Someone inquired about the Qin family, and the informant shook his head. Chun Jian, the eldest son of the Qin family, has tried multiple times to contact the president of the Shillong Chamber of Commerce, but was turned away at the reception each time.
Li King nud dasilanli, puslat.
Have we made a mistake? If the Shillong Chamber of Commerce doesn't support the Qin family, how can we win over the Morong family? Li Mao shook his head firmly after hearing this. "Patriarch, there is no mistake. Though I don't know the exact reason, the Qin family definitely has some connection to the Shillong Commerce Guild." Li Qing, observing Li Mao's determined attitude, nodded in agreement. "All right, let's continue our actions against the Qin family." The next morning, the first round of the top 16 matches began. The academy stands were noticeably more crowded than the day before, packed to capacity with spectators even standing on the steps. Those who hadn't made bets with Chen eagerly watched the matches, while those who had were waiting to see him lose and make a fool of himself. Interestingly, the academy hadn't stopped the betting, and the match schedule had been deliberately altered. Instead of all 16 matches taking place simultaneously, 15 were held at the same time, with the match between Chen Yi and Mo Chung scheduled separately. Luo Hanshuang and Su Tower exchanged a few words with Chen Yi before heading off to their matches. Luo Hanshuang's strength was well known. As a D-rank weather sprite, she was nearly unbeatable among the freshmen, capable of defeating opponents with a single thunderbolt. Su Tower introduced her beast companion to Chen Yi for the first time, a white, three-tailed mutant snow fox, ranked E. The fox's combat style was unique, using its claws in close combat while its three tails struck like arrows. Her opponent, an F-rank two-headed dog, put up a tough fight but was ultimately defeated after a few minutes. After their matches, the two girls returned to their seats, continuously boasting to Chen Yi and asking for his opinion on their performance. Not wanting to dampen their spirits, Chen Yi casually praised them. With the conclusion of the last group match, the 15 matches were completed. Finally, it was time for Chen Yi to face Mo Chung. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. Mo Chung stepped onto the stage first, greeted by cheers and chants from the crowd.
Montak Cheng, Kosh Shen Yi.
"Mo Chung, go for it. Make Chen Yi kneel before us." Mo Chung, looking smug, taunted Chen Yi, who was slow to take the stage. "What's the matter? Are you scared? Scared of you? Don't make me laugh," Chen Yi retorted. "Facing you is like competing with kindergartners in basic math." Mo Cheng's expression darkened. "Still talking tough? Come up here and meet your end." Shrugging, Chen Yi replied, all right, no need to rush," and leisurely walked up to the platform, summoning his beast companion, Zhong Kongkong, who appeared battered and bloodied. The sight of Zhong Kongkong collapsing onto the stage with blood trickling from its mouth drew laughter from the crowd. "Chen Yi, just admit defeat and spare yourself the embarrassment. Yeah, don't lose the match in your beast. You could get expelled for that. Hilarious. Think you can win with that beast?" Chen Yi, We can't wait to see you kneel. You'll be a star at our academy. A star? More like the kneeling star. Amidst the jeers, Chunyi's face showed a mix of anger and helplessness. The judge furrowed his brow, stared at Chunyi, and asked, "Are you ready? If you are, I'll start the match." Chunyi shook his head and replied, "Not yet. Give me a moment." Imoching sneered and said, "Are you trying to buy time? Do you think your beast's injuries will heal just by stalling?" As the audience grew impatient, three figures hurriedly approached the platform where Chenny stood. These three were Mu Qinghe and his companions. Mu Qinghe carried a table, Yuka held a chair in one hand and a bag in the other, while Yu Jie clutched a thick book. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, they set up the table and chairs, and Mu Qinghe sat down. Yuka stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, stop just watching the show. The betting has started. Place your bets." The odds are 2-1 for Imocheng and 10-1 for Qian Yi. The students were stunned. Betting in the academy? How shameless. An old gambler in the audience broke the silence first, asking, "I bet 1 million on Imocheng to win, but do you have enough to pay out?" Mu Qinghe signaled to Yuku, who opened the bag and laid out 10 Chikao pills on the table. These pills, the flagship product of the Shenlong Commerce Guild, sold for 1 billion each. With 10 pills, they now had 100 billion on the table. Who could doubt their ability to pay? The crowd gasped in shock. Even the teacher's eyes lit up. The Shenlong Commerce Guild only sold 1 pill a month, making them rare treasures. Powerful families competed fiercely to obtain one for their younger members. And now, these three had brought out 10 at once. What a statement. The crowd erupted in excitement, seeing this as free money. "I'm in. I bet all my savings, 1.8 million, on Imocheng. Can someone lend me a bit? I'll pay you back with 20% interest." "Who needs double? What about your 20%? I'm betting 1.2 million on Imocheng. I'm betting 800,000 on Imocheng." The audience buzzed with activity. Yuka quickly calmed everyone down, instructing those who wanted to bet to line up and register for their betting slips. Students rushed toward the platform, eager to place their bets before it was too late. On the independent viewing stand, Luo Rong frowned deeply, muttering to himself, "I knew this kid was up to no good. Betting openly in the academy?" Luo Yongtian and his wife looked at the noisy students below and frowned as well. "This is too much. This is an academy. What do they think this place is?" Luo Rong nodded, but realized there was no rule against betting in the academy. Luo Yongtian stopped Luo Rong and said, "Father, leave this to me. I'll handle it." Luo Rong looked at the furious Luo Yongtian and asked, "Where are you going? Why do you want to find him?" "Of course, to call off the bet." Luo Yongtian hesitated and replied, "Call off the bet? The academy has no explicit rule against setting up bets, so why cancel it?" Luo Rong glared at him and retorted, "Don't you get it? I want to join this bet." At this moment, the teams needing to place their bets had already formed a long line, even including some teachers. Mu Qinghe cheerfully accepted a bet of 2.3 million and said, "Here's your bet." The three had their roles clearly divided. Yuka maintained order, Mu Qinghe collected the money, and Yu Jie handled the tickets. In just a few minutes, the total bets had reached 300 million. Even Imocheng started to show signs of excitement. He asked Chenyi, "Did you set this up?" Chenyi shook his head and replied, "No, it wasn't me." As soon as the crowd saw Imocheng arrive, they quickly made way for him. Someone said to him, "Imocheng, we're counting on you." Another person added, "That's right. If you lose, your days at the academy will be tough." Someone else expressed their support, "I've bet all my money on you." Imocheng confidently pulled out his bank card, nodded, and said, "Don't worry. My beast can win with just one move. I'm betting 8.3 million on myself to win. Anyone dare to take it?" Mu Qinghe, seeing Imocheng's confident expression, nodded and said, "Of course, we accept all bets." Seeing Mu Qinghe willing to take such a big bet, the crowd eased their worries and eagerly joined in on the betting. However, when Luo Rong stepped onto the stage, everyone grew tense, fearing the vice principal might stop the bet. But Luo Rong said nothing and simply signaled them to continue, indicating they should ignore him. He walked up to Chunyi and asked, "Did you set up this bet?" Chunyi feigned ignorance, shook his head, and replied, "I don't understand what you mean, Principal Luo." Luo Rong glared at him and said, "If this wasn't your doing, I'm going to stop it right now." He then pretended to walk toward Mu Qinghe. Watching this unfold, Chunyi felt anxious and finally called out to Luo Rong. Chunyi asked, "Principal Luo, what are you planning to do? The academy has no rule against setting up bets." Luo Rong smiled, raised 3 fingers towards Chan Yi, then pointed to his 7 fingers, hinting at something. Impatiently, Chunyi said, "Stop playing word games and just say it." Luo Rong slyly smiled and said, "I want a share of this bet, 30-70. Chan Yi, though furious, held back his anger, thinking to himself that if he were stronger, he'd summon all his beasts and teach Luo Rong a lesson. Chan Yi, the vice president of Jiangnan College and a formidable A-class warrior, was unexpectedly accused of taking bribes. This scene made Qianni furious. His expression darkened, and he ceased all courtesy towards Luo Rong. He bluntly said, Luo Rong, do you want me to record what you just said so you can hear it for yourself? You want to take 70% of the profits while I bear all the risks? How can you be so shameless? Luo Rong, still smiling, replied, Kid, don't think I don't know what's really going on. I've seen through these bluffing negotiation tactics long ago. You won't scare me. Unwilling to back down, Chunni retorted, opening a store on my turf. Shouldn't you pay a protection fee? I even gave your granddaughter gems worth billions, and now you want to take my money. After intense haggling, they finally agreed on an 80 to 20 profit split. Chen Yi watched Luo Rong's smug face with a mix of frustration and anger, feeling he had been played by a despicable man. Luo Rong countered, I'm penniless right now. Chunni snapped, how could an A-class warrior like you be broke? Didn't you give me all your savings? Chen Yi then recalled a card Luo Rong had once given him, and it suddenly dawned on him that it might indeed contain a massive amount of money. However, Luo Rong had already left, returning to his private box. The betting crowd was relentless, and even by noon, they couldn't finish collecting all the bets. Luo Rong had to enlist the help of the teachers to gather the wagers. By the end of the break, they had amassed nearly 20 billion in bets. Mu Qinghe thought to himself, this was faster than a heist. Finally, all the bets were in, and Imo Chung and the referees returned to the ring. Imo Chung looked at Chen Yi with a sneer and mocked, your dog seems to have recovered? Chen Yi, without hesitation, tossed a blood-revitalizing pill to Zhong Kongkong. Zhong Kongkong hesitated briefly before biting into the pill and swallowing it. This move shocked everyone present, as blood-revitalizing pills were extremely valuable. Imo Chung was also stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Chunni calmly said, the Chun family won't hesitate over 40 million. Did you think I would lose to you over something like this? Imo Ching, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, do you really not know? You'll regret it later. These words made Chunni realize that something was amiss. He decided to uncover the truth. Chunni furrowed his brows slightly, as if pondering. Do you really want to see me cry? Wait a moment. I'd like to see you cry instead. He continued, do you seriously believe that your recently recovered F-level beast can stand a chance against my E-level Golden Ring Panther? Imochung wasted no time summoning his beast. A golden ring panther with shimmering gold patterns emerged and let out a deafening roar at Zhong Kongkong. Initially worried about Zhong Kongkong's recovery, the audience now felt reassured. This golden ring panther, with sea-level potential, seemed formidable even among E-level beasts. After all, a beast with sea-level potential has certain advantages. Imo Chung resolved to swiftly defeat this dog. The referee asked Chunni once more if he was ready, and Chunni nodded. All right, the match begins. Imo Chung sneered, an F-level dog is destined to die. With that, the golden ring panther's right paw glowed faintly with golden light as it leaped towards Zhong Kongkong. The sharp-eyed students in the audience gasped, look at Imo Cheng's golden ring panther. Does it have beast equipment on its paw? It sure does. Wow, that's a valuable treasure. It looks like a general-purpose equipment for clawed beasts. Unbelievable. Imo Chung really knows his stuff. The golden ring panther is probably using the shattered stone claw technique. With that skill and the beast equipment, Zhong Kongkong is doomed. Imo Chung believed his golden ring panther would easily defeat Zhong Kongkong with a single strike. But just as he was relishing his anticipated victory, Zhong Kongkong didn't dodge the fierce attack. Instead, like the golden ring panther, he raised his right paw to counterattack. Woof! Pretending in front of me? Take this.
Bang!
As the two paws collided, a metallic crash echoed, followed by the sound of shattering glass. To everyone's astonishment, Zhong Kongkong was unscathed, while the golden ring panther was sent flying, letting out a pained howl. Its equipped paw, apart from the covered area, was severely torn apart.
Non. Impossible.
Imo Chung stared in disbelief at his prized golden ring panther, his mind in turmoil.
Non.
This can't be. Teacher, Chani must be cheating.
Chinese scoff. Ridicule.
Which eye of yours saw me cheat? If I were cheating, how could an F-level dog beast hurt my golden ring panther? Besides, my golden ring panther has beast equipment. Chunni laughed, pointing at Zhong Kongkong. From the beginning, who told you it was an F-level beast? Imo Chung was shocked, a sense of foreboding filling his heart. Could his beast also be E-level? No way. Even if it's E-level, my golden ring panther has beast equipment for protection. You must be cheating. Chunni shook his head. Your vision is too narrow. You need greater courage to see a broader picture. All right, Kongkong, stop pretending. In this battle, I'm waiting to see them kneel before me. Zhong Kongkong had been holding back, but eventually, he couldn't contain himself any longer. He launched a ferocious attack on the golden ring black panther. Imo Cheng's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, D rank. Your beast is actually D rank. The spectators' expressions changed drastically. They had taken Luo Hanchuang's D-rank cloud spirit as a given, but the fact that Chen Yi's beast was also D-rank left everyone stunned. Anxiety crept into their hearts. If D-rank was so common, all their previous bets might be in vain. Imo Chang was particularly disoriented, his mind in turmoil. He had bet his entire savings, and now faced the possibility of losing everything. He began to suspect that everything was a grand conspiracy. Desperation filled his thoughts. He had to win this match, or he would be unable to face his failure.
Ultimately, Montag Cheng conceded.
He pleaded with Chen Yi to spare the Golden Ring Black Panther. The referee declared Chen Yi the victor, and Zhong Kongkong, following Chen Yi's orders, crushed the bones of the Golden Ring Black Panther. Imo Cheng's heart ached as he fell to his knees, unable to bear the suffering of his beast. The referee, seeing this, left in silence. Chen Yi approached Imo Cheng with a cold smile, flaunting a blood-replenishing pill, and demanded the origin of Imo Cheng's beast equipment. Cornered with no way out, Imo Cheng finally confessed everything. Chen Yi's gaze remained icy. He wasn't moved by pity but was determined to root out the mastermind behind it all. Imo Cheng, resigned to his fate, admitted everything, knowing that he had brought this upon himself. Hearing Ma Cheng's call, Chen Yi turned his head, his face expressionless as he looked at him. "Have you figured it out?" he asked. "How do you plan to give me that elixir?" He raised 2 fingers. "There are 2 conditions." Ma Cheng hesitated for a moment before asking, "What conditions?" Chen Yi spoke slowly. "First, tell me who gave you this beast-taming equipment and what their intentions are. Second, outside of our wager, you must kneel every time you see me." Ma Cheng glared at Chen Yi. "The first condition is barely acceptable, but kneeling every time I see you? That's too humiliating." Chen Yi responded mercilessly, "If you don't want to, then forget it." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, I agree," Ma Cheng hurriedly replied. Chen Yi's previously cold expression turned cunning. He stepped back to Ma Cheng, tossing him the blood-revitalizing pill. "Hurry up. Your leopard doesn't have much time left. Even with the pill, it might not make it." Ma Cheng took the pill, feeling its unexpected weight despite its small size. Carefully, he fed it to the golden-banded black leopard, then knelt before Chen Yi as agreed. The audience gasped as he kowtowed twice to Chen Yi. The spectators watched in astonishment, their feelings indescribable. Ma Cheng stood up, put away the golden-banded black leopard, and walked over to Chen Yi, whispering, "It was Morong Lei." A cold glint flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. "I see. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." He opened the system store. "Let's start with you as an experiment." Ma Cheng left dejectedly, his spirit completely crushed. He realized that he would face humiliation at the academy and his reputation would be eternally condemned. Next, it was the others' turn. Chen Yi returned to the arena and smiled at the audience. "Those who made a wager with me, why haven't you knelt down yet?" The audience fell silent. No one wanted to be the first to kneel. Chen Yi's expression turned menacing. "Are you trying to back out?" The wager is posted on the bulletin board. Facing the audience's skepticism, Chen Yi remained fearless. "I didn't force you to bet, so how is it a scam? Kneel and kowtow to me." Reluctantly, over 70% of the audience knelt in front of their seats and kowtowed to Chen Yi in apology. Seeing this, those who had initially felt ashamed also felt a sense of relief. Satisfied, Chen Yi left the arena with a smile. On a separate viewing platform, Luo Rong watched the scene unfold, laughing so hard he could barely stand. Royang Tian looked a bit uneasy. He was worried about his father Luo Rong's words. Was it appropriate to behave like this in the academy? If rumors spread, wouldn't the reputation of the beast-taming branch of Jiangnan province be affected? Luo Rong glanced at his son and snorted. "The world has never been fair. How many of these people do you think can reach A or B level?" Royang Tian felt troubled, unsure how to respond. Luo Rong continued. "None of these people can reach A level, and very few can even reach B level. Now, what level do you think Chen Yi can reach?" Royang Tian looked at Chen Yi hesitantly and said, "A level?" Luo Rong glared at his son. "Do you think I'm joking? This is not a guessing game. Tell me, what level can Chen Yi reach?" Royang Tian shook his head. "S-level?" Luo Rong nodded. "That's right. This kid has the potential to become an S-level beast tamer." Royang Tian was shocked. S-level was the equivalent of a national guardian, an almost mythical status for someone so young. Luo Rong explained further, "If Shuanger can follow him, it's actually her honor. Chen Yi's strength is far beyond your imagination." Sun Rong was unimpressed, thinking Shuanger, an E-level beast tamer, was already formidable. Luo Rong sighed deeply. "There are many things you don't know, but I can tell you 2 things." "What are they?" Royang Tian asked eagerly. Luo Rong said mysteriously, "First, Chen Yi is the real owner of the Shenlong Commerce Association." Royang Tian looked at his father in disbelief. "Unbelievable! He founded the Shenlong Commerce Association?" "Yes, and he supposedly invented all the beast-taming elixirs." Royang Tian and his wife were stunned by the young man's incredible talent. After a moment, Royang Tian couldn't wait to ask, "What's the second thing?" Luo Rong said solemnly, "According to reliable sources, Chen Yi defeated a B-level beast on his own." "What? A B-level beast?" Royang Tian was in shock. As a B-level beast tamer himself, he had only one B-level beast. This young man had such power? Luo Rong nodded. "Yes, this is no joke. It's a fact." Royang Tian and his wife looked at his father in astonishment, realizing their previous perception of Chen Yi had been too narrow. Luo Rong gazed at them deeply. "Now you understand that I wasn't exaggerating. Having an S-level beast tamer at the academy would be more impactful than any publicity." Sun Rong was surprised and shook her head gently. Wealthy and powerful, Schwanger indeed had a wide circle of friends. "Father, where does that guy live?" Luo Rong glanced at Luo Yongtian. "Why are you asking about that?" "I need to apologize to him and clear up the misunderstanding." Mu Qinghe and the other two naturally put down what they were doing and left happily. On this day, countless people gathered on the rooftop of the academy. This day was hailed as the day when Chen Yi became a legend at Jiangnan Province's Beast Taming Academy, and also the day the gamble ended. Yuka had to handle the materials for the Lizardmen town and greeted everyone before heading back to the Shalong Chamber of Commerce. Meanwhile, Mu Qinghe and Yujie followed Chen Yi to his dormitory to settle accounts. However, before they could start, Luo Rong arrived with Luo Yongtian and his wife at Chen Yi's place. When Luo Yongtian saw that the person who opened the door was his beloved daughter, he was stunned. "Schwanger, what are you doing here? Isn't this Chen Yi's dormitory?" Luo Hanzhuang was equally surprised to see her parents. In her memory, they were always busy with work and rarely home, leaving her to be raised by her grandparents. "Dad, Mom, what brings you here?" Sun Rong glared at Luo Hanzhuang. "What? We can't come to see you." Luo Rong waved his hand impatiently. All right. Where's Chinny? Is he back?" "He just returned and is in his room." "Grandpa, do you need something from him?" "Of course I do. Let's talk in the room." Luo Rong walked straight in, while Luo Yongtian and his wife looked as if they had swallowed a fly. "Schwanger, are you living with Chani?" "Yes, why?" "You two are?" Seeing her father's expression, Luo Hanzhuang quickly understood. "Dad, what are you thinking? We're just roommates. We each have our own rooms." That's good. Take me to see Chen Yi." Although Luo Hanzhuang was puzzled, she nodded and led her parents to Chen Yi's room. Chen Yi and Mu Qinghe were happily settling accounts when the door was suddenly flung open. Chen Yi was about to get angry but saw that it was Luo Rong, and his expression darkened. "Old sir, what brings you here?" Mu Qinghe and Yujie became even more cautious than Chen Yi. "Old man, where's my share?" "We agreed I get 20%. Chen Yi handed Luo Rong a bank card. "Old sir, we made over 2.8 billion this time. There's 6 billion on the card. The extra is a bonus for you." "A bonus for me?" Luo Rong shook his head in anger. "Kid, without me, do you think you could have made this money so easily? So, do you not want it? If not, give it back." "I want it. Why wouldn't I?" Seeing Chen Yi dare to speak to the vice principal this way, Mu Qinghe and Yujie couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. This was a real A-rank master, who could crush them with a wave of his hand. E.g. is amazing. Luo Rong was still fuming when Luo Hanzhuang brought Luo Yongtian and his wife forward. As Chen Yi looked puzzled, Luo Yongtian spoke first. "Chen Yi, I apologize for my previous words. You truly are remarkable." Chen Yi felt bewildered by the earlier misunderstanding, but it all made sense once Luo Rong explained everything. However, Chen Yi was left speechless by the Luo family's sincerity, which he felt was a bit over the top. When Chen Yi entered the room, the atmosphere was as awkward as a father-in-law meeting his son-in-law for the first time. Everyone was silent, except for Luo Yongtian, who was scrutinizing Chen Yi. This made Chen Yi extremely uncomfortable. Even though they were her parents, Luo Hanzhuang also felt uneasy. She took the initiative to offer to cook and asked Chen Yi if he was hungry and if she should make extra food. Suddenly, there were 3 audible gasps. Luo Yongtian looked at his daughter in surprise and, upon learning that she would be cooking, forced a smile that looked worse than a cry and said it wasn't necessary. He then pulled Sun Rong away without looking back. Luo Rong sighed and left the room as well. The scene was truly heartbreaking. At the entrance of Shenlong Commerce Association, Chen Zhanghua and Chen Jian had been waiting for 2 days but had not seen anyone who appeared to be an executive. Chen Zhanghua suggested his father go back, but he insisted on staying to demonstrate the Chen family's sincerity. A security guard overheard their conversation and came over to advise them to leave, saying their waiting was disrupting work. Chen Zhanghua felt a pang of bitterness, feeling humiliated as the head of the Chen family being dismissed by a security guard. He pleaded with the guard to inform the association of their presence, but was refused. Just then, Yuka happened to return and, seeing the situation, walked over to inquire. The security guard was startled upon seeing Yuku and hastily explained that there was no issue. Chen Zhenghua looked at Yuku in surprise, realizing that such a young person was a high-ranking executive of Shenlong Commerce Association. He quickly introduced himself and requested a negotiation with the association. The security guard was eager to drive them away, but Yuku, shocked to discover that the head of the Chen family was indeed this person, stopped the guard and agreed to give Chen Zhenghua some time. This left Chen Zhenghua both surprised and deeply moved. Yuka's forehead was dripping with sweat, his heart pounding, too scared to be disrespectful.
No.
Master Chun, please don't call me that. Just call me Xiaoku. Please come in. This sudden change in demeanor left Chen Zhenghua and Chen Jian stunned. What on earth was going on? But Chen Zhenghua didn't dare delay, quickly saying, Please, President Ku, you are too kind. I'm honored if you could spare me some time. Internally, he was panicking. Oh my God, big brother. Please don't get me into trouble. If the boss finds out, I'm done for. Master Chen, really? You don't need to be so formal with me. I can't handle it. If you keep being so polite, I won't be able to leave. Chen Zhenghua was completely baffled. What was happening? Why did this high-ranking executive of the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce place such importance on his identity as the head of the Chen family? All right, Xiaoku. May I have the honor of discussing some business with your esteemed chamber? Yuka naturally nodded. Of course, please come in. The doorway is no place to talk. All right, thank you, President Ko. No trouble at all, not in the slightest. Yuka's behavior left the security guards dumbfounded. What was going on? Had they encountered some big shot? Thinking about how they'd been working for half a year and only needed another 6 months to enjoy the chamber's benefits, and possibly even a chance to study at the Beast Taming Academy, the security guards were also scared stiff.
President Kenya.
Yuka glanced at him. It's fine. It has nothing to do with you. Just keep doing your job. Hearing Yuka's reassurance, the security guard finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, thank you, President Ku. Yuka led Chen Zhenghua and Chen Jian to the reception desk, instructing the receptionist to take them to the president's office. The receptionist was also a bit puzzled. President Ku, the president's office? Do you mean the one on the top floor? Yuka rolled his eyes at her. Of course, is there any other president's office? But President Mu said that was his private domain. It's fine, just go ahead. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Hurry up. The receptionist hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded, showing a professional smile, and led Chen Zhenghua and Chen Jian to the top floor office. Yuka quickly found a secluded spot to call Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi was having a meal, and seeing Yuka's call, he thought the building materials issue was resolved. So he answered, Hello, boss. Is your father Chen Zhenghua? Yes, why? Yuka breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't offend him earlier. Boss, don't ask. Just hurry to the chamber. Something big has happened. What? Chun-Yi was shocked. The chamber was his source of funds, the foundation of his power. It couldn't afford any trouble. Wait for me. I'm coming right away. Seeing Chun-Yi so flustered, Luo Hanshuang was puzzled. What's going on with Chun-Yi? Chun-Yi shook his head. It's nothing to do with you. Mu Qinghe, Yu Jie, you two come with me. It seems there's trouble at the chamber. What? Mu Qinghe and Yu Jie were slightly surprised, quickly put down their utensils, apologized to Luo Hanshuang, and hurriedly followed Chen-Yi out of the dormitory. Luo Hanshuang pouted slightly, feeling a bit wronged as she looked at the anxious trio. She thought to herself, seriously, can't I even ask a question? After finishing his phone call, Yuka hurriedly pressed the elevator button and rushed to Chen-Yi's office on the top floor, worried that the two important guests upstairs had been kept waiting too long. In the elevator, Chen Zhenghua curiously asked the receptionist, Hi, I've heard that the president's office doesn't receive outsiders. Is that true? The receptionist nodded proudly, yes. As the head of the Shenlong Business Association, the president never meets with outsiders. His office is off limits to them. Even Vice President Mu doesn't dare to enter casually. Chen Zhenghua nodded, impressed. That's quite something. So why are we allowed in? The receptionist shook her head. Don't ask me. Although it's President Ku's order, if the president finds out and gets angry, I'll be in trouble too. Is it really that strict? Just entering an office is such a big deal? Chen Zhenghua was even more puzzled. He nudged Chen Jian, signaling him to take note. Chen Jian also shook his head, at a loss about the situation. Soon, the two arrived at the top floor and were awestruck by the luxurious decor. Is this really their office? It's more lavish than a 6-star hotel presidential suite. After they sat down, Yuko also arrived. He signaled to the receptionist, who understood and left. Yuko asked, Would you like something to drink? We have everything you might need. Chen Zhenghua quickly waved his hand. No need, President Ko. We're already sorry for taking up your time. As he spoke, Chen Zhenghua took out a document from his bag and handed it to Yuko. President Ku, this is the detailed asset list of the Chen family. Could we discuss some business? Your family's asset details? That's not something just anyone can see, Yuka remarked, sensing that the Chen family might be in some trouble, but not daring to look at the document casually. He placed the document on the table. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. Our president is on his way, and will discuss this with you personally. The president? That mysterious president? You don't even know what I want to discuss, yet he's coming personally? Chen Zhanghua nodded in agreement, thinking it was best to talk to the president. Yuka smiled. Don't be so formal. I don't deserve it. Chen Zhanghua could only smile back, misunderstanding Yuka's intentions. The three waited quietly for Chanyi, with Yuka worried about saying the wrong thing and offending the important guests, while Chen Zhanghua and his son couldn't fathom what President Ku of the Shenlong Business Association intended to do. At the entrance of the Shenlong Business Association, Chen Yi, Mu Qinghe, and Yu Jie got out of the car. Observing the orderly environment, Chunyi felt there seemed to be no unusual activity. Could it be that Yuku had deceived him? Doubtful, Chunyi asked the receptionist about Yuku's exact location. The receptionist, recognizing Chan Yi, quickly replied, President Ku and the two guests are waiting in your office. The office was originally off-limits to others, so why was Yuka up to this strange business? Chunyi felt suspicious and headed straight to the office on the top floor. As soon as he arrived, he recognized two familiar figures along with Yuku. Without hesitation, he called out, Yuku, what are you up to? Wasn't there trouble before? Chen Yi's authority was unquestionable, and his questioning was direct. Chen Zhanghua and Chen Jian turned their heads, recognizing the familiar voice. They looked at Chen Yi with bewilderment in their eyes.
Son?
Brother? It was then that Chen Yi realized the familiar figures were his father and older brother. How could they be here? Chen Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Father? Brother? What are you doing here? Chen Zhanghua was equally astonished, his eyes wide open. We came to negotiate a cooperation with the Shenlong Commerce Association. But why are you here? The three of them stared at each other in mutual surprise. Chunyi looked at Yuku, speechless. Is this the big deal you were talking about?
Keskiviikko nodded helplessly.
Son, how can you talk to the president like that? Apologize immediately. Chen Zhanghua was taken aback by Chunyi's attitude, not wanting the situation to escalate. Apologize? Are you kidding me? Yuka quickly stepped forward to introduce Chen Yi to Chen Zhanghua and Chen Jian. Gentlemen, please allow me to introduce the president of the Shenlong Commerce Association, Chen Yi. What? Chen Zhanghua and Yuku were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Son, you're the president of the Shenlong Commerce Association? Realizing he could no longer keep it a secret, Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I am the boss here. But father, why are you here to discuss cooperation? Chen Zhanghua and Chen Jian exchanged helpless smiles, the situation having changed too quickly. They had originally intended to protect Chen Yi, not realizing that he had already built such a significant enterprise. Chen Jian seemed incredulous. Brother, you're not kidding us, right? Are you really the president here? How much of the company do you own? Shares? Including the Beast Alliance, I own half of the company, giving me absolute control, while the rest of the shares are divided among Mu Qinghe and others. Half of the shares. Half. Chen Jian felt a bit exasperated, thinking their previous efforts had been in vain. Chen Zhanghua shook his head. Chen Yi, how did you manage such a grand move? Noticing his father looking somewhat worn out, Chen Yi furrowed his brow, recalling what Mo Chang had mentioned earlier. Father, has something happened at home? Chen Zhanghua nodded helplessly. Son, the Chen family is almost bankrupt. What? Chen Yi was shocked, instantly grasping the urgency of the situation. Father, please tell me what's going on. Can you tell me now? Looking around the lavish office and then at the spirited Chen Yi, Chen Zhanghua nodded. They sat down, and Chen Jian began to recount the recent troubles the Chen family had faced. Learning that his father and brother had endured immense pressure and the disdain of once supportive family members to keep him from worrying, Chen Yi was filled with rage. This time, he was truly furious. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, Chen Yi, using the physical strength gained from his soul link with Shao Qing, smashed the expensive coffee table into pieces with a single punch. What a chaotic situation. Damn the Li family. Originally, we planned to apply pressure gradually until they destroyed themselves, but now they've walked right into our trap. Chen Yi's hand is injured? Chen Zhanghua and Ear anxiously looked at his hand. Could it have been Chen Yi who caused the injury? What kind of strength would it take to do that? Is his hand all right? Chen Yi raised his hand and waved it in front of them, reassuring, It's nothing, father, brother. Don't worry. With me here, the Chen family will never fall. Both of them understood the Shenlong Commerce Guild's influence in Jiangnan province. Qinghe, how much liquid assets does our guild currently have? Mu Qinghe was momentarily stunned, not even reacting to Chen Yi's question. Qinghe? Chen Yi asked again, prompting Mu Qinghe to hurriedly respond, Ego. We currently have over 300 billion in liquid assets. 300 billion. Chen Zhanghua and Ear gasped. The Qin family's total wealth at its peak was less than 80 billion, and Chun Yi could mobilize over 300 billion in liquid assets. Chun Yi nodded and ordered to transfer 100 billion to his father. 100 billion. That's too much. We don't need that. Chen Zhanghua was also startled by the huge amount. Father, please accept it. The Qin family needs to plan well for the future. Let's deal with the immediate issues first and discuss the rest later. Chun Yi looked at Mu Qinghe, slightly puzzled. Qinghe, make the transfer? What's wrong? Mu Qinghe, snapped out of his daze by the call, suddenly knelt in front of Chan Yi. Chun Yi was taken aback and quickly helped him up. Mu Qinghe is my subordinate, but more importantly, my brother. Why are you doing this? Mu Qinghe, however, remained kneeling, looking ashamed. Yi Gu, I have wronged you. Chun Yi asked, confused. What are you talking about? What do you mean? According to Uncle Qin's information, the Mu family might also be on the list of those who betrayed the Qin family. Chen Zhanghua nodded helplessly. Chun Yi sighed and said to Mu Qinghe, don't say anything else. Just based on our relationship, I won't let your family be too disgraced. Mu Qinghe stood up, trembling. After the transfer was complete, Mu Qinghe said to Chen Zhanghua, Yi Gu, I might need a few days off. I have to go back and stop my father and brother from doing something foolish. Chun Yi nodded in agreement. Go ahead. If you can't persuade them, you can reveal my true identity. After Mu Qinghe left, Chun Yi turned to Yu Ku and angrily said, call Chen Luyun and tell him to come see me immediately. As a member of Chun Yi's intelligence team, Chen Luyun was unaware of the Chun family's crisis until Yu Ku encountered it, which made Chun Yi very angry. He definitely needed to hold Chen Luyun accountable. Chen Zhanghua looked puzzled and thought to himself, is there really such a person in the Qin family? He then introduced, Father, this is a new member of our clan. Upon learning that Chun Yi was the president of the Shenlong Commerce Association, Chen Zhanghua immediately dismissed him from his mind, thinking that no matter who he was, the Chen family would eventually belong to him. Moments later, Chen Luyun rushed in. However, seeing Chun Yi's stern expression made him nervous. Boss, I admit I was wrong this time, he said, perhaps knowing that Yu Ku had already informed Chun Yi about the situation. Chun Yi initially wanted to lose his temper but, seeing Chen Luyun's sincere apology, decided to let it go. He shook his head and said, come over and sit. You need to explain this to me. Chen Luyun wisely moved to sit next to Chen Yi and said, Boss, this oversight is entirely my fault. I just established the intelligence department, and we lack trustworthy personnel. Moreover, based on your instructions, our current manpower has been deployed to infiltrate the Morong family. Both Chen Zhanghua and Chen Jian were taken aback upon hearing this, surprised at the extent of Chun Yi's influence, which now even challenged the Morong family. The Qin family will eventually belong to you. Should we consider merging the Qin family into the Shenlong Commerce Association? Family members are supposed to be loyal, right? Chen Zhanghua suggested. Chun Yi shook his head firmly and replied, no, father. The Qin family must remain as it is. If we merge, won't the uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas interfere? Chen Zhanghua nodded bitterly. The family council will definitely have opinions. Chun Yi shrugged. That's why, father. I need to have full control over the Shenlong Commerce Association. I don't want anyone questioning my decisions. Even if I'm wrong, they must follow unconditionally. Chen Zhanghua sighed inwardly, amazed by his son's ambition. Chun Yi's growth had far exceeded his expectations. Father, is there any difficulty with the personnel managed by Xiekuan? Why is there such a shortage of people on Chen Liyun's side? Yu Ku, slightly exasperated, said, Boss, Liyun's side requires specialized knowledge and absolute loyalty, and such people are really scarce. Chun Yi realized the critical importance of intelligence and was determined to become a leader who controlled the overall situation, not a nameless pawn lost in the fog. Luyun, how are Xie Kuan's intelligence skills? Chun Yi asked. Chen Luyun nodded. Uncle Kuan's abilities are top-notch, but he's too well known in Jiangnan province. Chen Zhanghua was also surprised to hear Xie Kuan's name. Chun Yi was a bit taken aback. Father, you know him? Chen Zhanghua explained. He is quite famous in Jiangnan province. The Su family's success today is not just due to Su Feng's strength, but also thanks to Xie Kuan's assistance. The Su family wasn't completely wiped out? Xie Kuan is still alive? Chun Yi was somewhat surprised by this revelation. Although he had hidden the fact that he was the one who destroyed the Su family, he admitted, Xie Kuan didn't die. I saved him, and now he works for me. Chen Zhanghua was speechless upon hearing this, marveling at the complex turn of events. Chen Jian, too, looked at his younger brother, whom he had always wanted to protect, and felt foolish for his ignorance. Chun Yi had grown so capable that he no longer needed anyone's protection. Yu Ku, do you think it's challenging to recruit loyalty over professional skills? For others, it might be difficult, but not for Yu Ku. With a smile, he said, Boss, it's straightforward. I've already established partnerships with several welfare institutions. We fund them, and they handle the recruitment. Besides, I've started setting up our own welfare institutions. We have 21 in the pipeline. Chun Yi, puzzled. asked, don't other families recruit from welfare institutions? Yuka chuckled bitterly, boss, other families don't value the orphans from these places. Chunyi nodded and decided to significantly invest in the welfare institutions, putting Yuko in charge of establishing a comprehensive education system from kindergarten through high school to ensure the future development of the Shenlong Commerce Association. Hearing this plan, Yuka's eyes gleamed. As an orphan himself, he knew the coldness of society and was determined to help more people like him. Lu Yun, have Xiakuan set up an IT training program, and you and Xiakuan will select the candidates. If you approve them, they can join. Chen Lu Yun nodded. Understood. While the short-term impact may be minimal, this will be the cornerstone of our future development. Chunyi then turned to Yuku. Are you ready? To motivate everyone, you can announce that those who are selected and successfully graduate will receive additional rewards besides the usual benefits, such as houses, cars, money, or even elixirs. It's up to you. Yuka nodded. Got it, boss. I'll start the recruitment tomorrow. Chunyi asked Chen Luyun. You've been infiltrating the Morong family for a while. Any progress? Chen Luyun replied confidently, boss, we've successfully placed several people within the Morong family and even bribed Morong Lei's closest aides. Chunyi was slightly surprised but nodded in approval, recognizing Chan Liuyun's exceptional talents despite his short time in the organization. After pondering for a moment, Chunyi said, if I wanted to anonymously deliver something to Morong Lei, could you do it? Chen Luyun hesitated briefly before replying, no problem. I can pass it through Morong Lei's aides. However, if the item is dangerous, it might expose their identity. Chen Yi's eyes gleamed with a touch of cunning. Ever since he crossed over to this world, Morong Lei had been secretly causing trouble. Although he couldn't confront the Morong family directly, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Chen Yi resolved to give Morong Lei a harsh lesson. Silently, he opened the system store, browsing through various items, and finally decided to use his only development coin to purchase a scroll. It was a wood bone talent scroll, a mere G-rank item, but it could slightly harden the bones of his beast. Chen Yi calculated in his mind that if this plan succeeded, Morong Lei would fall from being a genius to a nobody, and his arrogance would be crushed. Carefully, he handed the scroll to Chen Luyun, sternly instructing him that this scroll was like a time bomb and must be opened by Morong Lei himself. Although Chen Luyun wasn't sure about the scroll's exact function, seeing Chen Yi's seriousness made it clear that it was no ordinary item. Chen Luyun took the scroll with a solemn nod, promising that only Morong Lei would open it. Once everything was arranged, Chen Yi dismissed Chen Luyun and Yuku, leaving just the 3 family members in the room. Chen Zhenghua sighed, "Ear, you are truly remarkable." Chen Jian, with a hint of helplessness, added, "Brother, it seems you no longer need my protection. I can't protect you anymore. You must be careful." Feeling grateful for his family's concern, Chen Yi nodded. "Father, brother, although the Chen family has weathered many storms, if the Li family wants to take over our business, let them." Chen Zhenghua asked in surprise, "Ear, what do you mean by that?" "Father, I believe we can use this opportunity to shift our business direction," Chen Yi explained. Chen Zhenghua looked at Chen Yi with some confusion, waiting for further explanation. "Father, do you know the black market price of our Shenlong Commerce's enlightenment pills?" Chen Zhenghua had heard rumors, estimating it to be no less than 3 billion. "That's right, but we only sell them for 1 billion. While this price won't change, we shouldn't let others take advantage." "Brother, do you mean we should sell our enlightenment pills on the black market?" Chen Jian asked, puzzled. "Brother, you're overthinking it. They go to the black market because they don't have Shenlong Commerce's authorization, but we do." Chen Jian was even more confused. Wouldn't that damage Shenlong Commerce's reputation? Chen Yi shook his head. "I'm not suggesting direct sales, but through auctions." "Auctions?" "Yes, our Chen family could start an auction house. What do you think?" Chen Zhenghua thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, an auction house requires a large amount of treasures as initial investment to attract consignments. Just relying on your enlightenment pills might not be enough." Chen Yi had already considered this. "Father, do you know about beast equipment?" "What?" The 2 elders exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Zhenghua and Chen Jian stared at Chen Yi in disbelief. "Chen Yi, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Can you really get beast equipment?" "That's right, brothers," Chen Yi replied with a smile. "We're talking about beast equipment here. Not even our Chen family has a single piece of it. It's priceless." Chen Yi continued confidently, "I assure you, we will have it. Not only that, but we'll also be able to supply it on a large scale soon. Beast equipment will become the highlight of our auctions." "Father, do you think our family's auction house can succeed?" Chen Zhenghua was astonished as he looked at his son, whom he had nurtured for years. In just a few months, Chen Yi had become so enigmatic. "Ear, if you can really produce beast equipment, even if it's just 1 piece a month." Chen Zhenghua's eyes gleamed with pride. "Don't worry, father," Chen Yi assured. "In 3 years, when people mention the Chen family, it won't just be the Chen family of Jiangnan province. It'll be the Chen family of the entire Hua nation." Chen Yi clapped his hands enthusiastically. Fantastic, Dad. You guys go back and get ready. From today on, our family will be completely transformed. Chen Zhenghua hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. He chose to trust his mysterious son. All right, Jinner, let's go. We need to reorganize the family. Ear, be careful with the Li family. They are not friendly towards us. Chunyi left with his father and brother. After seeing them off, he returned to the academy. With his father's trust, he knew he couldn't fail. He had to excel in the upcoming assessments. The only concern now was how the system would price the beast equipment. Ever since Chan Yi showcased his Zhong Kongkong level strength, his opponents had been forfeiting matches upon seeing him. The only one who could rival Zhong Kongkong was Luo Hanshuang's weather sprite. Unfortunately, Luo Hanshuang wouldn't compete against Chan Yi. In the final match, under the envious gazes of all the male students, Luo Hanshuang conceded and clung to Chen Yi's arm. With her forfeiture, this year's midterm assessments finally concluded. This year's top 3 were all connected to Chen Yi. Besides him taking first place, the second place went to Luo Hanshuang, and to Chen Yi's surprise, the third place was Su Tower. As Luo Rong announced the results, a pleasant system notification rang in Chen Yi's ears. Ding! First place in the assessment achieved. Beast equipment interface in the system store is now open. Please check it out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the beast equipment interface. You have been awarded a free draw for beast equipment. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Chan Yi was nearly moved to tears by the system's thoughtfulness. It even included a free draw. Confirmed draw. A familiar roulette wheel appeared before Chan Yi. It was identical to the one used for drawing talents, but the options had changed. Through the options, Chen Yi roughly understood the different tiers of beast equipment. They were divided into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and the highest, mythical. As Chen Yi watched the roulette wheel start to spin slowly, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He muttered to himself, "This is amazing. Absolutely amazing." As the wheel gradually slowed down, it finally stopped on a glittering golden section. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly acquired a piece of gold-tier beast equipment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the gold-tier beast equipment, Phantom Cloak. The equipment has been placed in your system inventory. Please check. Gold-tier equipment? That's pretty impressive, Chun Yi thought with satisfaction. Phantom Cloak? Chun Yi eagerly opened the system inventory to check. Equipment name: Phantom Cloak. Equipment tier: Gold. Applicable races: all. Effect: makes the wearer invisible. That's so cool. Although it's suitable for all races, the cloak is only big enough to cover an adult. Larger beasts, like the white bone beast, probably wouldn't benefit from this. Next, Chen Yi was most excited about the beast equipment interface, as it would determine the future development plans for the Chen family. He couldn't wait to open the system shop and select the equipment interface. However, all the equipment was displayed in black and white, indicating that Chen Yi currently didn't have enough purchasing power. He checked the prices. The cheapest item was a standard equipment manufacturing guide, priced at 1 Chinkoan coin. Then there were a series of paper-based beast equipment blueprints, each priced at 4 Chinkoan coins. Other items included a wide array of beast equipment, with bronze tier and silver tier items priced uniformly. Each bronze tier item was priced at 10 Chinkoan coins, while each silver tier item cost 100 Chinkoan coins. As for equipment above the silver tier, the prices varied slightly. Chun Yi flipped directly to the last page, where a series of magnificent mythical equipment were displayed. For example, the exclusive equipment for the Divine Dragon, 5-colored Dragon Pearl, was priced at a staggering 1 million Chinkoan coins. Oh my god, how am I supposed to get Chinkoan coins? Chun Yi quickly found the exchange interface. However, upon seeing it, he was dumbfounded. It turned out that 10 billion Huaxia coins were needed to exchange for just 1 Chinkoan coin. This meant that a bronze tier piece of equipment would cost 100 billion? Oh my god. And a silver tier piece would be 1 trillion? As for the mythical equipment, Chun Yi couldn't even be bothered to calculate. This was outright extortion. He had thought that the 300 billion in his pocket made him quite wealthy, but now he realized he was just a clown. Li Qing's expression at the moment was filled with amusement. It seemed that the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce and the Chen family were indeed closely connected. Li Yuqing nodded. That's right. According to reliable information, Chen Zhenghua and Chen Jian were invited to the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce 2 days ago, and they came out with beaming smiles. Li Yuqing was a trusted new assistant of Li Qing, who highly regarded his capabilities. Smack! Li Qing excitedly slapped his thigh. Fantastic! Heaven is truly on our side. The Shenlong Chamber of Commerce dares to compete with our Li family for business. Quickly, inform the Morong family and invite them to join us in dealing with the Chen family. Master, there's no need for us to notify them. The Morong family specifically leaked this information to us, Li Yuqing said with a smile. Li Qing was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Yuqing explained with a smile. Master, you might not know, but ever since we started suppressing the Chen family, The Morong family has been closely watching everything. Now, seeing that the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce supports the Chen family, the Morong family has proactively expressed their willingness to cooperate with us. Li Qing's mood improved even more upon hearing this, and he eventually couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that was fantastic. Go prepare some gifts, and inform the Morong family that I will visit them in 2 days. Yes, master. However, what Li Qing didn't anticipate was that as soon as Li Yuqing left, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Sir, I've followed your instructions. They've taken the bait. A satisfied voice responded from the other end of the line. Well done. What are their current movements? He plans to visit the Morong family with gifts in 2 days. 2 days? Understood. Make sure to bring an extra gift. Rest assured, sir. He trusts me completely now. Good. Don't forget our agreement. This mission is also a test for you. If you succeed, I will introduce you to our master. I'm confident in your abilities. Our master will surely value you. Thank you for your appreciation. It's all thanks to your guidance. You're welcome. It's all your own effort. Just focus on completing the mission. Yes, sir. In the dormitory of the Beast Academy, Chen Yi was getting used to life there, despite the environment being far less comfortable than his exclusive office at the Shenlong Commerce Guild. Over time, he had grown accustomed to being served, and from initially resisting Luo Hanshuang, he had gradually come to appreciate her diligence. Chen Yi took out an invisibility cloak from his system backpack and inspected it carefully. The black cloak shimmered with starlight, exuding a sense of mystery. After some trials, he found that other than Xiao Qing and Baigu, Grofin was the most suitable beast to use the cloak. Thus, the invisibility cloak became Grofin's exclusive gear. After giving his instructions, Chen Yi assigned Grofin a mission. The Li family, you think you can harm my father and brother and get away with it? Business wars will happen, but you won't escape unscathed. Chen Yi spread out a map of Jiangnan province on the table, pointing to the Li family's location. Memorize this place. Can you go there alone? Grofin glanced at the map and nodded. Master, I have mastered the use of maps. Chen Yi smirked and nodded. Good. Since you have the invisibility cloak, this mission is yours. Upon hearing about the mission, Grofin immediately became serious. Master, please give your orders. I will do my best. Remember this location. It's my enemy's home. From today, you will hide in the shadows and assassinate one member of their family each day. After each assassination, revive the corpse to create chaos. I want them to live in fear. Can you do that? Grofin nodded. I will. The strongest among them has B-level strength. If he discovers you under the cloak, do not force it. Escape immediately. Grofin nodded again. Very well, then off you go. Following Chen Yi's orders, Grofin turned into a silent reaper of the night, heading towards the Li family to harvest lives. Chen Yi observed carefully and was quite satisfied when Grofin left the dormitory without a sound, unnoticed even by Luo Hanshuang in the living room. In this assassination game, Zhong Kongkong demonstrated unparalleled prowess. His astonishing spatial abilities are practically a weapon in the realm of assassination. However, what is more concerning than his formidable skills is his knack for provocative speech. Chen Yi is well aware that constant vigilance is necessary to prevent Zhong's sharp tongue from jeopardizing the entire plan. As night fell, inside the Li family compound, Grofin, hidden beneath his cloak, calmly bypassed the surveillance cameras. Following Chen Yi's instructions, he had already chosen his assassination target for the night. In the darkness, 3 members of the Li family staggered down the path, appearing drunk and unsteady. They leaned on each other, arms around shoulders, laughing and stumbling. Come on, let's keep drinking at my place. I'm so happy today, we need to celebrate. Liu said, his voice loud and boisterous. Brother you really stole the show today. Did you see Li Mao's face when you presented your new drug? He looked like he was going to pass out. One of the men chuckled. Yeah, Yuji, you really made us proud today. I bet Li Mao won't sleep well tonight, the other chimed in. Feels so good, so satisfying. Let's go out and find some girls to party with, suggested one of the men. Liu laughed heartily, throwing his arms around his companions. Don't worry with me around, I'll take care of everything. Let's head to the Purple Gold nightclub, tonight's on me. All right, Yuji is the best, they cheered, full of swagger and confidence. Just as they were reveling in their triumph, 10 figures suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The 3 drunken men, seeing someone dare to obstruct them, immediately flew into a rage. Liu pushed the figure in front of him. Who are you? Get out of my way. Do you know who I am? I'm Liu. Snap. With a swift kick, the figure sent Liu flying. Boom. Yuji. The searing pain brought Liu back to his senses. He rubbed his eyes, trying to see who dared to act against him in the Li family compound. But when he saw clearly, he was terrified out of his wits. Ghosts! Ghosts! He screamed. The figures blocking their path were not human but skeletons. This sight sobered up the other 2 men instantly, the alcohol's effects vanishing. Ghosts. Run. They tried to flee, but Li Yu, in his panic, even forgot to summon his beast. Trying to escape? From the shadows, Grolfin waved his staff, casting spectral grasp. Instantly, phantom arms emerged from the ground, firmly holding the three in place. One of them was so scared he wet himself. Who's playing tricks? Show yourself. I'm Li Yu of the Li family's western branch. Li Yu shouted desperately, but Grolfin ignored him, continuing to command the 10 skeletons to attack Li Yu. Quick, summon your beasts. Li Yu urgently reminded his companions. 3 plant-type F-class beasts appeared, blocking the skeleton's assault. Plant types? Perfect. Grolfin waved his bone staff again, casting Death's Decay. A chill swept over them, and the plant beasts withered rapidly, turning to dust. The skeletons were upon them, and in their terror, the 3 men saw 10 swords aimed straight at Li Yu.
No.
Li Yu's scream was powerless as the swords pierced through him. The other 2 were paralyzed with fear. Don't kill me, they pleaded. But suddenly, the 10 skeletons vanished, and to their shock, they found themselves able to move again. Li Yu's body suddenly came back to life. Before they could flee in terror, Li Yu swiftly stood up and clutched their shoulders tightly, as if trying to get even closer. The 2 turned around to see Li Yu's face, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and screamed in horror. Oh my god! He's a ghost. He's risen from the dead. Without hesitation, they shook off Li Yu's body and ran for their lives. Jelluafin watched their reactions with satisfaction. It wasn't long before the 2 returned, leading a group of people towards the scene in a panic. They pointed at Li Yu's body and shouted, "A ghost! There's a ghost here! It killed Li Yu! Absurd! There's no such thing as ghosts! Take us there immediately! I want to see for myself. Who would dare commit murder in the Li family?" Soon, the crowd discovered Li Yu's body, covered in wounds and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Everyone was stunned by the horrific sight. The obvious leader among them was furious and shouted, "Seize these 2 and interrogate them thoroughly. How could anyone commit such an atrocity in the Li family? It wasn't us really. It was the ghost. The ghost." The leader frowned, still trying to lie. Suddenly, everyone saw Li Yu's body start to tremble violently and swell rapidly. Realizing the danger, the leader urgently shouted, "Get down, quick!" Boom! With a deafening explosion, Li Yu's body burst apart, painting the surrounding area in red. Luckily, the leader's quick reaction saved everyone from serious harm, though they were splattered with Li Yu's remains. The sight and smell made some of the more faint-hearted vomit on the spot. The 2 initial witnesses were even more terrified and shouted, "A ghost! We told you it was a ghost!" The leader, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately ordered, "Secure the scene. You, go check the surveillance footage. And you, inform the family head." Jelluafin, satisfied with the chaos he had caused, vanished into the night. That night, the Li family searched everywhere but found nothing. The following night, taking Li Yu's case as a warning, the Li family heightened their vigilance and posted guards. Suddenly, a scream pierced the stillness of the night as another family member mysteriously died. From then on, every night, a Li family member would inexplicably die, as if something was deliberately eluding detection. Sometimes, the corpses would even reanimate, walk towards people, and then explode. The situation could no longer be concealed, and the Li family lived in constant fear each night. Many members even chose to move out, unable to stay in the family compound any longer. Meanwhile, in the Qin family, Chen Zhenghua and Chen Yi were having a conversation. Chen Zhenghua handed over a stack of documents to Chen Yi, saying, "Ear, the family's assets have almost all been liquidated. These are the auction papers. Everything is in order." Chen Yi casually flipped through the documents and asked, "Father, do the elders have any objections?" Chen Zhenghua smiled. "Most of them probably don't know the full truth yet, so there is some hesitation, but no outright opposition. However, your core elders are aware that you are the president of the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce. Do they have any objections?" "Objections?" You should have seen their faces when I mentioned 100 billion. They were utterly astonished. Perhaps they were recalling the circumstances at that time. Chen Zhenghua laughed heartily. Chen Zhenghua seemed to have regained his former vigor, and Chen Yi felt a sense of relief in his heart. Suddenly, Chen Zhenghua brought up the recent ghostly happenings at the Li family's residence. Not only had Chen Yi heard about it, but he also proudly admitted that it was his own doing. With a smile, he asked what exactly had been happening at the Li family's house. Chen Zhenghua excitedly explained that recently, several members of the Li family had died under gruesome circumstances, and now, no one in the family dared to stay overnight in their own home. "It seems my plan has worked even better than expected," he remarked. Shifting the topic, Chen Yi mentioned the upcoming opening of the auction house, emphasizing the need for an eye-catching item to make a splash. Since the Qin family didn't have anything particularly valuable, he inquired if Chen Yi's beast-taming equipment would be suitable. Chen Yi confidently assured him that he would handle it. With that, he retrieved 9 pieces of bronze-grade and 1 piece of silver-grade beast-taming equipment from his secret space. Seeing the equipment piled up as tall as a person, Chen Zhenghua was astonished and asked, "Are these all graded beast-taming equipment?" Chen Yi picked up a white canine mouthguard and said, "This is our highlight item, the serrated mouthguard, silver grade." Chen Zhenghua was dumbfounded at the sight of the silver grade equipment, knowing that even in the capital, such items were rare, let alone a universal one like this. "Isn't this highlight item eye-catching enough?" Chen Yi asked. Chen Zhenghua sighed, "This is more than just eye-catching." He decided to postpone the opening of the auction house because the value of the silver grade equipment far exceeded their expectations. They needed to properly publicize it, as there likely wasn't a family in the entire Jiangnan province that could afford it. Chen Yi had spent 100 Qinkuan coins to purchase the silver-grade equipment, equivalent to 100 billion Huaxia coins. This made him realize that he had previously underestimated the market value of beast-taming equipment. Despite it being a family business, he agreed to give the Chen family auction house a 20% commission as compensation. While signing the contract, Chen Yi noticed the resentful look in his father's eyes but accepted it silently, knowing it was for the family's benefit. Meanwhile, the Li family was in disarray. Li Qing sat weakly in a chair, asking what had happened the previous night. Li Yuqing reluctantly nodded and reported that someone had died again in the West Wing. Furious, Li Qing slammed the armrest and demanded to know who was targeting the Li family. Li Yuqing hesitantly suggested that it might be the Qin family. The Qin family has recently abandoned all their businesses. Could it be related? He asked. Li Qing shook his head in denial, believing that the Qin family didn't have the capability. He began to suspect the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce, though he had no evidence. He was convinced it was them, as the Li family's misfortunes began after the Qin family had contact with them. The family head faced an urgent task, and the visit to the Morong family had been delayed for a long time. Upon hearing this news, Li Yuqing's eyes lit up. Was the family head planning to go today? Li Qing nodded, expressing hope that the Morong family could offer assistance. After Li Yuqing left, Li Qing contacted a mysterious number once more, informing the other party that the operation was about to commence. The other party inquired about the specific time and mentioned that the fish would move in the afternoon. This mission was critical and could not afford any mistakes. Li Qing expressed trust and assured that the mission would be accomplished. In the afternoon, they arrived at the Morong residence. Morong Lei pondered for a moment and decided to personally greet the guests from the Li family. Just as he reached the entrance, a luxury car pulled up. Li Qing stepped out with a smile and greeted Morong Lei. Morong Lei complimented, "Li Qing from the Li family. You came to greet me personally?" Li Qing humbly replied, "Our families have been close for generations. It's only natural." The atmosphere became slightly awkward when Morong Lei mentioned their relationship with the Qin family. With hidden agendas, the two made their way to the Morong family's reception hall. Sipping his tea, Li Qing asked, "Young Morong, I've heard about the conflict between your family and the Qin family. I've already started pressuring the Qin family, hoping it will help you." Morong Lei chuckled and replied, "Pressuring? You old fox, you really know how to talk." Li Qing smiled and said, "That's great. I hope we can collaborate." Morong Lei looked at Li Qing with a hint of meaning, implying his suspicions. Li Qing had to bow his head and request the Morong family's support. Morong Lei expressed willingness to cooperate but asked, "What can the Li family offer us?" Li Qing knew Morong Lei was about to make an important demand. Li Qing signaled Li Yuqing to present the gift. When Morong Lei opened the box, he was pleasantly surprised to find a fire stone. Li Qing explained that the Morong family's fire lizard had been unable to advance, and he happened to have a fire stone to gift them. Morong Lei accepted the gift gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Li." He then opened another box and found a scroll, curiously inquiring about it from Li Qing. Li Qing looked at the scroll in his hand, feeling a bit puzzled. This didn't seem like what he had prepared beforehand. He turned to Li Yuqing, who was holding a tray, with a questioning look. Li Yuqing smiled and said, "Compared to the previous fire flame stone, this scroll is the biggest surprise from the head of the family." Morong Lei, upon hearing this, smiled gratefully and said, "Really? Thank you, Uncle Li." Although Li Qing still felt unsure, he chose to trust Li Yuqing, his confidant. Li Yuqing modestly replied, "No need to be so polite, dear nephew." Just as Morong Lei was about to put away the scroll, Li Yuqing suggested that he should first check its contents, as they were unknown. Li Qing frowned upon hearing this, reprimanding Li Yuqing for his rudeness and demanding he leave immediately. Feigning fear, Li Yuqing hurried out of the room but not before casting a sly smile at Morong Lei, who was about to open the scroll. Morong Lei waved his hand and said with a smile, "Uncle Li, there's no need for that. I'm also curious about this surprise." With that, he opened the scroll eagerly. As the scroll unfurled, it suddenly transformed into starlight and merged into Morong Lei's body, leaving everyone shocked. Li Qing, taken aback, asked, "Nephew, are you all right?" But Morong felt a surge of information entering his brain, leaving him stunned. He quickly took out his identity card and saw that his original A-grade lava body talent had been downgraded to the lowest G-grade wood bone. Overwhelmed by anger and fear, Morong spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Qing, frightened, hurriedly inquired about his well-being. However, Morong glared at Li Qing, accusing him of being ruthless, his heart filled with rage and terror. Li Qing, shocked, said, "Dear nephew, you've misunderstood. This must be someone's trick." But Morong, consumed by fury, demanded Li Qing leave immediately and declared a break with the Li family. Li Qing's face darkened as he realized he might have been framed. He hastily explained, "Dear nephew, this must be a plot to sow discord. Don't fall for it." However, Morong refused to listen to any explanation and ordered his family to expel the Li family head. Li Qing sighed helplessly and decided to leave. He couldn't understand how things had gone so wrong when he had intended to ally with the Morong family. As he exited the Morong family's gate, he angrily shouted, "Bring Li Yuqing back immediately." A member of the Li family, hearing the command, rushed off to carry it out. Li Qing was overwhelmed with emotion when he realized Li Yuqing's true identity, a spy. Betrayed and filled with anger, he was left wondering who the mastermind behind this was. Could it be the Shenlong Commerce Guild? Meanwhile, Chen Yi, who was eating in his dorm, suddenly heard the delightful chime from his system, indicating that he had completed the task of punishing the mastermind. Ding! Task completed. Reward: a secret realm key. Please check your inventory. Chen Yi stared at the notification in surprise, almost forgetting that he had accepted this task. He suspected Morong was the mastermind, but he had delayed taking action due to insufficient strength to confront the Morong family. Why was the task suddenly completed? He suddenly realized that it must have been Chen Luyuan who completed the task. Task completed? Chen Yi thought excitedly. Could his suspicion be correct? Putting down his utensils, he quickly put on his coat and said to Luo Hanshuang, "You go ahead and eat by yourself. I have something urgent to attend to." He then hurried out, found a secluded spot, and took off towards the Shenlong Commerce Guild. Luo Hanshuang was left feeling displeased, thinking Chen Yi was treating her like a servant. Upon landing on the rooftop of the Shenlong Commerce Guild, Chen Yi immediately called Chen Luyuan, asking him to meet. He then returned to his office and opened his system inventory, curious to check out the secret realm key. Item: Secret realm key. Grade B. Effect: opens a challenge. Challenge content: enter a random B-level secret realm. You cannot return unless you defeat or tame the realm's boss. Challenge reward: upon successful completion, you can upgrade one basic skill to intermediate level. This is a great item. Skill upgrade. Chen Yi eagerly opened the skill interface. Currently, he had two skills: basic teleportation and basic summoning. According to the descriptions, the teleportation skill could only transfer up to D level, but upgrading it would increase its limit. The summoning skill upgrade would increase the number of summons. Both upgrades would significantly enhance his strength. However, the challenge was tough, requiring him to conquer a B-level secret realm alone, with no return until completion. Therefore, Chen Yi needed to prepare thoroughly. As he was planning, Chen Luyuan arrived, bringing someone with him. If Li Qing were there, he would have been furious, because the person was none other than Li Yuqing, who had betrayed him. Upon seeing Chen Luyuan, Chen Yi smiled and gestured for him to sit. "Luyuan, did you complete the task I assigned to you?" Chen Luyuan nodded and replied, "Yes, boss." There was also an unexpected gain. Unexpected gain? Chen Yi asked curiously. Chen Luyuan stood up with a smile, pushing Li Yuqing towards Chen Yi. "Boss, this is Li Yuqing, a close aide of the Li family head." "A member of the Li family?" Chen Yi frowned but thought that since Chen Luyuan brought him, he was likely an ally. He stood up, shook Li Yuqing's hand and said, "Hello, I'm Chen Yi, the president of the Shenlong Commerce Guild." Chen Luyuan then began to recount everything that had happened at the Morong family, making things clearer for Chen Yi. As he listened, Chen Yi's eyes widened with admiration for Chen Luyuan's abilities. This guy is truly impressive. Not only did he complete his task brilliantly, but he also cleverly sowed discord between the Li and Morong families. Chen Yi was pleasantly surprised, thinking to himself how unexpected and delightful this turn of events was. He gave Chen Luyuan an approving glance before turning his attention to Li Yuqing, praising him. "Li Yuqing, you've also done quite well. So, Chen Luyuan brought you here not just for a simple introduction, right?" Li Yuqing's face showed a hint of pride as he confidently replied, "Yes, boss. I hope to become a valuable assistant to Lord Chen Luyuan." Chen Yi glanced at Chen Luyuan, understanding that the young man sought his approval. Chen Yi shook his head slightly and said calmly, "You can make these decisions yourself. There's no need to seek my permission." However, Chen Luyuan shook his head firmly and said, "Boss, as a key figure in the intelligence department, any matters involving leadership appointments should be personally approved by you." Chen Yi chuckled inwardly at Chen Luyuan's keen and meticulous mind. He nodded and said, Trust is paramount. From now on, you can make such decisions yourself without needing my approval. Feeling deeply trusted by Chan Yi, Chun Luyun resolved to build an impeccable intelligence network for him. All right, thank you for your trust, boss. I'll take my leave now. After seeing Chen Luyun off, Chun Yi decided to make thorough preparations before using the secret realm key for the challenge. He first summoned Mu Qinghe, instructing him to withdraw all available funds to purchase necessary medicines for the secret realm. Considering the challenge might take a long time, Chen Yi bought 3 types of medicines from the system store. Strong vitality pills for restoring physical and magical energy, swift wind pills to enhance beast speed, and barrier pills to increase resistance. He also requested Mu Qinghe to certify at the Beast Alliance every month. Seeing these miraculous medicines, Mu Qinghe couldn't help but admire Chen Yi deeply, thinking, Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable. Although the Mu family was unsure of what he had said, the Mu family head sought out Chen Zhenghua that evening, and both left with broad smiles. Next, Chen Yi contacted Yuku, urging him to prepare the building materials needed for the Lizardmen town. For the next few days, Chen Yi stayed at home, involved in the preparations for the Chun family's auction house. The family elders, with awkward smiles, tried to persuade him to accept more resources, but Chen Yi stood firm. He was willing to support the Qin family's growth, but would never let it become a vassal of the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce, or allow the chamber to control his family. A few days later, Chen Yi received word from Yuku that the building materials for the Lizardmen town were ready. Chen Yi and Yuka headed to the warehouse, where they saw massive stones piled up, filling over a dozen warehouses. Chen Yi busied himself organizing the materials, seemingly tireless. Yuka watched in awe as Chen Yi effortlessly moved several tons of stones, marveling at his strength. Chen Yi entered the mysterious space, leaving Xiaoqing behind due to her size. Upon sensing Chen Yi's arrival, Xiaoqing excitedly flew over and nuzzled his face, expressing her joy. Chen Yi smiled and patted her head, soothingly saying, all right, your time to shine will come soon. Next, Chen Yi arrived at the Lizardman's territory. Upon seeing him, Carl and Sif immediately stopped what they were doing. Carl had a slightly resentful expression, while Chen Yi handed over several meters-tall architecture books for them to lead the study. Sif seemed quite bright, but Carl felt overwhelmed, as if the words were dancing on the pages. Chen Yi had no choice but to call over Grolfin. Over at the Li family, Grolfin had already completed his task successfully. Chen Yi was very pleased with Grolfin's performance. In just a few hours, he had mastered the architectural knowledge. This impressive speed reassured Chen Yi immensely. He handed over the blueprints of Lizard City to Grolfin, instructing him to oversee the Lizardmen's construction efforts. The Lizardmen, thrilled at the prospect of leaving their crude wooden huts behind, were highly motivated. They easily lifted several ton stones with minimal effort. After making all the necessary arrangements, Chen Yi comforted Bai Gu before returning to the real world. With all preparations complete, he planned to challenge the secret realm the next day. However, just then, Yin Jun called, requesting his presence. Chen Yi was puzzled, as the military usually didn't contact him without reason. Could it be a coincidence? Not wanting to delay, he hurried to the military camp. Still confused, he was led into Yin Jun's office. Yin Jun greeted him with a smile. I heard you're going on a long trip, Major General Chen Yi. Chen Yi awkwardly touched his nose and replied, yes, I might be away for a while. Yin Jun nodded, indicating his understanding. He had intended to surprise Chen Yi, but now had to reveal it directly. Intrigued, Chen Yi asked, a surprise for me? Did I forget something? Yin Jun shook his head, still smiling. You performed exceptionally in the B-level secret realm last time. I promised you a reward. Chen Yi suddenly remembered and quickly acknowledged it. Yin Jun led him outside the office, where 100 soldiers stood in neat formation. One soldier stepped forward, saluted Chen Yi, and reported, Major General, this is your exclusive independent company. Company Commander Wang Zhong reporting. All 132 members are present and awaiting your orders. Chen Yi looked at the soldiers in astonishment, his heart filled with emotion. These were the very soldiers he had saved in the secret realm last time. Facing the situation, Chen Yi looked at Yin Jun with confusion. Yin Jun smiled and said, after all, you are a Major General. You can't remain without real power forever. Major General Chen Yi, we volunteered to join your independent company. Wang Zhong reaffirmed. Chen Yi felt a bit troubled. These soldiers came from different units, and the paperwork was only hastily completed yesterday to gather enough people. He felt conflicted. On one hand, he was grateful for their sincerity, but on the other, he knew he couldn't stay in the camp for long. Sensing Chen Yi's hesitation, Yin Jun smiled and explained, don't worry, the independent company means you don't have to stay in the camp all the time. You can consider them as your guards, taking them with you when you go out. Chen Yi was moved by this. The idea of having a company to protect him showed significant trust, but he still had doubts. What if they encountered danger? Who would protect him? Commander Yin, to be honest, this trip is for personal reasons, and I don't intend to bring anyone along, Chunyi admitted. Yin Jun frowned but then suggested, the military has a cooperation with the Shenlong Commerce Guild. The independent company can handle your guild's security. Chunyi was surprised and asked, having the military protect the Shenlong Commerce Guild, is that appropriate? Yin Jun pulled Chenny aside and whispered, these soldiers may be under the military's name, but they are essentially your private troops now. The commander-in-chief personally approved it. Chunyi stared in disbelief. Is that even possible? Yin Jun nodded affirmatively. All expenses will be covered by you. As the president of the Shenlong Commerce Guild, this shouldn't be a problem, right? Faced with this situation, Chunyi had no choice but to accept and promise to take good care of these volunteer soldiers. He turned to the independent company, his expression resolute, and said, since you trust me so much, you will follow my lead from now on. Your first task will be to handle the security for the Shenlong Commerce Guild. Any objections? The soldiers responded in unison. No objections, Major General. Chunyi was deeply moved. Yin Jun also provided 2 troop carriers to help him lead this group of soldiers. On the way, he hurriedly called Yuku, instructing him to prepare dormitories and living supplies for 132 people. Yuko was a bit surprised when he heard that Chunyi had recruited 132 people at once, but more than anything, he was excited. The Shenlong Commerce Association was in a period of rapid growth, and having more hands on deck was definitely a good thing. When he finally arrived at the association, he had been waiting for some time. However, he was still taken aback when he saw 2 military trucks pull up and a squad of uniformed soldiers step out. Cautiously, he approached Chunyi and asked, boss, are these the people you were talking about? Chunyi nodded and replied, yes, why? Not satisfied. Yuka felt a wave of emotion. This was a whole squad, undoubtedly the best security personnel. He couldn't help but exclaim, boss, this is incredible.
I'm impressed.
Ignoring Yuku's praise, Chunyi walked straight to the independent unit and unhesitatingly bought 132 energy pills from the system store. To him, spending 1,000,000 on these pills was like spending pocket change. Handing over the pills to Wang Zhong, he explained, these are energy pills. I believe you know their effects. Distribute 1 to each person. Wang Zhong accepted the pills with surprise. He knew that these pills were worth a staggering 10 million. Excitedly, he said, this is too valuable. Chunyi rolled his eyes at him, pointed to the Shenlong Commerce Association behind him, and asked, do you know what this place is? Wang Zhong nodded and answered, the Shenlong Commerce Association. Chunyi continued, do you know where these energy pills are sold? Wang Zhong stammered, the Shenlong Commerce Association. Chunyi smiled and then asked, do you know who owns the Shenlong Commerce Association? Swallowing hard, Wang Zhong stuttered, Major General, it's yours. Chunyi patted his shoulder and said, good. Do you think I would be short on money? From now on, you are my subordinates and will enjoy the best treatment. Moved to tears, Wang Zhong responded enthusiastically, yes, Major General. For Chan Yi, 10 million might not be much, but for them, it was a fortune they could hardly dream of. In this world, being a soldier was an honor, a way to bring glory to the country. But in this world dominated by beast tamers, which wealthy family would want their children to become soldiers? Seeing Wang Zhong accept the energy pills, Chunyi nodded in satisfaction. Although you've just joined, I'll be leaving for a while. It could be weeks or months. You will be in charge of the Shenlong Commerce Association's security in my absence. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong immediately straightened up and loudly vowed, yes, Major General, we will guard the Shenlong Commerce Association with our lives. The other soldiers, having heard the conversation, followed suit, loudly pledging to protect the association with their lives. Chunyi was startled by this sudden display and quickly motioned for them to stop. He then called Yuku over. Pointing to Yuku, he said, this is Yuku, in charge of all personnel matters at the Shenlong Commerce Association. You can go to him for dorm assignments. If you encounter any problems while I'm away, you can find him. Feeling a bit awkward, Yuku scratched his head and asked, Captain Wang, shall we head to the dorms now? Wang Zhong nodded, and Yuku quickly led the way, guiding them to their quarters. As he did, he silently grumbled about Chun-Yi not giving him a heads up, which led to his moment of embarrassment. However, his admiration for Chun-Yi also grew. Being a major general was no small feat. The sudden independent task left Chun-Yi feeling a bit bewildered, but he resolutely set everything in order. Yuka smiled and reminded him, make sure they don't face any unfair treatment. Yuka knew well that these talents deserved high and fair treatment, with no room for error. After handling the matters, Chun-Yi returned directly to the top floor of the Shenlong Chamber of Commerce and retrieved the key to the secret realm. As the portal to the secret realm opened, Chun-Yi's body twisted and disappeared from the top floor. The next moment, he found himself in a rocky forest. This was a B-level secret realm. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi summoned Shaoqing, Zhong Kongkong, and Baigu. The other companions were left in the secret realm space to focus on building the town. Shaoqing circled around Chan-Yi, and Baigu extended its skull, signaling for a pat. Chun-Yi warned, this is also a B-level secret realm. Don't let your guard down. Baigu requested a space crystal, but Chun-Yi scolded, attribute crystals are not trash. Work hard to break through to C-level yourself. For safety, Chun-Yi decided to fly into the sky to observe the surroundings. He discovered that the entire secret realm consisted of grasslands, mountains, and rocky forests. It seemed that there were traces of intelligent beings on the grasslands, resembling a tribe. Chun-Yi decided to head to the grasslands to find the leader of the secret realm. While flying, he was harassed by crows and had to choose to travel on foot. Riding on Baigu through the rocky forest, Chun-Yi had prepared a cushion for Baigu, and Xiaoqing curled up in his arms. Despite Baigu's large size, its speed was astonishing. Zhong Kongkong followed behind, panting and begging Baigu to give him a lift. Zhong Kongkong dashed forward, rushing to the side of Baigu. Woof. Baigu, can you help Grandpa Zhong? He really can't run anymore. Baigu glanced at Zhong Kongkong and shook his head vigorously. No way. Grandpa Zhong's feet stink too much. Disappointment and helplessness were written all over Zhong Kongkong's face. Baigu, why are you still bringing this up? I've washed them clean already. No way. Grandpa Zhong still stinks, and Baigu doesn't want to. Zhong Kongkong was speechless, thinking back to how kicking that bat was really asking for trouble. Woof. Master, please explain for me. I really did wash up. My fur is all fresh and clean. Chun-Yi stifled a laugh, shrugged, and indicated he was powerless to help. He had intended to tease Zhong Kongkong a bit more, but it seemed even this talkative dog had met his match today. However, the sound of fighting ahead made Chun-Yi tense. He quickly instructed Baigu to stop, change direction, and cautiously approach the source of the commotion. Soon, Chun-Yi arrived at the scene, just as he had imagined, a battlefield. On one side were bipedal werewolves, and on the other, a variety of wild beasts. Unlike the chaotic attacks of the beasts, the werewolves fought in organized formations. Yet, despite their orderliness, the werewolves were at a disadvantage. Intelligent. These humanoid creatures are so intelligent. Chun-Yi's eyes were filled with admiration. Just as he hesitated about whether to aid the werewolves, a somewhat smaller werewolf suddenly burst out from the bushes. Seeing Chun-Yi, the werewolf was visibly startled and instinctively turned to flee back into the bushes. Catch him, Chun-Yi ordered. Zhong Kongkong immediately teleported in front of the werewolf. Woof. Hey, little guy, Grandpa Zhong is an ancestor of your wolf clan. Why are you running? The small werewolf was even more agitated upon hearing Zhong Kongkong speak. Without hesitation, he drew a wooden sword and pointed it at Zhong Kongkong. You, stay back. I'm really strong. Indeed, intelligent humanoid creatures, Chun-Yi remarked with a smile. Don't get excited. We mean no harm. The sword-wielding werewolf remained on high alert. Don't think you can deceive me. The little werewolf eyed the strange group before him, especially Baigu, a pile of bones that could move. They didn't look like good people at all. I'm not trying to trick you. Just calm down. I just want to ask you a few questions. What do you want to ask? Chun-Yi pointed to the distant battlefield. Nothing much, just wondering what's going on over there. Those are your kin, right? Why are they fighting each other? The small werewolf looked puzzled. Aren't you creatures from the Beast Mountain Range? Beasts? Chun-Yi was slightly taken aback. I say, what makes you think I look like a beast? You don't look like one, but I've never seen a creature like you before. The small werewolf then pointed at Zhong Kongkong. But that dog definitely is. Woof. Hey, damn it, you little punk. You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. I'm going to bite you to death, you little beast. Zhong Kongkong was so furious at being called a dog that he nearly lost his temper, opening his mouth as if to bite the small werewolf. The little werewolf was so frightened he stumbled back a few steps and eventually fell to the ground. Chun-Yi looked at Zhong Kongkong and shook his head, feeling a twinge of pity. He walked over to the young werewolf who had fallen to the ground and extended a helping hand, saying gently, "Get up. We mean you no harm and are not from the so-called Beast Mountains." The young werewolf still looked wary. At this moment, Zhong Kongkong approached, barking loudly, "Woof! Child, my master's status is extraordinary. Why deceive this pup still wet behind the ears?" The young werewolf hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out his hand. Chun-Yi smiled as he pulled him up, reassuringly saying, "That's right, just like that." The young werewolf dusted off his pants and curiously asked, "If you're not from the Beast Mountains, where do you come from?" Chun-Yi pointed mysteriously to the sky and said, "We descended from the heavens." The young werewolf looked up, slightly awestruck, and asked, "Are you messengers of the wolf god?" Zhong Kongkong couldn't take it anymore and barked loudly, "Woof! Nonsense, I am the wolf god. Besides, you're a dog." The young werewolf muttered something under his breath, visibly displeased. Zhong Kongkong was about to pounce on him in anger, but Chun-Yi stopped him in time and asked gently, "Child, what's your name?" The young werewolf glanced at Zhong Kong, then cautiously walked over to Chenny and answered honestly, "My name is Lang Yuan." Chenny continued, "Lang Yuan, can you tell me why your clan is fighting these beasts?" Lang Yuan nodded and began to recount the conflict between the Qinglang Prairie and the Beast Valley. Chenny listened thoughtfully and said, "Ah, a territorial dispute. That's quite common." Lang Yuan felt a sense of relief and continued explaining to Chenny. Chenny then asked, "Do you know where the prophet of the secret realm is?" Lang Yuan looked confused and hesitated before answering, "Secret realm? Prophet? We only have a prophet in our wolf clan, no such leader." Chenny realized, thinking, "It seems the secret realm's leader is probably the prophet." Suddenly, Lang Yuan noticed a werewolf surrounded by beasts and, in a moment of urgency, raised a wooden sword and charged into the fray. The surrounded werewolf, looking terrified, shouted, "Lang Yuan, run! It's dangerous here." But Lang Yuan, determined to save the werewolf, pressed on. The beasts noticed Lang Yuan's arrival, and one of them immediately lunged at him. Chunyi quickly assessed the situation. Although there were a few D-rank fighters among the werewolves, most were E-rank, while the weakest beast was still D-rank, with 2 even at C-rank. Despite being just an F-rank pup, Lang Yuan's bravery in joining the battle was truly admirable. Seeing his son Lang Yuan on the brink of death, his father was filled with anxiety, but the beast attack rendered him helpless. Suddenly, Chunyi spotted an opportunity and signaled to Zhong Kong, who immediately understood his intention. "Tisish, I really don't want to save this guy," Zhong Kong muttered, before swiftly moving to Long Yuan's side and kicking him away without hesitation. "Move aside. Remember, it was Grandpa Zhong who saved you. Call me a dog again and I'll bite you to death." Zhong Kong's actions even surprised the beast, as it had assumed Zhong Kong was part of the Beast Mountain range. "Ugh, what are you looking at?" D. Zhong Kong ignored the beast and instantly teleported next to it, delivering a fatal blow. The beast only had time to let out a wail before its skin split open, leaving it on the verge of death. This scene left both the werewolf and the attacking beasts in shock. "No way, this dog is clearly just a D-rank, yet it killed a beast of the same rank in an instant?" The other beasts quickly sensed the danger and turned their attacks on Zhong Kong. "Humph, foolish creatures, courting death." Zhong Kong used spatial manipulation to slow down the beast's movements. "Lang Yuan, get over here and help me take these beasts down." Realizing the danger, the werewolf raised his sword and charged at the beasts. Under Zhong Kong's spatial manipulation, the beasts fell within moments. With the crisis averted, the werewolf warily eyed Zhong Kong and asked, "Who are you?" Zhong Kong glared back and replied, "I'm Grandpa Zhong. I saved you. Shouldn't you be kneeling in gratitude?" As the two faced off, Lang Yuan stepped in front of the werewolf and said, "Dad, they're good people, not from the Beast Mountain range." The werewolf lowered his sword but still harbored suspicion towards Zhong Kong. "Lang Yuan, get off the battlefield. I can't protect you right now.
No.
I want to fight alongside Dad." Lang Yuan stood his ground. Qian Yi, observing the tense situation, walked over leisurely. The werewolf, seeing Qian Yi, exclaimed in surprise, "A hairless monkey?" Qian Yi almost lashed out but restrained himself, saying, "I'm a human. Haven't you seen one before?" The werewolf shook his head. "Human? What's that?" Despite his gratitude for being saved, the werewolf still questioned their purpose here. Chani glanced over the battlefield and said, "We were invited by the wolf god to assist you." The werewolf was taken aback. "You mean, you're the prophesied emissary of the wolf god? A disciple of the wolf god? What an honor." "Woof. Damn." Zhong Kong's wolf eyes widened as he puffed out his chest, proudly displaying his master's status. Being called a disciple of the wolf god was on par with being his messenger. The werewolf frowned. Though werewolves valued freedom and tolerance, he couldn't stand idly by while someone slandered the wolf god. Zhong Kong, undeterred, challenged the werewolf without a hint of fear. Chunyi felt a headache coming on. This dog really had a sharp tongue. He walked over and gave Zhong Kong a light kick to stop his reckless chatter. "Enough, or I'll send you back to the secret realm." Zhong Kong immediately fell silent, obediently following his master's orders. Chenny then turned to face the werewolf. "A disciple of the wolf god? Perhaps you could put it that way. May I ask your name? Are you truly a follower of the wolf god?" The werewolf eyed Chun Yi suspiciously.
I'm Long Shao.
"If you're a disciple of the wolf god, could you help us fend off these beasts?" Chunyi glanced at the battlefield filled with wild creatures, pondering the situation. "Just fend them off? That's not an easy task." Lang Shao looked at Chunyi with resignation. "As long as we can drive them back, that will suffice." "All right then, let's take down their leader first. Driving off these beasts will be easier afterward." Shao Qing, Bai Gu, attack. Two dragon roars echoed through the sky as Shao Qing and Bai Gu soared towards the battlefield, drawing the attention of both werewolves and beasts. However, seeing that their targets were the wild creatures, The werewolves lowered their guard and joined forces with the dragons to fight the beasts. Lang Xiao pushed his son, Lang Yuan, towards Chen Yi, asking him to take care of the boy and keep him out of danger. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. With a loud howl, Lang Xiao charged into the fray. Watching the bravery of Xiao Qing and Bai Gu, Zhong Kongkong felt a surge of envy, wishing he could join the fight. Chen Yi told him that a more important task awaited him. A more important task? Zhong Kongkong straightened up, eager for his master's orders. Chen Yi instructed him to infiltrate the beast horde and check for the presence of a secret realm leader. Zhong Kongkong's face showed fear. A spy? Master, I'm not up to it. Chen Yi shook his head. No, others will recognize you. Eventually, with the addition of Xiao Qing and Bai Gu, even the C-class beasts couldn't hold their ground and were forced to retreat. Chen Yi reminded Zhong Kongkong to seize the opportunity and not miss this chance. The master's orders were as heavy as a mountain. With a sigh in his heart, Zhong Kongkong had no choice but to quickly blend into the retreating horde of beasts. After completing their mission, Xiaoqing and Baigu did not pursue the beasts further. Instead, they returned to Chen Yi's side. Baigu, like a mischievous child, circled Chen Yi with its massive body, as if showing off its achievements. Chen Yi smiled and tossed a healing pill to Baigu, finally calming it down. Not long after, a group of werewolves led by Lang Xiao arrived at Chen Yi's position. Pointing at Chen Yi, Lang Xiao spoke a few words to a tall werewolf. The werewolf nodded and approached Chen Yi, introducing himself. I am Lang Lu, a warrior of the Qingling tribe. Thank you, emissary, for your assistance in driving away the beasts. Observing Lang Lu, Chen Yi judged from his aura that he was likely a D-rank werewolf. Chen Yi waved his hand and modestly replied, it was a small matter. Lang Lu, however, respectfully disagreed, noting that single-handedly changing the course of a battle was no trivial feat. Lang Lu then asked, may I know how to address the emissary? Chen Yi responded, just call me Chen Yi. Lang Lu nodded and formally invited Chen Yi to visit their tribe, inquiring if he would be willing. Chen Yi readily agreed. That was the very reason I intervened. Lang Lu smiled and gestured, then, please follow me, emissary Chen Yi. On the way to the Qingling tribe, Chen Yi asked Lang Lu about the cause of the war. Lang Lu shook his head in resignation, saying, please, emissary Chen Yi, just call me Lang Lu. A year ago, a talking crow came to our tribe, claiming to be a messenger from the Beast Mountain. Noticing Chen Yi's curious expression, Lang Lu continued, the crow demanded that we surrender half of our grassland, stating that their leader, who had been asleep for 1,000 years, had awakened and needed to eat grass. Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. That's a ridiculous reason. The first thing their leader does after waking up from a 1,000-year slumber is to eat grass? Lang Lu nodded helplessly. Yes, emissary Chen Yi, isn't it absurd? Rubbing his temples, Chen Yi asked further, Lang Lu, do you know what species their leader is? Lang Lu shook his head. We don't know. In terms of strength, we can't match the beasts of the Beast Mountain. After we refused to give up half of our grassland, they launched an attack on us, and their so-called leader hasn't even shown up. Chen Yi listened to Lang Lu's complaints, feeling a deep sense of empathy. When they arrived at the so-called tribe, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance, anxiously watching their arrival. Lang Yuan immediately spotted his mother at the forefront and excitedly ran towards her. However, when she saw him, she grabbed him firmly, pulled out a wooden stick hidden behind her back, and gave him a good spanking. Chen Yi couldn't help but smile at the sight. He understood that it was deserved. Kids who don't study and sneak away often find themselves in trouble. If it weren't for Chen Yi's intervention, Lang Yuan might have already been chatting with the judges of the underworld. Leading Chen Yi, Lang Lu said, this is our tribe. I'll take you to meet the seer first.
Chen Yi nodded.
Clearly, Lang Lu held a special status within the werewolf tribe, as everyone they passed respectfully made way for him. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, Chen Yi followed Lang Lu deeper into the tribe. Indeed, the werewolves lived in a tribal setting, with houses constructed from branches and covered with leaves from unknown plants. They arrived at a relatively larger house in the center of the tribe. Lang Lu asked Chen Yi to wait outside while he went in to speak with the seer. Chen Yi felt a bit anxious, knowing that the seer might make prophecies. He wasn't any messenger of the wolf god and wondered if this would cause any displeasure among the werewolves. However, considering he had saved them, it likely wouldn't lead to outright hostility. Inside the house, a creature slightly different from the werewolves greeted them. It was a bay person, a legendary being among the wolves, known for their physical impairments but extraordinary intellectual abilities. It is said that among 1,000 wolves, there is always one bay born with a physical defect but an exceptionally developed brain. Thus, bay people are usually smarter than average wolves. Evidently, even among humanoid werewolves, deep-rooted genetic traits persisted. The seated bay person rose upon seeing Lang Lu and said, Lang Lu, you're back. How did the battle go? The bay seer appeared somewhat anxious. Did they really deploy sea-level beasts? Yes, But there were some unexpected developments, Lang Lu replied. The Bay Seer inquired, what was the outcome? How many of our kin have gone to meet the wolf god? Lang Lu shook his head. None. This time, no one had to sacrifice themselves. Not a single one. But didn't you say they deployed sea-level beasts? That's right, but something unexpected happened, Lang Lu said excitedly, looking at the Bay Seer. According to your prophecy, the wolf god's messenger appeared and helped us at the critical moment. Upon hearing Lang Lu's words, Prophet Bay couldn't help but cough twice, a puzzled expression crossing his face. He asked, the wolf god's emissary? Really? He began to feel a bit awkward, thinking those prophecies were merely fabricated to boost morale and deceive everyone. Lang Lu, how can you be sure that person is the wolf god's emissary? Did he tell you himself? Lang Lu nodded confidently and said, yes, he is definitely the wolf god's emissary. His two pets, with only D-rank strength, managed to defeat a C-rank beast. Without the wolf god's blessing, who could have such power? D-rank against C-rank? Prophet Bay almost thought Lang Lu was talking nonsense. If his pets were this powerful, how formidable must the person himself be? Could the wolf god's emissary truly exist? Prophet Bay started to feel hesitant. If such a person existed, would the emissary know that all his previous words were lies? Lang Lu, where's the emissary? Take me to him. Prophet Bay gave Lang Lu an impatient look and urged, stop wasting time. Go get him quickly. Soon, Lang Lu brought Chen Yi in. Chen Yi looked at the so-called prophet before him and saw a frail figure, almost skin and bones, with unknown beads hanging around his neck and holding a staff in his right hand. Chen Yi frowned slightly, realizing he was dealing with a Bay person. The old saying wolves and Bay collude seemed accurate. He wondered if this prophet could see through his disguise as the wolf god's emissary. Prophet Bay, on the other hand, noticed a sharp glint in Chen Yi's eyes, which made him uneasy. Could he be the real emissary of the wolf god? Had he already seen through his lies? Prophet Bay felt a bit troubled, unsure if the emissary would expose him. Lang Lu introduced first, Emissary Chen Yi. This is our Qing Lang tribe's prophet, Prophet Bay. Chen Yi nodded slightly, with no intention of exposing him, which made Prophet Bay breathe a sigh of relief. Emissary Chen Yi, please sit, Prophet Bay invited. Seeing that Prophet Bay did not seem inclined to expose him, Chen Yi didn't think much more about it and sat directly on a stone. He feigned surprise and said, Prophet Bay, haven't you communicated with the wolf god? Or can you not contact him at all? This question made Prophet Bay break out in a sweat, fearing he had been found out. Emissary Chen Yi, we were guided through our predicaments in the Beast Mountains by Prophet Bay's communication with the wolf god, Lang Lu interjected. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel suspicious upon hearing this. Communicating with the wolf god, offering guidance? Memories from his past life flashed through his mind. Charlatan, Prophet Bay was nothing but a charlatan. To deal with a charlatan, you had to use their own methods against them. He smiled and said, I see. Perhaps I misunderstood Prophet Bay. Maybe the wolf god didn't inform you in advance. Chen Yi didn't press further, and the prophet badger breathed a sigh of relief. He felt comforted that the wolf god hadn't revealed the purpose of the messenger's arrival. Chen Yi nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. Since that was the case, it was up to him to convey the wolf god's decree. He solemnly announced, the divine decree has been issued. Messenger, please relay it. The wolf god had foretold that this world was on the brink of destruction, and as followers of the wolf god, they would also perish. Therefore, the wolf god had sent him to save them from this dimension before the apocalypse arrived. Chen Yi's words shocked the wolves and badgers. They were unfamiliar with terms like world and destruction, and these new concepts challenged their understanding of reality. The seer of the werewolves was in awe of Chen Yi's wisdom, which seemed to surpass even that of Lang Lu. When he grasped Chen Yi's intentions, he stared at Chen Yi's envoy in shock and asked, do you mean that our werewolf tribe is facing extinction? Chen Yi nodded and candidly replied, yes, you can understand it that way. I am here on behalf of the wolf god to lead you away from this place before your extinction. This revelation left Lang Lu and the seer deeply unsettled and somewhat at a loss. Finally, the seer mustered the courage to ask, then, Chen Yi, how do you plan to help us? The question was like a fish taking the bait. Chen Yi smiled and said, you may find it hard to believe for now, but let's first tackle the immediate problem. The immediate problem? Lang Lu speculated. Are you referring to the Beast Mountains? Yes, exactly the Beast Mountains, Chen Yi confirmed. Current signs indicate that the leader of the secret realm is likely there. According to the secret realm's military conclusions, once the leader is killed or disappears, the entire realm will be thrown into chaos and collapse within a week. Chen Yi had planted a seed in the hearts of the werewolves, preparing to lead them into his own secret realm in the future. While the talk of extinction might have been exaggerated, the task of dealing with the Beast Mountains captivated both Lang Lu and the seer. Especially Lang Lu, who was well aware of Chen Yi's strength, this master who could easily defeat sea-level opponents. If Channy extended his help, conquering the Beast Mountains would be a walk in the park. Excitedly, Lang Lu asked, Chun-Yi, do you really intend to help us werewolves? Of course. I am here at the invitation of your wolf god. Do you think I would help the Beast Mountains instead?
Chen Yi replied.
Hearing this, Lang Lu was overjoyed, while the seer remained skeptical and said, All right, Lang Lu, you better go prepare for the evening to welcome the wolf god's envoy. Got it. I'll make the arrangements right away, Lang Lu said enthusiastically as he left. Chun-Yi shook his head, silently lamenting Lang Lu's impulsiveness. He realized that the true decision-maker for the werewolf tribe's fate was the mysterious seer before him. With a cunning smile, Chun-Yi decided to get to know this seer better. Using his modern knowledge in a mysterious manner, Chun-Yi engaged the seer in conversation, earning his newfound respect. It turned out that Chen Yi's true identity was as exalted as the wolf gods. Both were deities of their respective realms. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the seer, astonished, bowed to him. Chun-Yi nodded and said, Yes, the wolf god is facing some obstacles, so he sent me to assist you. Seeing the seer moved by his words, Chun-Yi decided to go a step further and summon Karl, Sif, and Glor. He introduced them to the seer, saying, These are my people. The sudden appearance of these individuals, especially the humanoid lizard men, left the seer even more shocked. Karl, bewildered by the unexpected situation, looked at Chun-Yi with confusion. The highly intelligent lich, Jeluafin, reappeared, and Chun-Yi immediately guessed his intentions. Jeluafin knelt on one knee before Chun-Yi and humbly said, Master, your loyal subject Jeluafin greets you. What are your orders? Karl and Sif quickly caught on and followed suit, respectfully kneeling before Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi surveyed them with satisfaction and smiled. It's all right. I just wanted to ask about the progress on Lizard City. Jeluafin respectfully replied, Master, the surface part of Lizard City is almost complete. We are about to start constructing the buildings. Chun-Yi was somewhat surprised. So quickly? He remarked, impressed by the lizard people's capabilities in such a short span of 2 days. Nodding in approval, he continued, Very well. You may go now. Jeluafin, ensure that the construction of Lizard City is carried out meticulously. Yes, master, Jeluafin responded. The three then retreated as Chun-Yi dismissed them. At this moment, the wolf seer looked at Chun-Yi with a completely changed expression, moving from initial skepticism to deep admiration, now turning into reverence. It turned out Chun-Yi was also a deity. I was reckless before. Please forgive us for our earlier disrespect, the wolf seer said, kneeling on one knee to apologize. Chun-Yi graciously helped the wolf seer up. No need for that. You are the subjects of the wolf god, not my subordinates. The wolf seer insisted, Chun-Yi, you hold a status equivalent to the wolf god. This is the proper etiquette. Chun-Yi continued conversing with the wolf seer until Lang Lu arrived to inform them that the banquet was ready. The werewolf tribe's banquet was even more lavish than Chun-Yi had imagined, with various wild meats arranged around the bonfire. When Chun-Yi and the wolf seer arrived, the entire banquet fell silent. The wolf seer led Chun-Yi to a platform by the bonfire and introduced him to the gathered werewolves, explaining his identity and background. After the introduction, the wolf seer knelt on one knee, paying homage to Chun-Yi. Seeing this, the other werewolves followed suit, all kneeling to show their respect. Having weathered many storms, Chun-Yi was well versed in such scenes. He signaled for the werewolves to rise and then delivered a rousing speech, accompanied by the thunderous effects of Shao Qing's storm domain, which left the werewolves in awe, calling him Lord God. After the speech, Lang Shao and his family suddenly appeared on the platform, kneeling with both knees and kowtowing to Chun-Yi, thanking him for saving their lives. This unexpected act provided Chun-Yi an opportunity to further elevate his status. Smiling, Chun-Yi took out a power concentrating pill and handed it to Lang Yuan. There is no need for thanks, Lang Yuan. You and I are destined to meet. Accept this pill. Lang Yuan carefully took the energy pill, a surge of excitement and curiosity welling up inside him. He looked up at his parents, his eyes brimming with gratitude and anticipation. This energy pill symbolized his first step towards growth and strength, and it was a testament to his parents' trust and expectations. Lang Yuan deeply felt his parents' love and care, and he resolved to train diligently to live up to their hopes. In his heart, his parents were the greatest figures, and he was willing to strive for their honor and protect their home. This sense of family responsibility and mission inspired Lang Yuan to forge ahead on his own adventurous journey. Wolf Yuan stared at him intently and urged, Hurry up and eat it. The god Chun-Yi will bless you. Startled, Wolf Yuan quickly swallowed the energy pill. Moments later, to the astonishment of the other wolves, Wolf Yuan advanced to rank E. This miraculous event made the already kneeling wolves bow even lower, marveling at Chun-Yi's divine power. Meanwhile, Zhong Kongkong was in trouble. After returning to the Beast Mountains with the Beast Gate, all the beasts scattered chaotically, with no order. Zhong Kongkong, hoping to infiltrate the beast organization, became increasingly anxious due to the sudden disorder. His unnatural behavior soon caught the attention of a crow in the sky. This crow was entirely black and had 3 legs. Just as Zhong Kong was pondering his next move, a blob of bird droppings landed in front of him. Already frustrated, Zhong Kong was infuriated and looked up to find the culprit. The 3-legged crow appeared before him. Damn crow! How dare you disrespect Lord Zhong? I'll bite you to death. With that, Zhong Kong leaped towards the 3-legged crow. Startled, the crow was astonished to find that this dog could talk. Why have I never seen you before? The crow, too, could speak. What a clever bird. Both the crow and Zhong Kong were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Damn it, this crow can talk. Does that mean Wolflord can too? Zhong Kong's curses didn't anger the 3-legged crow. Instead, it excitedly said, wonderful, another talking creature in the Beast Mountains. I must take you to see King Pig. He'll be delighted. King Pig? Zhong Kong's eyes lit up. Could this be the leader of the Beast Mountains? This crow must hold some status. Damn crow, you think you can capture me? Dream on. Watch how I bite you to death. With that, Zhong Kong launched himself into the air, engaging in a fierce battle with the 3-legged crow. The crow grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Despite being only rank D, this dog was holding its own against a rank C opponent. Who exactly are you? Why haven't I seen you in the Beast Mountains before? Zhong Kong spat out a mouthful of feathers and sneered. The Wolf Lord's identity is far too distinguished for a crow like you to understand. A hint of confusion flashed in the crow's eyes. Could it be that, like King Pig, you just woke up from a long sleep? What? This crow is full of itself. Zhong Kong, who had been struggling to find a pretext to infiltrate the Beast Mountains, now found his problem solved. Yes, I just woke up. And who exactly is this King Pig you speak of? The 3-legged crow was exceptionally excited, seemingly forgetting its earlier battle with Zhong Kong. King Pig is, of course, our leader in the Beast Mountains. Since you've just awakened, you must come with me to see him. Tilting his head, Zhong Kong was puzzled. Moments ago, he was lamenting his inability to infiltrate, and now he had a guide straight to the boss? Fine, I'll go with you, he thought. The 3-legged crow flapped its wings and laughed. Hurry up! King Pig will be thrilled to meet another talking creature like you. Deep within the center of the Beast Mountains, a cave echoed with the sound of loud snoring. Zhong Kong followed the 3-legged crow to the cave entrance. The Pig King is inside, the crow said. Wait here, and I'll inform him. Zhong Kong nodded, watching the excited crow disappear into the cave. He glanced around. Apart from the snoring inside the cave, there was an eerie silence. No insects, no rustling leaves. This silence hinted at the formidable power of the Pig King within. After a moment, the snoring stopped. Zhong Kong waited a bit longer until he heard the sound of footsteps. It seemed like more than one Pig King was coming out. He immediately assumed a battle stance, eyes fixed on the cave entrance. The 3-legged crow emerged first, followed by a massive ball of flesh. Woof. Damn. It really is a pig. A fat one. Zhong Kong was speechless. The creature was a rotund pig, with an astonishingly large pair of ears resembling those of an elephant. This pig lay on a stone slab carried by numerous rats, whose footsteps had made the earlier noise. The Pig King, upon hearing Zhong Kong call him a fat pig, brightened up. Haha, you wolf have sharp eyes to recognize I'm a pig, he said. Zhong Kong chuckled. Woof. Not bad, fat pig. You recognize that I'm a wolf. The 3-legged crow chirped excitedly. See, Pig King, I told you, this wolf can talk. The Pig King nodded, looking pleased. Indeed, a handsome wolf. Come, let the king touch your wolf butt. Woof. What the hell did you just say? Zhong Kong raised a paw, patting his ear in disbelief. Was he being flirted with by a pig? Don't be shy, handsome wolf. Bring that butt over, the Pig King insisted. Zhong Kong, who had been feeling proud of being called a wolf, was now stunned. He wasn't mistaken. The Pig King was indeed flirting with him. Woof. Damn you, fat pig. You want to touch my butt? Go call your mama. Zhong Kong barked angrily. Surprisingly, the Pig King didn't get angry. My dear wolf, I haven't touched your butt yet. Besides, my mother's been dead for thousands of years, he replied, still smiling foolishly. Woof. This is outrageous. I, Zhong Kong, am being teased by a fat pig. I'll bite you to death today. Zhong Kong glared at the Pig King, ready to pounce. But suddenly, his usually nimble body felt as heavy as a mountain. He struggled to even lift a paw. Looking up, he saw the Pig King's eyes glowing faintly yellow. Gravity magic, as rare as my spatial magic. Zhong Kong thought, realizing the Pig King had B-level strength. Little wolf, don't be shy. Do I really have to use force? Wouldn't it be better if you came willingly? The Pig King cooed. To hell with you. Zhong Kong was on the verge of tears. What kind of situation was this? If he managed to escape, he would definitely get Shao Qing to deal with this pig. As Zhong Kong watched in astonishment, the plump body of Zhu Duwang began to levitate. Suddenly, Zhu Duwang approached Zhong Kong, emitting a menacing growl. Terrified, Zhong Kong loudly warned Zhu Duwang to stay away. Zhu Duwang seemed to become more excited, a provocative gleam in his eyes. He confidently flaunted his power, as if dismissing Zhong Kong altogether. Floating above Zhong Kong, Zhu Duwang brushed his hefty body against him. The touch sent shivers through Zhong Kong's body, making him tremble and let out a frightened bark. He threatened Zhu Duwang, claiming that if his owner appeared, Zhu Duwang would surely be punished. Zhu Duwang laughed smugly, returning to his spot and confidently asking Zhong Kong how he felt. Zhong Kong responded angrily. Fortunately, Zhu Duwang had only brushed him lightly, causing no real harm. Zhong Kong watched as Zhu Duwang and a nearby crow discussed him, feeling a sense of helplessness. He couldn't understand why they were talking about these things in front of him. Zhu Duwang asked the crow about Zhong Kong's condition, making Zhong Kong increasingly anxious. Determined to protect his dignity at all costs, Zhong Kong braced himself. When Zhu Duwang suggested that Zhong Kong become a concubine, Zhong Kong was furious. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on Zhu Duwang. In a fierce struggle, Zhong Kong finally broke free from Zhu Duwang's gravitational grip and managed to bite him. Zhu Duwang howled in pain and retaliated with even greater force. Zhong Kong felt powerless, pinned to the ground and unable to move. Zhu Duwang rubbed the bitten area, looking at Zhong Kong with curiosity and taunting him about his displeasure. Zhong Kong wanted to fight back, but Zhu Duwang's strength left him unable to speak, only able to let out weak whimpers. The Pig King sensed something was off and stopped exerting gravitational control over Zhong Kong's head. Shao-san, you can speak now, he said gently. Despite the Pig King's mild tone, Shao-san remained silent. Furious, Zhong Kong retorted, "Woof. Damn it. Fat pig. You're the third wheel. Your whole family is the third wheel." The Pig King, unfazed by the outburst, calmly explained, "I'm not the third wheel, nor is my family. I'm the boss." He then pointed at the three-legged crow, "Xiao Ya is the second," and finally turned to Zhong Kong, "You are the third." Zhong Kong was bewildered, asking, "What do you mean? Am I the third in the Beast Mountain range?" The Pig King nodded. "Exactly. In the Beast Mountain range, the three of us can talk. Since you're weak, you naturally become the third." Though unhappy, Zhong Kong reluctantly accepted this under the Pig King's pressure, thinking to himself, "Is this what they call being the third?" Seeing Zhong Kong fall silent, the Pig King patted his dog rump with his elephant-like ear, lifting the gravity spell. "Shao-san, get up." Zhong Kong immediately sprang up, glaring at the Pig King. "Woof. Damn it. Fat pig, if you touch me again, I'll bite you to death." Unperturbed, the Pig King chuckled. "Still putting on airs, I see. Acting all high and mighty now that you've got some standing." Grinding his teeth in anger, Zhong Kong thought that if he had the strength, he would have bitten off chunks of this fat pig already. He knew his master had sent him to infiltrate the Beast Mountain range, and it seemed he had succeeded, even becoming one of the top three. The three-legged crow approached Zhong Kong and declared, "Shao-san, from now on, we're family." Despite understanding that Shao-san meant the third, Zhong Kong felt uncomfortable and snapped, "Don't call me Shao-san, call me Lao-san." Unfortunately, the Pig King and the three-legged crow exchanged confused looks, seemingly puzzled by the term Lao-san. Feeling helpless, Zhong Kong could only watch as events unfolded. Finally, the Pig King leaned wearily against a stone slab held up by a rat, complaining, "I'm starving. Xiao'er, haven't you found any grass yet?"
I'm famished.
The three-legged crow shook his head, smiling bitterly. "Boss, there should have been grass, but 2D-level anomalies appeared out of nowhere. One was just a pile of bones, and the other, although a beast, sided with the werewolves against us." The Pig King shook his head in confusion. "Aren't D-levels supposed to be weak?" The three-legged crow was equally puzzled. Those 2D levels were as strong as Shao-san. Though they appear to be D-level, they could rival C-levels. Zhong Kong sneered at the three-legged crow. "If Lao Qing gets serious, even your B-level fat pig boss wouldn't stand a chance." The Pig King shifted his body restlessly, trying to find a comfortable position, and then lamented, "Xiao'er, I'm starving. All I want is a bit of grass. Why is it so hard to get some?" The three-legged crow beside him also began to sigh, blaming the werewolves for not only refusing to eat grass themselves, but also preventing the king from having any. Given this predicament, it's no wonder the Pig King was filled with discontent toward the werewolves and a deep yearning for food. In the Beast Mountains, King Zhu and Zhong Kong were discussing the idea of eating grass. King Zhu thought it was a good idea, but Zhong Kong found it rather bizarre. Fat Pig mentioned that he had tried to communicate with the werewolves but was rejected, which made him very angry. The three-legged crow also attempted to negotiate with the werewolves but failed. Hearing this, Zhong Kong was at a loss for words. Fat Pig explained that the grass in the mountains was too scattered, making it exhausting for him. Zhong Kong suggested enlisting the help of other beasts in the mountains to gather the grass, an idea that King Zhu enthusiastically endorsed. King Zhu was so excited about the suggestion that he decided to appoint Zhong Kong as the new strategist. However, Zhong Kong was displeased because he had been patted on the dog's rump, leading to a fierce argument. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi was advising the werewolves on setting up their defense layout. The wolf prophet was impressed by Chun-Yi's wisdom. However, Chun-Yi mocked the wolf prophet for knowing nothing about traps, which left the wolf prophet feeling a bit embarrassed. As a shaman, Chun-Yi never lacked confidence or arrogance. With a slight smile, he unabashedly agreed, "You're right. Compared to me, you're indeed far behind." Despite being reprimanded by Chan-Yi, the Bay prophet could only awkwardly scratch his head, inwardly feeling dissatisfied. While the two were inspecting the traps, Lang Lu suddenly dashed over to report, "Master Chan-Yi, I have deployed the scouts, but they found that the beasts originally gathered in the stone forest have all dispersed and returned to the Beast Mountains." Chun-Yi frowned and asked, "Dispersed? What's going on? What are their intentions?" Lang Lu continued his report, "According to the scouts, these beasts have been fighting us for a year. Now that they've suddenly retreated, they might be planning a larger-scale attack." Chen-Yi's eyes flashed with caution as he decided on a careful approach. "Make sure the scouts investigate thoroughly. We can't afford to be careless. If these beasts are indeed plotting an attack, we must be prepared." Watching Lang Lu hastily leave, the Bay prophet asked worriedly, "Master Chun-Yi, if the beasts don't come, won't our traps be in vain?" Chun-Yi's eyes narrowed as he calmly replied, "If the beasts don't come, that would be the best outcome for us. Why are you so concerned?" He keenly sensed the Bay prophet's inner unease, suspecting that the guy might have rebellious tendencies. Looking towards the Beast Mountains, Chun-Yi pondered for a moment before suggesting, "If they don't come to us, why don't we take the initiative and force them to show themselves?" The Bay prophet hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "The terrain is treacherous. We werewolves have never ventured there and might get lost, let alone launch an attack." Chun-Yi frowned slightly, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "If we can't go in, we'll force them out. We just need to find a way to lure them into the open." A strategy from his past life suddenly flashed in his mind: set fire to the mountain and let the flames do the work. However, in this secret realm, he needed to find a new method. Finally, he decided to have the scouts observe for another 2 days. If the beasts remained inactive, he would set fire to the Beast Mountains, forcing them to appear. The Bay prophet looked horrified upon hearing this. "Such an action will provoke a fierce counterattack from the beasts. Are you sure about this?" Chun-Yi smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to eliminate any threats. With me here, there's no need to fear." To the werewolves, Chan-Yi was almost godlike, and his promise instilled a sense of awe in the Bay prophet, who nodded in agreement. "All right, I will follow your orders. If the Beast Mountains remain quiet in 2 days, we'll proceed with the burning plan."
Chang nodded in satisfaction.
This approach was much safer than venturing into the Beast Mountains alone to find the leader. After all, this was a B-level secret realm, and the leader's strength was at least B-level. It would be difficult to handle alone. Deep within the Savage Mountains, inside the cave of Pig King, a group of monkeys carried sweet, fragrant fruits into the cavern. As the monkeys' footsteps echoed, 3 figures emerged from the depths of the cave: Pig King, a crow, and a dog. Before Pig King lay a spread of fresh, green grass, while in front of the dog were several bones. The fruits were specifically prepared for the crow. These 3 characters were Pig King, the 3-legged crow, and Zhong Kong. At that moment, Pig King was indulging in the tender grass in front of him, exclaiming, "Little 3, your idea is brilliant. Now, I don't have to go to the plains to enjoy such fresh grass." Zhong Kong rolled his eyes at Pig King without saying a word. The 3-legged crow, puzzled, looked at Zhong Kong and asked, "Little 3, why don't you know how to enjoy yourself? There's so much delicious bone in front of you, but you just won't take it and instead eye a few female wolves." With a bone in his mouth, the dog shook his head disdainfully and said, "You 2 idiots, even a dog wouldn't bother with bones. I usually feast on gourmet delicacies, and my master occasionally rewards me with precious invigorating pills. Do you even know what those are? They're valuable elixirs, you country bumpkins." The 3-legged crow looked helplessly at Zhong Kong and asked, "Pig King, Little 3 is rambling again. Do you understand what he's saying?" Pig King shrugged his plump shoulders and shook his head.
No idea.
"What is a master? Isn't what we eat just servants? Little 2, we need to keep an eye on Little 3 from now on." The dog sneered, "You 2 fools, when my master comes with Big Brother Shaoqing, You'll see how powerful we are. Pig King, exasperated, patted Zhong Kongkong's dog rump and comforted, Little 3. Even if you're a bit confused, Little 2 and I won't abandon you. But Zhong Kongkong bristled with anger, shouting, "You fat pig! How many times do I have to tell you? Stop hitting my butt?" Pig King nodded in agreement and smiled. Little 3, I understand. You don't like that. Once I'm done eating, I'll give you a massage that will make you feel great. Zhong Kongkong shivered, closed his eyes and said, "No, no massage. Just pat me with your hand." Pig King smiled contentedly and agreed. Right, Little 3 has something good to share. Then he turned to the three-legged crow and asked, Little 2, do you want to try it too, and feel Little 3's bouncy butt? The three-legged crow's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied, Sure, Little 3, here I come. But Zhong Kongkong was furious again, barking, You crow! How dare you tease Grandpa Zhong? You're asking for it. Thus, the dog and the crow began to fight again. Pig King watched the scene, already accustomed to it. They fought almost every day but never truly harmed each other. As the Pig King was engrossed in the captivating drama, an errant cardinal darted into the cave, landing right in front of the three-legged crow, chirping frantically. The three-legged crow, evidently understanding the bird's speech, froze upon hearing the chirping, letting his guard down and allowing Zhong Kongkong to take a bite. Caw, caw, stop fighting. Something big has happened.
What?
Zhong Kongkong immediately halted and, along with the Pig King, curiously looked at the three-legged crow. Xiao, what's the urgent matter? The three-legged crow, with a hint of anger, replied, Caw, caw, Pig King, we forgave those wretched werewolves. Not only did they show no gratitude, but they also set fires outside the mountains. Fires? That's right, Pig King. The cardinal informed me that the werewolves are gathered at the edge of the Beast Mountains, setting the place ablaze. What? The Pig King, now filled with rage, flapped his enormous, elephant-like ears against his bulky body, creating a deafening roar that shook the entire cave. Those despicable werewolves. It's bad enough they won't let me graze on the plains. Now they want to stop me from eating in the mountains too. The three-legged crow nodded furiously in agreement. Indeed, these werewolves are meddling too much. Pig King, you and Xiao Sen take a rest. I'll go check out these despicable werewolves and see what they're up to. All right, Xiao, gather the beasts and prepare to deal with these treacherous werewolves. The Pig King watched as the enraged Zhong Kongkong and the three-legged crow followed the cardinal out of the cave. Zhong Kongkong felt utterly speechless. Good heavens, it's your master who's stopping you from eating grass. Master, come quickly. I've become the temporary overseer of the Beast Mountains. At the outskirts of the Beast Mountains, Wolf Lu stood beside Chen Yi, watching the roaring flames before them. Envoy Chen Yi, is the fire big enough? How's the effect? Chen Yi nodded. This is just a signal to let the beasts of the Beast Mountains know that we werewolves will never submit. Howl. Wolf Lu was so moved that he couldn't help but let out a howl. Envoy Chen Yi, you are truly knowledgeable and wise. Yes, we werewolves will never submit. Following Wolf Lu's lead, all the werewolves setting the fires echoed the chant. Chen Yi observed the scene with satisfaction. All right, Wolf Lu, let's move to another location and continue. Okay, tribesmen, did you hear? The envoy has instructed us to move to another place. We heard. Praise the wolf god, praise the envoy. With the secret map provided by the Prophet Bay, Chen Yi's plan to burn the mountains was beginning to take shape. First, ignite the dense forest areas, and then let the fire spread, rekindling the extinguished spots. Just as the werewolves were preparing to move, everyone felt a slight tremor in the ground. Lang Lu immediately sensed the impending danger and shouted urgently, Quick, gather together. The beasts have broken through. We must retreat to the vicinity of the traps. He glanced anxiously at the envoy. You must hide quickly as well. Nothing can go wrong. He was acutely aware of the special bond between the envoy and Shaoqing. If they got involved in the fight, they could resist and even defeat B-class entities with their formidable power. Just as a lion goes all out to catch a rabbit, Chen Yi would never underestimate the threat posed by these beasts. Without hesitation, he summoned Shaoqing and Baigu, steadfastly guarding everything around him. In this perilous territory, they would face the unknown challenges together, protect each other, and uphold their mission. As the tremors of the ground intensified, a horde of wild beasts suddenly burst forth from the flames, led by dozens of massive elephants. Unfazed by the fire, they trampled the burning trees and extinguished the flames. Following the elephants were a variety of other beasts, predominantly leopards and tigers. Typically, werewolves would turn tail and flee at the sight of such a formidable lineup without a second thought. However, this time was different. The werewolves stood defiantly in a nearby rocky forest, provocatively watching the advancing beasts. The leading elephants raised their trunks and let out thunderous roars. With the sound reverberating, The other beasts also roared and charged towards the werewolves. Wolf Lu sneered at the sight, raising his hand and drawing his bow. The werewolves, equipped with bows and arrows mostly provided by Chan Yi, since military-grade firearms were not distributed to them, prepared to shoot. Fire! Wolf Lu commanded, and the werewolves released their bowstrings in unison. Instantly, a barrage of arrows rained down on the beasts. Though these were no ordinary beasts but powerful creatures from a mystical realm, the arrows served merely to hinder and disrupt them. Some unfortunate beasts were hit in the eyes, causing them to pause, but not inflicting fatal injuries. This display only deepened the werewolves' reverence for Chan Yi. However, the rain of arrows was but a temporary measure. Just as the beasts were about to reach the werewolves, the leading ones fell into traps the werewolves had dug beforehand, filled with wooden spikes. While these spikes were not lethal, the subsequent beasts, unable to halt their momentum, also tumbled into the traps. It was a gruesome scene, with blood flowing freely as more beasts fell, each impaled by the spikes. Wolf Lu laughed heartily at the sight, and the initial worries of the other werewolves dissipated, replaced by excitement and admiration. All hail the envoy! Who would have thought a few wooden spikes could ensnare even E and D-level beasts? With the envoy, we no longer have to suffer the beast's tyranny. Praise the wolf god, praise the envoy. Some mentioned the wolf god, but others retorted, the wolf god hasn't shown up in the past year amidst these attacks. Isn't the envoy summoned by the wolf god? Haven't you heard that the envoy is on par with the wolf god? From now on, the envoy is my faith. Indeed, I agree. The envoy is my faith. At that moment, one werewolf knelt, followed by the others, all bowing to Chan Yi. This was exactly what Chan Yi had hoped for, though the timing had to be appropriate. Chan Yi remained silent, his heart filled with anxiety as the werewolf clan faced a massive attack. He hoped they could muster the strength to fight back. With Lang Lu's shout, the werewolves refocused and plunged into battle. The traps were nearly filled with beasts, and intense close combat was about to begin. Damn those werewolves, using such despicable tactics. A three-legged crow watching from below couldn't help but curse in anger, catching Chan Yi's attention. Oh, that crow can talk? Lang Lu exclaimed, pointing at the crow in the sky. Sir, that's the crow that declared war a year ago. Chan Yi nodded, staring at the crow. A three-legged crow? It resembles the legendary Jinwu, the embodiment of the sun. But this crow doesn't seem very powerful. Summoning Grolfin, he instructed him and Baigu to support the werewolves against the beast horde. Chan Yi and Shao Qing took to the air, deciding to deal with the crow first since it was not only powerful but could also speak. The three-legged crow was visibly surprised by the approaching Chan Yi. A hairless werewolf that can fly? The remark infuriated Chan Yi. If Zhong Kongkong were here, he would have surely rebuked the crow. Bastard! You're the werewolf. Shao Qing joined the fray, trying to subdue the crow without killing it, as it might be useful in the future due to its ability to speak. The crow sneered at Chen Yi's disdain. Arrogant. Just two D-rank weaklings. Do you think you have the strength of Shao San? You're courting death. Shao San? Chen Yi was puzzled. What could that be? He wasn't sure if it matched his assumptions. Courting death? Little crow, you'll regret it. Shao Qing, unleash your domain. Following Chen Yi's command, Shao Qing roared, and the sky darkened with clouds. Lightning bolts shot down like bullets, striking G-rank and F-rank beasts directly. The three-legged crow was stunned by the display. What kind of power is this? Are they really just D-rank? As lightning closed in, the crow's body shimmered with golden light, its originally black feathers turning golden and radiating heat. This transformation only excited Chen Yi more. Wow! Shao Qing, catch it. Could this really be the legendary Jinwu? If it is, we must bring it into the secret realm and impart wisdom to it. Arrogant fools, think you can catch me? Just two D-rank weaklings. Despite its tough words, the crow was struggling to dodge Shao Qing's lightning, its golden light dimming with each hit. Meanwhile, the ground battle intensified. Grolfin showcased his endless necromantic abilities, reviving the beasts caught in the traps. For every beast he killed, he could bring one back to life. In an instant, the werewolves were stunned to find that they had no chance to act. The skeletal creature summoned by the emissary displayed incredible power in the frozen world, effortlessly holding off dozens of D-class elephants without any assistance. The cloaked figure was even more terrifying, having the ability to resurrect the dead. Now, the werewolves no longer needed to intervene. The reanimated beast corpses were enough to fend off the remaining living beasts. This led to the inevitable question. Were the two creatures summoned by the emissary really just D-class? The three-legged crow felt increasingly astonished and terrified. How could the werewolf, once deemed weak, suddenly become so formidable, beyond imagination? The snake before him, supposedly only D-rank in strength, was toying with him. Glancing at the eerily moving corpses on the ground, The crow shuddered. Rationality urged him to retreat. Caw, what a huge snake. Just you wait. I'll go back and inform King Zhu, and he'll deal with you. King Zhu? A glint of excitement flashed in Chun Yi's eyes. Could this be the leader of this secret realm? King Zhu? Could the leader really be a pig? Shaking off the absurd notion, Chun Yi smiled. Shao Qing, don't let that crow escape. With a roar, Shao Qing poked its head out from the clouds and nodded at Chun Yi. Chun Yi's eyes burned with determination as he fixed his gaze on the three-legged crow. Never mind, Shao Qing, I'll help you. We must capture it alive today. With that, Chun Yi let out a dragon's roar. The clouds in the sky rapidly darkened, and lightning grew ever brighter. Feeling an exhilarating rush, Chun Yi laughed heartily and soared into the clouds. The werewolves below were left dumbfounded. Lang Lu's mouth twitched in shock. Who would have thought that the seemingly frail envoy possessed such power? The werewolf warriors beside him were equally stunned. Lang Lu the brave, the envoy, and that snake, though only D rank, exude a formidable aura. Lang Lu nodded, gazing in awe at the faintly visible Chen Yi and Shao Qing in the clouds. Indeed, the envoy and his pet have transcended their levels. This must be the power of the divine. Chen Yi and Shao Qing, along with Baigu's triple domain, had once defeated a B-rank powerhouse. Though they currently lacked Baigu's strength, their combined efforts had reached B-rank levels. The overwhelming pressure left all the werewolves in awe. The beasts, already terrified by the resurrected corpses under Glor's control, fled towards the Beast Mountain range upon sensing this immense pressure. The three-legged crow felt it the most, his heart gripped by unprecedented fear. Caw, is this what fear feels like? This pressure is overwhelming. I've only felt this from King Zhu. Could it be that the two beings in the clouds are as powerful as King Zhu? King Zhu was B-rank in strength. Chun Yi's laughter echoed, Little crow, stop resisting and come with me. Despite his severe injuries, the three-legged crow refused to surrender. Caw, surrender? In your dreams. Just wait, King Zhu will avenge me. With that, the crow's golden body began to glow intensely, and its temperature soared rapidly. Damn, this crow is so formidable. Could it be the legendary golden crow? Chun Yi certainly didn't want it to die. Shao Qing hurriedly stopped the impulsive young man, trying to prevent him from falling into self-destruction. Shao Qing knew very well that the once sharp wind blades had dulled, all aimed at the head of the three-legged crow, clearly intending to make it pass out. Caw, better to die than be humiliated. I will fight you to the end. Caw, blazing sun. As the three-legged crow uttered these words, it transformed into a golden fireball. The intense heat caused Chen Yi, who was hidden in the clouds, to feel a slight burn. Is this really necessary? I don't even want to kill you, Chun Yi thought, helplessly shaking his head. Even though he wanted to tame the crow, there was nothing he could do if it was hellbent on dying. Moreover, the energy fluctuation from the blazing sun had reached a B-level standard. Caw.
Die, you hairless Werewolf.
Hairless werewolf again? Chun Yi's eye twitched. This guy is really a jerk. Fine, if you want to die, so be it. Shao Qing, don't hold back. A flicker of anger appeared in Shao Qing's dragon eyes. Clearly, the crow's insult to Chun Yi had also displeased Shao Qing. A tangible wind blade began to form quickly, slashing toward the flaming three-legged crow. The werewolves on the ground watched the aerial battle intently, anticipating a fierce clash. Even Chen Yi closely monitored the three-legged crow. However, instead of retaliating against Shao Qing's wind blade, the crow shot away like a meteor. Damn, are you trying to escape? Where's your dignity? Chun Yi watched the fleeing crow, feeling speechless. The sudden change caught both him and Shao Qing off guard, especially with the crow's incredible speed in its flaming form. The crow successfully escaped the battle range, taunting from a distance. Caw, hairless werewolf, are you an idiot? Don't you know birds have hollow bones? My bones are all hollow. What dignity do I need? Caw, just wait, I'll be back. Hearing the crow's mockery, Chun Yi's face twitched again. For some reason, he started to miss Zhong Kong Kong. Shao Qing ended the domain, and Chun Yi unhappily flew back to the werewolf squad. My lord, I have completed the task you assigned. The construction of Lizard City has reached a critical stage. May I return now? Gro Erfan stepped forward and kneeled before Chen Yi, requesting permission. Chen Yi naturally nodded in agreement and brought Gro Erfan back to the secret space. With Gro Erfan's disappearance, the resurrected beast corpses fell neatly to the ground, causing a slight tremor. This tremor brought the werewolves back to their senses. Led by Wolflu, they also kneeled before Chun Yi in the same manner. Wolflu welcomes the envoy's triumphant return. Welcome back, envoy. The battlefield echoed with their inspiring shouts, which lingered in the air for a long time. One could imagine the immense mental struggle these werewolves had faced during the year of battling the Beast Mountains. Chun Yi waved his hand, signaling them to quiet down. With a smile on his face, the leader invited everyone, his expression exuding confidence and determination. They stood at the entrance of the Beast Mountains, the wind tousling their hair. The mountains, shrouded in greenery, appeared both mysterious and alluring. The leader gazed at the group with deep emotion, as if sharing his inner excitement and longing. His eyes were steadfast and fervent, seemingly ready to impart endless courage to each companion. Are you willing to venture into the Beast Mountains with me? His voice was filled with passion and a sense of adventure, hinting at an unknown and thrilling journey. In that moment, it seemed as though their hearts had already become one with the embrace of these enigmatic mountains, fearless and resolute. Upon witnessing Qian Yi's performance today, Lang Lu felt a surge of excitement. He had never dared to imagine directly attacking the Beast Mountains, but now he was inspired by the werewolves around him. A brave werewolf spoke up first, urging Lang Lu to make a decision. Lang Lu's gaze gradually became resolute. On behalf of all the werewolf warriors, he expressed their willingness to follow Qian Yi in a counterattack against the Beast Mountains. Qian Yi, pleased with the display of resolve from the werewolf warriors, smiled and encouraged them, announcing that they would set out together the next day. Within the werewolf tribe, the werewolves cheered for their envoy, pledging to follow Qian Yi and showcase the strength of the werewolves. This scene left Qin Luyun incredulous. He thought to himself that these werewolves were adorably foolish, so easily deceived by Qian Yi. In the dense forest, the three-legged crow, having reverted to its black form, stumbled towards the cave. When it reached the entrance, it collapsed weakly to the ground, calling out for the Pig King inside. Inside the cave, Zhong Kongkong was furious with the Pig King's actions and threatened to bite him. The Pig King responded with a smile, saying he would bite 44 pieces of meat. Zhong Kongkong, subdued by the Pig King's gravity spell, expressed his anger helplessly. The Pig King criticized him for being selfish and taught him the importance of sharing. Despite being unable to speak due to the suppression, Zhong Kongkong's voice was filled with anger and frustration. As the pig and the dog continued their playful antics, a weak voice from the three-legged crow interrupted them. The Pig King's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Something had happened to Xiao Air. Xiao-san, come with me to check it out. The Pig King swiftly used his gravity magic, launching himself into the air at an astonishing speed towards the cave entrance. Zhong Kongkong struggled to his feet and followed closely behind, running through the air towards the cave. Upon seeing the severely injured three-legged crow, a glint appeared in Zhong Kongkong's eyes. Despite his disdain for the crow, he had to admit its strength was formidable. It was unlikely that the werewolves could harm a flying crow. The only explanation was that the Pig King had intervened. Zhong Kongkong felt a secret delight and even a slight respect for the sharp-tongued bird. As they reached the cave entrance and saw the injured crow, Zhong Kongkong was almost certain that boss Xiaoqing had stepped in to help. Unlike Zhong Kongkong, the Pig King radiated a terrifying energy upon seeing the three-legged crow. Stones and twigs around them began to levitate.
Xiao Air.
Who did this to you? Tell me, and I will avenge you. The Pig King was furious, convinced the werewolves were responsible. If they dare harm you, I will not let them go unpunished. With that, the Pig King prepared to fly to the werewolf tribe. Xiao-san, take care of Xiao Air. I will seek justice for you right away. However, the three-legged crow's weak voice stopped him. Pig King, don't go yet. I don't have much time left. Help me inside. There's something important we need to discuss. The Pig King hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly helped the crow back into the cave. Zhong Kongkong, realizing the Pig King was too preoccupied to notice him, now knew the Pig King's strength and location and could report back to Channy. Unexpectedly, he decided to follow the Pig King back into the cave. Once inside, the Pig King placed the crow on a stone bed, looking at it with sorrow. Xiao Air, do you have any last words for me? The crow struggled to recount its ordeal. Listening to the crow's story, the Pig King was shocked. Xiao Air, there's someone as powerful as me among the werewolves? Yes, Pig King, it was a dragon and a hairless werewolf. Zhong Kongkong couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. Both the Pig King and the crow looked at him curiously. The Pig King asked, puzzled, Xiao-san, what's the matter? Zhong Kongkong awkwardly shook his head. No, nothing. Are you kidding me? You deserve to be beaten. Boss Xiaoqing is a dragon, and you called him a snake. Boss Xiaoqing is magnanimous and won't hold it against you. In this enigmatic realm, the friendship between King Zhu and the three-legged crow was especially precious. Despite his severe injuries, the three-legged crow maintained an optimistic attitude, refusing to bow to fate. King Zhu's eyes glistened with helplessness and worry, his heart aching as if cut by a knife. Xiao Air, I promise you, I will be careful. As your king, I will avenge you, the three-legged crow said with difficulty, his voice trembling but full of determination and conviction. King Zhu silently nodded, tears welling up in his eyes. He couldn't find the words to express his sorrow, so he chose to let his actions speak for him. Observing quietly from the side was Zhong Kongkong, who deeply empathized with the bond between King Zhu and the three-legged crow. Though outwardly he seemed relaxed and humorous, he cherished their friendship and was deeply worried about the future. As he saw the three-legged crow's condition worsen, Zhong Kongkong clenched his fists, resolving not to let this friendship fade away. Xiao-san, if you encounter them, you must escape immediately. Though your strength is equivalent to a C rank, those two creatures are terrifying, the three-legged crow warned, his eyes filled with uncertainty and concern for the future. Zhong Kongkong felt a jolt in his heart, understanding the harshness and helplessness of survival, and he treasured their friendship even more. In the end, Zhong Kongkong took out a precious blood-replenishing pill, hoping it would help the three-legged crow overcome this ordeal. The three-legged crow looked at Zhong Kongkong with gratitude, his eyes shining with emotion. Zhong Kongkong, however, firmly said, "Hurry up and take it. I guarantee you won't die after taking this." His voice was filled with a steadfast commitment to their friendship and a profound respect for life. By adding inner monologues and emotional elements, the story becomes more touching and compelling, allowing readers to deeply understand and feel the complex emotions and profound friendship between the main characters. As Zhong Kongkong saved the life of the three-legged crow, a wave of joy and pride surged in his heart. He could almost see the look of admiration on Chen Yi's face, and the thought of receiving praise made him ecstatic. The moment the vitality pill entered the crow's mouth, it spread a warm energy throughout its body, filling it with warmth and vigor. The damaged feathers began to regrow at a visible rate, astonishing both him and Pig King. In just 5 minutes, the crow was fully restored, with no sign of injuries. Although its internal wounds hadn't completely healed, the crow knew that with some rest, it would recover. Struggling to stand, the crow looked at Zhong Kongkong in amazement and said, "Xiao-san, what kind of magical treasure is this pill to have such miraculous healing effects?" Zhong Kongkong glanced at him, thinking to himself that if he told him it was just a snack for the skeleton, the crow would be terrified. But he patiently explained, "This is a divine-grade elixir." The crow nodded in sudden realization, then looked firmly at Zhong Kongkong and said, "Xiao-san, I owe you a big favor this time." Zhong Kongkong smiled mysteriously and said, "A favor must be repaid. In the future, just agree to one thing for me." The crow asked in confusion, "What is it?" Zhong Kongkong smiled mysteriously again, "You'll know when the time comes." Watching the crow come back to life, Pig King was filled with joy. He clapped Zhong Kongkong on the back with his huge elephant-like ears to show his gratitude and said, "Xiao-san, this time I owe you a favor. From now on, as long as I have grass to eat, you'll have a share too." Zhong Kongkong responded exasperatedly, "Fat pig, get lost." The touching moment quickly turned awkward due to Zhong Kongkong's displeasure. Feeling Pig King's touch, he furiously bit at him again. In the tent of the wolf prophet in the werewolf tribe, Chun Yi and Wolf Lu were discussing the plan for the next day's action. Wolf Lu expressed his determination to follow the envoy and counterattack the Beast Mountain the next day. The wolf prophet looked at Chan Yi, smiled, and sighed, entrusting the fate of the werewolves to him. Chun Yi waved his hand, promising to do his best. Then, the wolf prophet displayed his immense energy, inviting Chan Yi to join him on the battlefield. Feeling the energy waves emanating from the prophet, Chan Yi was secretly amazed at his powerful strength. The news spread quickly, and the plan to counterattack Beast Mountain under Chun Yi's leadership inspired all the werewolf warriors. Even some female werewolves were actively preparing for battle. Wolf Yuan, swinging his wooden sword, excitedly announced that he would also join the fight. With Chen Yi's assistance, Wolf Yuan had grown to an E-rank werewolf, giving him more confidence. At this moment, the werewolf tribe was filled with unity and determination, with everyone working together to prepare for the challenge of the next day. Watching his son brimming with fighting spirit, Lang Xiao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "All right, tomorrow you and your mother will join us on the outskirts," he said, his voice echoing throughout the entire werewolf tribe. At dawn the next day, Chun Yi was awakened by a clamor. He made his way to the tribe's square, where the entire werewolf clan had gathered. Lang Lu and the Prophet Bei were delivering a pre-battle rallying speech. As the sun began to rise, Chen Yi summoned Xiaoqing and Baigu. Xiaoqing circled around him, and Chen Yi leaped onto Baigu's back, setting their sights on the Beast Mountain range. With a shout from Chen Yi, Baigu ascended, and all the werewolves followed closely behind, heading towards the Beast Mountain range. At the entrance of Zhu Wang's cave in the Beast Mountain range, a few fire sparrows hurriedly flew in and landed in front of the three-legged crow. After listening to their report, the crow grew anxious. "What's going on?"
Zhu Wang Huare Dangrilli.
"The werewolves are advancing towards us with their entire tribe. It seems they are ready for a decisive battle." His piercing squeal echoed throughout the cave, stirring the entire mountain range into a frenzy. The cries of various beasts filled the air. At Zhu Wang's signal, Numerous fist-sized rats emerged from the ground and burrowed into the stone slabs at his feet. You stay here and rest. I'll avenge you, Zhu Dewang said to Xiao San. Xiao San, without hesitation, jumped onto the stone slab. Of course, I'm going. Why wouldn't I? Now that his master was finally taking action, he could soon return to his master's side. The three-legged crow struggled to flap its wings and landed beside Zhu Dewang. I'm going too. These werewolves' actions are too suspicious, it said. Zhu Dewang nodded. All right, let the fire sparrows lead the way. The fire sparrows took flight, and the rats carried the stone slab, following the fire sparrows. On the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range, Chen Yi led the werewolf clan. Many beasts, summoned by Zhu Dewang's call, had gathered there. Riding by Gu, Chen Yi was shocked to see more than a dozen sea-level beasts. If this continued, could the werewolves hold out for another year? Determined to give it his all, Chen Yi summoned Carl, Sif, and Grawl to join him in unleashing their domain skills, invigorating the werewolves. Long live the envoy! Lang Lu shouted with wild laughter. Werewolves never surrender. Warriors, charge with the envoy. Wielding the bronze-grade steel spear gifted by Chan Yi, Lang Lu charged forward. All the werewolves followed his lead, plunging into the beast horde and engaging in fierce combat. Outside the battlefield, the elderly, women, and children of the werewolf clan watched the fight with solemn expressions. The seer raised his staff, and two eerie lights flashed, summoning ferocious ghost wolves beside him. In the clouds, Chan Yi was captivated by the scene and silently admired the seer's power. These ghost wolves were just as formidable as the seer, both being seer-rank entities. Chan Yi realized why the seer was able to become the leader of the werewolves. The ghost wolves, under the seer's command, launched an attack, holding off the seer-rank beasts within the Beast Mountain range. Meanwhile, the seer wielded his staff from a distance, sending golden chains weaving through the injured werewolves, healing them. Sif was surprised by this, not expecting the seer to also possess healing abilities. She lifted her own staff and unleashed a golden rain of healing to aid the wounded werewolves. Despite their efforts, the werewolves were struggling against the numerous seer-rank beasts. Without hesitation, Chani activated his attack aura. A massive magic circle appeared beneath him, and all the werewolves felt a surge of power. Wolf Lu, feeling the added strength, looked at Chan Yi with reverence. Is this the protection of a deity? He thought, feeling both awe and fear. Unlike the werewolves, Chan Yi was like a meat grinder, slaughtering any beast that entered his triple domain almost instantly. Taking advantage of this, Grower slipped into Chan Yi's domain, waiting for him to kill the beasts so he could revive others. The implication of this quadruple domain was clear. Sif Carl was in a bit of a dilemma. Although the two lizardmen were strong, they still needed to cooperate to handle seer-rank beasts. As Chan Yi was slaying enemies, a powerful pressure emanated from the Beast Mountain range, and a pig's squeal echoed through the valley. Chan Yi realized this pressure came from a B-rank entity, likely the leader of this area. He couldn't help but wonder, could the leader really be a pig? When the Pig King appeared, flanked by a crow and a leisurely Zhong Kong Kong, Qian Yi was stunned. Zhong Kong Kong's demeanor, in particular, left him speechless. Is this guy thriving here? He thought. The three-legged crow immediately recognized Chen Yi and Xiao Qing, warning the Pig King to be cautious of them. The Pig King nodded and soared into the air, locking eyes with Chen Yi. Chen Yi's eyes widened with fury as he glared at the three-legged crow. Was it you, this featherless werewolf, who injured Xiao Er? His voice was laced with anger and concern. The feathers of the three-legged crow trembled slightly as it lowered its head in shame and admitted, yes, it was me. I acted impulsively and hurt him. Regret and apology shimmered in its eyes. Chen Yi took a deep breath, striving to control his inner rage. He knew the three-legged crow hadn't intended harm. It was simply a moment of lost control. He decided to forgive this errant creature, but he also needed to ensure Xiao Er received prompt care and comfort. Xiao Er will be fine. I will take good care of him, Chen Yi said, his voice filled with concern and protectiveness. He was determined to resolve the misunderstanding caused by this accident and ensure everyone could find peace and reassurance.